All right, so over the weekend, about a million things took place. Got to look at the rookies in Summer League for the Nuggets. We got a couple of really, really good World Cup games, along with, I know a lot of people roll their eyes at this part of the offseason, and this is right around the time, training camp is just a couple of weeks away. So everybody's getting their lists in, right? It's always about top 10s, and the NFL Network does their top 100 and all that different stuff. But I do think it's interesting when ESPN every year does this executives, coaches, and scouts, ranking the top 10 at each position, and they have released their top 10 quarterbacks, just to get a sense of who's where. I looked at the list this morning, and I couldn't really, these are coaches, executives, and scouts, and I'm trying to see what everybody else sees with a couple of different names. These won't be a big surprise, and that's why I want to start at the top of the list. Everybody kind of goes in descending order from 10 to 1. I want to go from 1 to 10 because I think the back end of the top 10 is more interesting than the front end. We know what the top looks like. Number 1 is Josh Allen. Whether you think he's number 1 or not, I don't think anybody's going to balk too much at the idea. They're going to Allen Baca too much at the idea of him being number 1 in this list. Number 2 is Patrick Mahomes. That one feels more like I got another thought on Mahomes we'll get to in a second. Mahomes is 2. Number 3 is Stafford. Again, league MVP last year. This close to a Super Bowl. Hard to argue. Joe Burrow is 4. Lamar Jackson is 5. But I give you that top 5. No real arguments from anybody, correct? It's kind of like whatever order you think those guys are in, those are probably your guys. When you get to 6, you have Dak Prescott. That's the first time an eyebrow raised. But I will say this about Dak. I think Dak is very good when healthy, and he has battled health over the last couple of years. You take it to last year, he finally got a full season in. But in doing so, 30 touchdowns, 4,500 yards. The Cowboys' offense has never been a problem. The problem is, can you get a stop or not? So he's 6. Justin Herbert is 7. Talent undeniable. Last year for him, he's always been somebody who's thrown up a whole bunch of numbers every year. Last year was statistically probably the worst season of his career. Now, that would make sense with both of your left and right tackles out for all, if not most, of the year. So he's 7. Drake May is 8. Whatever you want to say about the battle between him and Bo Nix and Caleb Williams and everybody else, he did finish like a couple of votes shy of winning an MVP last year and went to a Super Bowl. Hard to argue. 9 is Jared Goff. Lions offense has been top 2 in scoring in the last 3 consecutive years. And then number 10 is Caleb Williams. And this is where I start to get a little bit weirded out by things. We just talked to Legwald last week. He said that executives and coaches across the league drool at the talent that Caleb Williams has. And I don't deny it. You've seen it in his big playmaking ability. He did lead the Bears to a playoff appearance, had their best record in years. There's a bunch to like with him. I still get squirrely at the idea that you complete 58% of your passes as an NFL quarterback. That is tough to consistently move the ball without making mistakes. And he made a lot of mistakes last year. Maybe not from an interception standpoint, but a lot of sacks. When you take sacks, ask Sean Payton what he thinks about quarterbacks who take a lot of those. Ask Sean Payton what drove him nuts about having Russell Wilson. You take sacks, they're drive killers. And then you're forced to make big plays. But having Caleb Williams at 10 over, like, Sam Darnold, who's won back-to-back 14-win seasons, including a Super Bowl last year, Jordan Love, Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts. It's a lot of names that are not in that top 10. Now, if you're wondering where Bo Nix is, there is the top 10. They have this thing called honorable mention, so I think these are the next most votes for the top 10. So those names are Sam Darnold, Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, and Jalen Hurts. And then they have one at the bottom, which is also receiving votes, and that's where Bo Nix is in a category with Daniel Jones and C.J. Stroud. I've always thought the discussion about where should Bo Nix be considered? You know, at the end of the day, all of these conversations are nonsense. They're filler. They aren't tangible. There's nothing to them that actually means anything. But then again, it's basically the entire business I'm in. Bo Nix and where he ranks among other quarterbacks is an odd discussion because statistically, his numbers are good. From a winning perspective, you're hard-pressed to find anybody in the NFL that has done as much winning as Bo Nix over the past 2 years. But when you go to raw sort of attributes that you want to see in a quarterback, is he at the top of the list? Probably not. He's got a good enough arm. He's certainly athletic. He's got a whole bunch of these different things. But he feels like he's in a category of a Jalen Hurts or a Brock Purdy at the moment. And here's what I mean. I don't think anybody truly knows how to identify his actual game. It doesn't look like, when Stafford uncorks a deep ball, you see the arm strength even at his advanced age as a quarterback. When Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson takes off and run, you get wowed by the reel that's on there. There's a lot of Bo Nix's game that isn't super flashy. It's just a matter of, can I get the job done or not? And I think a lot of that has to do with, okay, you can make the play late in a game, but can you do that consistently over 4 quarters? Is that a Bo Nix problem? Is that an offensive problem in general? Like, we still don't know. It's too early in his career to really do it, to have that discussion. At the same time, he's in the Purdy, Jalen Hurts sort of category to me for one reason. Those are two guys that are hard to place the actual quarterback skill set with how much winning they've done. I mean, we're talking about Jalen Hurts. How many times? And Baca, let me ask you something. Jalen Hurts has been somebody that has been considered a top 5 quarterback in the league and somebody who's been like barely cracking the top 15. And it kind of waffles based on what? Winning. And so when I say Jalen Hurts, you say top what quarterback?
10? I don't know.
With a question mark.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. It's always been that way with me.
Yeah.
Like, Moser knows we've had so many, what do you think of Brock Purdy? I'm like, I don't know. Not really into him. And he goes, but he wins all the time. I go, I know. It's hard for me to make the argument because his team always wins.
The most important thing, they do very well. But they don't really put up the stats, so it's really hard to quantify.
But here's what happens, and this is why I put him in this category. When San Francisco was winning all those games and they were borderline Super Bowl teams and Brock Purdy has taken them, was it the NFC Championship game? Is that when his elbow blew out and he had to throw left-handed or whatever? When all of that was going on, here's my argument. Yeah, but the Niners are good. He might be fine. I know he's not a bad quarterback. He might be fine, but how good is he if I need to put an entire game on his shoulders and say, you have all of these injuries, you need to carry this team to a victory. Can you do it? That's what I don't know, and that's where he's in this specific little niche category. When I bring up Jalen Hurts, is he great? Or are the Eagles an amazingly built team? That's why nobody knows what to do with him in this category. And I think through 2 years of Bo Nix, he's in the same spot. There's a lot of people out there that would look at Bo Nix and go, yeah, I think he's fine. But have you seen that Broncos defense? It's the first thing they go to. And I don't even know if they're wrong. Did the Broncos win last year because of Bo Nix? Kind of. When you win in the fourth quarter by scoring points and scoring more than your opponent, that's your offense and specifically your quarterback stepping up to the plate and making plays happen. You know, when you go to the Buffalo playoff game, the reason Buffalo lost was because their quarterback didn't do that late in the game. He had a chance to close you out with a wide open Dalton Kincaid, and he missed him. Bo Nix just in those moments doesn't miss, but are you only in the position to do that because the defense has held the team, not the Buffalo game obviously, but in most cases last year, has held the opposing team to 17 points. That's where it's a really odd category for him to be in. And that's where I think guys like Dak Prescott, who's number 6 on this list, he gets the credit for overcoming a terrible defense and getting wins in spite of giving up 28 points a night. That sort of thing. So it is difficult. Now, the Mahomes thing, we can get to this on the other side. Because here's what I want to know. Genuinely, if everybody was sort of put into this, I used to play Madden a lot. And I don't know if you guys did this, but I did this all the time. You go into franchise mode. You start your year with a fantasy draft. And then you redraft all these different players. Everybody's going everywhere. If you did that in the NFL right now, quarterbacks are obviously going to be the first ones off the board. Is Patrick Mahomes legitimately, right now, still the second quarterback off the board? Because that's what the scouts, executives, and coaches across the league are saying. That Josh Allen's number 1 and Mahomes is number 2. And the reason I ask that, statistically, that doesn't bear out. Not to say that Mahomes isn't still incredible. But just something I want to bring up here in just a couple of minutes. That, along with Summer League, got a chance to see some rookies. I got to tell you, through 2 games of Summer League, and it is just Summer League, so take it with a grain of salt. I did like what I saw from Bryce Hopkins. I thought he was somebody that, when you invest 2 second-round picks and you have a whole bunch of roster spots still open right now. I think there's only 8 guys with guaranteed contracts on the Nuggets currently. All right, 9 after the signing yesterday of the EuroLeague Defensive Player of the Year that we'll also get to. But there are spots to be had on this roster, and they need to find spots for cheap because they are already pressed up against the cap as is, more than against the cap, over the cap as it is. So a lot to discuss with that as well. Stick around. All right, just one last thing here, and then we'll move on to some other categories. I do want to talk about Hunter Goodman getting snubbed out of the All-Star game, or I'm sorry, the Home Run Derby. In Nuggets Summer League in a second. But I want to talk about the Mahomes being ranked number 2 thing for a minute. And ask you a legitimate question. Is Mahomes being ranked number 2 from executive scouts and coaches, according to ESPN, in their top 10 list of quarterbacks across the league? Is he number 2 behind Josh Allen because he's the second best quarterback in the league? Or is it because of what he's done in the past? Is that who he is now? Or are you doing that based on what he's accomplished combined with who he is now? And I ask that question for this reason. I fully believe, by the way, before anybody starts making an argument for me that I'm not making, that the Chiefs could easily be back in the discussion of winning the AFC West and being a top contender in the AFC conference. I think that's legitimate. That could happen very easily. I also would tell you that from a straight numbers perspective, Mahomes and the vaunted Chiefs offense that we kind of think of in our heads, that has not existed for 3 straight years. The last time they were that was 2022. Mahomes had 5,250 yards passing, 41 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. The year prior to that was 4,800 yards passing, 37 touchdowns, 13 picks. The year before that was 4,700 yards, 38 touchdowns, 6 picks. A couple of years prior to that, it was 26 touchdowns and 5 picks in 14 games, and 50 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, and 5,100 yards passing. Here's the last 3. 27 TDs, 26 TDs, 22 TDs. All of those seasons having 14 picks, 11 and 11. And all of those seasons hovering right around 4,000 yards. If you were to put those numbers, if I did blind resume 3 straight years of numbers side by side and said, where does that rank within the top 10? And I did not tell you what people's names were, you would not have that the number 2 quarterback in the league. There's plenty of guys who have those numbers. Caleb Williams had 27 touchdowns, 4,000 yards. Trevor Lawrence had 29 and 4,000 yards. Baker Mayfield had 26 and 4,000 yards. Sam Darnold had 25 and 4,000 yards. There's plenty of guys in that category. But I do think that you're taking what's happened from 2019, 2018 to 2022, and that is now the theme. That is now what you have in your head. Whenever you think of Patrick Mahomes, it's, well, I remember that game that he had against the Rams in 2018, that Monday Night Football game that was 53-50 or whatever it was. That's who he is. And I'm here to tell you, he hasn't been that for 3 straight years. My whole thought process towards this is they decided we aren't going to pay Tyreek Hill money because we'll just find another fast guy, and our main cog in the offense is Travis Kelce. And that still worked. I mean, they still made AFC championships and Super Bowls up until, last year? But as Travis Kelce has aged and his athleticism has started to wane with that aging, so has kind of their entire offense. And they bring in Xavier Worthy because they're like, he's our fast guy now. Well, being fast doesn't make you great. There's plenty of guys. Who was the one that set the 40-time record 10 years ago, 15 years ago? God, how long was this? Google this one for me. Please, Baca. Tell me when John Ross was drafted. Little tiny wide receiver, I think out of Washington, but he ran like a 4.24 or something. And I think Cincinnati took him in the first round.
2017. 9th overall.
Okay, so it was like 10 years. Okay. Whew. I was getting nervous. I was like, dude, was that like 15 years ago? You ever do that where you're like, you hear 2010 And you're like, oh, that was like 8 years ago. Nope, it was 16, long time ago.
Dude, he had a 4.22 40.
Yeah, like lit the world on fire. Got drafted in the first round, and first of all, got injured a lot. But second of all, just never really became an NFL wide receiver because it's not just speed. Tyreek Hill isn't a good receiver because he's fast. It's because he's fast and he can run routes. He's fast and he had good hands. And they've struggled to find that. I mean, they've gone through the years of bringing in Juju Smith-Schusters, and who was the doofus out of the Giants that they brought over a couple years ago? That bonehead. He was like a first-round pick for them, too. I can't think of it. They've tried to find people to cycle in through that receiver spot, and they've just kind of taken the approach that Mahomes will invent good wideouts, which is a safe bet because I think that happened with Tom Brady. I think that happened with Peyton Manning. Drew Brees. Like, if you have an elite-level quarterback, you can give them talent that's pretty good and make them really good. I mean, guys made entire careers off of that. I still, to this day, don't know how good Julian Edelman actually was. He was good, but was he that good because Tom Brady existed? You know, Wes Welker, good wideout. Was he that good only because of Peyton Manning and Tom Brady? I don't know. And the thing is, I can't argue against it because his numbers are the numbers. Kadarius Toney, thank you guys. That's who I was thinking of. But you look at Mahomes from a straight numbers perspective, the last 3 years, and you do blind resume, you would say that's a pretty good quarterback. You would not say second best in the league. And I don't know if Kansas City's offense, who basically they've added, Kenneth Walker Jr., but if you want to look at sort of their offense overall, their weapons are still Rashee Rice, which who knows if he's ever going to stay on the field, Xavier Worthy, and Tyquan Thornton are their top 3 wideouts. I don't think this is going to be a 50-touchdown season for Mahomes. Now, could this be emoji at the end of the year for worst prediction? Maybe. Clip that, send it out. But I don't think the Chiefs are going back to this we run the entire NFL from an offensive standpoint thing. They've been able to survive with good offense, not great, good offense, and really elite level defense for the last few years, up until last year. So, 303-504-0925. Tonight, we're officially in the All-Star break for the MLB. Tonight's the Home Run Derby. And I'm conflicted here because I still think the Home Run Derby is the now single most interesting and entertaining skills challenge in any All-Star break across any sport. Used to be dunk contest, not it anymore. The only thing I might give a little credence to is perhaps three-point contest. If I asked you, Baki, you can only watch one thing, the Home Run Derby or three-point contest. Which is it?
I'm kind of in on the Home Run Derby every year, at
I
least
am
to
too.
start out, and then you get like 10 minutes into it, then you're like, okay, let me check back in during the finals later.
But that initial first round is great. Just seeing the guys who can't do it, who just can't find the long ball, and then finding the dudes who just rip. I think it's a blast. But I'm conflicted in this. The change that they made to this Home Run Derby, they're going by swings, not by a clock anymore, which I appreciate because now that's going to give you the actual opportunity. The best part of the Home Run Derby is to see the ball off the bat and see how far it goes. When they had the clock, it was you saw the ball mid-flight and then they cut back to the batter's box. I'm like, I want to see where it landed. That looked like it was a 500-footer. When they had it at Coors Field, I want to watch Shohei Ohtani try and hit the party deck. I don't need to see the next at bat if he rips one. So this is going to give them the opportunity to do that. It's 20 swings, 15, and 10 is how the rounds go. But if you homer on your last swing, you keep swinging until you get an out. So that's the new format. So I like that. I'm conflicted, though, because how is Hunter Goodman not in this? You look at the top dudes across the league who've been ripping homers. Hunter Goodman is tied for, no, not tied. He's all alone in 6th place, 27. That's across the entire MLB. The only guys above him are James Wood out of Washington, Junior Caminero from Tampa, Ben Rice from New York, Jordan Alvarez from Houston, and then Schwarber, who's been leading the way basically all year. He's a catcher who's got 27 home runs by the All-Star break. And what drives me the most nuts, and I pray to God, well, first of all, if there is somebody that is in charge of home run decision-making and who are the contestants are, that use this as an argument against Hunter Goodman, I want you to say it out loud so I can publicly shame you for being an idiot. He plays at Coors Field. He gets the altitude bump. Oh, yeah. You know, like all those Rockies the last few years, Baca, that have been slamming 50 home runs? You know, those great Rockies teams
Yeah, the
that we've
countless
had?
guys, yeah.
Oh, the countless number of guys who have been ripping home runs at Coors Field over the last few years. And if you really want to break it down, he's got 18 home runs on the road with only 9 at home, which eliminates the entire argument.
We don't need your facts here.
I mean, I get it. Nobody cares about the Rockies. There's a lot of people in Denver that don't even care about the Rockies. But when somebody's having a year like this, give the dude his flowers.
I was scrolling down to find the next catcher, and it's Shea Langoliers here with 21.
No, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Like, he's on, maybe he's not on the same pace, but he's on a, I'd say, step down pace from what Cal Raleigh was doing last year, which was hitting 60 home runs as a catcher. And I said this about Cal Raleigh last year. When it came down to the MVP vote was between him and Aaron Judge. And statistically, there was no question Aaron Judge was the MVP, and he did end up winning. But my argument was simply this. For a catcher to do what he does, which is hit that many home runs and stay that consistent at the plate over the course of a full year, you have to take that into account when you're evaluating a season. I don't know how to explain this to you guys if you've never played baseball before. I was a catcher for like 2 games. It's the most brutal existence I can think of. Your entire day is just wearing 95-mile-an-hour pitches off the chest, knees, shins, hands, fingers, everything else. Just do this. Do me a favor. I'll just Google this real quick so we can get an accurate number. Average number of pitches thrown in an MLB game. It's about 146. Do me a favor, Baca. Over the next 2.5 hours, which is about the length of an MLB game, you get in a crouching stance 146 times and sit there for about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds and then come back up and do that 146 times over the next 2.5 hours and tell me how you feel afterwards. And then I'm going to throw some weighted stuff on top of you, like a mask and shin pads and a chest protector and all that different stuff. And I want you to do that. And then, in the meantime, I want you to not strike out 4 times against MLB pitching.
I can do that.
Think about that. Think about how difficult that is every single night for that position while you're getting beat the hell up by everything else, by the way. It's incredibly hard. And the disrespect that has been shown to Hunter Goodman in this is insane. Stupid. So, again, I'm conflicted. Because I love this event, and I'm going to watch it, but I'm going to watch it through gritted teeth because I feel like there's some bleepery about that I do not like. Texter says, we need to get Jake McCarthy in the inside the park home run contest. Seriously. Second time this year, he's had a leadoff inside the park homer. So 303-504-0925. Just show the man the deserved and earned respect that he needed to get. Texter says, hey, Brett, did you see the Rockies draft picks? They're getting nationally praised for their work. Perhaps there's a chance. So I saw they went with a lot of pitching, which is always what you want to see. They also went with a shortstop again. And I don't know, shortstop and a couple of catchers. You got to fill out a farm system. I understand that. I'm a little bit confused. They took, was it Troy Bell? Is that his name? With the 10th overall pick. He is certainly somebody who's really talented, and he seems to be pretty close to ready-made for MLB play. But you just took Holiday last year, who plays the same position. You have Zeke Tovar at short. I'm curious to know what the plan is there. And when I see two catchers that are drafted, I'm like, I hope that doesn't mean that something's afoot. It's the first thing that I think of. But I told you guys from the very start, to treat D. Podesta and this new regime as same old Rockies, I think would be foolish. How about you give them a shot before you start to make any sort of decrees on what this guy is and how he operates? And, well, it's the Monforts anyway, so who really cares? It's going to be the same thing. How about you just give him a second? And I think in the short time that he's been here, you've seen he has built a roster out of young, talented players that are fun to watch and have potential. He has sort of, it's felt to me, punted on the idea of pitching in this first year. He said, I'm going to sign some older arms like Sugano and Lorenzen and everybody else just to get us through and build a bridge to the next season, in which I think next year is where he's going to be he's going to be hyper-focused on getting that stuff fixed. But I think this trade deadline is going to be one that's going to tell a lot about what the acquisition or offloading phase is for them and how they navigate that. Because so far, I would give it 2 thumbs up for what this new regime has done. I think that everything they've pretty much done is something that I've agreed with. Texture says, no, Brett, something should be afoot. Trade Goodman. We need prospects. Yeah, here's the problem with this. Hunter Goodman's 26 years old. Let me ask you a question. If every time you get a prospect and that prospect turns into a player and then you say trade the player for prospects, at what point do you want to get off the treadmill and just keep somebody who's good? I wouldn't mind it if we're talking, like, you want to talk about Mickey Moniak, or you want to talk about guys who are like pushing 30 or in their 30s? That's totally something you trade. But at what point do you get off the treadmill of, hey, this prospect turned into something? You know what we can get for this? Prospects. It's the old Family Guy bit. You can have a boat, or you can have what's in the box. Lois, a boat's a boat, but a box could be anything. It could even be a boat.
Right, but you gotta you want those prospects that you get back to turn into pitching prospects, right? Like you can.
Yeah,
They
look,
haven't had problems developing position players.
I don't have any issue with people. If you get a haul of big-time pitching prospects, then we're having a discussion. But that hasn't been the case with a lot of the prospects in the past. So anyway, a lot more to get to here. 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, Nuggets Summer League. You saw the debuts of both rookies in game one. In game two, Trevin Brazil was out with a shoulder strain. It doesn't sound like it's all that bad, but it is sort of it sucks. It's a missed opportunity to get another chance to see the guy that you drafted first. He's the 35th overall pick. But Bryce Hopkins, the 49th overall pick, had two really solid games so far in Summer League. And he looks like somebody plays sort of at his own pace. It's not super flashy, but he's somebody who can drive the lane and finish. He's athletic. He plays really tenacious sort of defense. I liked a lot of what I saw out of him. Now, everybody else is kind of up in the air. KJ Simpson obviously was running the point the first couple of games. Sort of on and off, had some turnovers, didn't shoot the ball super efficiently, but when he got into a rhythm would knock down some shots. And I know you're probably thinking, why even waste your time talking about Summer League? To me, it's very simple. You need players. I mean, you need guys who are going to fill out your lineup. And the Nuggets are still in a place right now where if they sign Peyton Watson, they're like second apron team. So you need guys who are cheap. And these are the cheap guys. They just signed the EuroLeague Defender of the Year, Alpha Diallo, to a one-year, $1.4 million deal. He's 29 years old. But if he can come in and play decent defense from a perimeter standpoint and make sure that you aren't giving up easy buckets. I mean, they've had guys like this in the past that maybe overall weren't super talented, but played really tough defense. And that's, what was his name? Was it Shaq Harrison's one of those guys? It was like a mid-season signing once that did that. There's a few guys, Torrey Craig, another guy that was just sort of defensive stopper, didn't have much else to his game, but I don't mind these kind of signings at all. Because the thing that drove me nuts last year was your inability to get a stop and your inability to, well, I guess your the frequency in which you allowed people to drive past you on the perimeter and get a straight line bucket to the hoop. There's one flaw that Jokic has in his game is that he's not a rim protector. So a lot of times when somebody gets past somebody on the perimeter, has a straight line drive to the hoop, Jokic makes the decision of, I'll play a little defense, but I'm not going to risk getting in foul trouble over a bucket. And that's sort of the cat and mouse game that he plays pretty much every night on the floor. So if you can get some guys to get some perimeter stops, then you're in much better shape. The interesting thing is at the end of game two, for those who didn't watch, at the end of game two, it's a close game. It's like the Nuggets had this 13-point lead at half, and it disappeared immediately in the third quarter. They brought in this dude named Osai Osifo. He played 6 minutes and 47 seconds. And like a freight train, would run to the hoop, dunk on people, and nobody could stop him. He was 5 of 5 from the floor for 13 points. And the second he entered the game was over. Now, again, Summer League, take everything with a grain of salt. It was fun to watch this dude just jump in and start yamming on people. He had no minutes in game one, played the last, 7 of game two. But a few guys were impressive. Another guy, Eric Stevenson, he's got a really, really smooth stroke, a good shot. You need players on the roster. Perhaps you can find them there. Who knows? One other thing I got to talk about. I'm watching the UFC fight. I am, with these fights now being on Paramount Plus, if you have a subscription, they're all free. If I don't order a lot of UFC fights, at least I didn't in the past, but I would always order the McGregor ones because I think win or lose for McGregor, it's always like really entertaining. But if you remember on ESPN, when they had it on ESPN Plus, you had to have a subscription to ESPN Plus pay for the pay-per-view. So that was like money on top of money. And I kind of, when it went to that model, I was like, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. But if you have Paramount Plus, they're all free. All free with your subscription. So I'm watching the fight. Big lead up. The McGregor walk. You had Bruce Buffer yelling in the mic. And McGregor comes out with one flying kick to start the fight, and his knee blows out. His kneecap's like on the side of his leg. And then you go Zapruder film from him walking into the cage. Like, was he hurt beforehand and hiding it? Because I'll tell you this. Put yourself in the position, if that is what happened. I'm not saying that is. I saw him in the locker room beforehand doing that same kick over and over and over again. He seemed fine. And Baca, did you watch this or did you just see like, no, you didn't? Okay. So he's got, in pre-fight, he's in the locker room. They're doing like the live camera views, and he's doing the same kick that he led off the fight with against Holloway. And he looks fine. But there's a Zapruder film sort of analysis of him stepping into the octagon where it looks like he's trying to not put weight on that knee. I don't know if that's the case or not, but let me just say this. If I was Conor McGregor, and let's say sometime in the hours leading up to the fight, I felt my knee go. If you do not participate in the fight, you do not get paid. If you step into that octagon and completely blow your knee out with a flying kick to start the fight, you still get paid. What do? Where is your honor? Where's your morality? Because I'll tell you where mine is. I'm getting my knee fixed after that fight. That's what I'm doing. Baca, you taking the cash or you keeping your honor?
What was it? 15 mil guaranteed or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll suck it up for 20 minutes. And to be fair to Conor too, he had that kick and then he got the hell beat out of him for like 30 seconds a little bit, right?
He was yelling at Holloway was looking at the ref like he's clearly hurt, and he's yelling at him. He goes, "Fight me!
Yeah,
fight me!"
So he took a couple of hits. So he could have just blown the knee out and been like, "No, I'm out." At least he took some hits. I don't know if I would have done that.
Because my first thought when I didn't know that he blew his knee out. I thought he slipped, and then he was on the floor again after it was either a kick or it was a kick and a punch. I forget which order it was after that. But both times he fell back on the mat. And then he just took a step and picked his leg back up. My dog's got a torn knee. She does that sometimes. I'm like, oh, God, he's actually hurt. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm taking that money, okay? Now, what Holloway did afterwards was very distasteful because did you see what he did? He started doing the money signs after the fight was called when everybody's pissed off because they didn't see a fight. And the first thing he says to Rogan after the fight is, well, we need to get this money again, Conor. Let's go and run this back a third time. It's like nobody wants to hear about the cash. When everybody, like, it was a huge buildup for a giant fart. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is also on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Wow. New Open. Big time.
Well, this new Open has been played multiple times over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, but I don't really listen to it.
Or maybe you're cruising in 30 seconds after that Open starts or something like that. Yeah, maybe.
Well,
maybe.
I can promise you that Coach Sanford has never heard his Open one time in his life.
That is absolutely true.
Morning, Victorio.
Good morning.
Why do you look like you're going to play Augusta today? What's going on with you?
Yeah.
What's the deal here?
I'm just wearing the shirt because I wore it yesterday, and so I said, you know what? I'm going to use it for the show this morning, then take it off.
Yeah, but your hair is typically a mess. It looks like it's been gelled of some sort.
I got my hair done over the weekend.
You ever going to go back to dyeing that sucker?
It is dyed.
That's brown?
Isn't it brown? Yeah, it's pretty much.
Man, you are colorblind.
Hey, how was doing television over the weekend? You had to show your hair. I missed you. I didn't see you. How was it?
Different. It was different. I've never done that before. Like that version of I'm the one running the show and people are yelling at me at what is coming next and what I have to throw to and all of that.
Wait, isn't that what you do here?
No, I don't get like Baca and Nelly aren't yelling at me like, hey, in 2 minutes you're going to toss to Katie out in Vegas. She's going to talk to Bryce Hopkins. Like that's not happening in my head.
Let me ask you this. Just you did television studio hosting.
Yes.
And I've done television my whole life. Isn't radio so much better?
I like the freedom of radio.
Yeah, I mean,
I like the freedom.
Is there nothing? And I mean,
not to say I didn't have. I had fun. It was different. I'm glad I did it. All that different stuff. But yeah.
You know, it's interesting, Vic, that you say that because I think when people actually see.
Thank you. Sorry, Moj. Thank you to everybody at Altitude. You made it very easy for me.
You better thank me. I'm the one who suggested you.
Yeah, but you left, so.
Yeah, you better thank me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have done it.
That's
Big
true.
shout out to Scott Bay and Jenny and everybody over there.
Yeah, you better come thanking me.
Griff, you did a great job. All the camera crew, everybody else. Yeah, you guys did awesome.
Vic, when people see how the sausage is made,
Yeah.
I think a lot of times they're surprised at really how many moving parts there are, right? I mean, and certainly for that show, when you're talking about a broadcast, like calling the games, you know, I'm calling the game, but there's somebody in my ear constantly, right?
And telling you what to do and where to go. And
while you're calling, I mean, you know, there are little pauses here and there. Riker jumps in, but there's constant communication from the directors and producers and producer, really.
You guys are going to love this. Just quickly. Quick aside.
Yeah.
And I mean this sincerely. This is not fishing for a compliment. I don't think I was very good at this. At least I didn't feel like I was. I think most of the time you always feel like you didn't do as well as people said you did. I don't know. This isn't fishing for a compliment at all. But there is one gigantic mess up that I had the first show. The first one. So it's the second segment of this pregame show. And I don't know the television terms. It's hard for me. I don't know. I've never seen a TV rundown before, so I'm just kind of faking it as I go.
Just looking at a phone book, you're like, what the hell is this?
So we're talking about the rookies, Hopkins and Brazil.
Yeah.
And Jenny is in my ear. She goes, toss to the feature. In my head, I thought the feature meant talk about the rookies. And I'm like, I'm just mentally going, I'm featuring it. Why are you yelling at me to toss to a feature? And later in that rundown, I was tossing to Katie for Bryce Hopkins thing, and I go, I'll tell you what, let's just go out to Katie. Katie, who's in Vegas. Hi, Katie. And I go, I don't know what feature means. And they go, it's a video. I go, okay, fine. Got it now. I'm like, you got to remember, I don't know what I'm doing here.
Do you know what a VOSOT is?
Voice sound on tape something?
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So I got there. But yes.
Hey, I like this Bryce Hopkins.
Tell you what, he didn't look scared at all. He's somebody that he kind of plays at his own pace. He's aggressive. He gets to the rim. He's athletic. I liked it too. I wish we got more of Trevor in Brazil because he played for a few minutes in that first game and then had the shoulder strain, so he was out for game 2. It doesn't sound like it's anything serious. But as far as Summer League, you know what's crazy? The Nuggets need cheap guys on the roster. These guys could make the team, whether we're talking about the draft picks or KJ Simpson or whoever.
They just went out to Europe and picked up the European League Defensive Player of the Year, Alpha Diallo, who once played here in high school for West High School.
So
It's 29 years old, and it said, let's go to Europe and fill one of our needs.
I'm totally in on somebody who's just a defensive stopper that might not have much else. Like, I loved Torrey Craig. Torrey Craig was kind of that when he was here. But they brought in guys. You guys remember what was his Shaq Harrison was his name?
Yeah.
Just purely defense.
Yeah, he couldn't shoot at all.
No.
But played hard D.
I don't know if Alpha Diallo's got offensive game or not to him, but it's defender of the year. Okay, I'll take that. If you can defend on the perimeter, sure.
Well, I mean, I think the acquisition of Alpha Diallo, and I believe the Nuggets still have 2 more roster spots to fill. That could pretty much be it for Spencer Jones unless they work a deal out of nowhere because they paid a lot less for this Alpha Diallo than what they were going to pay for Spencer Jones.
But it's kind of weird that a 29-year-old is making the jump to the NBA.
Yeah.
At $14 million a year, man.
Hey.
Or no,
what are you
not 14.
talking
I mean, $1.4 million a year.
It's a shot in the dark,
Yeah.
Moj.
I say 40. 1.4.
It's a shot in the dark.
Which, again, they have, is it what, Vic? 8 guaranteed roster spots as of right now, with like 11 that are potential with Peyton Watson, Spencer Jones, and KJ Simpson, who's on a 2-way.
4.
Look at Allen throw up the roster.
So
Allen,
we get 10.
nicely done.
Are we putting Brazil? I mean, is he?
Yeah.
He's on the roster.
Yes.
Well, Brazil and Hopkins are both going to be at minimum 2-way guys. So
I think they signed Trayvon Brazil over the weekend.
Yeah, I think they did too.
Yeah.
well, that's you still have, through what we're looking at here, 5 spots, and here's what the lineup looks like as of right now. It's Jokic, Murray, Gordon, Johnson, Christian Brown, Zeke Naji, Strother, Holmes, now Alpha Diallo, and Trevin Brazil.
That is not good, bro. I mean,
they need another ball handling. You forgot Tyus Jones. Tyus Jones is on the
Tyus
team.
Jones is on the
And Marvin Bagley.
And Marvin Bagley.
Yeah.
So there you go.
But they still need another guard. They need another guard.
Do you think KJ Simpson can make a case? He didn't play great in the first couple of games of Summer League. He had like moments and stretches where he was great, but not consistently over 4 quarters.
Hey, Vic, I waited this weekend, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting for some sort of Peyton Watson resolution. I'm just playing the waiting game. I feel like we're in stagnation.
What's the holding pattern?
Why is there no movement from another team? Why is there no movement from him? I mean, what do you think's going on here?
There doesn't have to be any movement from the Nuggets. They signed him to a qualifying offer. If another team doesn't make an offer, they can simply say, okay, let's settle for this. The Nuggets don't have to do anything.
Well, I think just from a business standpoint, they would not
Of course not.
have him play on the qualifying offer.
But at the same time, if you pay him more than the qualifying offer and pay him his market rate, then you're probably looking to move somebody.
Yeah. And do you think a sign and trade is still out there and a possibility? I just saw,
I don't.
was it like Mark Stein or somebody said the Hawks might get involved in this now with a potential sign and trade or something? It's like every day there's something new. I'm kind of with you. The rumor mill says the asking price in a sign and trade is similar to a Walker Kessler deal.
Jeez Louise.
And that would be 2 first-round picks and 2 first-round pick swaps.
Yeah, that's well, what first-round picks do they have to swap? 20, 30, 8? I mean,
It's a good question.
Vic. Hey, Vic, when you and I are long gone, that pick will be swapped.
Actually,
I get what Vic says though. When he says, "You know what? I don't care about 2038. I care about now." I'm right, Vic. I'm right there with you. Yes, I care about today.
Do you think the NBA would allow this? You have to swap the first pick after either Vic or Moser die. Whichever first pick comes after that, that's the year that we're doing the swap.
Yep.
Just pick random years.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that'll be the year they hit on Joker 2. And then, whatever guy that becomes star.
Did you see the photos of Joker rafting? Did you see how skinny he looks?
Let's cut, a little cut. Looking good.
He has that. That's an annual tradition, isn't it?
I know.
Him going
but
out
he's
on
not
the rafting.
as buoyant as usual. He looks skinny.
He does. He's somebody that, again, you know what's funny? Look at him. He looks svelte. Never have to worry about Joker. That's the nice thing. Like, even with the contract stuff, when people are like, is he going to sign his extension? Like, yes, he'll be fine. It's the last worry in the world is this guy right here. He's fine.
By the way, with all due respect to rafting officials and rafting people, I know some rafting leaders. What do you call those people that lead rafts? Rafters. All those people that lead rafters.
Okay.
You will never get me on one of those ships. Ever.
Not a
Just
ship.
so we know. Just so we're clear. Just so we're clear.
It's not a ship, first of
Okay.
all.
The little rubber shift, whatever it is. You will never get me on that thing in the middle of the rapids. That is insanity to me.
Well, you can't swim.
Yes, that's a
That
problem.
poses an issue.
I'm not wearing the big balloon on my chest. I ain't doing it.
Vic's going to look like the kid from A Christmas Story when he goes out rafting.
Yeah. Randy.
Just totally bubbled out.
I can't
Have you
put my
done it?
arms down.
Moj, have you
I
done a
can't put
rafting
my arms
trip?
down. Yes, I have.
And
I enjoyed it. It was fun. It was cool. You get pretty wet.
I'm just trying to figure out what happens if you fall?
Well, if you fall, you've got a life jacket on. You probably get torn up a little bit, maybe hitting some rocks and stuff, but you ain't gonna drown. You got a helmet on. I mean, it's not like it's without danger.
It doesn't sound appealing to me.
It doesn't. Well, listen, I wasn't in class 5, where you go underwater and you blow up out. It's just you're going down the rapids and and water's flying all over, and it's fun.
That's the one I just
Kind of an adventure.
When I
Now, an
went to,
inner tube down a lazy river, I can handle that.
I've done that too.
If
I've
it's
done
not
that as
deep.
well.
what's that little creek? I went to Vail about a month ago. Creek off the south side. Oh God, what's the highway?
70?
But there's always rafters going down.
Right.
on those. Yeah.
You ever been up to Golden here?
That
Clear
seems like
Creek.
the non-intense, family-friendly sort of rafting trip.
There's people on Clear Creek all the time.
Yeah, all day. Nah, I'm not doing that. Looks too intense to me when you see the whitewater and all that stuff.
Did you see the smile on Joker's face?
Yeah, dude, 7'11". He's taller than the water, than the river. He's fine. He can stand up.
Do you think if
Put
you
that
were in
back up there
charge
if you
of
would there, Alan, please.
if you were in charge of the Nuggets, would you mandate that he at least has arm floaties?
Yeah,
Like, we can't
water
lose- we
wings.
can't lose I know you're confident
I want to see that
yourself.
picture again because
Okay, now that looks dangerous to me. I'm
You've got-
sorry, guys.
Look,
got-
I don't like how these guys are all wearing vests. His brother's wearing a vest. Why isn't he wearing a vest?
You got 4 guys with a life jacket on, and Joker and 2 other dudes do not have a life jacket on. I just
To me-
at least water wings.
That guy in the back has to be the guy. The guy.
That's the guy, right?
He has a vest on. You make sure 3-time MVP has a vest. I don't care if you got to go custom make one to fit a 7-foot frame. It's got to be on there.
Nah. Ain't gonna happen. See, like the segment we just did, you would never have a segment like this in television. Because in television, everything is scripted. Everything is, here's what's next. Here's what you do now. Sponsored by this. You would never be able to riff like we just did. And that's the difference between radio and television. Even though this show is on television right now. Television is staccato. It's right there. It's rule bound. You've got to follow the rules.
Jokic Rafting is sponsored by the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. I do want to get to this.
Real quick, though. It's pretty interesting. You've been on TV, but as a guest, you just sit around and riff and just, hey, what's up?
Oh, the guest chairs.
But when you're running the show,
But when
carnival
you're running the show, dude, and they're all in your ear, how'd you like wearing an IFB?
Yeah, how's that?
I hated it.
Yeah.
I felt schizophrenic. I was
Got a
trying to
little more
talk.
respect for your boy now.
I've always said television's really hard. I've never said that job was easy. I've said to Moser plenty of times, play-by-play, incredibly hard. That's why I don't criticize it all the time.
I think Moser's job might be the hardest job in all of sports.
I do too.
Hockey play-by-play.
And everybody gives him grief. I'm like, I don't think people understand how hard that job is. This job's easy. Like, all I have to say is this. Baca, hit the button. We're done here.
Break.
I mean it. Hit the button.
Guys, I've been talking to you for some time about low testosterone and me dealing with it. Wasn't great, but it wasn't like bad. I just didn't feel like myself anymore. Felt more tired. Weight wouldn't budge. Sleep was off. All that sort of thing. Mind foggy. You didn't even realize that. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has helped me tremendously, and it can help you as well. Guys start losing 2 to 3% of testosterone production every single year in their early to mid-30s, and before you know it, you just don't feel the same way that you felt before. So do yourself a favor. If that is you, or you think it might be you, why not go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, 10 simple questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood. You're going to find out there within 30 minutes exactly what is going on with you. $99 for the appointment, includes a TN PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, if you need it, then the appointment's absolutely free. So you've got nothing to lose here. Find out what's going on with you if you're really not feeling like you used to feel. Plus, they've got these new advanced, really cool medical strategies with TRT, GH, peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's all there. So call them, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, so a few things here. I want to get to ESPN. They have the executive coaches, scouts ranking top 10 at each position, and I think there's a lot of meat on the bone with quarterbacks. And it's not just Bo Nix, but I think I came to a realization reading this list. Because when you see who their top 10 are, I think there's a couple of surprises on here. Now, typically when you do these top 10 lists, people go in descending order. They go from 10 to 1. I think it's way more interesting to go from 1 to 10 because we know the top guys. Number 1 to them is Josh Allen. Any arguments?
Well, I mean, he's the reigning MVP, so it's hard to – or no, he's not anymore.
No, he's not.
He was the reigning MVP.
But it's like if you have him 1, 2, 3, I mean, whatever. Nobody's going to do it.
I think if you gave me a choice to pick one quarterback of this era right now, I would take Patrick Mahomes over Josh Allen.
Well, Mahomes is 2.
Yeah.
Number 3 is Stafford.
At the age of, 38?
But reigning MVP. Best season he's ever had.
He had 46 touchdown passes.
Number 4 is Joe Burrow.
All right.
Number 5 is Lamar Jackson. And I think in any order you want to put those top 5, that feels like probably your top 5.
I would say on any given week or any given season, that top 5 can rotate around and shift, but they're all still there. Yes.
So here's where I think the first interesting one is. At 6, they have Dak Prescott. I'll say this about Dak. Dak, when he's healthy, he missed last year, with that leg, the broken leg. When Dak is healthy, that Cowboys offense is really good. And they lose games not because their offense doesn't score, it's because they can't stop people from scoring. So him being at 6, okay, fine. Number 7 is Herbert. Number 8 is Drake May, who, if, again, a couple of votes shy from an MVP, just made a Super Bowl, hard to argue. Number 9 is Goff. Lions, I think, have been top 3 in scoring the last 3 years in the NFL.
Right.
And at number 10 is Caleb Williams. That means these names are not in the top 10, and Caleb Williams and Drake May and Dak Prescott are. No Sam Darnold, who just won a Super Bowl and had back-to-back 14-win seasons with 2 different teams, mind you. No Jordan Love. Been good for the Packers for a while.
You know who else is not on that list? Trevor Lawrence.
No Trevor Lawrence. No Baker Mayfield. All of those guys are in the category of honorable mentions, along with Jaden Daniels, Brock Purdy, and Jalen Hurts.
Where's our guy?
So at the end, there's an also receiving votes. And that is Bo Nix, Daniel Jones, and C.J. Stroud. Here's what I think is the realization I've come to. You know the amount of arguments that we had, Moj, about Brock Purdy, you and me, where I just I don't buy Brock Purdy. I think he's fine. I think he's a fine quarterback. I just don't think he's great. And I think the same thing about Jalen Hurts. I think he's a fine quarterback. I just don't think he's great. And it's the reason I think that is, I think the team is more responsible for the winning than they are. Not that they aren't in part responsible for it, but it's not they aren't carrying their teams to victory.
Yeah.
They're part of a machine. And the Niners have a hell of a machine, and the Eagles have a hell of a machine. I think that Bo Nix is in the Purdy Hurts thing. That people are like, yeah, he's good, but have you seen the Broncos' defense?
So he's part of the machine,
yes.
And that machine gives him the ball and stops the opponents.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what I think he is.
That's a great point, and it also proves why John Elway was one of the greatest of all time. Because he's the opposite of what you just described.
Right.
He pulled. He didn't just join the party. He pulled the team.
Totally.
Peyton Manning did that forever.
Until Super Bowl 50.
Yes, but I'm including his Colts days and stuff like
100%.
that.
He was the team.
Yep.
You know, it's interesting. Some of these top-flight quarterbacks, when you're talking about, again, you're talking about Allen and Mahomes and so on. The great Bum Phillips quote about a good coach. Remember that quote, Vic?
Yeah.
He says, so it's almost like this. It's like this. He can take his'n and beat urine, and he can take urine and beat his'n.
Yeah.
So it's almost like, okay, so if you start flipping these quarterbacks and put them, if you put Josh Allen in the Broncos system with the Broncos defense, what does it look like? And if you put Bo Nix in Buffalo, what does it look like?
Here's what's funny, though. Put Josh Allen in the Broncos situation. I don't know if they're better than 14-3
Agreed.
AFC Championship. You know what I mean? Like,
Agreed.
now, the offense would certainly be better because he's amazing. Like, that's going to be the fact. But overall, hard to do better than 14 wins in a season.
Agreed.
Really hard. Now, how you can get to the 14 wins is a little bit different. But you said, for your money, Vic, Mahomes, and this is another thing that I think is interesting towards this.
He's got the hardware.
Are we ranking this based off of what's happened in the past, or what do you think they are right now? Because I'm going to give you, just from a numbers perspective,
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes' last 3 seasons, 27 touchdowns, 14 picks, 26 touchdowns, 11 picks, 22 touchdowns, 11 picks, all of those hovering around 4,000 yards passing. That's
Not great. Not great.
If I did blind resume, you would say, that's a good quarterback.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He's not second best in the league. He's good.
Mm-hmm.
Blind resume, you'd say that. But when you look before that, it's the 50 touchdown, 5,000 yard season. It's the 41 touchdown, 5,200 yard season. It's the high flying Chiefs offenses that we know that put up 35 points a game. I don't know if that exists in Kansas City anymore. And I'm not saying that he's bad or anything, or that he's substantially worse than before. But is Mahomes getting this sort of love for historically what
You're
he's
talking
done,
benefit of the doubt,
and not what he is now?
Well, I love the quote from an unnamed NFL quarterbacks coach who said, he still puts fear in people like no other quarterback. His skill set combined with his will to win puts him at the top. I think I've learned this, Vic, I will slough off and I will put Patrick Mahomes to pasture at my own risk, because this guy, you said it, Vic, he's a witch.
Yeah.
He's still a witch.
You know, I was thinking about this. This is the best summer sports talk fodder you can find. Just random lists made by people.
We never do that, though, on this show, but this is an ESPN thing, yeah.
And then we debate the random lists like it's the Bible here. And let me be on the record. I don't care what Jeremy Fowler or the ESPN thinks the order of these quarterbacks are. To each his own. I respect what they think is great. All I know is all of these quarterbacks at any time can be great. We've seen the best of Patrick Mahomes in this division. So he's going to resonate more with us than he would with the rest of the league because we've seen him more, right?
I guess my question, not so much where he,
2 of the last 3 times the Broncos have faced Josh Allen, the Broncos have won.
Mm-hmm.
Advantage Broncos.
Yeah.
Hey, who was the better quarterback in that game in Denver, the divisional playoff game? Bo Nix or Josh Allen?
That's such a loaded question.
Well, it's Bo because he
didn't turn the football over. I mean, Josh Allen turned the football over
4 times. I mean, that's bad.
Right. So but I mean, when you're talking about the friggin' production on the field.
Okay, but I'm just saying we can only speak in what we saw. We can only speak in experience.
Agreed. The turnovers did him in, but I'm telling you, man.
What Moser's saying is, I think every possession that wasn't a turnover was points. It was points.
It's like saying, hey, what
did they punt? Wait, do I remember this right? I don't think they punted in that game, did they? Buffalo.
I don't think they did.
They didn't. Vic, it's like this. You're at the Indy 500. Yeah. I've got a Toyota Corolla, and you have an Indy car, and you're going 230 miles. Yeah, and I'm just driving along my Corolla, right? And I'm all of a sudden, before I know it, I'm 9 laps down. But then you put the Indy car into the wall, and I just keep driving, and I win the race. Does it mean my Corolla was better than the Indy car? I mean, that's kind of how it was to me.
So wait, here we go. This was all the possessions from, hang on, stay at the top. All the possessions from Buffalo in the playoff game. Touchdown, fumble, field goal, fumble, touchdown, interception, touchdown, field goal.
Jeez.
Interception.
And then interception in overtime. Yeah.
How was that game even close with all that?
Because Josh now
because
Allen, bring up Allen's numbers. If you you can bring up the team stats if you want to.
Because they put up 450 yards of offense.
That's exactly right. I think it was 456 or 8 or something like that.
Yeah. So here you go. It's 449 yards.
449. There you go.
That's how. But bottom line is, let me ask you this.
I mean, the Broncos weren't anybody's little sisters of the poor, but it's just that offense is prolific.
But let me ask you, to the Mahomes question, I have. I'm not dumb enough to think that Kansas City's run is over. I think they easily
first of all,
could
you
win.
are dumb enough. Don't.
You're right. I am
yourself.
dumb enough, just not on this subject. I'm not dumb enough.
Don't sell yourself short, Brett.
I could totally see them going out, winning the AFC West, being in the AFC title game again, making a Super Bowl appearance, because that's what's happened more often than not. Last year is the outlier for
Hold on a
Kansas
second.
City.
I did not call Bo Nix a Toyota Corolla. Stop it. I was over the top to try and prove
Okay,
a
if
point.
you were to assign him a car, think about that. Finish your thought there.
Okay, so just quickly, I think they could do that. But I think the days of Kansas City throwing up 33 points a game are done. I don't think they're that offense anymore. They haven't been that for 3 straight years, and they've done little to improve. They let Tyreek Hill walk because they said Patrick Mahomes can make any wide receiver
Well,
good.
they won a Super Bowl after they let him walk.
And Travis Kelce is the main piece of our offense. It's not Tyreek Hill. So we'll go out and get Xavier Worthy. He's a fast guy. Well, Xavier Worthy's not Tyreek Hill because there's more than speed to being a good wide receiver. You have to run routes. You have to have good hands. That's what made Tyreek Hill great. As Travis Kelce has aged, the Kansas City offense has become a normal good offense in the league. They have won a lot of games with their defensive prowess as opposed to their offensive game.
They just signed a Super Bowl winning running back.
Take a look at their wideouts for me. Tell me what you think.
Agreed.
It's Rashee Rice. Who knows what's happening with him? It's Xavier
Agreed.
Worthy, who hasn't proven anything. And Tyquan Thornton's their third best.
That is correct. But again, they also won without Tyreek Hill. So it can be done.
Vic, so what were you going to say here?
It's silly. Ignore what I have to say. I was going to assign actual cars to these
No, I like
quarterbacks.
this. No,
I
let's
like it
do
too. I think Bo
Nix. Quarterbacks.
I think Bo Nix is a nice Toyota 4Runner.
So just a good forerunner, dependable. It'll go for 270,000 miles.
Yeah, but also looks good.
You know what? I'm gonna give him a Jeep Wrangler. Little hybrid, you can go a little bit off road. You can do a little running with it.
Well, you can with a 4Runner as
All
well.
right, let's start then. All right, what's Patrick Mahomes?
Mahomes is
like a high-end BMW type of thing.
yeah, I like that.
I think he's a Tesla. He just goes. Ran out of batteries last year.
Got to find
I
a
think he just goes.
supercharger
He's
station.
programmed and he just goes. He finds his way. He's a self-driver.
Okay, I see that. I like it. What's Herbert?
Oh, that's a dangerous one.
Yeah.
What's Herbert?
I'll tell you what.
He's a very expensive BMW, man. And when it goes in the shop, it's going to cost you.
That is correct.
Yeah, it's
It's
got to
gonna
be a
cost
foreign
you.
car because when things
Yes.
go
That
wrong,
is
it's an
correct.
expensive fix.
An Audi or BMW, those things, man, they're nice, they're sleek, they look beautiful,
Right,
they have great hair, they have
exactly.
nice girlfriends.
And by the way, it'll get you from here. It'll get you from here to Salt Lake City, but here to New York, you
but
start
when
to
you
worry.
go to the shop,
Yep.
you better pay up.
Yep.
Okay, just because we haven't seen him yet, Fernando Mendoza is absolutely a Honda Civic. Just straight
My daughter
laced,
has a Honda Civic. Those are nice cars.
I know, but it's just a normal whatever car. You tuck your shirt in your pants. You wear the polo. You go to work. You do your sales gig. Like that's what it is.
Right. Last year, Matt Stafford was a Lambo.
Yeah,
That guy was amazing last season.
I mean, what? Lamar Jackson's a Maserati, Ferrari, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Josh Allen's a tank.
Yeah, he's more
He's a
like
Panzer.
He's more like a high-end Ford Bronco.
No, he's that weird Tesla, that weird tank-looking Tesla. By the way, what the hell is that?
Oh, you mean the Cybertruck?
The Lego-looking thing?
Cybertruck, yeah.
With all due respect, I mean, those folks of you who drive that, what is that? What are you driving? You're driving like a brick. What is that? The hell is that?
Stainless steel brick, I guess.
Okay, so that's Caleb Williams. It's new to the market. I don't really know what to think of it. It's kind of cool, but kind of weird and awkward. Yeah, I think that's perfect for Caleb
That's
Williams.
Caleb.
A Cybertruck.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Hang on, let's keep going through this here. Who else can we have? How about what's Jalen Hurts?
He's a truck.
He's a Buick Regal.
He's a truck.
He's a
No, he's a
Buick.
truck. He's just one of those, my dad had a 1979 Chevy, never gave it up, man. Just drove it into the ground. He's just a good truck. Reliable, dependable truck. You name your truck.
What about Baker Mayfield?
I don't.
I think he's better than people give him credit for. So give me a car that's on the market that people always sort of, oh God.
Well,
that's not-
I'll tell you what though. You want dependable? And I'm not kidding you. If you get like a 1996 to like a 2003 Buick LeSabre, that mother trucker will run forever.
Stop everything you've just
I
said.
am
Stop
not-
everything you just said. Stop. I was the proud owner of a 2002 Buick LeSabre. And
No
I'm
way.
gonna tell
Why'd
you
you
this
get
right
why'd
now.
you get rid
Dude,
of
you
it?
have to be a pimp
broke.
to drive one of those.
Moj, I was driving it in 2013. Like,
That's it.
this?
That's it.
No, that's exactly
it.
what it looked like. That's exactly what it looked like. I'm here to tell you this right now. If I were ever homeless, I'm getting this. It's the most comfortable car I've ever sat
I know
in my
it sounds
life.
crazy. I know it does. This Vic, I'm telling you, you get a 99 Buick LeSabre. I'm not. Listen, every car is going to break at some point. They do.
Just the
But-
title, the name of it alone is hilarious.
This mother-
a LeSabre. The hell is that?
Listen to me, Vic. You got to understand. This mother trucker.
You're speaking out of ignorance, Vic.
Yeah.
Shut up and learn.
This mother trucker is essentially bulletproof. You could play wiffle ball in the mother trucker, and if anything goes wrong with it, dude, the parts are cheap and they're a dime a dozen.
Okay.
Moj.
Well, hang on a second.
They're
Hang
cheap
on.
to work on. They're cheap to fix. They're cheap. I mean, they're inexpensive. Not
You want to know the game that I had?
What?
You want to know the game I had?
sure.
My wife, my beautiful wife, first date was picked up in that LeSabre
No
right
way.
there. And we went to Dave & Buster's. That's the kind of game I got.
By the way,
what do you guys got?
I saw two on the road over the course of the last 4 days. I had to send the picture. I took a picture, had to send it to my buddy Todd, right? Because you try to find me a used LeSabre on the market,
won't
you
find
can't
them.
find them.
Hey,
So-
buddy of mine just texted me on Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
A good Baker Mayfield comp is a beautiful car with a salvage title. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Do you know that's exactly
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield.
Wrecked or
His
flooded.
past,
Yeah, wrecked,
it was
flooded,
wrecked
stolen.
in the past.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it drives like, dude. By the way, that's for those of you who've ever wrecked your car and the insurance companies, they want to total it and take it away. Don't do it. Fix it up the best you can and drive it around with the salvage title. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong
No,
with
it's
that
just
one bit.
it's just when you try to resell it
Who
eventually.
cares?
No,
Okay.
I
You
understood.
You drive it into the
understood.
ground.
Two things real quick.
I'm so jealous that you had to because I want one.
So
you can't find them.
I was so broke. Again, I was so broke. I had like $5 in my checking account 3 days before payday. The suspension went out on that Buick LeSabre, and I was like, I don't have the money to fix it. I'd go over a speed bump. Here's what it looks like, because that car's a boat. I went, and then you just hop like
yeah.
the next
Yeah.
like
Yep.
30 yards. You're just hopping all the way there.
But
What-
if you want one, folks, I'm telling you right now, it's incredible how reliable that car is. All the mechanic guys will tell you it's like the best you can find.
JJ McCarthy, by
Crazy.
the way, is a car that is supposed to be nice, but it's a piece of junk, and then he's just put like fake spinning rims on the side of it.
Yeah, he dressed it up.
Yeah.
You know, it's honestly, he's probably like
A sob.
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
but like, you ever? I mean,
Flex.
these Bentleys. Like, if something goes, dude, you got to like take the whole engine out. I mean, it ain't worth it, bro.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Something I'm excited for tonight, but I am conflicted wholly because of what they've done to our boy, Hunter Goodman. Next. Yeah, I got to think. Hey, this is Brett Kane for Fanatics Sportsbook. Have you placed a squad bet yet with Fanatics Sportsbook? If you haven't, you should. They're amazing. We all get into these parlays and trying to bet on guys to hit certain points and numbers and all of that. Well, with squad bets, instead of sweating one guy to carry your entire parlay, you combine player stats into one collective target. So if one guy has an off night, the rest of your squad can still get you to where you need to go. Squad bets are available in the NBA, the NHL, the MLB, and now soccer too. So pick your market, whether it's points, goals, strikeouts, and finally, set a target and select the line you think your squad will hit. The higher the line, the higher the payout. So go build your squad now. It's only on Fanatics Sportsbook. It's squad bets. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app. All right, before I get the Moser eye roll, I'm going to get this out. I still believe that the greatest skills challenge in all of our sports happens tonight, and that is the home run derby. Now, they've changed the format. They're going to a swings format instead of timed.
They keep changing the format. I've lost
This is better.
track. What
This is better.
this?
So this is 20 swings in the first round, 15 in the second, and 10 in the final
Okay.
round.
So it doesn't matter what happens with the ball after you swing.
Well, except for the final swing. If you hit a home run, your final swing, you go
get
until
Okay.
you don't
Gotcha.
get one.
Yeah, I guess you get more pitches, right? Until you don't hit a home.
But here's the beauty of it.
They're going
is
to be looking at a lot of pitches, too. You better make sure it's down the middle.
the timed format was not good for one reason. The whole thing that makes, to me, the home run derby what it is, it's not so much hitting the amount of home runs, it's if Shohei puts one in the party deck, I want to see it.
Totally
but they would
agree.
always cut back to the plate because
Totally
they're trying to
agree.
go fast.
Not only that, baseball is a non-timed sport. Except for the pitch clock. a batter sits in the box and hits the ball, you shouldn't have a clock on how many you hit.
Right.
And take his time.
So what I think I'm going to love about tonight is you're going to see the ball in its total flight path. Remember back in the day when Burma would go back,
Yeah.
like you couldn't do that in the timed format because you didn't see where the ball landed.
Because it's pitch,
Good point.
pitch.
So I like this, but I'm conflicted because they've done my boy dirty.
Yeah, they really did, especially somebody who wants to be there, wants to participate.
He's already going to the All-Star game anyway. Hunter Goodman is 6th in the MLB in home runs. Why is he not in this?
I don't know. Brett, there's no eye roll coming from me. He got screwed. So it's just another pox on baseball itself, period.
Let me do baseball nerd for a second. It's the same argument I had last year. Remember when the AL MVP race came down to Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh?
Mm-hmm.
And statistically, it was Aaron Judge who should have been the MVP. He did end up winning. But I said, you need to give Cal Raleigh an extra bump considering he's doing this as a catcher. And I want to explain to people what being a catcher is like. I did it twice. It's miserable. Never want to do it again. You're wearing baseballs off the chest, neck, shins, knees, hands, fingers, everything. It hurts.
And you're crouching for 3 hours.
Well, and this is what I wanted to get to. For anybody who says,
Can I back you up on that for a
Yeah.
second? Again, I would catch sometimes. I'd put the equipment on in BP, right? Just as because I was never a catcher.
Well, because you can't throw.
I was a pitcher in dude. I did it all, but I did not catch.
Would you throw the ephus pitch?
No, for Christ's sake.
it's a good pitch.
So the point is that all you need to do is take one off the square in the mask, a foul tip off the mask,
Yeah.
a foul tip off the nether region.
Take
I
one
mean,
off the tip of a finger and tell me how that feels.
I mean, any foul tip that hits you, it's a thankless position.
But more than that,
it
Moj,
sucks. You catchers out there, God bless you, because it sucks.
you're wearing, keep this up there, by the way, Baca, thank you. You're wearing the mask, you're wearing the chest protector, the shin pads, all that stuff. The average number of pitches in an MLB game is 146 for one team. Games that take about 2.5 hours. Here's what I want people to do at home, if you're listening.
Yeah.
Get in a crouch stance for 9 to 10 seconds, 146 times in the next 2.5 hours, and tell me how you feel.
Yeah.
Just by doing that, not wearing baseballs off the face and the chest and all that stuff.
Right.
Just tell me how you feel. Now imagine doing that
Yeah.
and hitting the 6th most home runs in the MLB at this
It's
point in the
impressive.
season
Very.
and being X'd out of
He
this
got
thing.
screwed. I mean, they let the big dumper do it last year. So it's not like catchers don't. Why not?
But they got a dude in here, with 15.
Caglianone has 15 homers. What are we doing here? Get him out. That's Hunter Goodman's spot. All the other guys, I see the argument for. Schwarber, Rice, Caminero, all those guys, top home run getters in the league. Walker, okay. Guy's been in the league for a couple of years, got some bombs, throw him in there. Contreras, get a Boston guy in, sure. Bryce Harper, always fun. Murakami, remember how good he was to start the year with his bombs?
Yep.
Caglianone can go. 15 home runs does not belong in here, okay? 27 homers.
How do
Hunter
they
Goodman.
make their decisions? What is it based on?
I don't
Who do they talk to?
know.
Like in the NBA, I'm going to tell you, I'll let you in a little something when it comes to the dunk contest and skills challenges and stuff like that. Agents play a big role in that. Big role in pushing for their guys.
Yeah.
AI, it's through a combination of MLB invitations, voluntary player commitments, and fan popularity. Who the hell wants this Kansas City Royal in there?
Well, the rest of the country might say, who is Goodman?
He's a catcher with 27
I know.
bombs. That's who
we
he
know
is.
who he is. We know.
Hey, you know what, Vic? He's our guy. All right?
But it's more than just he's our guy. He is
He deserves it.
100%
He's earned it.
deserving.
But
Yeah.
not only that,
He's earned
Vic,
And he's an all-star.
Yeah.
yes, but he wants to do it.
He's an all-star.
And he had his old man ready to go to pitching. I mean, he had it all.
Brett,
That's right. He was prepping with his dad.
You've got an eager
that's a good
beaver who
point.
wants to do it, and you're nixing him. I can't
If
believe
you're
it.
in the all-star game, if you're playing in the all-star game, that should automatically get you entry.
You're
if you wanna
already
do it.
there.
Yeah. That should be an automatic entry. Like if I'm in the all-star game as a member of the team and I want to participate, okay, you're in.
So I will watch tonight, but that still makes me incredibly upset.
Ask me if I'm going to watch.
Are you going to watch?
Hell no.
Come on, it's at least the first round. As it goes on, I get tuning out a little bit. The first round's always a blast.
You know what I'm bummed about, Vic?
Tell me.
I did all my laundry over the weekend, so I can't use the excuse, well, I've got laundry to do instead. And I can't fold laundry while I have this home run derby on in the background. So I don't know what I'm going to do.
Just turn it on and watch it. It's what you should do.
So you just spent 30 seconds talking about your
Skivvies?
your laundry?
Just quickly here. I don't know if you guys saw. The Rockies got, for whatever this means, praise over their draft over the weekend. Now, there was a couple interesting things to this. They took 12 pitchers, which is always, I think, a smart idea. But their first pick was a shortstop, sort of a college MLB ready-made shortstop, when they already have Holiday in the system. You're like, okay. Shortstops first round back-to-back years, interesting. They also took 2 catchers really early in the draft. And I get you got to fill out your farm system. But I couldn't help being like, you better not be taking catchers because Hunter Goodman's going to be on the market. That better not be why we're doing this.
I think you do it with the value of the player. That at this position, we've scouted this guy to be – Jeff Legwold will tell you that in football too. When you get into some of those rounds,
yeah,
the value is – even if you don't really have a need at that point, the value of that player is too good to pass up on. So maybe that's where they went with Tyler Bell at number 10 overall.
As we got a couple of minutes before we go to break, I do want to show you guys this video. Is this somebody you think the Nuggets should sign to be a backup big to Joker? This is 7'9" Hamad Abdelarish, who plays for Egypt.
Jeez, good.
Come on.
He's doing a tip dunk while standing on his tiptoes. Is this something we want on the roster?
No. I mean, come on. Look at that.
That's you know what that is, Brett. You know what that is? That's a breathing apartment building. That's what that is.
Like, come on.
That's insane.
Have you ever seen somebody hang on the rim with his feet on the ground?
I mean, we're talking about genetics here, and I mean, how could you imagine me trying to interview that guy after a game?
hang on. You know what's great? I think his only highlights are this. I think this is all he does.
So they gave us.
He just stands underneath the hoop, takes a tip on his tiptoes, and gently lays it over the rim.
That is an airport control tower that consumes food. That's what that is. That's not a regular human. That's crazy.
I actually feel bad for that fella. He doesn't want to be that tall. He doesn't want to be that tall.
Nobody wants to be
but
7'9".
you know what? But if you can make a little bread and play for your country while doing it, I mean, you make lemonade out of lemons, I suppose.
Legitimately, what else do you do with your life if you're 7'9"?
You can't play golf.
Well, think about this. You can't be a sales guy.
How do you ride a bike?
I don't know, man. You know, the first time, this is years and years ago.
Here's what every sales pitch goes. Would you like to buy this? Jesus, you're huge. Like, every time.
The first time I grabbed Hastings' pitching wedge.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, it feels like a driver.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just Scotty can play, but it was like so long. I'm like, oh my God, how do you get this club made? Who makes this? How does
You're
this
right
happen?
though, Vic. He doesn't even look happy doing this.
No.
There's
like,
no
"Hey,
celebration after a dunk. It's like, I just have to do this.
They cursed me with 8 feet. Here we go.
This
Here,
is what my life
take
is.
a little ball.
You know
Take
what?
a little ball. I'll put it in the little basket. What do you want?
He's surprisingly evenly built for being 7'9".
You know, he could be a bouncer for life anywhere. Think about that.
Amazing.
Don't you guys just want to see him try to guard Wemby, though? Just like a couple of plays, or the other way around?
Wemby would go around
Wemby would
so
look,
fast.
but he would look
He can't
small,
move.
though.
Yeah.
Wemby would look small next to him. You're right about that.
Like half a foot shorter.
You know, I was watching some of those highlights from the Nuggets' newest signee, Alpha Diallo, Defensive Player of the Year in the Euro League, and they showed him go up against Wemby a couple times, and he went past Wemby for a dunk, and he looked great. I wonder now, with the Nuggets reaching out to the Euro League, if this is sort of a wave of the future, is the European League getting that much better to where NBA teams can pick and choose certain players to fill certain needs? Like, is he going to be a rotational player here or end of the bench player?
Yeah.
That's a great question. Because if he fills the Spencer Jones spot, which I don't know if they're going to proceed with Spencer Jones, but let's say he is the Spencer Jones guy. He'll be in the rotation.
Sure he will.
Vic, I've got to be honest. I don't remember him as a high school player here in Denver.
I do. He played at West High School
Right.
when they had a couple seasons there. They went to the tournament. And I think
Right, they had
Final
a couple. They
Four.
had a couple pretty good runs, right, in the state tourney, and then he moved to New York, correct?
I don't know what happened
And then
after that.
okay,
He went to Providence.
right. I don't know. I have no idea what his game looks like, so I can't really answer you.
He's a slasher. He can jump quickly. He's 6'7". He's, again, Defensive Player of the Year in European League. And one thing about the Euro League, it's a much more physical brand. They beat the crap out of each other.
Just quickly before break, somebody says altitude bias with Hunter Goodman. Well, if somebody who's making these decisions for the Home Run Derby participants says Hunter Goodman, argument against him is because he plays in altitude, I want to publicly shame this person because out of the 27 home runs hit by Hunter Goodman this year, 18 are on the road.
Yep.
18.
Yep.
All right, so a lot more to get to, Instagram.
So this happened yesterday, playing golf, and somebody said, gosh, it's hot. It's so hot. And I said, I'm not hot at all. I'm not even sweating. And I wondered why that was the case. It's because I've been teaching myself not to sweat with all the sweating I do in my sauna. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, owning a sauna and using it every day, it allows you to adapt to whatever weather. I'm not even sure if it's scientifically positive there or not. I could just tell you it's easier for me to adapt to the hot and heat and humidity now that I have a sauna, which I got at Flatirons Fire and Design. If you need a sauna or, let's say, a fire pit or a grill, a pizza oven, anything that you want to use during the summer months in Colorado, go to Flatirons Fire and Design right off of 53rd and Bannock North I-25 or check them out online, flatironsfire.com.
Right. I don't like songs like this. Right.
Can I ask a question to you guys?
What's that?
I don't know if you guys watched,
Oh,
but I got home late Saturday.
I wanted to make one final thing about Alpha Diallo.
Okay. By the way, having the first name Alpha is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
Your first name would be Beta.
He did sign with
Beta Moser.
Beta. Yeah, that's funny. He did sign with Panathinaikos at one point, but never appeared in a game with them.
Good. That's what I like to hear.
So that means he's on our side. He's basically like, yeah, you know what, Greeks?
Here's what I want to ask you. I got home late Saturday, and at the perfect time. I'm not, again, these UFC fights being on Paramount Plus make it so much easier because I like UFC. There's few fights that I would pay for, but when they were on ESPN, you had to have the ESPN Plus subscription and then do a pay-per-view on top of it. I'm like, this is too much. I'm not doing that.
I didn't know it was on Paramount.
So it's on Paramount. All of them are on Paramount Plus now, and they stream all their fights exclusively on there. If you have a subscription, you can watch it all. And I was like, you know what? I'm back in time right there for McGregor. And I see the lead up, and that place is buzzing. It's McGregor's back in the octagon. It's him and Max Holloway, and Bruce Buffer is fighting and doing the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
All of that to end 5 seconds in with one kick where he blows his knee out. And there's controversy in that, was he hurt before it and just didn't let people know? Did it actually happen during the fight? A whole bunch of different questions. But he blows his knee out doing this flying roundhouse kick right out of the gates, and he can't stand up afterwards. So they call the fight. Fight's over. It all
hard
ends.
to watch, dude. It looked like a baby doe that had a broken. Couldn't just stand.
It looked like Shaq on the Suns. You know what I mean? Like you're just trying to hang on to whatever you got left of your fighting career, sort of thing. Because I don't know how he comes back from this. Remember, he busted his leg like in half a couple of years ago.
Right.
But here's my question to you guys. I'm not alleging that this is the case because I did see him warming up in the locker room beforehand. He was doing those same kicks and he looked fine. I think it was just bad luck. But if he was hurt and he knew he had a problem before that fight started, you have two options. The moral, honest thing to do is to say, I have an injury. I can't fight. We need to reschedule. Or you don't say anything. You enter the octagon and you make $15 million. What do you do?
I mean, come on. What do you think?
Because I'm here to tell you guys right now,
Yeah.
I'm making $15 million
It's not
and
being
throwing a
naive
wild
here.
kick.
That's not
That's
being
what I'm
naive.
doing.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that one kick is enough to plant one right on his jaw and knock him out, and then I'm a hero.
Yeah.
But
then you fall and
he
that's
had,
that.
his kneecap was to the, I don't know if you guys saw it. It was on the side of his leg. Like, it was brutal.
I didn't see it.
It's a terrible
I heard about
injury.
it. I'm not a big UFC guy.
You know
So-
your kneecap's supposed to be in front of your knee?
Yeah,
it
it was
wasn't in front of his knee.
Well, Patrick Mahomes didn't his kneecap go around the backside of his leg against the Broncos?
Something
Vic?
like that, yeah.
Yeah, I remember it was Shelby Harris who said I looked at his knee and almost vomited
Yeah.
when he saw Patrick Mahomes that day. The UFC, so there were a bunch of fights leading into that one, correct?
Yes.
That was just the main event. So
Right.
people got a diet of good stuff before.
Oh, Patty the Baddies fight
Yeah.
was amazing, yeah.
Yeah.
Patty
Yeah.
Pimblett.
Yeah, and Patty got his butt kicked by our boy Justin Gaethje not too long ago.
God, I love Gaethje. Gaethje's going to be on that Bob Does Sports show, by the way. Looks like.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
He was up in my place a couple weeks ago playing Rolling Hills.
Yeah, but there were good fights before it with big names and all of that. But I mean, McGregor was back in the octagon. That's a whole big thing, and for it to end that way is just it sucks. But people were criticizing him, saying, "I think he was hurt beforehand. He just wanted to make some money." It's like, well, yeah, yeah, $15 million. I'd like to do that too. Not to mention, I don't know if you guys saw this, and you got the clip, don't you, Baca? So, whenever there's a big UFC fight like this, there's a ton of celebrities like there are in big boxing matches and all of that. So like Mel Gibson and Vince Vaughn and Max Crosby and a whole bunch of people are there.
Mel Gibson's there?
Mel Gibson was there.
Wow. All right.
But the UFC famously, almost like every other big main event fight they have, goes to the crowd, shows the celebs in attendance, right? And they will get somebody wrong. They will have the name of the person who's not the person.
Yeah.
They thought it was Jalen Williams, J-Dub, of the Thunder. It was not him. Dana White wasn't even asked about it. He brought it up himself after the fight. Listen.
I tell you all the time, my production team, we just did the White House. We built a arena on the south lawn of the White House, and it was the greatest thing in the world to be there live and to watch it on TV. I just paid Shakur Stevenson a load of money, and for some reason we can't figure this celebrity out. They put him up as a OKC NBA player. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's absolutely crazy. But we are the absolute worst to ever do the celebrity thing. When we put celebrities up, we are the worst. I just had this debate in the back with my guys while I was screaming at everybody back there, and they said, no, soccer's worse. Soccer shows the people and they don't put up any graphics. Oh, no. We put up graphics and put the wrong guy's name on it. We win. We're the worst.
That's
Ever
hilarious.
to do it.
That's so good. I love it when you can criticize yourself. I love it. You know, isn't that endearing, to be honest?
Yes.
We're the worst.
I mean, think about this, though. First of all, he's not the commissioner. I forget what his title is in the UFC, but he's the face of the UFC.
Well,
right?
he owns the whole thing.
But he's like, whatever the commission, I don't know if they have a commissioner of the UFC, but he's that.
He owns it.
Imagine Adam Silver saying something like that at an NBA press conference.
Not a chance.
Dropping
ever.
that many F-bombs, doing all of that. I kind of want it. I want Goodell to go out
but
and
now
say that
you
about
understand the
NFL.
value in like when the Knicks won the NBA championship, the value in showing those celebrities that sit in the front row. I mean, every television venue, they seek that. That's we need more that we need to start bringing more celebs to Denver and just placing them in desired spots.
Because who do we have? It was Macy. What's his name? Macy? William H. Macy?
William Macy, yes.
He was that a Nuggets or an Avs game?
Avs. He's a big Avs fan.
Yeah.
He was on the podcast with Kyle and the boys.
He was at a bunch of games, guys.
Yeah.
Wasn't the dude from The Hangover, Ken Jeong? Isn't he a Nuggets guy?
You know who's a big Nuggets fan, but he's usually not down low. He's in a box. Lance Armstrong, as you guys well know.
Yeah.
Really?
Big Nuggets fan. Huge Nuggets fan.
Yeah, we need to find more. We need more.
Yeah.
Well, one time Macy took over the Avs Twitter account.
Yep. Yeah, he did.
Was it during the postseason or right at the end of the regular season? He took over the Avs Twitter. Who was the guy? What's the guy's name? The new Rockford Files.
Huh? I have no idea what you're saying. I have no idea what that means.
The new Rockford, is this like the new Little House on the Prairie show that's out there? I'm sure you'll be watching.
David Boreanaz, is that right? David Boreanaz.
Yeah, that name's familiar. Uh-huh.
That guy was one time at an Avs game.
Hey, just quickly here.
Craig Stadler used to go back in the day.
So
okay, I didn't watch UFC, so apologies. Tony says you're not talking about Denver's very own Brandy Royval winning. I mean,
Brandon.
It says Brandy here. I didn't watch it. Brandon?
I didn't make it home for the early fight, so I don't know. I'm ignorant on that part. So yes, good for him. I didn't see it. My bad. Just quickly here. The Seahawks sold for $9.6 billion?
That's
Dude,
insane.
what is going on?
So hang on a second. Just 4 years ago, right? 4 years ago, the Walton, almost to the day, about a month. 4 years ago, the Walton Penner Group bought the Denver Broncos, for $4.65 billion. And if in 4 years, if they wanted to sell them today, they could make $6 billion on their investment? That's what I'm hearing?
I don't understand enough about business to understand how these things are escalating in value so quickly, where you can buy an asset, turn around a year later, and it's already 50% clear of what you bought it for. What is going on? Is it the only asset in the world right now that matures like this?
You're talking about a $6 billion price raise from 4 years ago? Has anything risen in price? $6 billion.
Yeah, eggs.
Hey, 1999 Buick LeSabres. Can't
Seriously,
find them.
though, they bought the Broncos for 4.6. If they went to sell them today, it would definitely go now for over 10.
Well, and you figure in the value of the new stadium and all
Yeah.
of that we're talking.
Bro.
I mean, that's crazy money.
The group who bought this is the new trend in sports, boys. The Dodgers are doing it. A venture capitalist bought Seattle. Guy that runs a venture capital firm. And it's happening all around sports now. Venture capitalism is taking over sports. Look around.
I like to yell at a guy, not a group.
The thing is, though, Vic, is that teams now, they never, ever go down in value. And I was reading as to why it's the long-term national TV contracts. It's
because it's the only
salary
live
cap.
event.
It's the revenue sharing. It's
Yes.
all, yeah.
It's a live event that creates drama that there's nothing else we do anymore that people have to watch live.
Well, what would make the NFL go down in value?
If there was mass lawsuits, safety issues, violence issues, just something that happened on the field.
If they legitimately changed what the game is, which is
Yeah.
no more tackle football, that would kill it. But
Like, baseball had an era where they went down in value, right? Baseball did.
see, but I saw this from Clay Travis. Here's what makes the NFL this behemoth that it is. So USA and Belgium, it ended with 50.1 million viewers. It was the most watched non-NFL sporting event since
The conference championship games.
Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding in 1994. But think about what I just said there. The most watched non-NFL sporting event, which means the NFL does this a lot.
All the time, yeah.
Well, maybe not a lot for 50 million viewers, but like big-time playoff games, or I think the Thanksgiving games get, 35 to 40 million?
Crazy numbers.
I'm telling you, it's the to answer your question, Moser, I have no idea. I don't know when this stops. When does
I
it
don't
start?
know.
There are
I don't
three
know.
things. I think there are three things that can deter the value of these teams and really hurt the leagues. Number one is if there's some sort of massive lawsuits, player related, which is why they're trying to do whatever they can with these concussions. Number two, any gambling. Anybody going overboard on a gambling scandal?
Well, that's why they're so hard on people. Yeah,
exactly. If people lose faith in the sport, the credibility of the sport itself, that can bring it tumbling down. And the third thing is something like COVID. Look what it did.
Right.
Sure.
I just don't know how, because they don't own the stadium in Seattle, correct? It's just the team. Like you look at the Rams, that's the team and the stadium, I believe, or is it just the football team worth 10? Cowboys own their stadium, and they're like 13. Like the Dallas Cowboys are like the
No, Lumen Field is owned by the public.
Okay, the Dallas Cowboys are the most valuable franchise in all of sport, period, around the globe.
Because it comes with Jerry World.
That's what I'm getting at. So when the Broncos finish theirs, my goodness.
That's crazy. 9.6 billion. Good Lord.
Hey,
by the way, what's the theme with teams win a title and they're like, all right, I'm selling now?
Well,
the Celtics did it.
I would
sell at the highest value.
It'll never be higher.
It'll never
perhaps.
be as valuable.
Wait, when did the Red Sox sell after a World Series?
John Henry?
Did they sell after a World Series?
Well, Brett, if you bought the team for, let's say, $2.5 billion, and somebody says, I'll give you $9.5, how can you not sell it, right?
Yeah.
Didn't we just have a great ratings month?
Yeah.
Sell it.
All right. Time to sell.
Hey,
sell this sucker.
Would you guys indulge me for 1 second, please?
How long is the second? Is it a second?
Alan, how long is it? About a minute and a half, 2 minutes?
About 45.
45 seconds?
All right, go ahead.
This is going to make you feel, Brett.
I'm going to tell you right now. You blew it with the thing that you were talking about earlier. This better be good.
It's a walk down memory lane for one Brett Kane. Hit it, Baca.
6 vehicles that you should buy. Let's say you're a person looking for a vehicle that's cheap. There's an easy answer for that. 1999 to 2005 Buick LeSabre. These have the venerable 3.8 or 3800 V6, and they are bulletproof. They are a tank. You could find one with 100 to 200,000 miles on it. I wouldn't be scared at all. They can easily go double that or more. I have serviced a few of these with 450,000 miles on them. It's really a good value.
What?
You can expect to spend $1,500 to $4,000 on one of these, depending on the condition, the year, and the miles. But that's not a lot of money, and you really get a lot of car. Very easy to get 30 miles per gallon on the highway on one of these, and it's a large car.
Why? Let me ask you this. You're the motor expert.
They just did it right.
Well, see, I don't even know what a carburetor is. Why is this car so efficient?
Because the design of the engine and Vic, sometimes car makers, you can have the same model over the span of 20 years. Some years are good, some years suck.
So I don't get it. If this car,
6 years of this Buick LeSabre, 7 years is like the best car you can buy.
I want to trade my car.
This makes no sense. If this LeSabre engine is so good and so valuable and so resourceful and can go for so long, why don't they take that same engine and put it in every car?
Dude, I wish I knew, but I'm telling you, the people at Buick hit one home run, and it was this mother trucking LeSabre. It's crazy.
I swear to God.
Dude, you should have kept it. You're so dumb.
How dumb are you?
You're
the
so
dumbest
dumb.
person I've
God,
ever
you're
met.
dumb.
Why are you so dumb?
I know what it was. It wasn't front wheel drive. I needed front wheel for the snow.
The Michigan snow?
Yeah. It's exactly what it was.
You're so dumb. You gave away the best
most reliable
car you're
engine
ever
ever
gonna
made.
own in your entire life.
I sold my Bitcoin in 2001. What was I thinking? It's so much more valuable.
Since Car Wizard came out with these things, I'm telling you right now, man, they have been I saw one on the road over the weekend. I'll show you a picture. Looked a little rough. But that son of a gun, dude, he's like 25 years old, and he's like, you know what it is? You start it up, and it goes. Nothing to worry about.
That's
Well,
actually
Mose,
true.
How come you got a new car? Why didn't you get a LeSabre?
I couldn't find one. I swear to God, I couldn't find one.
They conned me.
Mose, you come across as a guy who would drive around an old beater just for history's sake.
I would.
Do you know how comfortable, Vic?
This is true, though. It says car manufacturers don't want cars to last that long. That is so true.
Not anymore, they don't.
You know,
No,
like
not anymore, they do
a
not.
1950s refrigerator still works.
Correct.
The one you buy 4 years ago breaks.
That is correct. I'm telling you,
Televisions, too.
Yeah.
this Buick LeSabre, dude, I'm in love.
All right. 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, so there are reports that this is the week, maybe, that LeBron James makes his decision on where he goes. It's assuredly not going to be here. I think Denver's been out for a while. I think they were out from the very start, to be honest.
What would shock you more, Vic? Brett, what would shock you more than LeBron James coming to Denver?
Man, just give me something to think about here. What would shock?
I know you don't
more?
deal with aliens. You're not an aliens kind of. If an alien landed on your front yard, it'd be like, get off my yard, alien. They just mowed it.
Yeah. If I could learn how to swim, that would be shocking. A friend of mine said, "Hey, they have adult swim classes." I said, "Dude, I ain't showing up wearing floaties, having some old lady hold my belly so I can. I'm not doing that."
I don't think that's how it
Stop
works, bro. I don't.
Some old lady holding me up with two hands, saying, "All right, go." I'm too old for that. It's not gonna happen.
I don't think that's how it goes.
No,
How
it
does
is.
it go?
No,
How do you learn how to swim?
Baby Jamal Cale is taking swim lessons. That's
because
exactly what they do.
That's because she can't touch in the shallow end.
All right, Vic. Now here's what we're gonna do, just to get us comfortable with the water.
Kick.
Can you put your mouth on the water and blow bubbles for me?
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
that
That's
would
what
surprise
that's what my daughter is doing, and I'm literally like, I'm paying for this. Is this a thing that we have to do?
You know, I think most basketball purists,
Yeah.
just from a basketball sense, they see the Nuggets as a great destination spot for LeBron with the mind games that he and Nikola Jokic can play together. But I just don't know if LeBron believes Denver is a destination spot for him.
No.
I just don't know. I mean, and I hope I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe I have no idea what would convince him otherwise. But our beautiful city, I mean, again, just spend a summer night here. Last night was just wondrous.
Well,
sitting on the deck with a slight wind, so beautiful. Where else can you do that in the United States on a summer night? You know, you're in the Midwest, you're sweating your beans off. It's so humid.
LeBron's probably doing that in Brentwood as we speak.
Yeah.
Probably so. But we did get a message from the.
Well, hang on, Moj. Before we get there,
Sure.
Before we get there, it's LeBron is being pitched by all these different teams, and I guess people are sending voice notes to Rich Paul.
Correct.
To then he gives to LeBron.
That is correct.
I have
Vic,
no
you're
idea
aware
what
of
this
that, right?
means.
That they're sending voice texts to Rich Paul, opining the greatness of their franchise and why he should pick them and all this. It's just kind of weird.
By the way, this is a great comp. What would be more shocking, LeBron coming to the Nuggets or the Rockies catching a heater and making the playoffs this year? Which would shock you more?
Rockies.
Rockies.
Yeah.
Because that would require consistency on a. Like, I watched yesterday's Rockies game, and it just, you want to pull your hair out. It's 1-1. They're going to the eighth, and just little things they're not doing right. Just the little plays that make a difference in the outcome.
You
of
walk
the
a
game.
leadoff batter when it's tie game.
By the way, you're right about Senzatella. Senzatella's getting wild.
Get
all
rid
a
of him
sudden.
now.
Yep.
Now.
Second.
I
Do
was
it.
thinking that watching last night. Like, dude, he single-handedly blew up in the eighth, and they got to unload him before he loses all value.
He's my boy. Senza's my boy.
He needs to go now.
But
Now.
even me, he will never have any more value to the Rockies to
Than right
deal
now.
than right this second.
But they're sending voice notes to LeBron. Our former producer, Marty O, I guess he was bored at work, sent this to me. This is a potential pitch.
Send it to me too.
Go ahead.
LeBron James, it's John Cooper, coach of your Tampa Bay Lightning. I'll give it to you straight. We're going to need you next year. You know, it's funny, Mr. James, I was speaking with my wife earlier, and she said the funniest thing to me. She said, John, a closed mouth gathers no feet. And I stopped what I was doing, I dropped my book, and I said, whoa. And I instantly thought of you. You know when to shut your mouth. So my advice to you during this time, gather no feet, for the time is nigh. And I'll leave you with this. I believe it was Yeats who said, reality writes itself from the book of destiny as we speak, yet it only presents itself when it does so. Yeah, listen to that one again if you need to, bud, but it's not lost on me. And I think you'll understand what I mean in due time, Mr. James. Good night. And good luck to you. Go Bolts.
So he's trying to recruit him to the hockey team?
Yeah.
He
First of all, how bored is Marty if
He's
he's trying to
bored
send us
as
radio
hell.
bits from his job?
but he but at the same time Marty's always done a good John Cooper.
Yeah.
Always.
Hey, guys, what does Marty do now? What is his job?
He works in a cubicle.
That can't be
But
true. Hang
what
on
does
a
he
sec.
produce? What does he give the world?
I don't know.
He gave the world so much
It's
before he
something
left here.
medical something. Like he's not doing the inventing the medical stuff. He's like a paper pusher or something. I don't know.
I'm not going to get got with that text that just came in. I'm not getting got. I am not getting got. Here, you look at it.
What?
This text. Click on that. I'm not going to get got.
Mm.
I'm not getting got. No, not that one.
Oh, what?
The picture of the player right there.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Good job of not falling for a fake tweet.
Good.
That's good. Here's the thing, though. You know what else is funny about this LeBron stuff? Is he very obviously is friends. And I think this is, forget the Denver part, Vic. I really think this is a part of it.
Yeah.
A huge part. LeBron wants to play with his boys. That's always been the case. Everywhere he's gone, he's had a buddy of his, whether it's D. Wade and Chris Bosh in Miami,
Well,
whether
he
it's
literally did
Kyrie
play with this
in
boy
Cleveland.
last year. He played with this boy for
Well,
the last
yeah.
2 years.
Kyrie in Cleveland.
His actual boy. But he
It's-
played with this beautiful baby boy.
Anthony Davis in LA, and then his son, and he always has somebody that is in his inner circle that he is trying to accomplish things with. He wouldn't do that here in Denver, but here's what Draymond said. That's one of his boys, right?
Yeah.
They asked him, "Did you give LeBron a pitch?" And he goes, "Of course I did. And of course the pitch was crazy." And I'm like, I can't imagine this. This is what's so weird about the Draymond-LeBron relationship thing. If this radio station just went kaput, it was done, and a new radio station was starting up, and they said, "Brett, do you want to be a host?" I was like, "Oh, well, I'd like to have a job. Sure, I'll do it." I said, "Who do you want to be co-host?" I was like, "You know what? I'd like get the band back together. Vic and Moj and Nelly and everybody. How about we do that?" I'm not giving you guys a pitch. I'm just going, you want to do the show with me or not? I'm not pitching you on this.
Right,
It's like,
right.
do you want to do this or not? You're my friend. I'm not selling you.
But this is what pro sports has become, though. It's selling guys. It's very much like college recruiting.
But Vicky's a friend.
I get it.
You don't pitch your friends. You just have a conversation about
I get it.
what is it you want to do.
You got to feel needed. It's like us trying to pitch Moser to actually show up for a round of golf. We have to pitch it to him.
that is true, actually.
I don't play that much anymore.
I once again asked Moser to play. He said no. Turn me down again. Once again.
Sorry.
While we're on the topic, allow me just a couple seconds to say, Nick Hodap, you are my daddy on the golf course. Shout out Nick Hodap. I'm required.
Okay, something happened.
Yeah, he cleaned my clock. Nikki, if you're listening, way to ball, brother.
When Vic uses this forum to pay off his bets, you know something
Saves me
went
some money.
really, really wrong.
Well,
Yeah,
you know what he was going to give me?
Really
you know what he was gonna give
wrong.
me?
What's that?
So we had a bet. He said I had to shout him out on the show if he beat me.
Okay.
If I won, he was going to give me his glass seats to any Avs game I wanted.
Really?
Glass, yes.
Wow.
So I lost.
Yeah, obviously lost.
Trying to find the clean your clock origin, where they came from. Just early 1900s boxing.
Sure, it has something to do with one of those big old clocks in the middle of a city.
No, that's what I thought. It doesn't. It just says that a fighter's face was commonly referred to as their clock. So when they were getting beat up.
So the longer this LeBron thing lasts, doesn't it sort of, I don't know, dude.
I mean, but think about it, Vic. Think about the possible. I mean,
gross you out? Yeah, kind
It's
of.
like, come on, man.
agreed. But the one thing you could say is that, look, LeBron, you have a chance to do something in this situation.
Yeah, but I'm
Play
not
with
going
other-
to sit and grovel
Play.
for 2
I know.
weeks.
I completely agree. I'm just saying, if he's a pretty smart guy, he knows every team's situation. He doesn't need to be sold to come to a city and play basketball for that team. And
But he
ride out his
also
career.
knows it's a crapshoot. I mean, you can think
absolutely.
you're going to win an NBA championship, and then you can show up and things can go south in a hurry. It's a
If he was
crapshoot.
smart, he would go east because that's his best opportunity.
Okay.
That being said, you have a chance to play with another of the greatest basketball minds of the last half century.
He's not counting here, though.
Yeah,
He's
but
not
I
counting.
know.
Moj, stop.
I'm just
I mean,
saying.
what do LeBron and Nikola Jokic have in common? Do you think they're going to
Nothing.
hang out after
No.
every practice?
That's what I'm
Nothing.
saying. That's why
Nothing.
this wouldn't work. He wants to play with his guys. That's what he wants. Now, to Vic's point, you are so right on this. There is something that I find just gross about, especially like if you're a superstar, but really any professional athlete. If you made it to the pros, you have been praised at each step of your career for the most part, right? Not to say you haven't been criticized before, but you're the high school phenom that gets all the attention. You're the college star that gets all the attention. You get to the pros, paid a lot of money. Like, LeBron is one of the most, this is inarguable, by the way. He's one of the most famous people on planet Earth, right? You can go to anywhere on the planet, say LeBron
Yes.
James, they will know exactly what you're talking about.
100%.
Does somebody like him really need a weeks-long "Tell me how great I am" tour? Do they really need a "Tell me how awesome I am and how much you want me"?
Brett, will you go back to that?
Well-
when was that news conference, Vic?
It's been your whole life.
Years ago, where he said, "I want my damn respect."
Yeah, that's
and
what
I'm
I'm
like,
saying.
you got all your damn respect.
That was
I mean,
after they won the bubble championship.
Okay, that's what it was. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, everybody gives you your respect all the time. You're one of the most glazed athletes in history.
So what? Let me ask you guys.
I don't know.
What could
I don't know.
possibly be taking so long?
I don't know.
Because he wants this. I really think he wants it. Look, man. Here's the situation. We said this before, but Rich Paul said out loud, on camera, there was no question it was a done deal. He was going to go to the Knicks, and then they won the title, and now he's not. If that were the case.
Why though? Why
Because-
would that change anything?
Because he doesn't want to see as what Durant was doing, which was hopping on a team that was already a winner to try and get another championship. That part I kind of understand. But let's say that the Knicks didn't win the title and LeBron was going there. Would this still be happening? 100% it would.
Yeah, they'd
He'd
find
still
another
be.
way
He'd
to
still
pull
be.
it
He'd
off.
still be dragging it out for.
He would know from 6 months ago. He probably knew I wanted to go to the Knicks. He would be doing the same thing if you were still going there. Why?
See-
Because he loves the "tell me how great I am and how much you guys want me and how awesome I am" stuff. That's what he wants.
I think he's accustomed to warm weather climates now, having lived in Miami, having lived in LA. He did the Cleveland thing because that's where he's from. Well, there's really no warm weather climates on his list outside of Miami, and I'm told that's not going to happen. We might be the warmest climate left. We might be. If you think about it, it's not Philly. It's not Minneapolis. Not Cleveland.
Yeah.
Why would he go to Minneapolis? There's no chance.
Philly, I think, is outside of Cleveland. I think Philly
Just because
is.
it's such a gigantic city, gigantic market.
Yeah.
Yeah, big sports market. And he would have eternal, lifelong praise if they did win a championship there. But 303-504-0925.
Sixers won. Vic 83 was their last. The Dr.
Long time
J.
ago.
Andrew Toney,
Yeah.
Moses Malone Sixers, right?
A whole bunch still to get to here, including, oh, by the way, next. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. Got Fox 31 on this morning, and I saw that Denver City Council is discussing something, a proposed amendment for a 4 a.m. closing time for bars as opposed to the 2 a.m. time it is right now. And as somebody who is a bar frequenter, perhaps it's just because I'm not in my 20s anymore and I'm not in college, I have no use for a bar being open at 3:45 in the morning. That's just, it's too much. I don't need to be driving to work in the morning on the way to do this show, knowing that somebody's getting an Uber ride home from.
Well, there's two rules of thought. I mean, I'm not a bar connoisseur at this point, but maybe they leave them open to sober people up. You know, you cut off the drinks at a certain time.
Well, what this is saying is you're open until 4.
But are you serving until 4? I don't know. Maybe
I
you
would
stop
assume
serving
that's
at 1.
I would assume that's the amendment here, is that you just kind of.
I don't think so. I don't think you serve until 4. I think the drinks are cut off, and it just gives people a resting spot, basically, instead of getting back in their cars.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think bartenders would probably hate that.
Oh, I'm sure they would.
Serving waters, but you're hanging out for an extra 2 hours with no tips. Yeah, that would suck.
Hey, so let me ask you this. As you well know, I'm working diligently on planning a wedding for my lovely daughter.
Open bar, yes.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I would never hold a wedding without an open bar. What am I? What do you think I am?
Savage.
Moser? I do have to ask you this.
What?
He had an open bar. Don't do that
Jesus, good. Open, dude. It was so open.
It was
and
very
I took
open.
full advantage.
But let me.
Yeah, can I get
clarify.
4 of these for the road, please?
Everybody, every human took full advantage.
Well, hang on.
Toward the end, Jim Bob goes, Moj, we're out.
What were you getting at though, Vic?
Here's the question I have for you guys. Because the price structure of what I'm about to spit out for this wedding, it's gonna set me back. It ain't gonna be cheap. But I need to ask you guys a legit question. Does the wedding have to go till midnight? I said let's cut it off at 11 because it's considerably less expensive if we go to 11.
When is it starting?
4.
That's plenty of
That's
time.
plenty of
Plenty
time.
of time.
5 is actually when the reception, you get going.
Dude, that's
6
6 hours. That's plenty of time. That's plenty
what I
of
said.
time.
Everybody's
Plenty.
going to be dust
That's
by then
what
anyway.
I said. Dude, people will be freaking. I mean, how much can you drink?
Okay.
Plus, hang on. You're staying in. This is going to be in Mexico, right?
Yes, it's a destination wedding.
Are you staying at an all-inclusive resort, or are you staying at a regular?
No. I mean, without divulging too much, no, because they wanted these all-inclusive places. If you have a wedding there, they want your wedding party and all the guests to stay there too.
Yeah.
And I don't want to pin that on the guests because they're expensive.
I got you. I got you.
right.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is, you give people a 6-hour window to pound as much alcohol that they can.
Man, what more do you
That
need?
is plenty
That's
of
what
time.
I said.
If you want anything else, go back to the hotel bar, grab a couple of drinks there.
100%.
Yeah.
So my daughter, my wife, they're like, "No, we gotta go party." I'm like, "No, man,
no,
I'll be
Vic,
half
no.
dead at 10."
If you would have said 10 o'clock, I think that's plenty of time.
I
That's
would
5
too.
hours.
And-
I think
Okay,
that's
so
plenty.
I'm not the jerk here.
Vic,
No,
all the
okay,
old,
thank
totally right.
most everybody's going to be dust by then anyway. The only people around are just going to be the kids who are going to barf anyway. So no.
I told her that.
I honestly
No.
don't remember. I don't remember how long mine was because I was also destination wedding, open bar, all of that, and we paid for it. So it's like we had to iron the details out. I'm pretty sure ours went 4, maybe 5 hours, and it was almost too much.
Brett, I'm gonna tell you something.
You better hang tough
In
here,
my
buddy.
next life,
You better hang tough.
I'm gonna come back as a wedding planner or a
Oh
wedding
my
venue
God. Yeah.
operator.
Yes.
Because they prey on your emotions and they prey on your family's emotions, and there's nothing. You're paralyzed as a father. You have to say yes to almost everything.
Yep.
Because this is what they do, and they're very good at it.
Yeah.
And it's tough. It's tough. I mean, I know you paid for your own wedding.
Don't you want your daughter to have the
Oh.
nicest?
Dude,
Nope,
some of the,
sure don't. Nope. Burger King sounds good.
That's what's great for us. Literally, we went through all the things for our wedding. I did 2 things for my wedding. I chose 2 things. Instead of a cake, I had donuts instead, which I thought was a killer decision. Donuts were great. The other thing I did, I hired a cigar roller.
That's good.
$250 is all it costs. $250.
For the cigars, too?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm adding that to the package.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Hey, I've got one
And
for
literally, Vic, everybody at that wedding had a cigar, including 85-year-old grandmothers had one
I
in their
am
mouth.
adding
Love
that
it.
to the package. In fact, I'm going to...
Do a compromise. Say, I'll add a cigar roller, but we're stopping at 10.
Now, keep in mind, we aren't smoking Cubans here, but
Right.
there were cigars with our names on the label. It was
It's
a cute
killer.
thing. Yeah.
It's killer. Hey, by the way, World Cup's been a success so far, right? Game
Sure.
tomorrow, game Wednesday, and then the final next weekend, this coming weekend. Down to the final 4 teams, probably the best 4 that we thought were probably going to be there at the end anyway. They're there. That being said, have you seen they're thinking about going to 64 teams? Now, if you want to get Italy in, go to 64. If Italy, Vic, I'm telling you right now, if Italy can't get in a 64, team field,
Yeah.
then I would just say quit soccer as a country.
I agree.
Do we really need to go to 64?
I don't know. Why don't you want more of a good thing?
I like it. I like. Why not?
It's been good.
Well, what about the whole earning the way into the tournament?
Well, I
and
guess
the-
those. You know what? He makes a point there, Moj, because a lot of those qualifying games, they're viewed by many people as if they're tournament games anyway.
Yeah. Isn't that the whole thing? Is like, well,
The problem is, here's the problem with 64 teams. There aren't many countries in the world that could fit that. There aren't many stadiums.
Right.
Like, you can't do that in certain countries.
We should
In
just
the
do it
United
here.
States, you could.
We should just do it here in North America all the time.
Well, we're the best at it.
Yeah,
we are the
but
best at throwing
I
events.
think that if they would tell you that.
64 just seems like a lot. Like,
So
way
it's
too
going to be
much.
in 2030. It's going to be Morocco, Portugal, and Spain hosting, with the first 3 matches played in Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay, making it the first World Cup stage across 6 countries and 3 continents. But officially, it's Morocco, Portugal, and Spain.
Oh, by the way, I don't know how many of you guys were tuning in to the very end of Game 2 of Nugget Summer League, but I was there. Not at the game, but at the TV studio. And I was forced to watch it. And it was entertaining. The last 6 minutes and 47 seconds of that game featured a player who did not play in the first game, and those are the only minutes he's gotten so far. A guy by the name of Osayi Osifo. The game was tied. He goes in like a freight train. First time he touches the basketball, he goes full court. He's huge. Full speed, gets an and one. Throws in 2 more dunks, including a hammer at the end of the game. They were a plus 18 in his 6 minutes and 48 seconds
and
in
that's
closing
the only
game.
time he played?
That's the only time he's played in Summer League so far. So maybe he plays more in Game 3. I don't know. Especially considering Trevin Brazil's shoulder injury. Maybe he's out again. I don't know. But this Osifo kid came in and went 5 of 5 from the floor and started yamming on people.
Oh, by the way, how do you feel? I haven't watched enough of these games to get a feel of this. The free throw rule that they're putting in place for these Summer League games. So if you're awarded 2 free throws, Moj, they just give you 1 free throw and that's it. And if you make it, you get 2 points. If you miss it, you get nothing.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either. I'm not a fan of that.
I don't like the gimme putt here on the second free throw.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Every point counts. Every point
Are
matters,
they
right?
trying to speed up the game?
It's part of it, yeah. So they're doing that. They're testing the chips in the basketball for out of bounds calls and all this. And I know this has been around for a couple years. I know you're a fan of the 40-minute games, Vic, because they do, like, the games move really fast.
They're great. They're quick.
But I don't think there's any way that they pass this, because what are players going to do when they have a 24-point game as opposed to 33 because they missed out on an extra 7 minutes on the floor?
And there's going to be many more hack-a-shack moments.
Yeah.
To do that.
I don't think it's ever going to actually happen. It just doesn't feel like it's something they'd all agree to.
But that's fine. You know, you can experiment in Summer League. That's what it's for.
We have
I'm looking up your Osifo guy. Osifo?
Osayi Osifo.
Man, this guy's he's played for teams I never even heard of, like the Jacksonville Dolphins. It's a college team. Eastern Florida State. He played in the Canadian Elite Basketball League for the Calgary Surge. What the hell is that?
I don't know what that is,
what
but
is
all
the-
I know is that guy came out and he started dunking on people, and I liked it.
What is Vic, what's the Canadian Elite Basketball League? What is that?
The Canadian Elite Basketball League?
Yes.
I've never heard of that.
I haven't either.
I got to know, by the way.
All right, go ahead.
Just in, Adam Schefter has reached a multi-year extension with ESPN. Of course, you can hear Adam during the football season here on Altitude 92.5. The Insider, his last contract, I'm sure, is this contract might be worth more than the last one, but the last one, according to this report, was worth around $9 million per year.
What?
So when we negotiate with Adam from now on, he needs to pay us.
Yeah. I mean, he certainly needs the attention of being on these airwaves.
Absolutely.
I mean, no doubt.
Right.
One
Good
last
for
thing
him.
here.
Congratulations.
Congrats, Adam. The first time this has happened since 2022. What took place over the weekend? First time since 2022 this happened. What do you think it is?
First thing, I mean, that really opens the door for a lot of things.
Yeah.
Can you give me a sport? Can you give me...
If I give you the sport, it's going to give it away.
First time since 2022, this is the first time it's happened? That might be the dumbest question ever
1,428
asked.
days ago, Scotty Scheffler missed a cut.
Oh.
First time in almost 4 years, Scotty Scheffler has missed a cut.
I was watching the DP World Tour feed. Their broadcasts are weird. They just go to commercial break. They just do a bunch of weird crap on
I
that.
know they do.
It's like somebody's mid-swing, and it's like, have you bought a BMW recently?
Right.
Well, you should.
I thought I was watching it live. It turns out I was watching like yesterday, 2 days ago, and I'm
You're
like,
so right.
Well, they had fog delays and a whole bunch of different stuff.
I didn't know. I couldn't tell what the hell was going on.
Tom Kim.
thought McElroy was going to win it. All of a sudden, I saw on ESPN. I'm like, wait, it's over? Tom Kim won? It was bizarre to me.
Oh, Rory really struggled, though. He had like 3 straight holes. Did you see the clip of him?
Well, that's why I'm watching. He and Jake Knapp are like on top of the leaderboard, and then all of a sudden, they're like 8 back.
He hooked one into that really long grass, and he actually said what we have said a million times. He goes, "Oh, Rory, you're so bad at golf." He yelled that out loud. And I hate Rory, but I did giggle at that.
That's
yeah.
pretty funny.
By the way, every day at 8:45, back after this.
I hate to assault you with the details of my live plumbing play-by-play, but it is what it is. We've had some issues with a sewer line or some line, I don't know, a line that's causing a bad smell in our basement. And the folks at AAA Plumbing, Heating, and Electric have been so accommodating. They've come out here a couple times, assessed the problem. We think we've fixed it. And now they're coming back out just to make sure to put one of those little cameras down in there, make sure everything's fine and dandy. It's assurance. It's efficiency, it's timeliness. They have it all covered. AAA, Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. If you have any of those needs, contact them today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Yep. Dup.
Do you guys have any interest in going through some of the SB categories and seeing who you think should win? Or no?
What is
Say
wrong?
that again?
What is wrong with me? I don't watch.
Do you have
the
any
ESPYs
interest
anymore. I don't watch them anymore.
In me going through some of the ESPYs categories, because I have the nominees.
I didn't even know the ESPYs were up. Is this tonight?
Well, it's always around. I don't know when it is. They do a horrible job marketing this now. So
They don't?
Moj, look up when this actually starts.
Guys, isn't it always like the day after the All-Star game because there's
is.
nothing going on?
Yeah.
It is, yes.
Yeah, they always have it around this time of year. But, all right, let's just go through a couple of them. If you had to vote best athlete in men's sports, is it Shohei, is it Stafford, Jalen Brunson, or Messi?
I'd say Shohei because he's done something that hasn't been done in the history of baseball.
I mean, he pounds the baseball and he also pounds the strike zone. It's pretty amazing.
I will also say this regarding the ESPYs. The ESPYs for me, the awards, they're stupid. Nobody cares about the awards. The show is a fun show to watch, though. I like the jokes. I like the shenanigans.
Yeah, they got
I like some of the skits.
The SNL guy is doing that now. Marcelo
Marcello
Hernandez or something?
Yeah, he's good. He's funny. I like all of the Valvano Award. I love all of that stuff. The awards are dumb. The awards are pretty predictable.
I think Brunson's going to get that New York bump for bringing a championship there.
I mean, can we all agree the awards are dumb?
Yeah. How about best breakthrough athlete? Is it Alyssa Liu, that skater in the Olympics?
Is that the one that went to China?
Yes.
Okay.
Fernando Mendoza, Celebrini, or Drake May?
Breakthrough athlete. I'd give it to Mendoza.
I think so too.
I think the figure skater will win it though.
Probably right. What else do we got here that is interesting? Best championship performance. Is it Aaron Frankel of the U.S. Olympic women's hockey team? Is it Hellebuck for the U.S. men's hockey team? Is it Brunson or Tegan Cavan, who won the pitcher for Texas, who won the Women's College World Series? Yeah, this is boring.
I don't.
This is boring.
We'll
move on.
The awards are dumb.
Yep, we'll move on.
I got nothing for you, man. I'm sorry. I got nothing.
That's why I asked. I don't know if it's interesting or not, and I found out in the middle of me doing it, it's really not. So
again, Vic, what's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Because I got bored with the ESPYs about a decade ago.
I like watching the show. I'm not going to lie. If the show's on and I have nothing else going on, I'll watch it because I enjoy seeing all the people in sports have fun, comedy, skits, all that. But the awards mean nothing.
Can I bring a topic up that has been driving me nuts? So, home run derbies tonight. We were complaining earlier that Hunter Goodman is not in this. And he absolutely should be. It still makes me upset thinking about how a guy with 27 home runs, and especially a catcher, is not home run derby worthy despite being the sixth highest home run hitter in the league. Hunter Goodman hit 254, 27 bombs, 51 RBIs. He's 26 years old. I watched over the weekend the Rockies draft two catchers early in the MLB draft, and I just went, Not that, you're drafting somebody to be your catcher next year. It's not typically how the draft works in the MLB. But it was interesting. And I said, I hope something's not afoot in the appetizer. And one of the listeners said, it should be. They should trade Hunter Goodman for prospects. And I just want to go back to something that is always a question of mine regarding the Rockies and where they're at right now. You trade player for prospects. Prospect turns into player. Then do you just flip that player for more prospects? When do you get off the treadmill here?
When do you stop playing this shell game?
Yeah.
It's a shell game that's never ending, if that's the case. But that's exactly how a lot of these franchises operate, though.
But
a lot of these franchises have done this for years.
Here's the argument, though, Vic, and this is the one that drives me nuts. The Rockies aren't going to be doing any winning in the next 3 to 5 years. And I go, really? Based on what? Moser, can you do me a favor and tell me who leads the AL Central right now at the All-Star break in the MLB?
Yeah, leading the AL Central right now at the All-Star break in Major League Baseball are the White Sox, who 2 years ago were the worst team in baseball.
No. The last 3 years lost 100 games.
Yeah, they were terrible.
Consecutively.
They were terrible.
And they lead their division. The whole point to being bad
It ain't a great it's not like they're 5 games above 500. It's not like they're blasting their way through, I guess. I don't know.
They're
Go
a
ahead.
playoff team.
Yeah, they are. You're right. Okay. I won't take that away from them.
They lost for 3 straight years, 100 games consecutively. And this year, they lead their division at the All-Star break. I don't know what people think baseball is, that it takes like 7 years to turn a team. It doesn't take 7 years.
Okay, but put the Rockies inside the Central with Detroit and Kansas City and Minnesota and Cleveland and the White Sox, and maybe they're in the middle of the pack there.
But
maybe they're a 42-win team or something. I don't know.
All I'm saying is the continually flipping a guy for prospects, hoping the prospect can be the guy you just traded for, and then flipping that guy for more prospects. You're on a treadmill that eventually you have to get off and commit to something. And a 26-year-old catcher who's a 2-time All-Star and is 6th in the league in homers is something I'd commit to.
When do you decide to keep the core intact?
Yeah.
Well, they did that for a while. They had the core intact.
Sure.
2016, 17, 18. And then it sort of fizzled.
It was really all the way through 2020. Then Arenado leaves, and then Story leaves, and, they got rid of LeMahieu before that, and we know the rest of the story. But all I'm saying is I am very much, I didn't know how I'd feel until we got, closer to this. I'm very much against the idea of trading Goodman. I don't want it. I think as a 26-year-old, different discussion. You want to talk about Moniacs or Senzatellas who are pushing 30 or in their 30s, fine. But can't trade him. Can't do it. What do you guys think, by the way? Did you see the video of Peyton Watson hugging Rob Pelinka?
I did.
Don't like that.
Yeah, these guys know each other.
Don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't care.
I don't know who hit who up. But if Pelinka hit up Watson, I'm like, no. Get your hands off my guy. What are you saying to my guy? What are you whispering to my guy?
I'm curious as to what the next move is for the Nuggets, because it's sort of at a standstill right now, right? Everything. They're waiting on something.
Yeah,
anything to happen.
Those watching on Altitude TV, YouTube, and Twitch. That's too long of a hug, too long of an embrace, too long of holding each other's arms.
How do they know each other that well, other than the fact that he's from L.A.?
He's from L.A.
So what?
You guys are
a lot of people from L.A.
You guys are ridiculous. You don't think he knows other people in the league, other GMs, other coaches and scouts? You don't think they know each other? Have you watched an NBA game? Have you seen post-game when they're talking to one another?
Well, you know what, Vic? Then how about this? How about Bo Nix just goes up and kisses Andy Reid on the mouth after the game? How about that happens?
Do you remember?
I mean, Vic, seriously, we've got a restricted free agent who's hoping for offers, who's from L.A., and he's getting dapped up by the GM of the Lakers? Come on, man. I don't like it.
Do you remember when Moser, I don't know if you were here, Brett, when John Fox and the Broncos lost to Indianapolis in the playoffs? Remember Peyton Manning's team? They lost to the Colts. Wasn't it Jack Del Rio hanging out with the Raiders or with somebody? And it threw everybody.
Yeah.
There was some tampering going on. They were really love the week before.
Yes.
And everybody got out of sorts about it. We've seen this in different sports.
I don't have to like it.
Do you want no interaction? Do you want no socialization? You want them just to...
It's not like... Rob Pelinka's not like one of his buddies.
How do you know? How do you know Rob's not friends with his dad? His uncle? How do you know?
Google. How does Rob Pelinka know Peyton Watson?
Friends with
Rob Pelinka's a former agent.
Watson.
All right, let me test your boundaries of Rob Pelinka.
Please do.
Okay, you ready? Rob Pelinka is a well-known NBA exec who before that was a well-known NBA agent. He also was a member of a very well-known college basketball team. Name the team.
He was a member of...
Don't look it up.
I'm not. I'm trying to think here. Was he like a Fab 4 guy? Or Fab 5 guy?
He was. He was on the Michigan Fab.
Yeah, I knew
Fab
there was
4.
There was some sort of connection there. I knew that.
Yep. He played on that team.
Cool. Stay away from my guy.
Yeah,
keep your hands off.
He also looks like Rob Lowe a lot.
If you want to say hi, say hi. Don't touch him.
Don't be touching.
Don't touch him.
Stop with the touching.
Guys, there was 2 hugs, too. One at the beginning, one at the end.
There's a double hug? He did it twice?
Hey, Vic, is it normal for GMs of other teams to go around hugging restricted free agents all the time that ain't on your team?
Tim Connolly is the most socially savant human being I've ever seen. He hugs everybody.
Yeah, but Tim's cool and nice. I don't like this guy. What is this?
Look at that. That's Pelinka's face. Look at that.
Oh, he was on the cover of Sports Spectrum?
Oh, I've got all the issues.
Wait, it was the Fab Five, not the Fab Four. Did we say Fab Four?
I said Fab Four because I'm like Beatles. It was the Fab Five, correct.
Okay, let's name them. All right, Chris Webber.
Ray Jackson.
Ray Jackson was the guy everybody misses on. Jalen
Rose. Juwan Howard.
King.
Juwan Howard.
Juwan Howard. Yeah, King.
And
King
King
is the other guy people miss on.
King was like one of the best ones.
That was a sweet team, dude. Watching them play was fun to watch.
Yeah, you know what I don't think of? Pelinka, hands off.
It was Jimmy King, right?
Jimmy King?
Yeah, Jimmy King.
Here's the other thing.
Yeah. When I think of that, I don't think Rob Pelinka, man, right there with Jackson and Juwan and Jalen and Chris.
I have a question of morality. I was going to save this for the end of a segment somewhere in this show. I have a question, though, before we do this, so don't you dare keep your greasy mitts off that mouse over there, Baca. The dude who got yeeted in Yellowstone by the bison, should we show the video or not out of respect for that guy? Because I don't know how hurt he is.
Holy moly, that was hard to watch.
I've seen.
Everybody's seen the video.
I don't want to see it again.
It is a weird thing that you...
Hell of a tackle.
that the national park is just, you're walking by beasts, and you're just like, well, if this thing ever does get squirrely, it could be bad. Well, it got squirrely.
Do you know how many people are just so stupid with their lives that they get out and they approach these animals? Oh, man. I saw a moose one time.
But, I mean, look how high he is.
Yeah, he's way airborne, bro. Yes.
And he had to be, what, 80?
Something like that. Maybe a little bit younger. But, yeah, he I don't know what happened to him. I hope he's okay. But I'm telling you right now, dude, if you see a buffalo around you, a bison, get back in your car.
Yeah.
And you might not even be safe there. But get away. Drive away. Do not approach. And I know that the buffalo was rolling around and then took off after some people, but get back in your rig, man.
Okay, everybody's saying he's fine. Saw on the news today he's going to recover. That allows me to now joke about this, right? That's how the rules work. As long as the guy's okay, we can do this.
Hey, man, I saw a moose one time. I saw a moose, dude, take on a horse, and it scared me to... These giant animals like that, dude, stay away.
I want you guys to listen to something right here. I had no idea the agility of a bison. And I got to tell you, it's one of the most, shockingly, holy bleep, I'm so impressed with this animal things I've ever seen. I didn't know they could literally turn like that. He ran through trees, and it was almost like a cartoon. The guy goes around the trees in the video, and he looks back. He's just like, oh, I think I'm in the clear.
Someone says the guy's 65. God, he moves slowly for 65.
Texter says he didn't do anything wrong. I'm not saying that he did. I'm trying to put myself in that position. Could I Barry Sanders a bison, is what I'm saying.
Well,
probably not, bro.
Work on your lateral movement. Some stutter steps in.
Dude, it's a 1,700-pound animal that moves like a point guard. No, man. Look, maybe the guy didn't provoke the bison or anything like that. But for God's sake, get back in your rig.
Okay.
Don't just be roaming. Don't make yourself a target.
But they weren't in a car. They were just walking. But here's the big question. Because I know my answer to this.
They're just walking through Yellowstone. They have no car nearby.
If I guarantee you that, look, it's going to hurt when you get hit by the bison, obviously, and you fly through the air. But if I say it's minor stuff, you just got some bumps and bruises, right? Stuff that no broken bones, no concussions, it's just bumps and bruises.
But I end up on the internet forever for being tossed 80 feet in the air?
Can we all admit it would probably be a blast to be launched by a buffalo?
Hey, dude.
When you're midair like that, you're like, dude, this is actually,
Brett.
I've never had this happen. This is great.
So my buddy, twice, has done the running of the bulls in Pamplona.
Well, your buddy sounds stupid.
He's asked me to go.
And I said, huh. So
You-
let me get this
I know
straight.
who it is. You can say who it is.
My friend Todd, you don't know who he is.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Peter Schaefer.
Oh, no, he's done it too.
Yeah.
He did it. Peter Schaefer did Running to the Bulls with Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
You talk about
I
somebody, that's
remember
funny
that.
you bring
Yeah.
that up. That was prime Barry Sanders when he represented Barry. Can you imagine Barry Sanders on those cobblestone streets?
Unbelievable.
Oh, they don't know.
I would pay money to see that.
They don't know. They got to watch the hips.
and the Bulls like, what the hell was that? Most of these guys are most of these guys are pylons, and I can rip them a new one. And this guy just put moves on me.
Dude,
The hell's
did you
he
see
doing?
all the Bulls getting together? Okay, guys.
Find
Barry Sanders is here this year.
Okay,
Listen,
yeah.
here's the plan.
Dude, I needed to see Barry, like, he needs to be in the Coliseum by himself with like 4 Bulls in there, right?
Right.
And you know how he
that's
he
funny.
did this to multiple people. He would make a move though, and 2 defenders would hate each other. I want to see 2 Bulls
Just
crashing
wham.
at each other. See ya.
Dude, John Lynch would tell me
Oh, that's funny.
when John signed her, he said, look up John Lynch, Barry Sanders. Just Google it and see how many times he was embarrassed by trying to tackle Barry Sanders. It was unreal what that guy did to him. He assaulted his senses for
Yeah.
years. But if I were to pay for animal versus human, that's the one. Bison versus Barry. Can he get to him?
Brett, do you understand now? This maybe gives you a little bit better idea why I was so vociferous about that crap Ralphie 6.
Yeah.
She was, I mean, dude, she's just nothing.
That is true. It makes that Ralphie look like a pile of crap. It really does. If you're capable
she's
of
out
doing this, and it's like, oh, I guess I'll walk today.
She's living with Ralph. I mean, she never even, dude, she was so bad at it. And I know they're training Ralphie 7, but now you understand perhaps why they use female buffaloes, right?
Because that would hurt.
Because these male, like the female can be like, what, 1,300 pounds or something like that.
They're more compassionate?
But they're not like this guy who was really pissed off.
So
I mean, this guy's throwing old men, Vic, over the moon. I don't know what to tell you,
Now
man.
that the guy's okay, it's a hilarious video.
is he wearing suspenders?
Yes.
Just a dude
I
running
think
around
the fact that he's got suspenders on makes the whole damn thing hilarious.
running around a tree line
I think the
looking
suspenders.
for a beast. And then all of a sudden it pops up out of nowhere,
Well,
and you're 8 feet in the air.
And Brett, it barely flicked its head.
Hey,
It's like
the
it
next
barely
time
flicked
I
its
see-
head, and it sent him.
The next time I hear a football
flying.
player say that's an unsafe sport, I'm going to bring up this dude and say, you want unsafe? This dude's got suspenders. He took a
It's
digger.
the cross straps. He's got the crossies.
Amazing.
Hey,
I'm glad he's going to be okay, but golly, that's why Ralphie 6 should have been turned into steaks.
but the
No offense,
Pamplona
man,
thing.
because she wouldn't run.
So my buddy's been there multiple times, and he keeps asking me to go. I'm like, dude, I'm not going to just jump around cobblestone streets being chased by animals. I don't consider that fun. Where's the fun?
It's got to be a rush. Your adrenaline's got to be pumping.
I can
like
do that
crazy.
here. I can go find. You know what? I'll go to Home Depot. Those Great Danes and those Rottweilers and those German Shepherds. Go to any Home Depot in Denver. You want to do running of the bulls? How about running of the hardware section? Running of the the appliance section? You can do the same damn thing at Home Depot.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not proud of myself for how I'm reacting to this because I'm putting myself in Yellowstone. And if I was the guy who's filming this, I don't think there's anything you could tell me. You have 1 second to accept this $1 million I'm offering you. I'm like, hold on a second. I got to see what happens to this dude over here because he is not going to make it. The Bison had to be thinking, this is too easy. This guy's got no lateral movement, no agility.
Hold on a second.
So
when
does
you
it
watch
bite?
him, no, dude, it just butted him to the moon. When you watch this bison and consider how big and large and strong the animal is, but you watch that mother turn on a dime.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean this bison. I mean this thing has you're right, agility. It's amazing.
If it had a human voice, human vocal cords, you know the sound it would make afterwards. That guy would have been flown in the air, and he would have been, whoa! He would have given you one of those.
When you watch him get up, when you watch the bison get up, and he points, he's like, "I'm suspenders guy." Because he goes,
That's my mark. Everybody says it was the truck that scared the bison, and then he's like, "That's my B right there. That's the one."
That's right. You better start. What's he say?
You better start stretching.
You better start stretching.
I'm gonna wear you out.
I'll be there in 10 minutes. You better start stretching, dumbass. I'm gonna wear you out.
All right, back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane for Fanatic Sportsbook. If you don't know what a squad bet is yet, then you're doing things wrong. They're amazing. Instead of sweating one player to carry your entire parlay, combine player stats into one collective target, so if one guy has an off night, the rest of the squad can pick up for what that dude couldn't do. Squad bets are available in the NBA, the NHL, the MLB, and now at the perfect time, soccer as well. So pick your market, points, goals, strikeouts, whatever you want. Then, finally, set a target and select the line you think your squad will hit. The higher the line, the higher the payout. So go build your squad now. Squad bets only on Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
All right.
Texter says, after the Buffalo hit the guy, did he yell, "And one"?
Oh, man. I don't know. That's just tough, dude. That's just, boy, that animal was just so mad, dude.
Hey, bro, I got something for you. Gianni Infantino, my cousin just sent me this, who is the president of FIFA, right? A lot of people have said things about FIFA. Pull up Gianni Infantino, if you don't mind, Alan, and put it behind Brett. And this just goes to show you what you assume and what you really know. So they're entertaining the idea of adding more teams to the World Cup and making it a 64-team tournament after already having added teams from its usual 32. So give me a tight shot of him real quick. A tight shot of Gianni. Tell me, Brett and Moj, how old do you think Gianni Infantino is?
He looks like he's about 60, I don't know, late 60s, something like that.
First of all, are you out of breath?
Yeah, I walked up the stairs.
It's like, are you okay over there?
Brett, how old do you think Gianni Infantino is?
60, 62, something like that. I don't know.
He is younger than me and Moj. He's 56.
You're kidding.
Not.
Go to the Wikipedia one. Go to the far one. Yeah, bring that one up, Alan, if you would, please.
What the hell did he do in
behind
his
you.
life?
Wow.
Yeah, that's corruption. That is, I give you a little this, little that. You go ahead, you squeeze me something of this on the side. That's what corruption does to you.
When you look at the old videos and old pictures of like NFL players from the 50s, 60s, and you see him, you're like, God, that guy must have been 60. No, that's just Ken Stabler in his prime.
Well, again, when you look at the Penn State offensive line from 1986,
So funny.
all those guys look like they have kids in high school and a mortgage.
Garo Upranium, if you look at a picture of him, there's no way that guy was an active NFL player.
It's insane.
Leave this picture up. I got to tell you, just that picture alone. That's a man that can be bought. You can buy that guy. That man will take a bribe for sure.
Look, I know that I'm not.
He's got that little snaggle tooth right there. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
I know I'm not the best looking guy on the planet. Youngest looking guy on the planet. But damn, man. How old is that guy?
Are you guys
56.
just wait a minute. Is it just hair shaming here? Is it that he's a bald man? Is that what we're doing?
No, dude, it's the
Hey,
no.
By the way,
no.
grow up a little bit. You did television over the weekend. You were featured on Altitude's Nuggets broadcast. Grow up, take your hat off, and just join the rest of us like normal humans.
I did.
No, do it now.
No. Why?
Just show your hat off.
You know what? TV has not changed me. I'm not a fraud. I'm still myself. Unlike two other people on this program.
So then, if you're not a fraud, hold on. If you're not a fraud and you're so proud, why didn't you wear a hat on the broadcast?
I was not allowed to. Look, I will follow rules of places. You know, I'm not going to go to the Met Gala wearing sweatpants and a hat, but
I'm sure nobody told you no hat. No, I know the people that run that place. Nobody said you can't wear a hat, but you chose not to wear a hat. Why?
well, they did say no. I had to wear slacks and a polo shirt. Were the polo shirts bought for me from Altitude Authentics?
Yes, they were.
Maybe.
Yes, they were.
You wore slacks? Who the hell wears? I wear shorts.
It was
in
more
the
like
summer.
golf pants. I would say.
Why? You never see your legs.
Well, we were gonna do something from the AR set, and then we didn't. So that sort of thing, yeah. If I wore gym shorts there, that would have looked weird, admittedly.
Do you have a newfound appreciation?
Look, why is he creeping closer and closer to me? What's going
Bucko,
on here?
What are you doing, man? You're blowing him up to like.
Look
I don't know
at
how to
fathead
get it back.
size.
Sorry.
that is a man that can be bought.
Well, just take it off. Just
Argentina knows all about that, Brett.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, are you one of those anti-Argentina guys just because they're winning? Everybody thinks that it's all set up.
Not just because they're winning, but because they get a penalty every game.
Well, maybe they deserve it.
Do they?
It's always a
All right,
great
so the
follow-up.
remaining 4 teams.
Sounds like
all
a
right,
guy who's upset
hold
that
on.
Mexico's out.
Hold on. The remaining 4 teams, pretty simple for me. You got Spain, England, Argentina. Who's the other one?
France.
France. Oh, Jesus.
It's Argentina.
You couldn't give me of the English concoction. I mean, zero chance I will root for any of those European countries. France is Italy's number 1 sworn enemy. Spain, I don't like their style, that little. England, nope.
What was that?
You know the style. Alan, you know exactly what I'm referring to when I say that.
I do.
What is that style? Tell these guys, the
tiki-taka,
uninitiated.
just passing it around, not really doing much.
Let's ring around the rosy here.
You know, we have emoji for best breakdown of the sport. That might be a category for one of those.
Alan, can you save that, please?
Yeah.
I'm on it.
You know that strategy that Spain has? The
Ring around the rosy pocket full of posies.
If you're not, I don't understand why people don't like Argentina. I mean, they're fun. It's a
Vic, they
fun
get
team.
helped by the refs literally every single
No,
game.
they don't.
And they haven't played a country that's top 19 in FIFA this whole run.
That's fine. They might get used in this next round, but we'll see.
You know how...
Who did they
how,
almost lose to? Was it Egypt?
Yes.
And Cape Verde also.
Yeah, and Cape Verde. That's right.
You know how unlikable you got to be for people to be rooting for England over you?
Pretty unlikable, but
So which of those 4 teams are you rooting for? I mean, Mark, where are you going to place your allegiances in France?
Man, I think I got to go Argentina. I think they got to go back to back.
Thank you. You're smart.
I'm not going.
Thank you.
I'm not going France. Okay.
Nah, it's Spain. Spain's fine.
I'm not doing
I'll go
England.
Spain.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you like the.
Yeah, I like them just for what you did. I probably was rooting for Argentina 2 minutes ago, and then you went. They said, or whatever you did.
That's unreal. You guys are telling me you're all 3 rooting for Argentina? That's crazy.
No, I said
Why?
Spain.
No, he
I know,
said
but
Spain.
you said 2 minutes ago you were about to go to Argentina.
I really don't care, to be honest, who wins this, but
No, see,
Spain.
Alan's just mad because Mexico's out of it.
Vic, I
Argentina's
promise
in-
you I'm in the majority on this one. Nobody likes Argentina except for Argentinians
What are you talking about?
and Barcelona people because of Messi.
Argentina's got the 2nd largest Italian population in the world.
What does that have to do with it?
A lot.
Okay. Your argument to that was Argentina has the 2nd largest Italian population in the world? Okay, got it.
You know, and everybody's making these political claims and this and that. Yeah, because those other countries are just clean. Get the hell out of here.
You're telling me that the French, the Spanish,
Yeah.
and the English haven't greased the skids a little bit in the past? I mean,
like the
on,
colonization of the world by those guys. Yeah, you're right. We beat that ass in 1776.
Wait, he's back. I don't like this Infantino guy. I like the way he's staring at me. Beady eyes on this guy. Don't like it. 303-504-0925, yeah.
I don't even think he's Italian. I think he's Swiss.
You know what? I might even give you this. The likability of Jude Bellingham. I like that guy a lot. I like him a lot.
So now you're going for England?
No, I mean, if I had to give you a concession, it would be him. I like that player.
It's kind of cool when he does something really cool.
I do like him.
And at the end they sing "Hey Jude."
Yeah, Harry Kane bothers me, but Jude I like.
It's kind of.
Is that fair?
Yeah, I think.
Is that a concession?
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool.
That's fair.
Hey,
Plus, I have some English friends. Shout out Clem if you're listening. I want you to enjoy something.
Oh, yeah, Clem.
Yeah, he's loving it.
Just for a couple minutes, can we discuss the idea that Bam Adebayo punched Tyler Hero in the face at Summer League?
Dude, what the hell?
I saw that thing. Punches landed in Vegas. Bam Adebayo 1, Conor McGregor 0. I thought that was kind of funny.
Why would Bam do that? Because
Well,
Bam,
obviously,
he was the beneficiary of all of this. Like
Tyler
Tyler Hero's
got
the one that
traded.
shipped off to
Tyler
Milwaukee.
got shipped off. I'm sure Tyler may have said something.
Yeah, that's what it was about. That was what it was about. That Bam apparently came over and said, "I don't like what's coming out of your mouth," and then something else, and then bam. I mean, bam, bam.
And Bam is right.
Right.
Bam, bam.
I'd say I've liked Bam Adebayo forever. I'd be lying to you if I said my feelings didn't change a little bit after he scored 83 points. It did. I think of him differently from that one. I really do. It stuck with me still to this day. going out there. What did he shoot? Like 55 shot attempts or something like
Something
that?
crazy, yeah.
40 free throws or what are we doing? You know what? If I was Tyler Hero, I would have punched him in the face for that. Give me the ball. I want it.
It was rough.
Has there been a famous story of people getting punched in the face here in Denver? I know we had the altercation between Malik Beasley and what's his face? Sua Cravens.
Oh, there have been a lot of stories here in Denver about off-the-field stuff, shenanigans. Remember the Brian Greasy story?
I don't. I wasn't here.
Oh.
What is it?
Some off-the-field.
Like a fight?
That was the rumor at the time. I don't know if it was indeed true. I'm not going to push the rumor mill on this show.
Okay.
But we've had those stories occur here, yes. Fights. I mean, come on. It's pretty commonplace, isn't it?
I mean, not for former teammates, I suppose, who just saw each other in Vegas during Summer League. It was just like, hey, take this. Yeah, so he had 43 shot attempts and 43 free throw attempts to get to 83 points. How many shots do you have to take collectively if it's 43 free throws? Let's say a couple of them are threes, maybe. I mean, we're talking 60-some shots.
Ridiculous.
Almost 70. 303, 504.
He made his free throws, man. Give him credit.
No, I won't. I won't give him credit for free throws. It's true. Famous backup quarterback getting lit up by a vacuum tube. Wasn't a teammate. Would have been funnier if it was a teammate.
Hey.
If your boy Chad Kelly got busted over the head by, I don't know, who was on the team at the time? McManus? What are you doing in my living room? Wham!
Did you see my boy Zach Wilson in his Saints uniform over the weekend? That looked weird.
Oh, is that where he's playing now?
Yeah, that looked kind of bizarre.
Dude, that's a wild story. This Zach Wilson had all this promise, all this pedigree, all this hope. He was supposed to come here and revive his career. What happened?
Nothing.
I don't know what happened. Jeff Legwold, you ask him, he doesn't know what happened.
What's wrong?
I don't know. I do not know.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injured lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. I can't stop thinking about teams sending voice memos to LeBron James. I just think it's the funniest thing in the world. Like you are going and sending a voice memo to Rich Paul that he will then in turn give to LeBron. It's like jumping on our app and using the voice of the people. And Baca, or at most times Nelly, is Rich Paul. And then he sends them to us saying, would you like to hear this? And I think LeBron needs to take it farther than this. I don't think voice memos are enough effort.
I want theater played out.
I think it's too simple. I think they need to come up with the prettiest picture they can draw.
No. I want just a full theater group giving me your best presentation.
Yeah, I want like an interpretive dance that's sent to him. I want an SNL skit. I want you to go more effort than just logging some voice recording and sending it to him. I think that's lazy. You want LeBron James. You want him on your team. You give me your best rhythmic gymnastics routine, film it, and send it to me, and I'll evaluate it that way. Think about this. You go back, how long ago was the decision when he went to Miami?
2014?
No, it was like 2010,
Yeah, it was
wasn't
a long time ago, Vic.
God, I don't know.
That's what, 15, 16 years, something like that, 17 years.
I don't know
whatever.
time anymore.
And what you have is LeBron James is doing this again, and it really feels like they are grasping at every straw they can to try and make this interesting. Voice memos to the team? Like I said, Moj, paint me a picture.
It sounds a little excessive.
I
It just sounds a little excessive.
And not just from anybody. I want each prospective head coach to draw me a picture. I want Eric Spoelstra sitting down behind an easel, like Bob Ross, painting me some picture of the beach or something. And I'll use that as an evaluation tool. What are we doing?
It seems excessive. It seems unnecessary. That's what it feels like to me. But apparently But the decision's coming down, this week, correct?
According to Sean Devaney. Who knows? I really think he might be just messing with everybody because he can. But I want more. Voice memos, not enough. Like Vic said, I want an entire theater group. Go to your local high school, jump up on the stage, and give me a play. Go ahead. If he demanded it, would teams do it?
I'm sure they probably would.
If LeBron went to 100%. Philadelphia and said, I want Jaylen Brown and I want Joel Embiid to give me a reenactment of a Shakespearean play, film it and send it to me, or else I'm not coming.
And I want the Nuggets, I want your entire roster in doo-wop mode, and I want you to sing doo-wop in a song for me.
I still think
And at the end, I want Joker to go, boo.
Wait. Would Joker be the guy at the end that goes, ooh, ooh, ooh? Would he be that guy? Or is he the, is he that guy? Strikes me more as that guy. Wait, is it? No, Zeke Naji, he's a singer. Or AG sings.
He'd be the lead.
AG sings.
He'd say, oh, LeBron.
Oh, it's got to be a custom song.
Oh, jeez.
And then he's that guy. Who's the falsetto?
I think the falsetto's got to be Zeke. And AG can sing. I've heard him sing. He plays a piano. We've heard it before. He can be your tenor.
Okay. Not sure what is a tenor?
I don't know. It sounded smart when I said it.
Yeah.
And then Jokic does
What's a soprano besides Tony?
So he's the baritone? He's the baritone. He's the Bowser.
I just want to be that guy at the end, like the Key and Peele.
You almost messed it up again.
I know.
Key and Peele, P and Key.
Whatever song, I just want to come in at the end and go, boo.
I know the sketch you're talking about.
Yeah.
Hey, Brett, before we get out of here today.
Give me any song ever made, any song ever produced, and I can end it by going,
girl, you look good. Won't you back that thing up? Just you doing this.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
Last thing. I just saw the story where a guy named Joe Dean, first name Joe, last name Dean.
Oh, I thought his name was Joe Dean. I was like, that sounds like a woman's name.
Joe Dean. No, a guy, his name is Joe Dean.
There you go, Moj.
Hey, Vic, he's the last entry into the 154th Open Championship.
Vic's still snapping away.
Yeah, he's weird. He's just weird.
I want to sing doo-wop.
Is that our next one? We did a rap song. Are we doing a doo-wop one next? All right, finish it, Moj.
You still have time. This guy's 32, and he got in on the last chance qualifier. He's a delivery driver, who also plays golf.
Good for him.
And so he got in, and this is the third time he's in the Open. He tied for Vic. Ready for this? 70th at Royal Birkdale in 2017. He tied for 25th at Royal Troon in 24. This guy keeps on.
Precede every golf course with the word royal.
Yeah, relax a little bit.
Yeah, just calm down. Troon, Birkdale.
I mean, this
We're
guy.
going to royal everything up.
He's 264th in the official world golf ranking. Never won.
Yeah. Rockies are playing next week at Royal Coors.
You come to my house, it's the presidential palace.
Yeah.
You go to my bedroom, it's the presidential suite.
Everything's got to be royal. See, that's the other thing about England. All right, now I take it back. I'm not rooting for England anymore. Too much royalty.
I know that this is like the oldest and most cliche thing you can say, but I really do mean it every time I say it. What do they do? What do they do? I'm the king of England. What's my job?
Marry one of the lead ladies from Suits.
But what is my responsibility to the country? Like you're treating me like I'm a very important person in the country. What am I supposed to do?
Stuff.
Just give everybody a salute every once in a while. Is that it? I mean, it's a pretty good gig. Everybody has to pretend I'm awesome. What makes you so great? I was just kind of born. Look at me. You want to check out this bloodline? It goes back hundreds of years. I thought we stopped celebrating that stuff, but here I guess it's okay.
Moser, what happened to your bloodline? You're like the children of the revolution or something. What are you?
Children of the Corn, Vic. That's what I am.
No, but you said you're something like that. You're
Sons of the American Revolution.
Yeah,
what does that even mean?
That sounds way better.
What does
You're
that
right.
mean?
It means that I have two sixth great grandfathers who were colonels in the Revolution. One was a colonel, one was
really name them.
Whitten Cripps and Isaac Bonsall.
Show me. Any video?
Of them slaying some English?
Any photos?
How do you find this out, Moj? You spit into a tube, you send it to a company, and they tell you, "Oh yeah, it turns out."
Yeah, they're gonna send me a tube. They're gonna send you one back. Say you are the lost long child of Daenerys, the Queen of Dragons.
I just studied your DNA. I got your saliva here, and Whitten Crippets was a
Whitten
general.
Cripps,
It's the dumbest thing I've ever
Whitten
heard.
Cripps and Isaac Bonsall.
Again, you know my thoughts on this DNA 23 crap.
But I'm saying to get Vic. Look, it was during COVID. I had time, and you can pay people, really smart people, to do it. And so I got some help that way. But
what I'm saying is, how do you know these people aren't taking you for a ride?
Because there's documentation through history. You have to be able to document it. Yeah. Big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
Big time.
Big time. Mm-hmm.
Like I have letters written by the British naming my sixth great grandfather, saying we're going to stop rabble rousing. We're going to throw your wife and your family into the prairie, and everybody's going to die in the winter and kill you. That kind of thing.
Fell for it.
Hang on, random Civil War soldier. I'm just going to look something up here. I'm going to search for soldiers in the Civil War.
Me and Marco Polo were tight.
I don't know if you know this, Moj. You just sent me your DNA. Long lost relative of Cyrus Bishop. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, he was a private for the Union Army.
How about that?
Even then, what does so because the royal people in England, because you have that bloodline, why does it still exist? Why do you carry on just because?
It's my question.
Yeah, what makes you better?
I thought everything that we were building to as a society nowadays was about the bloodline stuff is probably a bad thing.
Yeah, about meritocracy. You're in your own way. Yeah, why do you get this? Because of your blood. I mean, my blood gave me bunions.
Gave you more than that. The lack of
jacked up
blood.
Dude, I could only imagine.
I would
the
love
insane bunions inside of that palace over
know.
there. That Buckingham
Yeah,
Palace. It's got to be a bunion bonanza over there. Hip dysplasia, a whole bunch of different
Jesus. Dude.
What? I mean, it is. They're the ones that do it, not me.
Well, not anymore. They don't.
Okay.
Yeah, you haven't been watching.
No, you're right. You're right. They took really well to that Meghan Markle marriage. You're totally right there, Moj.
Yeah. You've been watching Game of Thrones, The Dragon.
Am I wrong on this? Was that not kind of an issue with them when Meghan Markle decided to marry into the crown?
And by the way, Moser, I'm offended and insulted that now all of a sudden you claim these roots from the Revolutionary War when every time we talk to you on this show, you say, oh, yeah, I got family in Italy. I got family in France. No, you don't get to claim the whole damn world.
Well,
you can't be a human mutt and claim all the cool things.
Listen, on my mom's side, that's where it goes back. On my dad's side, the Swiss side, we got Italian. Moser's in Italy. Moser's in Switzerland. Moser's in Germany. Moser's in France.
Yeah.
They're all over the place.
You see, my bloodline's easy. I go to one spot, and that's it.
Well, I know.
Brett goes to where the sun doesn't shine. They don't see the sun.
Yep.
I've been to your spot. I like your spot.
I don't like you. You get some evil blood in you, too, and you're just choosing to ignore that part.
Alan here's confused. I don't even know where the hell Alan's from.
I got one spot, just like you, Vic.
Denver.
Sure.
All right. Fact checker, please.
Alan, let me tell you something, Alan. Let me tell you something about yourself. You're more honky than Brett right here.
Whoa.
Right?
Hey, now.
Fact checker, please.
All right, guys. Earlier we were talking about Joker and his, off-season, vacationing on the
trips?
rafts. Yes.
Yeah.
And Vic had this to say.
With all due respect to rafting officials and rafting people, I know some rafting leaders. What do you call those people that lead rafts? Rafters. You will never get me on one of those ships. Ever.
Vic, I think the word you're looking for is just raft. Or just, rafting guides.
Or a guide.
Yeah.
Yeah, a guide.
Leaders.
Well, what does that even mean,
boats.
a guide? What are you guiding?
You're guiding down the river. I don't know.
I kind of want to schedule a rafting trip now, just so I can look at the guide and say, hey, rafting guy, I'm going to get on this ship, okay? You make sure we're safe.
So is the captain of the Titanic, is that a rafting guide? Is that what he was?
I think that'd be called a captain.
You will never get me on one of those ships.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Hey, Brett,
have a great Monday.
let me end it with my doo-wop, please. Say the final words and let me end the show with it. Go ahead.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Vic, take us out.
Doo-wop.
Well, hey guys, happy Monday. I missed you. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryan Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, Cole Smith filling in behind the glass this week, and we are officially at the MLB All-Star break and the Home Run Derby just hours away. And I'm going to be watching it. I'll be watching it a little bit pissed off considering that Hunter Goodman is not participating there. The All-Star National League catcher, not part of tonight's festivities, coach. But still a good nod for him. Rockies on a 65-win pace at the All-Star break, despite being 20 games under 500. We sit just 15 days away from the Broncos camp opening up. That's when veterans report on July the 28th, and then you can be there in person as a fan on the 31st. So we're right here. I saw Tyler Polumbus tweet something out yesterday. We are 8 Sundays away from NFL football.
That seems like a lot to me. I feel like we're closer to football than 8 Sundays away. I'm going to go with more the fact that we are 18 days away, total days, from being able to witness in person Denver Broncos training camp.
Rookies
so
report
damn
on the
excited.
22nd.
So excited.
Vets report on the 28th. Fans can be in attendance on the 31st.
How about us? When's our show there?
That I don't know. I'm going to assume it's either the 28th, the 29th, or the 30th, or maybe even the 31st.
It's like 15 to 18 days. We're
Yeah,
going
we're
to be doing football things.
I've already got my base level tan going on.
Yeah,
and
I do too.
It's not bad.
It's
a good looking show right now. There's never been a human in history that has not looked better with a tan.
I agree.
Now I'm not saying I'm out there tanning all the time. Like I'm not putting on SPF 4 or like putting canola oil on my chest and trying to get like bronzy because cancer.
Just a little kiss.
Yeah.
I'm more of an SPF 50 guy now, but I'm going to be out there.
Give me a little peck on the cheek there, son. Huh?
There's not a single person on the planet that has not looked a little bit better with a little bit of bronze in him.
I mean, Erling Haaland looked pretty good pasty.
What a shame he's not playing soccer anymore in
What
this
a
tournament.
shame that he didn't play the end of that match.
What are your thoughts on that?
It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in the history of the world.
It's not quite the Pulisic moment because Christian very clearly injured.
Oh, come on, man. You're buying that injury. Dude, bone bruise, microfractures, Rush. Almost all of us human beings have microfractures somewhere in our bodies right now.
Yeah, but if there's a microfracture like in the kicking foot of what you do your job for.
So you are the target that Pulisic's camp was looking to try to persuade that he was not just having a terrible World Cup
they
and
probably
bowed out
got
at the
me.
biggest of moments.
They probably got me.
Because
and it was
that's
such
what
a
he's
shame to
done.
watch.
That's what he's done. He's essentially like 11 World Cup games or so. He's been essentially affected by injury in 8 of those. Well, the best ability is always availability, and Christian Pulisic hasn't been that. Erling Haaland, do you watch his style? He stands around and does not run all game until the
Lionel
moment.
Messi does the same thing.
It's great. So you're not exhausted. You're clearly not injured. All you really are, especially in the case of Erling Haaland, you're a 6'4" to 6'5" massive target that at any point in time, a ball could find your fat Viking noggin and find the back of the net.
Yeah, it turns out the corner kick that the Norwegians had at the end of that game, maybe Haaland would have helped on the field.
Gosh, man, and you're not going to have him out there? I don't care whether that was his decision, the coach's decision, or both. You have one elite otherworldly player in your entire nation, and you haven't been a World Cup outfit, an international team that has been in the World Cup perennially. You're in the World Cup because of the prowess of one individual who's raised the play of everybody else around him. I digress. The World Cup for me, and I saw Tyler Polumbus tweet this out, how many minutes of soccer have you watched since the United States has been eliminated? And the answer for me is every single minute.
Yeah, I'm not quite you, but I watched damn near that entire Norway and England game. Anytime that Lionel Messi's on the field, I'm going to watch it. Spain, not so much. And I haven't really, I haven't watched a lot of France, but anytime I turn them on, they score.
They're so good.
So I should be watching more French soccer.
Like the French are assholes, as Dumb and Dumber once told us. I'm rooting for France. I love their play style. I love speed and athleticism and getting up and down the field, up and down the pitch with grace. They, to me, are the soccer version of the St. Louis Rams greatest show on turf. They're so fun to watch. Like I'm watching like Oz Akeem and Bruce. What's my running back name? Kurt Warner's playing quarterback. It's Marshall Faulk. It feels so fun to watch.
You threw out a Bruce there, and I went, I don't know what Bruce running back you're talking about.
No, it wasn't running back.
You were talking about Isaac Bruce, the wide receiver.
Yes,
there we go.
that was what I was thinking, the receiver. Tough pull that's a couple decades ago. Not quite so front of brain, but they're a lot of fun to watch. So I got to tell you a little bit about my wife and my game day for Norway, England, it kind of adventures. Me, Raj, I am attracted to energy and crowds and people in mass. My wife is a little bit more of an introvert than I am. I just say, honey, get in the car. We're going to go watch some soccer. First stop. My wife's like apprehensive all along. British Bulldog in downtown Denver. There were thousands of people outside, like sitting on anything that they could find to get a tiny little glimpse of an outdoor screen, and then let alone the fact that inside was without question a fire code violation. So my wife just sees it from a block away, goes, no, honey, not that one. Okay, I got another idea. So we go down to right next to Ball Arena, right around Larimer, and we check out Celtic. Is it the Celtic or the Celtic?
I think it's the Celtic.
I think so too. Whatever. It's CELTIC. And the good news about that one is, I'm like, if that's out of control, at least we have Rhinehouse and Wally's Wisconsin Tavern right across the street, which is going to be a great environment. We get there. It's a little bit better. Get inside the Celtic, look around. Oh boy, it's just as bad. But that was where all the Norwegians were watching. There were drums and there were horns and Vikings. And my wife's like, we're not doing this. So we go to the Rhinehouse, closed for renovation. Finally found a good Irish pub. Was able to land in a good place because there really is, like, the Irish pub, a little bit of allegiance to England, the perfect environment. But I'll say this, being in downtown Denver with England playing a quarterfinal match.
Dude, what a joke that we didn't get games here in Denver. The
Such
fact
a
that
joke.
Lionel Messi has to walk into Kansas City, Missouri multiple times to play a soccer match.
At what stadium?
At Arrowhead?
No.
Or what do they call it?
Yeah! There it is. That's what I was looking for.
The fact that they're playing there and Denver doesn't get a game. You know what it is? We were 10 years too early getting this World Cup as a nation. For Denver to get one. You need the new Broncos Stadium.
Although Arrowhead/Geehaw isn't exactly a new building. You know what it is, though? It's regulation. It's a regulation pitch. And Power Field does not have the ability to be a fully regulation pitch. Am I right in saying that? I believe that's part of, when you build these new stadiums, or you have one of these older stadiums that had a lot more space on the side. The generation that didn't get the international soccer and football combination stadium right is kind of the stadiums that were built in 90s, 2000s, like in those 2 decades. Prior to, they're big enough because nobody cared about sidelines. And then now the new modern SoFi and Allegiant, those are built with the appropriate pitch size.
So Tuesday and Wednesday are going to be played at
Atlanta?
Jerry World and the Mercedes-Benz Superdome in Atlanta.
So both stadiums that were built post that era that I'm speaking of.
The final, whenever that is, not sure when the final is,
MetLife,
is going to be at MetLife in East Rutherford. If you had your choice, if you are the commissioner of all things soccer and the head of FIFA, right? It's not Sepp Blatter anymore. I don't know who the guy is.
Well, he's pretty
If you're just stuffing your pockets with every country's cash that you possibly can, what's the one stadium that should be hosting that event?
SoFi.
It's not like the Big House.
Wouldn't
110,000 people at Ann Arbor for a World Cup final between, I think it's going to be France and England. I think that's the final.
The only thing that's tough about that one is as much as the aesthetic of it would be incredible, and there's proximity to Detroit, it's a tough sell to say we're playing in Michigan. You think about,
sure,
in a FIFA international, biggest event in the world over the course of a 4-year period of time. You want it to be.
Yeah, we're playing near the UP.
We're gonna go in like a pretty dilapidated downtown Detroit.
Like it brings it back to me. Like I want all these SEC programs to have hosted games. Like let's go to College Station. Have the semifinal at College Station or at Beaver Stadium.
It could work. It could work. Or Neyland, University of Tennessee.
Yeah, it'd be unbelievable.
Could you imagine like
a night game
if you had
down
done,
in Death Valley?
If you had done England, Norway at Neyland Stadium in Tennessee. Neyland Stadium is known for having the Vol Navy, which is essentially all the riverboats and ships that cruise up. Could you imagine the Norwegians coming in rowing
dragon boats?
Like you'd have like 20,000 Norwegians showing up in like an actual rowing environment. How great would that be?
Be the coolest thing ever. And now they're playing in a tin cup in the middle of the New Jersey Meadowlands.
That's a miss.
It's a joke.
It's a miss. It's a miss.
It's a complete miss. You are right. SoFi is the correct answer. As I think you can make the argument, even though it lacks character, you can make the argument about Las Vegas and Allegiant.
Did we not get any World Cup at Allegiant? I don't feel like we didn't.
No.
Was that a miss?
As of right now, no, because Allegiant feels so
sterile.
It's sterile.
I don't like it.
It's the best word for it. Allegiant is sterile.
I don't like it.
And somehow, some way, SoFi cracked the code on brand new billion-dollar stadium that feels like it has character and energy, and they swung and missed in Las Vegas somehow. I don't know. Is it the lighting? It might be the lighting. It always feels like when I'm watching a game at SoFi, the lights are on. My eyes are wide open.
It feels big.
It feels big.
Right?
And Allegiant feels old and small somehow.
You know what doesn't feel big? Even though it's in the shadows of the Big Apple, the largest media market in the United States and arguably in the top 3 in the world. Gosh, when you are at a game physically in New York at MetLife, or you watch it on television, it feels like you're watching the New York Jets in a monsoon, no matter who's playing.
Yes.
Am I right in saying
yes.
that? Do you not conjure up images of Aaron Rodgers versus Bo Nix in an absolute the remnant of a hurricane? With that type of just a downer environment, it's grayscale. That's the best way I would define the MetLife experience.
Low saturation.
It is grayscale.
You're missing some hues. Some text coming in like the Rose Bowl would have been a great fit too.
Yep, and that's where it was, I believe.
In '94.
Yeah, I went to the third place match, Bulgaria versus Sweden.
There's a third place match in the World Cup.
It's coming up.
That's the thing.
You get that. So the loser of the semis.
I hate that.
It ends up being fun. It does.
I don't like that.
I like it.
I didn't think that was a thing. I thought you just get knocked out in the semifinal.
That's the only
and then
tickets.
You have to go home.
Those are the only tickets my dad could afford.
Do not pass go.
And he
Do
took
not
me.
collect $200.
He took me as a 12-year-old, and it was the greatest
I'm
sports
pissed off
viewing.
in soccer again.
Sweden won like 4-0 over Bulgaria. And
This
it was
isn't
amazing.
the Olympics. We don't hand out bronze medals. There's just one 18-inch trophy that they get.
No, they get medals. They give silver and bronze medals.
All right, I'm out now. I'm out. Just like I am
You're out on
the world. Just out now. Out. Just like I am on the home run derby. The fact that Hunter Goodman is not participating tonight is a joke with 26 bombs. That Jack Caglione, and I like me some Jack Caglione for Kansas City. He's swinging tonight with 15 bombs?
14, 15, yeah. There's another guy with 14 in there. Thought there was a 14er in there.
Kyle Schwarber leads with 32 homers. Needs to be in it. He's also a Philly. Ben Rice with 29 for the Yankees. Needs to be in it. Ben Rice is awesome to watch from the left side of the plate. Caminero from Tampa Bay, 28. Needs to be in it. Jordan Walker from St. Louis at 22. I don't know if there's really that pull for Jordan Walker, but sure. Bryce Harper as a Philly gets to be in there. Wilson Contreras for the Bo Sox, who are now alive somehow after winning 9 straight games and half a game out of a wild card spot in the AL after being dead 3 weeks ago. Get Contreras out. Get Caglione out. Murakami from the White Sox is, honestly, I think he's built for a home run derby. But get Caglione and Contreras out. Right? Especially if you're going to put another catcher in there, you're not going to, catcher / first baseman. You're not going to put Hunter in there? What are we doing here?
And youth is always good in these situations, right? Because they're not as afraid of, fully letting it rip. Hunter Goodman would have let it rip. Healthy, not afraid.
Yeah, we get a 34-year-old Wilson Contreras.
Yeah, it's like, and they're all
sick.
Like after their 50-second swing, they're like, okay, I'm good. And they're not going to win it. Hunter Goodman would have gone down literally swinging. You want to know proof that Big Brother is always listening to everything that we say and do?
What's that?
As you started talking about Hunter Goodman getting snubbed from the All-Star Derby or the Home Run Derby in the All-Star game, my phone immediately, within seconds of you mentioning that, the MLB Ballpark app just had a pop-up that said, plan your next visit. The Big Brother's always watching and listening, man. What are we doing?
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. You guys are listening to the Morning Sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Join us, 303-504-0925. We are just 15 days away from veterans reporting to Dove Valley Broncos training camp just on the other side. Coach, I got a question for you. The Broncos have 5 players inside the top 10 at their position, according to ESPN and Barnwell. Who are the players currently sitting outside the top 10 that have a chance to play their way in this coming year? That's next. The morning sprint, Raj and Coach Mike Sanford hanging out with you guys up until noon. PhD next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. Home run derby later on tonight. No Goodman in it, but you'll watch some Schwarber bombs be hit in Philadelphia, certainly. I think my pick to win it is Bryce Harper, but Schwarber's going to hit like a 497-foot bomb tonight. I can't wait to watch that guy swing a bat.
What time does it begin?
Probably 6 our time is my guess.
Okay. I'll be coaching football.
Home Run Derby on Netflix at 6 p.m.
And then that will go for 2.5 hours.
It does drag far longer than it needs to. The opening rounds of the Home Run Derby, it's a really good hour watch, and then I'm kind of over it.
I'm excited for it. And you know what's good is that I'm gonna be done with football at 7, and I'm gonna take my kids home right away because they're gonna be hanging out with dad at football.
You watch the rounds that matter.
We're gonna watch the good stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
No sandbagging.
All right, so I mentioned before the break, as we are just 15 days away from veterans reporting, the rookies report on the 22nd. Fans can be in attendance on July the 31st. There were 5 Broncos players inside ESPN's top 10 at each position group. And this is according to coaches and front office executives. I mentioned it was Barnwell. It's actually Fowler that collated the piece. Your 5 Broncos players are Nick Bonito, 10th overall at edge. Zach Allen, who gets in at defensive tackle. I believe he was number 8, if memory serves.
And it's his first year in that ranking.
Quinn Miners comes in interior offensive lineman at number 4. Pretty solid. Garrett Bowles comes in at number 10 overall in his first team All-Pro season.
As a tackle.
At 34 years old as a tackle, number 10 overall. They really love him in pass protection. They go, the only hit is he's not like a top-tier offensive tackle, and he's also probably past his prime. But honestly, like Garrett Bowles has aged.
He's like a late bloomer.
Fine wine.
He's a late bloomer.
He really has. And who's my last guy that I'm missing? Pat Surtain, number 1 overall corner.
That guy. He's all right.
Seems like he's okay. Bo Nix received votes at quarterback. He would come in, as you said, about 18th overall.
And these are all done by a polling of NFL executives. Coaches too, I believe, are they a part of it? And then is it scouts or
scouts as well?
Okay.
So my question to you going into the break was, you have 5 current top 10 players at their position. Now, they haven't come out with inside linebacker and safety. There's a chance that Talanoa Hufanga gets in on safety, probably gets in.
I don't think so.
Or is at least honorable mention.
Knocking on the door.
Who outside that list can break in this season? Who is poised to break into the top 10 of their position grouping this year?
Bo Nix and Jalen Waddle, and I'm stealing your thunder. You said this during the break, so I'm not going to say that.
No, that's
an original thought. If Bo Nix plays himself into top 10 quarterback, there's no doubt in my mind that Jalen Waddle is healthy and is probably knocking on the door of well over 1,000-yard season, probably getting close to a double-digit touchdown year, which would be massive for the Denver Broncos. And then conversely, obviously, if that happens, then Jalen Waddle is a top 10 wide receiver in the rankings that would come out next year. But the guy that I see, and we haven't yet gotten the release of information for safeties, but Talanoa Hufanga, minus one incredibly important statistic for a defensive player, had a career year last year.
Takeaways.
He did not have takeaways. However, Talanoa Hufanga did have wrist surgery in his final season, and he suffered the injury October of 2024 with right wrist ligament damage, had surgery, activated off injured reserve in December of 2024, and frankly, that wrist lingered and was clubbed, and you just find a way to stay out on the field, and Talanoa Hufanga was really, really good, even with the wrist injury, but one thing that he was sorely lacking, his career high in tackles as a 49er was 97. He nearly has 10 more than that in 106 tackles total, 67 of which were solo tackles. He did have 2 sacks, which is also matched his career high. He had a forced fumble. But the glaring omission there is a guy that once had 4 interceptions in a year and then followed it up in 2023 with 3 interceptions in a year. 0.
He dropped, 3 or 4 of them this year.
There were opportunities, and like I say, tip balls and overthrows, got to get those. And he didn't get those.
I think the sneaky guy on the outside looking in, and it is solely health-based. If J.K. Dobbins plays 17 games, he is a top 10 running back in the league.
Yep.
The running back rankings, again, this is ESPN's ranking as they pull front office executives, scouts, some coaches as well. Number 1 running back in the league, Bijan Robinson. Jahmyr Gibbs, number 2. Saquon, number 3. Christian McCaffrey, number 4. Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, number 5. Derrick Henry, still going at 32 years of age, number 6. James Cook, coming off of leading the NFL in rushing last year.
1,621 yards.
Unbelievable. At number 7, Achane or Ashawn in Miami. At number 8, Kenneth Walker, moving from the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, which sold for $9.4 billion.
Nearly double what the Penner Walton ownership group purchased the Broncos
4
for.
years ago.
Isn't that crazy? Like when you double
lunacy.
When you double $4.5 billion, that's a lot of money. And
it's a lot of money even when it's not doubled.
I know. It's crazy.
It's an unfathomable amount of money, even when it's not doubled. Yeah, they sell for 9.4. Kenneth Walker goes from them to Kansas City. He's ranked at number 9. Breece Hall ranked at number 10. Your honorable mention running backs, Josh Jacobs, Kyron Williams, and Quidshawn Junkins of the Cleveland Browns. If Dobbins stays healthy and can play 17 games this year, they were a top 10 rushing unit in the league last year. He was knocking on the door of the top 5 of rushers when he was playing football last year. If he stays healthy, that dude's a top 10 running back.
When you look at the top 20 rushers in terms of just yards in the 2025 season, regular season, Raj, you and I talked about this. Every single one of these individuals played 17 or 16 games. James Cook, 17. Derrick Henry, 17. Jonathan Taylor, 17. Bijan Robinson, 17. The first missed game was from Devon Achane, and he played 16. Kyron Williams, 17. Jahmyr Gibbs, 17. Christian McCaffrey at above 30 years old, 17. And then Javonte Williams, gosh, he had health for the first time, it felt like, in forever, and he was 16, and Saquon was 16.
J.K. Dobbins being 25th in the league in rushing last year by only playing 10 games is insanity.
The craziest thing about that stat is that the other top 24, 25 rushers, if you include J.K. Dobbins at number 25, there are only like 2 players that played less than 15 games.
No.
What?
There's one.
Quinshon Judkins.
Josh Jacobs played 15.
And then 15 for Josh Jacobs. Every single other player on this list played 16 or 17. And we're supposed to believe that the running back position isn't a 16 or 17 game type of a position. It is. The proof's in the pudding. Even more reason why J.K. Dobbins, if he wants to be the guy that he says and believes he is, and Broncos fans desperately want him to be, dude, the guy's got to play 16 games.
Did you feel as though he was overused in his 10 games? Like, did you think that they gave him the ball too much? Or that they were running him into the ground?
Isn't that such a weird thought?
No,
it's a weird thought
it's
because
a legit question.
What's the number one complaint that everybody has about Sean Payton as a
run
play
the football
caller?
Enough, baby.
And if you look at him, J.K. Dobbins in just 10 games had 153 carries. There's players like Kyle Monangai, who in 17 games had 169. 17 games, Travion Henderson, granted a rookie, had 180 carries. He only had 17 more carries or 27 more carries than J.K. Dobbins did in 10 games. But then you look at some of the higher frequency players, 323 carries for Jonathan Taylor, 307 and 309 respectively for Derrick Henry and James Cook the third.
Dobbins was 12th in the NFL last year in attempts per game. He had 15.3. That would be behind Josh Jacobs and Ashton Genty to get into the top 10. Jonathan Taylor led the league with 19 touches, and this is just running the football. This is not adding in the passing game from the backfield. 19 for Taylor, 18.3 for McCaffrey, 18.1 for Cook. 18 on the nose for Henry. Saquon Barkley rounds out the top 5 with 17.5. So it's not like even if you just go attempts per game, right? Just take away the games that he missed. It's not like he was overused. And I never got that feeling, just straight from an eye test type of thing. I never got the feeling in those 10 games that they were like, oh, they're feeding J.K. Dobbins way too much. Quite the opposite, actually.
You knew who had a really intelligent year of utilizing their number one back, even though we all thought he wasn't RB1, was the Dallas Cowboys and how they utilized Javonte Williams. He was the 9th best rusher, and he did play all but one game, but he had only 252 carries. Averaged 4.8 yards per carry, knowing full well that Javonte Williams is a player that probably is going to find his way on the injured reserve list if you overuse him. There might be a path forward that's J.K. Dobbins. Give J.K. Dobbins 14 to 16 carries a game. And
what did you say that Williams, his total carry, 250?
He was 250. Hold on. I had it right here. He has 252 in 16 games. So that number.
Javonte comes out to 15.75 carries per game.
I think that's a sweet spot for JK.
Another 3 touches per game gets me into that mood of like, oh yeah, that's exactly how much he should be utilized.
Yep. I'd say 14. Like you're probably in a space where he's touching the football too much in the run game if he gets 18 carries in a game, but you're also too few if he gets 12.
All right, so let's just make it round numbers right now. J.K. Dobbins ran for 5 yards per attempt last year. Let's add 100 touches in to get him to 253, which is basically the workload of Javonte Williams from last season.
Which was a smart path forward for Javonte.
That gets him to 1,272 yards.
Good
which
would
rank.
That would be good for 6th.
6th in the league.
Awesome.
If he's there, the Broncos repeat as AFC West champions. If he is there, the Broncos are winning at least 12 or 13 games this year.
You knew that would.
And that we're not going crazy. I know we've done this in the past. We did this in the past with Bo Nix. And obviously, when Berto's on the show, Berto wants Bo to throw for 5,000 yards. It's insanity. But I love Berto for that reason. This doesn't feel hyperbolic. This feels like just stay healthy for 16 games, do what you did for the first 10, and you are a bona fide top 10 running back. Well, I'm not asking a lot here.
So 14 to 16. That's the sweet spot. Now here's the problem as a play caller, Raj.
Dude, like even if you drop him down to 14 games, he's a top 10 rusher in the league.
He is.
Just on average.
The challenge as a play caller, man, you give him the ball 5 times in the first quarter and he's at 60. Like he busts one for 20. Dude, it's really hard not to feed a running back that's got a hot hand. It's so hard. And that's where you hope and pray that what you got in Jonah Coleman gives you 6 to 8 carries a game that you feel are repeatable relative to what J.K. Dobbins is.
Okay, so let me pick your play calling brain, your offensive play calling mindset. Is it tougher to spread carries when someone's got a hot hand? 5 touches, 60 yards, and a touchdown. And then to spread carries to your other 2 or 3 backs that you have going on and maybe even get some touches in for Marvin Mims in the screen game or reverse game, something like that. Is it tougher to do that, or is it tougher to stick with a running back who has 12 attempts and 23 yards?
Ooh, that's a great question. What position does the play caller come from? Background.
You.
Quarterback.
How's this? Davis Webb.
Quarterback.
There you go.
Sean Payton. Quarterback. Played at Eastern Illinois. It's really hard. The hardest thing to do when you believe in the pass game, you believe in your training of a quarterback, your training of the offensive skill player group, it's really hard to stick with the run when it's just not cooking. And in like say 12 carries for 23 yards in the third quarter, that just screams.
It's kind of dead by then.
It screams, I'm abandoning that, man. Well, let's find some touches a Marvin Mims touch. Let's find screen touches for our tailback. Let's find 5 out in the pass protection and free release the tailback. Get him involved with some option routes, some swing routes, some wheel routes. But man, this is just not going. And a lot of times, you know why it's not going? It's because the defense is doing something schematically that is taking away your ability to control the game via the ground game. And usually it's just a number count. Or it could be they throw the outlier of their defensive front that you didn't anticipate. And in a system where you do can, or kill, or alert, a lot of times you're accounting for their top 3 fronts. We're going to run the first thing would be, hey, we're good. That's against odd, a 3-4 front. Hey, can. Oh, that's against their over front, which is 3 technique to the side of the tight end. Oh, alert. That's when they get into a bear front, the old stack bear monster front from back in the Chicago Bears era of Buddy Ryan. But you didn't anticipate for an under front? Oh, man. We're screwed because our entire wristband and play call sheet and the way I trained Bo Nix all week was under front's not going to show up in this game. We don't have an under planned. So a lot of times that's where the run game ends up getting abandoned.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Denver's #1 for sports talk. You're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Watch us on Twitch TV, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR, or subscribe to us today on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio. Don't miss a thing, including shorts, recaps, DMac, Smack. You guys were talking Bo Nix and disrespect to Bo, but also like his ankle looks perfectly fine. If you guys don't want to miss any of that, it's on our YouTube page every single day. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan Emmy. Here on 92.5. PhD will come up next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6 this evening. Home Run Derby starts at 6 tonight. No Hunter Goodman in that one, so you'll be watching the likes of Jack Caglione and Wilson Contreras, Bryce Harper, who won the event back in 2018, Kyle Schwarber, who leads the majors with 32 bombs this year, will be a fun hometown guy to root for in Philadelphia. It's a wiffle ball stadium, Citizens Bank Park, so you're going to see a boatload of absolute bombs tonight.
Speaking of bombs,
What's up?
What about the bombshell that was dropped last night?
What bombshell? What did I miss?
A defensive player of the year signed by the Denver Nuggets? Alpha Diallo? A Denver Nugget? This is what we've all been waiting for. This summer of, frankly, just about nothing is met with a player.
Yeah.
That's going to be in your rotation.
Big wingspan, 6'7". He turns down an offer that was nearly double that to stay in Europe, and he comes over and keeps the NBA dream alive. Yeah, why not? Take a chance on this thing.
He's a Ghanaian.
The Athletic came out with an article that had the 8 NHL fan bases that should be the most insulted by their team's offseason so far. And before we get into what's been happening in hockey, I guess I'll ask the question of you now. Do you feel insulted by the way that the offseason has gone for the Nuggets thus far? Because if we look at another Athletic article they just came out with, they gave offseason grades for every NBA franchise, and Denver is the only D- on the report card. The only one, the lowest grade in the NBA, Denver sitting at a D-.
I agree with it. Why? You have arguably the best and most complete player in his prime, and you are potentially going into 24, 25, 26. You're potentially going into the fourth year of wasting a window, and you do nothing about it. And right now, the Denver Nuggets strategy, which clearly has something to do with the cap issue, but the strategy is pray for health. Now, if you get health, you could very easily, I think you could very easily be right there at the end with a healthy Aaron Gordon, a healthy Christian Brown, another year of health for Jamal Murray, and Nikola Jokic, who looks great in the FIBA World Championship or whatever. Everything looks great. And then you got to sign Peyton Watson to make that all work out. But man, there's just been nothing. There's been nothing in terms of, like, if Alpha Diallo ends up becoming the defensive dog that you needed desperately against the Minnesota Timberwolves, then man, but I think he probably would have been an NBA basketball player in the last couple of years. I'm guessing.
If he is guaranteed to be that good.
Correct.
Now, again, former West High School athlete before he went to Providence, originally from New York City. There's obviously the Mile High City tie for him to come over from Europe, but keeping that NBA dream alive, yeah, it would be awesome if he can give you legit minutes. The question is David Allen going to play that guy?
Right now, he's got no other choice, right? But who's the bench right now? I mean,
especially if you end up signing Peyton Watson. You're in the second apron this year, man. Like, it's just happening. Unless you shed salary now, and that doesn't feel like it's going to happen.
If the Nuggets sign Peyton Watson and go into the second apron, can this team win it?
Only if you're fully healthy.
That's it.
Your starting unit's fine. Like Murray, Brown, CJ, Aaron Gordon, and Jokic, if healthy, put them up against anybody in the world. Now, when you get into the bench, it's like, is Tyus Jones legit? Can he eat 18 minutes a game? I don't know that answer. Is Julian Strawther ready to step in as your backup two guard?
Is Deron Holmes going to be taking that next step? Now,
Now-
I'm glad that Deron Holmes showed up to Vegas. Is getting working at least.
Is Spencer Jones on the team? Is Marvin Bagley a guy who will be played this year? I don't know. They didn't play their backup big last year either. And Bagley's worse right now than Valanciunas was going into last season. Now, Peyton Watson probably ends up in your starting five if you sign him to a $30 million deal. It'd be a really tough sell to the fan base. If you sign him, go into the second apron, and he's your sixth man off the bench, he likely starts for Christian.
So as of today, no Peyton Watson deal.
Correct.
Your starting five is Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic. Your two-way player is KJ Simpson. That's who your two-way is set up for this year.
Yeah, there's no depth.
Your reserves, as of right now, are Tyus Jones and Julian Strawther. And then you have kind of below the line, Deron Holmes, Zeke Naji, Trayvon Brazile, Alpha Diallo, Marvin Bagley III. And that right there, projected salary, puts you at $219 million, which is $3 million short of being in the second apron. That's without Peyton Watson.
They're a second apron team. There's no way to get around it unless you're moving salary out now in the middle of July, and I just don't really see that happening.
As of right now, there are only 12 guaranteed players on the roster and one two-way.
It's a huge prayer. It's a massive prayer on health. If healthy, yeah, they can compete. If healthy, they could win it, but that's a huge if, especially with what we've seen over the last 2 years.
The good news on it, Alpha Diallo, is you don't have to pay him the NBA vet minimum. He's never played. He's never been in the NBA. So he has 0 years of service to back up his NBA vet minimum contract.
The Avs, by the way, on that NHL insulted fan base list,
C-?
not on it.
That's good.
So the Avs were not on that list of 8 teams that should be insulted by how their offseason is gone.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do.
What offseason transaction are you personally most bullish on?
Schwartz at 3.25 is pretty solid. I like Jaden Schwartz. I just think he's more of what the Avs need. He's not flashy. He is a two-way player that likes to be physical, can kill penalties. I think moving on from Nichushkin, it's going to end up being the right idea.
Agreed.
Because I think we've seen the best of him come and go, and I don't believe he's going to be fully healthy kind of ever again in his career. I think he's going to be like a 50 to 60 game guy. And if you get the best out of him, which you did not in the postseason last year, he can be a difference maker for you. I just think that Joe cut bait, and I'm kind of okay with that.
Wisely cut bait.
Yeah, you
that
couldn't
was actually,
do much.
I think that the Val Nichushkin, with the recent data of the postseason in 2026, and then, of course, the bad data of 23 and 24 postseasons that were marred by being eliminated from even playing because of off-ice decision-making, I think it was addition by subtraction as it relates to the Avalanche offseason.
Now, your hope is that you get a player or players, right? I think we talked about this before I left on break last week, was you're trying to recreate what he does for you in the aggregate. You take the Moneyball situation, you go, okay, can the Avs make Val Nichushkin in terms of a Frankenstein's monster of Schwartz, LaRue, and Svechkov, or Schwartz, LaRue, and a full season of Kadri? I think the chances of you doing that, pretty solid. Now, they got a little bit slower. Like, Kadri's boots are not fast anymore, but they did get younger. Shockingly, even though they added a 34-year-old winger, they got younger.
Svechkov can skate a little bit, can he?
Svechkov can skate. LaRue can skate. They're both 23 years old. They bring back the entirety of the defense. They only have $400,000 in cap space right now. And the one big thing that everyone is waiting on is, when is Cale Makar going to sign his extension? Because if you don't sign an extension this offseason, the 8th year goes away. That goes away in September of this year. So if you are signing an extension, you want 8 years at a place. That drops down to 7 years next offseason.
You're talking about 8 from the time of the new contract?
8 from the time of the new contract. So if Cale wants to be getting paid, let's call it $16 million a year when he is 36 years old, he has to sign the 8-year deal this offseason, then it kicks in after next year.
Would you agree that Cale at 36 years old feels like he'll still be very relevant.
I think he'll be as
because of
relevant
his play style.
I think he'll be as relevant as like John Carlson is right now when he's been playing for Washington and Anaheim, and I think John Carlson's a Tampa Bay Lightning now. And Carlson's still a really solid player. I think he'll be John Carlson plus at 36 years old.
So from an Avs standpoint, you want the 8 years.
Oh yeah. You don't want Kale to do the in vogue thing in the NHL, which is signing like these 3, 4, 5-year deals to walk you all the way up to another free agency deal at the beginning of your 30s. You want to lock him into 8 years so that deal gets sexier and sexier by the season.
Yeah, John Carlson, he's exactly that, 36 years old, had 60 points as a D-man.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
If I get 60 points out of Cale Makar at age 36, would love it. Now, at what is $17 million or $16 million going to look like in the year 2034? I do not know. It's probably going to be a bargain.
Well, it all depends on what happens at the Strait of Hormuz. We'll find out.
You're telling me oil prices are going to directly affect what happens in the National Hockey League?
Yep. The old economy.
Old Donnie's got the Cale Makar contract in his back right pocket.
Very fine Canadian. Good player. Great stick.
Oh, it's Altitude 92.5. Join us 303-504-0925. Hour 2 next. 15 days until vets report to training camp and 18 days until you guys can get on out there to Dove Valley and watch some Broncos football. 8 Sundays away from NFL football. It's here. You can feel it. It is right around MLB All-Star weekend, or I suppose week, considering the festivities start on a Monday and then end on a Tuesday evening. This is the time of year that I start getting the itch. I don't get it prior to the MLB All-Star break because I feel as though I have enough to get me through. It's still like major season in golf. By the way, Open Championship, Royal Birkdale this week. Starts on Thursday.
Where's Royal Birkdale?
Birkdale is just north of Liverpool. So like on the western side of England.
Oh, man, I love the Open.
The Open rocks.
I love it. I love the timing of it, too. I love early morning golf.
Yeah. Golf is on constantly. The best thing that happened, by the way, I watched a lot of Scottish Open golf this week.
Okay.
They had like great weather in the morning, and then they got socked out by fog on day 2.
Like delays?
Oh, yeah.
It was that bad?
Couldn't play.
Oh, my God.
Couldn't play golf.
Glorious.
Which I think is, how the game was meant to be played because that's where it was created. Rory falls off the map. And I happen to be a Rory fan, although he can, rub me the wrong way with a lot of his complaining. But I genuinely like and root for Rory McIlroy. Fell off the face of the planet during round 3. And then in round 4, when he was chasing from behind, Tom Kim ends up winning the Scottish. He's like yanking shots left all day long by 30, 40 yards. Things that Rory McIlroy does not do. And he just drops a club and just goes, I'm so bad at golf. And I loved it. I need more of that from Rory, especially when it comes Open Championship time. When you suck, scream that you suck. Kind of like Dana White did after the
that was good.
The McGregor thing where he's telling
what a disaster that was. The Conor McGregor fight?
What can they do about it? He got injured. Do you buy into the conspiracy theory that he was injured prior to the fight?
I think there's so many things that go into the money involved in promoting a fight that is probably going to be a horrific fight. Because I think that's what ultimately was going to happen. Conor McGregor,
even if it's a horrific fight, like, don't you want him to get his face beaten in?
Does he want to get his face beat in? He got the same payday either way.
Yeah. I don't know if I buy into the Reynolds rap thought process of
I'm not fully in
he
there.
took a fall. I think he injured himself.
We'll find out. I mean, does he have an ACL, MCL, PCL, like the whole deal? Because if he had all that stuff going into the fight, there's no way that you could have walked like you walked. Like you would be hobbling around. You wouldn't even have been able to throw that kick.
Right.
Like to launch yourself in the air. I mean, I have a meniscus right now, and I can't jump greater than 3 inches.
Dude, I think he just got injured. I think he's an old fighter who is injury prone now because he's old and threw a kick and got hurt.
You know what has saved UFC's bacon is the fact that they've moved away from really expensive pay-per-views.
The Paramount Plus thing was amazing. I was not going to watch the fight. So that was Saturday night, right? Was that Saturday or Friday night? When I'm on vacation, the days blend together. I can't remember what night it was. But I was at my uncle's house.
Saturday night.
And his sons, who are like, his youngest is like 18 years old. He had some buddies over. And, you going to watch the fight tonight? I was like, I'm not paying $199 to watch 2 rounds of McGregor. They go, no, it's on Paramount Plus. Absolutely.
I'm in. This sounds great.
I'm already I'm already pirating this from my buddy Eric.
Yeah, I mean, you get kind of everything you need. If you're into the Yellowstone series and UFC fights for air quote free, yeah, it's a whole heck of a lot better than forking over $69 to $99 per fight. Could you imagine had there been that night of fights for $100, the fallout from everybody wanting to watch simply Conor McGregor's return to the octagon. And then it's over within essentially 5 seconds. I know it kind of meandered to like 3:52, but
there's nothing else in sports that's remotely like that. That you can pay that much for an event for a chance that it only lasts 14 seconds.
The only one that I would say is, there was a World Cup match that the ticket price was like, the get-in price was over $1,500 per ticket. And honestly, USA Belgium.
It was over pretty quick.
I mean, that thing felt over with it. To me, it felt over in the first 5 minutes. I know statistically and numerically, and the U.S. equalize, it felt empty.
They had a chance up until the boneheaded play from Matt Freese.
But even then, you're just sitting there like, they're getting outplayed in every single way, shape, or form. You're hoping that the home crowd does something to and it just never.
But you felt the same way after the first 20 minutes of USA-Belgium that you did after McGregor's knee. By the way, on McAfee right now, undergoing leg surgery.
Okay.
He's injured. Now, did it happen at the beginning or right there when he throws that big roundhouse left leaping kick?
Yeah, we're watching him he gets his face punched in for a few seconds immediately after he gets down, tries to scramble. Oh gosh. Yeah, you could tell once he surges forward again, you could tell Max Holloway's looking at the official.
You know what I felt like before the NFL changed their overtime rules? I felt that way about NFL overtime. That I would get cheated out of watching free football when a team won a toss and ripped off an 8-yard run, a 14-yard pass, and another 9-yard pass and kicked a field goal 2.5 minutes into overtime. And then my football watching experience is over. I felt that way about football before they changed it. Now, the opposite side of that equation was like Demaryius Thomas taking it to the house in the divisional round against the Steelers.
Some of the college football playoff games feel a little bit like this.
The first rounds?
Yeah, like the ones that are, I'll be Boise State.
Yep.
I spent a lot of my own hard-earned money to get to Arizona. I mean, it was still worth it, but you're thinking Ashton Genty and the Boise State Broncos are going to be able to do the thing that they did 18, 20 years ago when they shocked the world and beat Oklahoma. And you start seeing in this new world of NIL and the transfer portal that your team had no chance from basically the second series on. It's over. And it's a bit of a disheartening feeling.
Oh, you know, it's a really good one. And Tyler's going to hate this if he's listening. See you going to that championship game against Vince Young and the Longhorns.
Oh, gosh.
And getting boat raced 70-3.
That was bad.
That was one they were like, oh, yeah, the Buffs are there. They're in a title game. They got a chance. And then Vince Young went, no, you don't. Nobody has a chance against me. USC and the Trojans don't have a chance against me. They got Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush driving in brand new cars and buying 7 different houses for their family members to the fact that they have to give up Heisman trophies.
The emotional roller coaster of the Conor McGregor, excited to watch a legend of the sport return, and you're hoping that there's something positive out of it, even if you dislike him off the outside of the octagon. But the emotional pull of what happened going into the fight and then a minute and a half into the fight where it's over felt a little bit like Bo Nix after winning an AFC championship. And then what was it, 90 minutes later? I mean, I had to call you, and it happened live on air for me. I mean, I was live on air on the Altitude TV Broncos football postgame live show.
The best game of his career. He beats Josh Allen head-to-head. Now, yes, some boneheaded plays from Allen in that game, but Bo was very good.
Did you see Josh Allen's the unanimous number 1 quarterback in the as was voted on, where Bo is 18? Josh Allen's number 1? Did you see that?
I saw that. We'll get into that in a second here.
That's crazy to me.
Bo at 18 feels too far away from the top 10.
Number 18 outplayed number 1.
Oh, I had this conversation. I spent the last week in New York and New Jersey with a lot of Giants fans. And the amount of Giants fans that think that Jackson Dart is a better quarterback than Bo Nix is astounding.
It's insanity.
Astounding.
He's a YouTube sensation. He's like
I listened to a ton of New York, New Jersey, and Philadelphia radio this past week. And it's because we're getting so close to training camp, there's a lot of Giants talk on
How
there.
fun is sports talk radio in Philadelphia?
Well, they're lunatics.
It's
Absolute
so good.
lunatics.
We're so soft here.
But the guys in
people
New
here
York,
get mad at us if we say that Bo Nix could potentially have another injury in his career. Oh, you guys are too hard on Bo. No, actually, 4 surgeries in 6 years means something.
the guys in New York are all in on Jackson Dart.
There will be moments, because I love Jack. I was all in on Jackson Dart at Ole Miss until the big moments.
I was going to say, you were not all in on Jackson Dart coming out.
Correct.
Of Ole Miss,
Why? Because I was all in the year leading up to his final season in playing college football. And then I watched him be the drizzling craps against the University of Kentucky on a year where Mike Stoops was fired. And they lose the game, and they ultimately lost their chance to be a real college football playoff, factor in on that. I was out on Jackson Dart. He's a flash in the pan, great highlight player. He runs too much. He gets injured too much. I think he's going to have multiple C words by the time he's in his 5th year in the National Football League. I don't buy that he's the starting quarterback for the New York Giants in 2027. I don't buy it.
He can't protect himself.
Nope.
He's like Jaden Daniels. Can't protect himself and refuses to protect himself.
Jaden Daniels, to me, can play the long game better because of what he did in college. Like, I saw Jaden Daniels overcome a body type that appears that he can't do it. Whereas Jackson Dart is not built. Jackson Dart and Bo Nix are not built all that differently. Jackson's a little bit doughier, and Bo's he's pretty high cut. But in terms of dimensions, pretty similar guys. Jackson Dart just plays more hero ball than Bo does. Bo understands when to get down.
And it's so funny. He got down on a play that ended the Broncos season.
It's crazy. He wasn't even trying to be a hero. He's trying to get down and make sure that the clock continued to wind on a quarterback keeper wide zone play to the left. Pin and pull.
It's so true, man. To go back to that McGregor conversation of how disappointed were you after, again, I know a lot of people didn't spend money on that fight because you already have Paramount Plus subscriptions and stuff, but you have in some form spent money on that event, and you got 14 seconds of a fight that ends up getting called because he can't stand on one leg, and you just go, what the heck did I dial my entire day in for? The Bo Nix thing after the divisional round is right there. A really good text from the 442. Broncos and Seahawks Super Bowl after snap number 1 when it goes over Peyton Manning's head. I was in college watching that. I was a junior in college at Syracuse watching with all my buddies.
Oh, you were orange and blue to
dude,
out.
I'm just feeding.
And you're talking
everybody.
all that mess.
It's the greatest offense in the history of football. There's no way they can lose this game. There's no way they can get blown out in this game. It's the greatest offense in history. And the first snap goes over his head. And I walked out of the room, shut my bedroom door, and watched by myself in my own room. And I'm just, my entire team just banging on the wall, feeding me from the other side of the room.
It's a tough existence.
I feel that way. I felt the exact same way that I did on Saturday watching McGregor.
I will say this. Insider information. Across the street from where my family was vacationing, we were in the low rent district in California. Across the street, Conor McGregor was staying with his camp. A young man that I coach in high school was staying at the same property and ran into Conor McGregor and his team.
All right.
He was totally normal and fine and healthy.
Wait, so after the fight?
Before. That's
okay.
So there was
he looked normal.
He was normal
healthy.
and fine and healthy. Everything was there was nothing that. So anybody that is tinfoil cap that he was at a torn ACL going into that fight, you're wrong. You're dead wrong.
I can give you a piece of Reynolds rap going into that fight of he's going to get beat bad. And Holloway's going to make him look terrible. And there's no chance he'll ever come back into a ring if Holloway just beats the living crap out of him. I'll give you the tinfoil hat conspiracy of maybe they would have faked an injury that happened. Not off of that kick. It looks like he got injured on the kick.
Raj, did you happen to watch Gable Steveson in his UFC debut?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so Gable Steveson.
He's the former Olympic wrestler, right?
And he's
an
dog.
Absolute freak.
He is so athletic. Played for the Buffalo Bills for a second, he was a training camp invite. Never had played college football. Apparently very controversial. I hadn't done all the homework on. There's been some accusations about he never went to court to best of my knowledge, but there were some accusations about some sexual assaults in college. When I was at Minnesota, he was wrestling for the University of Minnesota. I would run into him in the kind of the dining commons. He'd say, "Coach, I can play fullback for you right now." And I looked at him like, "Yes, you can." That dude, barring obviously outside of the octagon issues, he is going to be the next big thing in mixed martial arts. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Elite athlete, big time competitor.
You couldn't get him to come play football for you?
He wanted to. The
Gophers wrestling program has more pull than old PJ Fleck does?
The problem is that PJ Fleck didn't believe in a fullback at that time. He was straight two tight ends, and Gable Stevenson's like 5'10".
We'll get back into the quarterback conversation. Is Josh Allen truly the undisputed number one QB in the league? Is Bo Nix being an honorable, not even an honorable mention, a receiving votes quarterback coming in at 18th overall? Is that a big miss from ESPN as they polled execs and coaches and scouts around the NFL? Notes are next. Every day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with NFL notes. Cole Smith is behind the glass filling in this week. Mr. Smith, what do you have on tap for us, baby?
Guys, what is up? Glad to be back. Sean Payton is predicting the UFL-style officiating transparency will come to the NFL within 2 to 3 years. Broncos head coach Sean Payton told Jason Confora, and I already butchered that name, I'm sorry, of sportsboom.com. Every once in a while, you see something you like, and I think Dean Blandino and his crew, when we kick live right to the booth review, I think that's healthy, and I think you'll see that in the next 2 or 3 years. Guys, do you want more transparency when it comes to reviews and going back to New York for our calls and things?
I liked it. I thought it was cool. What was really neat is that my tight end coach at Valor Christian was the guy that was interviewing the officials right after they made a reversal of a call.
Okay.
It was Brock Heward, like right there on the sideline. Actually, I thought it was a really, really smart idea, really fun to incorporate that part of the viewing experience, but also a little bit of accountability for the referees.
I want more of that. There's also a very popular opinion among NHL writers circles that in hockey, they want media availability for the head of the officiating crew after every game. Not long. You just come out, and if you happen to be in that media throng, maybe they hand select like 3 writers for each game. You get to go talk to that referee, and you get to ask, what was this call? Why did you make this decision? Explain what you did on the ice tonight. I want that in the NFL too.
Especially with what's been going on with FIFA. And some of the questions surrounding even Fuller and Balogun's. Did you see the latest today? Was that Fuller and Balogun's decision was overturned? That red card was suspended. The suspension was suspended, That's what they called it. They said, we're suspending the red card. Okay. That makes no sense. But that was without meeting with the committee. So there was no formal, so that was happening at a higher up level.
Oh, yeah. We know what level that was happening at. That was a presidential level rescinding of a red card. That's what happened. Let's be very honest about that.
It didn't turn out too well for you, did it?
No, it didn't help.
None of it helped.
Like, at all. Belgium was comfortable in that game.
Very.
Yeah, give me more access to officials immediately after games. Like, I don't want any of this 2-minute report crap from the NBA. No, let me talk to the official. The NBA is doing a great job of bringing you directly into like the situation room. I want more of that in the NFL. I want more of that in hockey. Yeah. Keep these officials' feet to the fire. Smitty, what's next?
I got on a little bit more on the officiating note, guys. We've all been watching the FIFA World Cup, and I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I definitely have. FIFA has introduced a referee view, basically a camera attached to all of the officials for the FIFA World Cup, and this has started a conversation, or at least a discussion, that this is something the NFL should look into. Obviously, logistically, the FIFA only has 3 officials on the field. The NFL has 7, so it's a lot more cameras. But at the same time, NFL officials wear hats, and it would be a lot easier to attach them to. Do you guys want to see a referee view?
Cole, I can tell you 2 people that I know beyond a shadow of a doubt are diametrically opposed to referee view cam, and that is United States men's national team goalkeeper Matt Freese and Tim Ream, the captain, who was an absolute whiff on the ball, because that angle from the referee was as damning as any angle I've ever seen from something that happened on field for a blooper.
Ref cams rock.
I love it.
We saw how great they were in Olympic hockey last year. It should be on every NFL official's hat moving forward.
It's not that hard.
No, and it's not that much money. You're telling me we get more angles? Putting the camera inside the pylon at the goal line? Massive success.
Huge success.
Now I get to see exactly what the referee is looking at when he is pulling a flag on Riley Moss for PI 25 yards down the field.
That one will be a little hard just because there'll be a lot of running. Whereas the umpire
cam, they
can
find a way.
What I'm excited for is the umpire cam when Garrett Bowles is called for a holding. I know we're a little bit past that. We've graduated. But I would love to watch the exact angles that the umpire has when he calls a hold. Be fascinating to me.
Don't they make like gyroscopes for that? Can't you put a GoPro gyroscope on top of an NFL officiant's hat?
It just stays
Official's
level.
hat, rather.
Stays level.
Yes.
It'll look like
It's
dunce
just
caps.
moving around constantly.
You're wild.
We can do this. We can make this happen. More cameras on the field, as many as humanly possible. I want every angle possible so that I can look at a referee and say, "You're an idiot. You screwed my team."
Just costs a little bit more money for the production.
The Seahawks just sold for $9.6 billion. The league ain't hurting for cash.
You're right. They also, people inherently are a little bit lazy and stuck in their ways. That is true.
Speaking of Seattle, Smitty.
3, that's a magic number.
Yeah, you beat me to the punch, Raj. Group led by San Francisco 49ers, limited partner, oh my gosh, Vinod Khosla. I really hope I'm saying that right.
You and Rob Manfred, two peas in a pod right now.
I'm so sorry. They've agreed to purchase the Seattle Seahawks for $9.6 billion. The terms of the deal, while not disclosed, do say that they would have to relinquish their ownership of the 49ers, obviously. Guys, in terms of record-setting sales, Washington Commanders was the most recent NFL franchise sold. They went for $6 billion, but the record still holds with the LA Lakers at $10 billion.
Wow.
Just stupid money.
I can't believe the Lakers are a $10 billion franchise.
Do they own Crypto.com Arena? Or does the municipality own Crypto.com Arena?
I don't know.
Because that's big, right? Seattle sold for 9.6 and they don't own Lumen Field. Denver selling at 4.65 4 years ago, like basically to the day. I think didn't that happen like middle of August or something when that sale went through?
Yep. The Anschutz Entertainment Group owns Crypto.com.
Oh, okay. All right, never mind. So that makes sense now.
Is that the same Anschutz Entertainment Group as in like Phil Anschutz?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Everything Denver Anschutz campus? Maybe?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Probably.
Broncos selling for 4.65 and then 4 years later.
It is. It's Philip Anschutz.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, that's the Los Angeles Sparks ownership owns the Crypto.com Arena.
So the Buss family doesn't own any of that.
No.
So the Lakers sold for $10 billion without an ownership stake in the arena. That's the crazy thing. The Broncos selling for 4.65 while, in the middle of a stadium upheaval makes sense to me in 2022. Do you think the Walton Penner ownership group is thrilled with their investment thus far?
They could probably sell this thing.
It could sell for 10.
10. When the new stadium's done?
Double your investment on something that nearly cost you $5 billion in just 4 years. It's out of control.
Unbelievable. Oh, so Anschutz Entertainment Group owns the LA Kings, LA Sparks, LA Galaxy, and owned by Denver businessman Phil Anschutz.
There you go.
Kind of wild. And owns Crypto.com Arena.
What's the next team to sell? And it will be a $10 billion sale in the NFL. What's the next team to sell?
Gosh, Dallas is never,
Nope. Not leaving the Jones family.
That one would be a monster. Because of all the entertainment associated with even their practice facility. Practice facility in and of itself is nicer than a lot of people's entire, compounds. And I would say the next one to...
Like, would the Davis family sell the Raiders?
No. God, you would think that would have happened at some point in the last 20 years.
Yeah, but now that you see, if Seattle's worth 9 and you own Allegiant and you're in Vegas, are the Raiders worth 11 or 12 at that point? I could see the Davis family selling. Could you see the Browns selling? Now, the Browns, I don't think are going to be anywhere near $10 billion, but I think they'll be a pretty penny.
Allegiant is owned by the Las Vegas Stadium Authority.
It is? Okay, never mind.
Yep.
Oh, why am I thinking that I'm going to call them poor. A poor NFL family would be footing the bill
is
for
them.
That
That is the Davis family.
Cole, what's next?
Fofos, I'm tipping.
Guys, some names from the past are popping back up. Former Raiders and Saints quarterback Derek Carr apparently wants to strap him up again. Carr said on NFL Network last Friday that teams have contacted him about potentially coming out of retirement. Guys, I wanted to ask you,
Come on
who
down.
on earth
Come
is
on down.
calling Derek Carr?
The Denver Broncos. Do you think Derek Carr would have been better than Jarrett Stidham in the AFC Championship game?
Derek Carr probably would have given you a chance to win a Super Bowl. I think they lose to Seattle, but he would have given you a decent chance.
He's probably going to ask for money, though. He's not going to do there's no way the guy's going to do an NFL vet minimum.
No. He's been too injured. He's kind of done. 33 years old, though.
And he's not that old. Like, you want to talk about a high
Derek
level...
Carr would look really good backing Bo Nix up.
Yeah, you want to talk about a really, really high-level backup quarterback in the National Football League? Derek Carr is statistically was a really good starter for 5 years.
Who would be better? Let's assume Fernando Mendoza is the starter in Vegas in Week 6. Who's the better veteran backup? Cousins or Carr?
I think Carr. There's something to me about Kirk Cousins that I don't buy, that he is as humble and easygoing with, I'm going to be the temporary quarterback until, Fernando, you're ready.
Cousins 5-3 in 8 starts, 1,700 yards, 10 touchdowns, 5 picks last year. And in Carr's 10 games in 2024, he was 5-5, 2,100 yards, 15 touchdowns, and 5 picks.
Not bad.
You might be right.
Yep.
Carr's probably the better quarterback right now.
And Cousins is older, isn't he?
Cousins is 37 going on 38.
What did I say?
Yeah.
You say Carr's 33?
Carr's 33.
That's so weird. That's not like, what's Mahomes? Is he 30 yet?
I think Patrick Mahomes is 30, yes. I think he's over 30.
He's exactly 30. Does Patrick Mahomes seem just 3 years younger than Derek Carr?
No, he seems 10 years younger than Derek Carr.
That's what I see in my mind.
Mahomes, by the way, number 2 on that NFL quarterback ranking from ESPN that came out earlier this morning. Number 2, Patrick Mahomes behind Josh Allen.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of shade right now being thrown in the direction of the Kansas City Chiefs organization and their players. Do you think that the Chiefs having all that extra motivation of being, air quote, underrated, is that bode well for the Denver Broncos?
I think they're overrated. I think the Chiefs right now are overrated.
You think that Patrick Mahomes is the second best quarterback in the NFL?
I don't.
What do you think he is? Worse?
I think he's the 3rd or 4th.
He won the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
I think Josh Allen, I agree with the Josh Allen thing. And I know Josh hasn't gotten there and gotten to the promised land. He's just a freak, and he's in the middle of his prime. And I think Mahomes, I think his best years are behind him, but I don't think he's falling off a cliff. I think he has another 5 or 6 years of like really good football, but I don't know if he's.
Your overall tone towards the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes scares the hell out of me, because I feel like that's everybody's tone towards the Kansas City Chiefs.
No, I feel the exact opposite. I look at all these rankings and all these projections of like who's going to win the AFC West and who is the comeback player of the year, right? It's going to be Patrick Mahomes, who's the second best quarterback in the league. It's Patrick Mahomes. So I look at what they were last year and how old they're getting and his lack of offensive weapons. I do not believe in Rashee Rice. I do not believe in Xavier Worthy. I think Travis Kelce is 2 years past when he should have retired. Now, do I think that they picked up a really, really good running back in Kenneth Walker? Yes, I do. I see all of these projections of like, yeah, the Chiefs are still the best team in the world. And I go, why? Why are we discounting what Denver and New England did last year?
How excited is Patrick Mahomes to get back to the football field? Because he did not look excited hanging out with his wife up there at the FIFA World Cup. They were sitting in completely different rows. I think they got into a little tiff. Not that you and I have never been in a tiff with our wives. I've sat in different rows as my wife in a luxury suite before. Just kidding.
I put a healthy Joe Burrow above him.
I agree.
I think Joe Burrow's the second best quarterback in football.
I put a healthy Joe Burrow above Josh Allen, brother.
Sure. You can convince me of that.
You can convince
I am
me.
a huge Joe Burrow
Joe Burrow,
fan.
he's gotten to the dance.
He's beaten Mahomes. He's beaten Mahomes.
Josh Allen is not. But yet we want to coordinate Josh Allen.
Yeah, so that's why I look at the Kansas City situation. I go, I think they're kind of overrated. Now, the witch is going to turn around. He's going to smack me in the face. I'm going to regret this 6 months from now.
That's kind of my point, man. The witch is not dead.
Cole, what's next? Give me one more.
All right, guys, last one for you. With the end of the World Cup means the end of natural grass at some of these stadiums, including Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, where it has already been removed. And the NFLPA has come out, of course, in a little bit of backlash of this, saying that they believe that their polling of the players and all this other stuff, the natural grass should just stay. And guys, I just wanted to ask you, aren't NFL owners basically just paying double to continue a problem when they could just keep the grass and have it fixed?
Well, you got to make some big decisions about how you want to operate your facility. I mean, the Penner Walton ownership group is not afraid to throw a brand new pitch out there in the middle of the season. In November, December, and a lot of these climates. Obviously Gillette in the greater New England area included, the fields they're trashed by the time you get to November. But it costs a lot of money, millions. Now, we already established that these franchises are worth not millions, but billions. You can't just leave the temporary grass field out there and expect it to be good. I think you got to go the route of what the Arizona Cardinals and Las Vegas has done with essentially like having like an exterior farm built for proper grass to be installed.
If you just put a ballpark number on, like, how much money do you think the Chiefs lost last year because Mahomes was injured?
$50 million?
Do you know what it costs?
No, more than that.
Do you know what it costs to install a brand new grass field?
1.5.
It's a little bit less than that.
Wow.
It was between like $250,000 and $500,000 for the Broncos to replace that entire grass field at Empower. So you're talking about, let's say you replace it 3 times in a season. You're talking about $1.5 to $2 million at the most in grass investment.
Worth it.
You think that's worth keeping Patrick Mahomes on the field?
Way worth it.
You think that's worth keeping Christian McCaffrey on the field?
No. Is Arrowhead turf?
I'm just saying in general thought.
Yeah.
We were talking about Mahomes, and I go, who was the biggest injury in the NFL last year was Patrick Mahomes, without a doubt. I think Arrowhead is grass. I'm pretty certain it's grass.
Yeah, I think so.
But it just in general terms, it is a far better investment for these ownership groups to put 3 new grass fields in per year than risk the injury of their multi-million-dollar running back and quarterback and wide receivers.
I think grass does not solve all the injury issues, right? But overall, it's much more forgiving.
Like, it also just makes the players happier. It takes a piece of contention off the table, does it not? I know we're not trying to fix every woe that the NFLPA and the ownership groups have against each other, but that feels like a pretty easy way to shake a hand.
Yeah, Geehaw Field at Arrowhead, I know that this is not the point, is a grass surface. But neither here nor there. The overall numbers and honestly, players, they like playing on grass better. They do. It feels better on their joints. Every day at training camp, what are they on?
They're on grass.
They're on grass. They all are. Damn near every single one of them. So to me, it's. I think that's the NFL should mandate.
Yeah, according to the Denver Post, the Broncos spend $1 million or more annually on overall field upkeep, which does include the new turf that they put in halfway through the season. $1 million to ensure that Nick Bonito doesn't tear an ACL. Not ensure, but help that he doesn't tear an ACL.
It also just looks and smells better. Does it not?
It does.
For the fan experience. You invest over $1 million in your playing surface. It's better for the players. It's better for the viewing.
That smell.
It's the best.
That smell of 99-degree rotting,
the worst
rubber turf when 300-pound dudes have been sweating on it, spitting on it. There's Copenhagen spit all over that smell is atrocious.
I hate the rubber smell.
It's brutal. And it's in your socks all the time. It gets into your house.
Your wife hates you.
Your dog's eating it. The baby just learned how to crawl. She's eating it. What are we doing here?
Go to grass.
NFL ownership group, help me parent my kid. NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. We'll wrap up the show on the other side. It's Altitude 92.5. Wrapping it up here on a Monday, the morning sprint. Raj and Coach been talking about the new NFL quarterback rankings from ESPN.
Yeah, I have a couple more thoughts on this.
Okay, sure.
So,
be my guest.
If you haven't seen this is Jeremy Fowler of ESPN gathered NFL coaches, executive scouts to rank their top 10 quarterbacks, and they also posted the others receiving votes, and based off of how many votes Bo Nix received, it would put him at 18, which, based off of a lot of the advanced analytics, that computes. But he had success against many of these individual players and actually outperformed them statistically, including number one, who I love Josh Allen. I think he's awesome. But for you to be number one in the National Football League, you have to have had bona fide playoff success. And I don't believe that Josh Allen has had bona fide playoff success. Number two is Patrick Mahomes, and I believe he should be number one because I think he is currently the best living quarterback that is still active in the National Football League because he's done the thing and he's done it multiple times. The blip on the radar is the injury. Matthew Stafford is number three. I'm very okay. I'm great with that. I think he's phenomenal. Go ahead.
I think he's slightly too old to be number three.
Okay. But one thing he has done is he's done the thing. Correct?
Yeah.
He's done the thing. Joe Burrow's number four. I personally think that if you have healthy Joe Burrow, my rankings right now would be 1, Patrick Mahomes, 2, Joe Burrow, 3, Matthew Stafford, 4, Josh Allen,
Who's
and
your
then
fifth?
They have him as Lamar Jackson. You go, whoa, gosh. Then who do you put at 5? Because 6 is Dak Prescott, 7 is Justin Herbert, 8 is Drake May, 9 is Jared Goff, 10 is Caleb Williams. Does Jared Goff get higher? Does he get ranked higher?
Do I have to have a top 5 or can I keep it as a top 4?
It kind of is a top 4.
It's a top 4. If I'm forced to go top 5, it's funny because I like to discount the narrative of like, in order to be the best quarterback in the world, you have to have won a Super Bowl. I'm not really that guy. I think that Josh Allen's the most talented quarterback in the world, so I think he's number 1. I think I'd put Drake May there. Okay. I think I'd put Drake May at number 5.
Oh man,
I kind of believe in him.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
He did a lot with nothing last year.
I know, but gosh, the AFC East, you had 4 games against the Dolphins and the Jets. That's you could stat pad like nobody else against those 2 franchises.
Okay, I'll give you that.
It felt like there was a lot of stat padding going on with the New England Patriots this year, which is okay. They also had an easy schedule because of the year that preceded this past season.
The correct answer is there's a top 4, and then it's everybody else.
So for
however
me,
you want to put that top 4 together, you can convince me any way.
So the Bo Nix situation, he definitely is. He does not get the national respect that many, and I believe he probably deserves. But here's the problem. In the top 10, there are 2 of the other quarterbacks from Bo Nix's draft class. Number 8 is Drake May, and number 10 is Caleb Williams. And then others receiving votes, if you look into that, Jaden Daniels is higher than Bo Nix as well. So it is hard to say that, do you rank a perennially reviewed 4th best quarterback in his draft class as a top 10 quarterback in the NFL?
He's not there yet. Bo isn't a top 10 quarterback yet. I think he's knocking on the door. He's not there yet.
Will he be on this list next year?
Based off the conversation that you and I had about an hour and a half ago, yeah. If Jalen Waddle has a 1,200-yard season, Bo Nix is a top 10 quarterback.
Yep.
If he has the strength of a full season of J.K. Dobbins, where just based on average, and we didn't even give him a full season, we gave him like 14 or 15 games. He has a top 10 running game if you get 14 games out of J.K. Dobbins in terms of overall yards in a season. Yeah, he's there.
So we just
because
talked about
they will have won 12 or 13 or 14 games again.
Of the 3 major sports franchises here in Colorado, the 3 that at one point back in January, we all felt like there was a chance that we're going to have a triple parade. we were going to have a Broncos, Avs, and Nuggets parade, and oh, how quickly that faded. But all three of these teams, there is one factor that could make them world champions or maybe even non-playoff teams. And what is that factor?
It's health.
More so than maybe any other time in Denver sports history. Of the three franchises, which of the three is most desperately dependent upon extreme
Nuggets,
health?
Nuggets.
100%.
Nuggets.
Number 2?
Broncos.
Number 3?
Avs.
Yep.
I think it's a pretty distinct list. I don't think you can make an argument otherwise.
Now, I will say that much like the Nuggets, because recently I think the Nuggets and Broncos are closer together than you think.
Really?
Because they've had remarkable defensive health, the Denver Broncos have.
And offensive line health.
But what was the factor that essentially eliminated them from getting through the biggest hurdle, which is a AFC championship game, to the Super Bowl? Bo Nix's ankle, which is that's the equivalent of losing Nikola Jokic.
Sure. Not the same player, but sure.
And it's still pending. And then the offense looked a lot different when J.K. Dobbins was toting the football. So those are two players, just like Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, Jamal Murray, to a certain degree. Like, there's questions about his health every year. Peyton Watson, assuming he's back. Like, I think there's a lot of similarities between the Nuggets and the Broncos, and that there is a real bona fide chance.
Doesn't it feel, though, that they're on different trajectories?
It feels like the Broncos are arrow
it's
up
going
and the
this
Nuggets
way.
are arrow
They
down.
might meet in the middle. I think you're right on that point, where they might be meeting in the middle this season, which could be championships for either team if they're both healthy. But I do believe that the arrow is going up for Denver, and it's going up for the Broncos and coming down for the Nuggets. Rather, both teams are Denver.
Do you like going into a season as a sports fan where the number one thing that has to happen for you to really, really compete at the level that you're capable of is health? And you could say it about every team and of all, like, but do you really like that? Do you like that being as a Denver Bronco fan, as a Denver Nugget fan?
Yes, because I can't control it. What are you going to do? You can't control that. That's up to the sports gods. Of course I like that.
You think the Seattle Seahawks as a fan base, are terrified of health right now?
No.
Do you think right now, if you were to look at, do you think the New York Knicks are terrified of health right now?
Probably.
Probably with OG. Yep. It's an interesting time to be a Denver sports fan.
Home Run Derby tonight, 6 o'clock. Who you got winning tonight, Coach?
I'm going to go Schwarbs.
All right. I think Schwarber hits the longest. I think he hits the most in a round. I think Harper comes away with the win. Now, they changed the rules for the Derby. There's no more clock.
Back to the good
It is
good
back
era.
to a swing is a swing, an out is an out, a homer is a homer.
This is like Sosa Bonds, McGuire era.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
There's a few other wrinkles, but like that nonsense pitch swing clock thing is
This
gone.
is the summer of nostalgia for me. I love me some good old-fashioned nostalgia. Give it to me, Home Run Derby.
We're out of here. PhD's next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
What the hell is going on? How you feeling, people? Welcome to PhD. Once again, the D is out. No D. No D today because the man is taking the entire summer. I don't know what DMac is doing this summer, but he ain't hanging out with us. I'm Mark Bertinoli. Coming to you live from the back. That's Tyler Polumbus.
And Scott Hastings back in the house.
And Scott Hastings is back from vacation.
Ooh.
Back from vacation.
He got some fresh sunglasses on because I got his sunglasses in my car. They're in my car. Remind me. Let's get them on the way out.
I'm driving home because my brother's is going through some issues and blah 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 blah. I gave him a pair of glasses I had. It was my Prime glasses.
Oh, okay.
I had some Prime ones, right? But he needed polarized. He just had like cheapo Berto 711 sunglasses, right? So I gave him my good ones or nicer ones. I said, well, I had that pair in the car, and I got in the car and gosh dang it, where's those glasses? It took me till about Salina.
Well, they came in handy. I wore them a couple times.
They're nice glasses.
They came in handy. Nice glasses. They're a little crooked, though. I don't know if you noticed, a little bit crooked. That was driving me a little bit nuts, but, yeah.
But I had, I had in my glove box a pair of glasses. Remember that one time we did the show out at the golf tournament? And we got
those glasses.
Yeah, I never used it. They're still in the box.
I don't know where mine went. Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, maybe the car got stolen, yours?
Oh, yeah.
Might have been the glove
there
box.
you go. Could have been. Yeah.
How was the vacation? How was it?
Fantastic.
When's the last time you just took 2 weeks off and did nothing?
It's been 33 years.
See? See, it's not all bad.
It's been since probably 93.
Wow. Yeah, I was in high school, brother. That was
since 90. I've never had that many days off. It was fun. We got it. My dad's getting older. We all know about that, right?
Yeah.
My brother's had some serious health issues, so it was good to spend time with both those guys, and kind of cool.
What did you watch sports wise the last couple of weeks?
Can I?
While you were out,
I've tried to turn them into soccer fans.
I've been watching more than
locked in on the World Cup.
I was really locked in. U.S. lost. I've not been as dialed in, but I have enjoyed a few games. Watched the Argentina-Switzerland game.
Yeah.
Watched some of that England game.
Yeah. We're down to the fun. You know what's crazy? And I didn't realize this until I heard them say it. This will be the first World Cup ever where the top four teams are the last four teams standing.
The top four teams ranked in the world.
Yeah. Oh, is that right?
Are the top four ranked teams in the world.
Yeah,
made the finals.
Are the four teams remaining in the World Cup?
Which we think about that all the time. Wasn't it a couple years ago in the NCAA tournament when 4 number 1 seeds made it, or 3 and a 2, or something like that?
Or actually, what was it? All 4 ones? Was it all 4 ones that made it, or 3 ones?
But that's rare.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Although,
and that's the same thing as this right here. And listen, England's a non-pass from a winger to Holland early. And taking a 2-0 lead, England's, one dumb decision by a wing not to make a pass.
How do you not pass that ball? How do you not give that to that man?
The ultimate box scorer in all of football in the world, and it's 2-on-1, and you shoot it from that eight? Come on, man.
But how old is that guy, by the way? Is he only like 23 or something? Erling Haaland?
Yeah, he's in his 20s,
young 20s.
24.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know how old.
I think he's pretty young, man. I think that dude's got a long ways to go.
Got 15 more
24.
Years.
Bellingham, who I also love, and I loved before this tournament. Bellingham's only 23. How good is he? He's the guy that had the brace for England. So,
Well, yeah. Tuesday, Wednesday. Tomorrow is France, Spain. Wednesday is England, Argentina. You know what's crazy?
Hey, listen. I was so. You asked what I did sports-wise?
Yeah.
I bet I've watched, I think there's been, 96 or 98 games played?
In the World Cup?
In the World Cup. I bet I've watched over 50.
Wow.
And I count also, when I drove down to Oklahoma, it was a 10-hour drive, I listened to 2 games.
I listened to one, too. It was kind of a weird experience.
Because you know why? Because they're just doing the simulcast from the Fox feed.
Yeah, which
and
is
so
weird.
they'll get silent, and you're like,
I was listening. There was a delay. There was a weather delay for the Mexico game or whatever, and they just went back to the studio. And it was just one dude by himself, and he had to fill for like 45 minutes. He was just like, "Well, it's really exciting. It's an exciting environment. I'm really excited to be." He's like, "Oh, sorry, buddy. Sorry, you got to do that." But yeah, that was tough. So they just take the direct feed.
Situations, right? When they pull it back to the thing. And
yeah.
No, I listen. I've been all in on this World Cup. I am bought, sold.
Wait, is France, Spain? That's tomorrow or today?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow's
France,
Spain.
tomorrow, and England, Argentina on
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Both at 1. Both. Oh wait, tomorrow's game is in Arlington. Tomorrow's at Jerry's World. Is Wednesday's game at Jerry's World? Wait, no, it's in Atlanta. It's at Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Well, both of them are now covered, so weather's not going to be an issue. Heat's not going to be an issue. How about those guys at England, Norway? You got two northern countries, right? Before the kickoff, they said. In England right now it was like 71, and in Holland it was like 56.
Right, it was 90.
And it was like 90 plus with 88% humidity.
I heard Mike Sanford talking over the weekend. He was
By
going.
the way, you got rid of the beard.
I did get rid.
Oh, that's
I
right.
haven't seen
Scotty
you in a
was
hot
gone
minute.
when he shaved it. Oh, you forgot. You missed it all, brother.
You went with the Ted Lasso stash.
Yeah, I brought the stash in a couple weeks ago.
You actually look good. Most people don't pull a stash alone off.
Right. It's hard to find like a Tom Selleck out there, somebody who can just make it look good.
I appreciate that. Yeah. You know, I had this beard for, I don't know, 12 plus years. Hadn't like shaved. Scott, I actually shaved my face.
Yeah, it was clean.
Like didn't just like I shaved it.
Yeah.
With the real razor. I didn't know how to do that. I had to look on YouTube how to do that.
This to me screams girlfriend asked.
No, you know what's funny about that?
Kinda.
No, she had no idea. And
Really?
I went upstairs. I didn't tell her I was doing it, and I just walked downstairs and I had a mustache. She had no freaking clue.
Her response was
she laughed her butt off, but she loves it. She told me that I look hot, and that's all I needed to know.
Right.
Stash. Listen, I'm being very serious. A lot of people can't pull off just a stash.
Right now.
They think they can, but they really can't.
It looks a little funky, or somebody's trying to be ironic or something. You know, those dudes are like.
You want to know what makes me like bummed out a little bit?
What?
Like I kind of thought I was being unique and cool, but once you cut a stash in, you're aware, right?
Right.
There are actually a lot of stashes out
dudes
there.
rocking a stash.
There's a lot of dudes rocking stashes right now. I guess I'm just one of the millions, you know?
Yeah, no, man, embrace it. Embrace it. It looks good. It looks good. I do want to say this has nothing to do with anything, but we're talking about the World Cup. And so France is the favorite to win the whole thing, although these teams are good enough. Who knows?
Yeah, but France is really good.
Our friends, the Men in Blazers, the ESPN's soccer podcast dudes, they were trying to describe, they were like, well, let's describe France and their brand of soccer, their brand of football compared to American football. And they said, you know who France is? France is Peyton Manning and the Denver Broncos in 2015 is what they said. They're like, that's this French team.
They want to go.
Yeah, they will put 70 points on your butt.
All right. Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, you know what? Like, I hadn't really heard it described. I hadn't heard France described like that.
That's what Belgium felt like when I watched them against U.S. I was like, now that's a brand of soccer I could get behind.
Yeah, just steamrolling turkeys, just beating them up. But, yeah, it's a good time. Good time.
France is, I mean, Ulisse, who I love, I think he's got the best footwork still playing. Mbappe's Mbappe. I mean, they got 2 or 3 dudes.
Yeah, they got like 3 guys. And what the guy who just won the Ballon d'Or, Dembele is on that team, right?
Yeah, he scored the other day too.
So yeah, they're just a juggernaut. But we'll see what they got.
Dembele, I think.
Did you Is it shocking to you now that you see the just absolute mountain of pressure these players are under in these World Cups? Like, it feels like there's billions of people criticizing every single move you make out there on the pitch in these games. Like, it's just insane, the attention.
Well, have you been reading about the Colombia guy that
Yeah, he disappeared,
No,
right?
No, I had not heard about that.
When he got home, he just flat out disappeared.
Yeah,
he's like, I'm not getting myself murdered.
I think he left the country.
See, that guy knew what's up.
But you go back to 94, and there was a guy that did something. Yeah.
Was that 94?
I think it was 94. He came home, was there 2 weeks. Somebody drove by while he's sitting out at a cafe and shot him in the back.
See, you can't.
And so this dude right now,
he's MIA. Nobody can find him.
Yeah. Did he miss a chip shot or something? He missed
just a wide open.
Or did he? Yeah.
So and then they're like, basically like, you cost us the game. You cost us.
You
cost us the World Cup.
Let me ask you guys an early no dumb question. All right. If I wanted to do something adventurous, which is actually not kind of the Tyler way, I'm usually pretty boring, sit on my couch. That's my kind of life, you know.
Right, yeah.
I've been watching a lot of Dragons, watched 2 seasons.
You caught up with
Caught up. I've got 1 episode to go, and then I'm fully caught up. Okay?
On the last episode of House of the Dragon you're talking about.
House of Dragon. So I got 1
Don't
episode,
they have
and
a
then I'm
third
fully
year
caught
just
up.
came out? Or is
Yeah,
it-
I'm on season 3 now.
You're on the new season.
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
So you only have 1 episode to catch up to the whole damn thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you watched Night of the Seven Kingdoms?
I have.
Bro,
yeah.
that's a banger.
Yeah,
That's a banger.
I like that one a lot. It's
But
fun.
I do, you know what? This has, once again, this
Hold
is
on.
another-
Early no
hit
dumb
me
question,
with
though.
it.
If I want to do something adventurous.
He tried to squirrel you.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
okay. That's
Yeah,
okay.
hit me with it.
Don't worry about it. It's Birdo. You know what? It's a breath of fresh. Like, it's fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
We got 4 teams left. We got Argentina. We got France. We got Spain and England, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
If I wanted to go find a bar for one of those teams to watch the game, which one would be the most fun fan base to go experience it with?
Well,
Spain?
there's only one you'd be able to understand the language.
I don't care if I understand the language because you know what I can understand? Emotion. I can understand emotion. I can understand drums.
I don't trust Argentinians.
I wish I would have gone
sure
to. I wish I would have gone to the Norwegian one. I wish I would have done that.
Yeah, that was fun. Well, Kansas City was lit with them Argentina. Argentina just lit up Kansas City. I mean, that crowd. That
right.
crowd last
Which of the 4 fan bases throw down the hardest, you think?
I would say Argentina.
Like England can go, right?
England can drink.
I think right.
And they'll chant.
France?
Well,
what the hell is France doing?
I think France would
Whiny
be last
cheese?
because they they got to pull their nose down out of the air in order
Right.
to get excited.
Yeah, I don't like England or France. You do which one?
Well, I like England because I like Billingham.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of Billingham. You look at what he's done.
I don't like Harry Kane.
You know what? I was texting my buddies back in London. We were going back and forth because obviously we were cheering for Norway at the house, and they're in London. They're in England.
Yeah.
You know. And so we're going back and forth on WhatsApp. Blah, 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 blah. And they hate Arsenal. So I started saying, yeah, Saka's going to win this for you. Watch, it was 1-1. Well, Saka's going to win this for you. I hope he does, but I still hate him, blah, blah, blah. And then I started getting on Kane because Kane flopped all the time.
Yeah, he's a flopper. I'm trying to think of an NBA compare because he flops and he complains all the time. So who is that?
And he's the captain.
And so, yeah.
I got to say,
SGA maybe?
I said, your captain, mouth breathing captain is driving me crazy because he mouth breathes. He's a big mouth breather too. Yeah, Harry Kane drove me crazy.
Yeah.
And by the way, very good.
Oh, no question.
I mean, he's a really, really good player. My 3 teams.
I think I'm leaning Argentina. I think that would be if I could pick one. That would be the one
you
I'd
got
go
Messi,
to.
but they won it last year.
Yeah, I can't cheer for Argentina.
England, I think, didn't even make the World Cup last World Cup, so this is a boost for them. Here was my 3 teams I picked going in. I picked France, England, and Norway.
Mm-hmm.
So I still got 2 of my 3 picks.
So
France, you got to pick if you. I mean, I don't bet, but if you're going to bet, you probably got 0 odds going into this thing with France. But they're just too. They got. I mean, they're just deep. They bring dudes off the bench that were stars in the Premier League and stuff. I mean, they're just loaded, man.
The USA-Belgium game was the most watched soccer match in U.S. history, right? It was 50. Was it 50 million, Chris? What was the final number on the? Because it was 33 the USA match previous, and that was the biggest ever. And then when they lost to Belgium, that was 50 million people watching that match.
The USA match or the
USA match?
Norway,
the USA
England.
match. The Norway-England game was even bigger. Matter of fact, in a week's time, when the World Cup final hits this weekend, they think that they're going to get 1.5 billion people watching that thing.
Just that game.
One game. 1.5. So that's one ninth of the whole
population
of the world are going to be tuned into that
they've
thing.
had in attendance for everybody who poo-pooed on America. It's kind of neat to see all these people come from other country and go, gosh, everything we read in our news and hear in our news says America sucks.
Yeah, this place rocks.
You guys are pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
We didn't know it was so. Why didn't America travel more? They used to make fun of it. I saw this one guy goes, because you can go from one state to another and it's like another country.
Mm-hmm.
You're in an entirely different place. And he's kind of right on that. But they're going to say attending games, they were, I think, in the quarterfinals over 3.7 million people have been in attendance at the games.
Man.
So they're going to have 5 million people probably when this thing's said and done.
Just
just paying tickets,
going through the gates.
and everybody was
parking
prices are too high. Blah, blah. Well, you got 5 million jokers.
Yeah, I saw
going to games.
FIFA's already like, yo, we're gonna throw some more teams in there too. Like they went from 32 to 48, and now they're gonna go 64. They're talking about 64 because they're like, this was great. This is great. They're like, well, first off, they're like, everybody was criticizing us because we're adding these teams and they think it's just because of the money. And they're like, yes, it is because of the money, but it's also great. Like, everybody benefits. Yes,
Well,
we get more money, but you get more money and the sports are
I had read, and you talked about the final, and I don't know if this number goes up, but I think last World Cup they had 4 billion people watch, which is pretty good. I mean, in total.
In total,
watch,
right, the whole thing.
They were saying this year they thought it would get up to 5 billion, but if you're going to get 1.5 billion for the
just
finals,
like that last game.
I mean, you may be between 5 and 6 billion people have watched soccer. Which, I mean, listen, we're proud of our Super Bowl, and they get a worldwide audience too for those Super Bowls, and I think they get 135 million, something like that, worldwide, which is pretty big, pretty good, right? You're getting $1.5 billion.
I'm trying to figure out for a 30-second commercial, those hydration breaks.
I was wondering.
It's $8 million for what? It's an 8.
And Fox snuck them in, didn't they?
Yeah. It's $8 million. You have to pay $8 million for that 30-second commercial during the hydration breaks. But my question is what's it going to be for the World Cup final? If it's $8 million for just like for like a knockout game, World Cup final's got to be. You got to pay. I mean, this could be Super Bowl pricing, right? They're going to be making some money on that.
It'd be interesting to see. It'd be interesting to see also if they expand to 64, because we've seen this in the NFL and the NBA. The NBA created the in-season tournament, Major League Baseball, it created the play-in games, all this stuff. NFL football expanded their playoffs a few years ago, all to get the next TV contract's going to be boom, boom, boom. Well, if they're expanding soccer, what's the next TV contract for the next World Cup going to be?
So that's crazy.
It's up, right? The contract's up. You everybody can bid on it now, right? Like I think
the
next World Cup is up for grabs.
That's wild, the amount of money that these networks can make off this, though. Because if you think about it, like the Super Bowl, I was just looking it up. You said it was $8 million for a 30-second spot, right?
Yeah.
That's about what. That's
Super Bowl money
for a 30-second spot, $7 to $8 million.
Okay,
right. So it's about the same. But you got all these games,
you ain't even at their Super Bowls. What he was saying.
I know that's my point. Like
you've
got all these games to capitalize on.
You're right. Instead of just one, it's whatever 90 games or whatever.
No, I'm not saying they're all $7 to $8 million in the lead up, but
they get even tier price. Yeah. In the group stages, it's going to be $2 million per 30-second commercial or $1.5 million. For the knockout stage, we're going to start at 4. The next round's going to be 6. The next round's going to be 8. The semis 10, and a 30-second commercial in the finals.
Yeah,
$12 million.
Yep, I know, it's great. All right,
somebody somewhere somehow is making money.
Oh, all the money. FIFA swims in money, but it's such a fun sport to watch, so you can't blame. Well, I guess I can't.
I'll say this on the other end. Yeah. I was talking to my family's Okies, Kansans Okies.
Yeah,
they were busting my hump all the week. Well, how can you like this boring? What is 1-0? Which is the typical American.
Right.
It's about the setup of the goal and not the goals. And there's a lot of setups. There's a lot of attacking chances. Mm-hmm. You end up watching for that, not just the goals. And that's how you got to watch soccer.
Yeah, I feel you, brother. I feel you. Let's roll on with PhD. We got some NFL and NBA news. That's next. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Welcome back to PhD on this July the 13th. Mark Bertinoli, Tyler Polumbus, Scott Hastings, Chris Mitchell, all coming to you live from Lone Tree. Just one single treat.
Berto, by the way, that final number for USA-Belgium viewership, 50.1 million.
50.1? Man, that is stupid. 50 million people in it. Turned into US to see Team USA just get stomped. Imagine if they were good. Imagine if they made it to the Elite Eight or the Final Four of the World Cup. Man, that would have had some juice, but they didn't. And we spent some of last week talking about why they didn't. All right, gentlemen.
And you guys may have said this. They didn't look like they were at the same level.
No,
even as Belgium.
We talked about it last week.
I mean, even as Belgium. They weren't at the same level.
Yeah, didn't look like they're just missing something, just whatever it is, that last little something that they did. Who knows? We'll see in 4 years' time. All right. I have some NFL notes for you guys and some NBA notes, including the Nuggets. Although, Scotty, I got something for you. Well, a couple of things in the NBA before we move on over to some stuff in the NFL and the Denver Broncos. But first off, the NBA coming in on the Kawhi Leonard trade, Scotty, and being like, hey, hold on. You might not want to trade for this dude because we might have to drop the hammer on him. And if we do, it's on you instead of the Clippers. So that was interesting.
Okay, treat me like I'm 5 on this one and back me up. I mean, obviously I know what it's about and all that, but like, I guess I don't really understand how or why Kawhi would necessarily get into
because he took the $30 million. He took $30 million under the table to play for LA. And it sounds like.
But why is that?
Well, he was like, I'm not going to come play for you unless we do find a way to do this.
Okay, but if somebody gives me money outside of the sport,
right. But if it's illegal, you get it right. Like if it goes against, it's not actually. I don't think it's like illegal. Like.
Okay, but did he do something? Did he do something illegal?
For the collective bargaining agreement, yes. In the NBA's collective bargaining, but it's not like he's going to get arrested or anything like that. No, it's just against the CBA. They just pulled some shady stuff, and the NBA. They were like, "Let's move on from Kawhi," and then the NBA is like, "Nah, don't do that."
Well, I think it's ridiculous that they would hold it up because it's not on Kawhi. Listen, you've been around how many athletes in your life?
A couple.
How many guys do you know that actually negotiated their type of contract, especially when you're talking about multi-millions?
Not many, to be honest.
I knew one.
I'm trying to think if I even know anybody, like on a personal level. Like I know of guys, but like I don't think I know anybody.
But we're also are we talking $50+ million contracts per year, like $150 million deal? So, if anything, look at his agency. And to do Kawhi. So let him go to Toronto.
Well, it sounds like it was his family. It sounds like it was his uncle that did all this. And now Kawhi has moved. He's got a new agent. He's moved on from all those people.
Yeah. So
all those people that got him.
So let him make the trade. The key is you don't know already. This happened. This happened before the season started last year. This is. Do we want to take on the richest owner in the NBA?
That's exactly it. Do we want to pick a fight with a dude with $90 billion?
Do we want to take it? I think it's even more than that.
Is it moving up?
Do we want to take on that fight?
But they're going to have to. Or they're just going to have to say that this is the league now. This is the league now. This is the league now.
No, they got to do something. What they should have done, they could have already done, but they're scared. The NBA's scared. They're politically correct. They want to play everything safe. They don't want to turn too many apple carts over. They're not going to go into the temple and call people money changers.
I get it, but you can't have this in your game. You can't have this in your sport, right? You can't.
Exactly. But they're afraid. If they weren't afraid, they come out and they say, listen, he super invented this. We're taking his draft picks away for the next 2 years, all of them. We're restricting him to a hard cap and whatever, and fining him $25 million each the next 2 years. Mm-hmm. He can appeal. I don't know who he appeals to, but you got to have other owners buy. Instead, they're afraid. They're afraid.
No, I get it. I get it. It does feel like Adam Silver is much more like.
If they find out that he did not know,
David Stern would have hammered these turkeys already, wouldn't he?
If they find out he didn't know, bomber, because he's got minions behind him, then you're going to know that already too. Those guys are fired. The agent that helped negotiate is now banned from the NBA for the rest of his career. He can no longer work in sports leagues. And I would reach out to my counterparts in the NFL and the NHL and MLB and say we'd actually put a suspension or a ban on him there also. And you hammer the guy. But don't play around with we're going to get Kawhi. Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even really get, honestly, why it would be on him. Like, if somebody offered me money under the table, like, you know.
But you know you're doing something wrong. You know you're doing something wrong. I get it, too.
You know?
I'm saying he may not even know that. He said, listen, we got you your $50 million.
Somebody offered him an advertising deal, you know? Like, I'm selling some trees that aren't going to get planted.
We got you $50 million, plus we also got you another $20 million by this one company, but you got to show up 2 or 3 times to like a meeting. You got to talk for it. So you're going to represent them, and I got you a deal also for $20 million. Now, did the agent tell him, now it's all tied to the contract and the secret? Or did he say, no, listen, here's what we got. I got you 40 from the Clippers. I know you wanted 60. I've negotiated a deal with one of their sponsors. He's going to pay you $20 million to be a representative for him. There's your 60. Player goes, oh, I'm a 60.
Right. But, I mean, ignorance isn't an excuse. If the NBA wants to come down on him, they're going to come down on him, right?
It's a court of law. There's a court of
law.
law.
No, I know. That's what I mean. The NBA can do whatever the hell they want. They're making this stuff up as they go. They could actually say, you know what, this is a great idea. Everybody should do this. Everybody should be more like Ballmer. Listen, you know what, like, I mean, they can do whatever they want. They can make this whole process legal. Like, hey, although I will say this, you know what the Nuggets could do with an extra $30 million right now? With an extra $30 million, you know what they could do with that?
Really screw things up.
I mean, yeah. Listen, man, they don't even have a full roster right now, and they're about to hit the second apron. It's not ideal. It's not ideal at all what's happening with the Nuggets. All right, well, how about this? Which one is worse? So did you see that the Milwaukee Bucks handed Gary Trent Jr. a $64 million contract, a contract that he did not earn, but it sounds like there was an under-the-table agreement last year where he would take less in that following year to see if Milwaukee can win. And they're like, but afterwards, after this year, we got you. We got you back. And now it looks like they came through. The Bucks did get him back. He's got a $64 million contract. But at the same time, it's like, yo, this, I guess I should put it like this.
I would say that right there, it happens in all 4 major sports a lot more than the Ballmer situation in the Clippers.
Yeah.
Listen,
I would agree
for
too.
cap reasons, you got to take this year. We'll hook you up next year. Now, that's a lot of faith and trust on an agent's part, and I guarantee you more teams have hammered guys on it.
Well, I bet you this stuff has happened for decades. You know, this stuff has been going on for decades. You sign here, we're going to get you hooked up with this guy. He's a businessman, you know, invest a little bit of money, or you're just going to get paid, whatever. But this one happened to be like fraud, you know, like there was actually legal stuff that was going on, and so this one got brought to the surface.
I don't know. The NBA is going to have to do something about it, right? We can't, like, the worst thing they do is just.
Who fraudulent makes a deal about trees, you know? Like just plant some trees.
Listen, man, I get it. Just a $30 million no-show job? Come on, man. The Clippers were shady as hell, and they're going to pay the price for it. They're at least, I mean, Kawhi might not.
Well, they should.
Clippers are.
I mean, they should pay the price, seriously, because they're the ones that honestly were doing the worst part of it.
Hey, do you ever punch a teammate? When's the last time you punched a teammate? Did you see Bam Adebayo just smoke? So
when I read that headline, I knew Summer League had started and all that, but like when I read the headline was Bam punches Tyler in Vegas, you know? And I'm like, oh, Bam and Tyler met at the casino, and you know, like they went down. I don't know, they went down in the middle of a casino. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together that it was at Summer League.
I guess he
and
put something on
many teammates.
He put something on
has
Twitter.
well.
He put something on Twitter that Bam didn't like. Like Bam thought it was a criticism. And so he was like, yo, you talking trash, Tyler? And Tyler's like, what are you talking about? And he just, pow!
Wow.
But so, yeah. Like, Bam seems like both a great teammate and a terrible
I wonder what he
teammate.
said.
Yeah, I don't know. But we're going to find out sooner or later, right? Sooner or later, we're going to figure it all out. Like, but, I mean, these two are no longer teammates. But how often nowadays you think dudes brawl with, how often emotions run high, and it is family after a while, and you do fight with family. So I get it, but
I don't know what basketball's like, Scott, but I mean,
fighting throwing hands.
Oh, I mean, all the time in practice, like all the time.
I get all the pushing and shoving, but
I mean, I probably have been in hundreds of fights in the middle of practice, if that's what we're counting here.
Mm-hmm.
Football's a little bit different, though. We got helmets on and stuff, So
Right,
most of the time, nobody ends up bleeding. Nobody ends up in serious pain.
When I was at the Pistons, in like 89 or 90, 89, somewhere in there, when I was there, we were on the first teams that banned reporters from our practices. And we practiced at a small college. I can't remember the name. I'll think of it in a little bit. Oakland University. We practiced at Oakland University. They would even make the trainers would take newspapers and tape them over those gym doors. They have the little metal mesh wire windows.
Yeah, I remember those.
And they'd tape those up, because I would say there was a fist fight in practice every other practice.
Right.
Now, we didn't practice a lot because we were kind of a veteran team, but when we had 2 or 3 days, we practiced in there. Somebody was going. I mean, I saw.
But who was it? I mean, because I have a friend who always starts the prop. You know what I mean? So who was that on that team? Who was always starting it? And you're like, oh, here we go again, man.
Dude.
Lambier's doing it again. I guess
I never saw Lambier fight practice. I saw Aguirre and Sally, me and Bedford, David Greenwood and somebody. I mean, they closed it up because they had reporters in there one time, and there was a fight, and all of a sudden it hits the newspapers.
When I was in Washington, I actually had a nickname for it. I did.
What was it?
They called me Machine Gun Preacher because I was always leading the Bible studies, but then I got in the most fights during practice. So they'd be like, oh, Machine Gun Preacher's out there again.
See, I mean, what one teammate did you have that you were like, I ain't gonna.
Dude, it's always the practice squad guys. It's
Is it?
always
It's
the
just
practice
like,
squad guys.
I'll rip your face off.
And by the way, like, I get it. I'm not really mad at the practice squad guys for trying to make an impression. Like, I'm not really mad, but when I'm in week 14 and I'm just trying to make it to Sunday, and your Thursday is your Sunday, and it's just my Thursday, and I'm just trying to get healthy. Like that's when the fights happen, right?
Yeah.
So I don't blame the practice squatters for going all out. I get it, but man, would it tick you off when your body hurts?
I do. I will make one point before we move on to some more interesting things. Oh, look, it's Conor McGregor. What happened this weekend with your boy?
I got so caught up in that, man.
Did you?
I got so caught up in it. I'm
like
still
online
like,
or watching
my whole algorithm is still
just
nothing but Conor McGregor.
Was Conor hurt before the match started?
Yeah.
It was 15. He pocketed $15 million, right?
I thought it was up to 30.
Was it 30?
I've seen it up to
maybe 30 for a win, 15 for the loss.
15 was like the baseline, and then depending on how the viewership, whatever.
And people are like, he was hurt and just did it to take that money, right?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I know that's the easy narrative that everybody has, but when I watched the way that dude came out, if you really had your leg busted up,
I'm watching right now.
Could you seriously sell out like that in the first 5 seconds?
I don't know, but that first,
I don't even think you could fake that, even if you're trying to.
You tell me, Scotty, what do you think? You're watching it right now.
He tore his ACL in his right knee.
I don't think, dude.
He's having surgery right now.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think if he was hurt beforehand, he could have even gone that all out. I seriously don't.
But you can still walk with a torn ACL, right?
The videos beforehand of him like taking his shoes off and stuff, it is a little bit weird. Dude couldn't take his shoes off.
Well,
I don't know, man. I wanted the Conor McGregor comeback so bad, and I'm not like a Conor McGregor guy. I'm not even a huge fight guy. I'm really not. But everybody loves a comeback story. Everybody loved, 5 years off. Everybody wanted to see the Hollywood ending to that thing. Mm-hmm. He still got one more fight on his contract, right?
Well, I mean, I saw he said he was having surgery, but he's like, I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Oh, well, yeah, because he's got one more fight on that deal.
Oh, so he's. I wonder if they've already given him the money. He's like, you're fighting no matter what. You could have one leg, brother. You're out there hopping.
Well, they probably haven't paid him yet because you got to get to the fight to actually get paid. But he probably wants whatever that payday is.
Yeah. All right. Well, so once again, I got sidetracked. I was going to bring up the fact that when we were talking about that Gary Trent Jr. contract from the NBA. The NBA might investigate them for doing the exact same thing that the Clippers did.
Hold on.
It is a cap.
Let me ask you this. You about this Green and Golden State.
Mm-hmm.
What's his first name?
Draymond.
It was
Draymond.
Poole and Green, right?
No, well, they had a fight. Yeah, but Draymond Green.
Yeah.
$29 million player option, $29.7 million.
Yeah,
and he turns it down.
Right, and it helped the team more than it helped. Yeah, there was something there too. You're right.
So,
you're right.
So I love everybody, but anybody else going to offer Draymond Green at this stage of his career $29.7 million?
I get it.
But he turns it down. You don't think there's an agreement of, all right, listen, we're only going to pay you $12 million a year, but we're going to give you a 4-year, $48 million deal. So you'll make more in the picture, have long. Come on, man. That's just in that shady. You don't think that was negotiated before he did it?
It is shady. But once again, I don't know. Like, it feels like the NBA is letting these teams run loose.
Why is that shady? Like,
well, I mean, I'm just saying.
Why couldn't a team be like, yeah, go ahead, turn it down. We're gonna end up giving you a 4-year deal.
Well, he's talking about negotiating things under the table before
before. This is all under the table nonsense. And I know people do
accept it or not accept it.
Yeah. I'm just saying,
if they go,
the NBA has rules, and if you want them to, you have to follow the rules that you guys made.
And that might be okay, but so why is it okay to say, hey, turn it down and we'll take care of you, as opposed to sign a 1-year deal, we'll take care of you? What's the difference?
No, I get it.
What's the difference from what Milwaukee's
nothing
done
to me.
and what Golden State's going to do with Draymond?
Right, nothing to me. But once again, drop the hammer on these turkeys.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, the NBA is in a weird place. I got some crazy LeBron news for you.
Are you one of the guys who wants him here?
No, well, actually, I do want him here, but I'll tell you why here in just a little bit. And we've got some NFL notes. That is coming up next. Welcome back to PhD. Hope your July is going well. This is allegedly, I've been told, the slowest time in sports. Tonight's the home run derby. Tomorrow's the Major League Baseball All-Star game. And then Wednesday we got absolutely nothing.
I was literally just looking at a photo that popped up on my, you get the memories that pop up on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
A photo of me and my daughter at the home run derby at Coors Field.
Oh, that was okay.
Yeah.
The first one
What
or
year
the
was
second
that?
one?
Was that 20? I think that was 21, I want to say.
Because remember
the second one.
Okay, because that was the one where it was Atlanta did something stupid, and then Major League Baseball was like, "We're putting the All-Star game in Colorado."
I'm going to tell you,
they did something stupid.
Well, I don't know what they did, but I thought whatever they did pissed off Major League Baseball. They're like, "We're yanking it."
All I'm going to tell you is that event, that was one of the most fun sporting events I've ever been to in my life.
The home run derby?
The home run derby was great, man. There was a ball in the air like every 2 seconds. Like you couldn't even see it coming down before there was another ball back. It was back up in the air.
Well, we're doing it tonight. It is weird. Why is it on Netflix? Why did Netflix just pay for the home run derby and that's it? Like they don't get the All-Star game. They don't get a regular game. They just got the home run derby. They're just like, we want that home run derby. So you got to tune in Netflix tonight to watch that.
I think it makes sense to me. Do you watch the All-Star game?
You know what? I'm one of those people who love the beginning of the All-Star game with all the I love the way that baseball does the pomp and circumstance and they break out Teddy Williams or whatever
it takes an hour and a half for the introduction.
Yeah.
Some rappers doing it.
And as soon as the
they
first
bring out
pitch
Ted
happens,
Williams cryogenic tube, wheel it out there.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about Ted Williams? I think the Splendid Splinter, he invested in a company that freezes your head. So when he died, they cut off his head and they threw away the body, and the head is just somewhere. Like Ted Williams' head is in a freezer somewhere still. Somewhere.
You ever watch Doctor Who?
Yeah, I've seen some Doctor Who.
You ever see that one where all them brains were like running things?
Yo, man, they crashed and burned Doctor Who. Like that thing ended, right? They're like, never mind, we're ending it. We'll get back to you in a couple of years if we're gonna restart it or something. Like, I don't think there's Doctor Who anymore, bro. Like they ruined it, brother.
Yeah.
They broke it.
We can talk about why that happened too.
But yeah, I haven't seen an episode of Doctor Who in a billion years.
Dude, I had something kind of crazy happen to me this weekend.
What's that?
Took my girls to Waterworld.
Oh, you were there during the bailout when they're like, everybody out of the park, everybody out of the. What was it? What happened?
Yeah, we'd been there. We got there bright and early, like the second the park opened up. Got like 2 or 3 rides in, and then we went down to do the Voyage to the Center of the Earth deal, or whatever that's called, the dinosaur one.
Yeah.
And that one's like the biggest line, and so like let's get this one knocked out early in the day, and we'd probably been in line in that thing for like 20 minutes, and they blow the whistle, and you can't hear what they're saying, but all of a sudden everybody just starts getting the heck out of there, and it was mass evacuation, man. I mean, there was some sort. All they told us was that they're evacuating the park. But they didn't.
Unverified bomb threat.
Yeah,
there was a bomb threat.
Well, but we didn't know what it was.
They
at
were
the
just
time.
like, go,
we were like,
go.
We're like, did somebody fall off a slide? Was there? Did
Dookie.
somebody die? Dookie. Did
Listen,
somebody take a dump in the wave pool?
You know what? The news story said there was 4,000 of you there that day. 4,000, and they looks like they got all 4,000 of you out pretty quick.
Yeah. So they're like. Somebody asked in front of us, they're like, should we get our stuff or should we just get out of here? They're like, no, you should get out of there. I was like, well, I'm getting my keys in my phone because, what if we get stuck here all day,
Yeah, but what happens if it was?
I know. Well, I was trying to keep an eye out.
But if they did that, do you think they're going to do it in the middle of the park where he was parked, or you think by the entrances where where the mass people are running out?
Listen. I wasn't going to bring that up but that was all I could think about. I don't know why, and listen, I'm not smart enough to know this stuff, but I don't know why we weren't evacuating from like 12 different spots, because we all got funneled out of the main entrance, and that was the only time that I actually got nervous. I was okay the whole time. I told the kids, hey, stay behind me. Seriously, if something happens, like literally get behind me.
Funneling into a
But when we've got this massive humanity all coming out of the main entrance, I was like, no, like that does not feel right. Yeah, it was a little bit weird, man. I had some kids with me that were not my kids that I was responsible for as well. Mm-hmm. And, they got nervous. They were calling their mom and stuff. And it was weird, man. That was the first time I've ever been in a situation like that.
There's a guy down, he was associated with Centennial. I don't know if he still is, former Navy SEAL, but he does a class called Protect Your People. Jimmy Graham's his name. And in the class, they talk about stuff like that, shootouts, Vegas. And to teach your kids, and he does drill the kids, you have an order, me, wife, kid, or whatever it is, grab onto the belt in front of them, and you don't let go. If someone lets go, someone yells off, and then you stop. But that way, no matter where you go, the family follows right behind the guy until you can get yourself out of trouble.
Well, I got to tell you, man, I felt so fortunate because I was having a little bit of a deal with my daughters that like they were getting mad at me because one of my daughters is plenty old enough to be doing her own deal. My youngest is just going into 6th grade. She feels like she's old enough to be doing her own thing. She's a big sister, and so she's like, why can't we go on our own, But I'm trying to explain. I'm like, listen, it'd be one thing if we all had our phones, right? But we don't have our phones. So this one feels a little bit different than Elitch's. With Elitch's, I'll let them kind of go within eyesight, whatever. And fortunately, we were like, this was the one ride before my older daughter, I was about to set her free to go do her deal. We were going to do this one as a family, and then they were going to break off. But I can't imagine if I didn't have my kids with me because they didn't have their phones, and they were sending like the kids to some park to go do family reunion and stuff. I'm just so grateful that I had my kids with me when that went down. Anyway, sorry.
No. I'm glad everybody's all right.
It's all good.
Who calls Waterworld? He's like, I'm bombing the Waterworld.
I know.
It's like, who the hell does that?
An ex whose other is there with
Wait,
the
you're
kids.
saying that's Tyler's ex-wife?
Easy.
Tyler's
Relax.
ex-wife? No
Relax.
way,
Not
no.
even funny.
That's your ex, bro.
Shut up. Not even funny.
Man, she's got some hate in
wasn't
your
even
heart.
going there. That's all him.
No, I'm just saying, I felt like that was where the energy was heading
No,
towards.
we could do some ex jokes. Not that one.
All right, just ruin your whole day is what happens there. All right, I want to get into I do have some NFL stuff to get to that we do need to talk about. We do have Let's Football Go coming up here. But this is the time of year where, listen, man, there's not a whole lot of stuff going down, so we get just bunches of lists. Like the NFL has their top 100 players, and ESPN has their top 100 players, and then they have their top 10 players at each position, and the top position groups, and the top. So, and I am kind of a sucker for these lists, but I do have one that I don't think anybody's talked about yet that I do want to get into in the NFL, and it has something to do with Sean Payton. CBS ranked the greatest NFL coaches of all time, the top 20 NFL coaches of all time. And I will tell you right now, Sean Payton is not on this list. Mike Shanahan is. Mike Shanahan is 17th. They say Mike Shanahan. No, wait, that's a lie. 16th. Mike Shanahan is the 16th greatest coach in football history, and the greatest coach they say is Bill Belichick. So I guess my only question is, let's see who's 17 is Hank Stram, 18 is Weeb Eubank. Sean can't even beat out Weeb. Bud Grant is 19, and Tony Dungy is number 20. Do you think Sean Payton is a top 20 coach of all time? I think Sean probably thinks he's a top 20 coach of all time.
Wouldn't you think, winning a Super Bowl at all, that cracks the probably, I don't know, how many head coaches have ever won a Super Bowl?
That's a good question. I can find out
I
right
bet
now.
there's a few. You know what I would bet if you look at the guys above them, you could probably look at the trees.
35. Interesting.
The
the tree.
I'm sorry.
Where Sean is a Parcells branch.
Yeah. You know what? Let's see where
Does Sean
Parcells
have
is
his
on
own
here.
tree?
Sean does not have a tree. I
And
mean,
so-
he's starting to have a tree now.
Bill Parcells is listed at number 13, the 13th greatest coach in NFL history.
And I would bet all them guys that are on that have some sort of trees.
Yeah.
Of going out there.
Shanahan
above the
should be
coaches.
real high if we're going
Should
off
be
the
higher,
coaching tree.
maybe.
Because he's got two. Well,
He's got two.
what I say, he's at 16. And 35 head coaches have won a Super Bowl. 35 head coaches have won at least one Super Bowl in the history of the NFL.
And of those 35, there's multiples.
Obviously, Bill, only 5 coaches have won more than 3. Belichick has won 6. Chuck Noll won 4. Joe Gibbs won 3. Bill Walsh won 3. And Andy Reid has 3. So those are the winningest Super Bowl coaches right there. And, of course, you know what? Where was Andy Reid on this list? Is he number 2? I guess I went straight to Bill. Where do you think Andy Reid falls? Tom Landry is 10. Joe Gibbs is 9. Andy Reid is 8. The 8th best coach. And I think that's probably a little – I thought that would be – George Halas is 6. Don Shula is 5. Paul Brown is 4. Bill Walsh is 2. Or 3, excuse me. 2 is Vince Lombardi, and number 1 is Bill Belichick. So, I mean, and all those guys, changed the game, changed how it was played and coached. And Bill Walsh is the originator of the West Coast offense, right? People are still using
Walsh
that.
gets credit for Shanahan, so I guess technically Walsh
that's
gets
true.
credit for all of that comes underneath
the
him.
entire West, all those West Coast
That
guys.
is an interesting question. Like, where do you differentiate the trees, the branches that come out of it? Because I do think of Shanahan as just an entirely different tree trunk than Walsh.
Right, but he did come off the Walsh tree. Where is Don Coryell in there?
No, he's not in the top 20. At least he didn't. John Madden is 12. So, but if I had the argument like, is John Madden a better football coach than Mike Shanahan? I guess,
man, listen,
John Madden, yeah, Madden's the man.
We tend to take the older dudes.
Yeah, because
like
just
Vince Lombardi.
wins.
My first inclination would go, why is Vince still on it? Well, you know what? He basically started the modern NFL. You kind of gotta honor that, don't you?
Yeah.
He brought in the power running game, right? And basically innovated that and just dominated. And was the guy that helped start the NFL and the Super Bowl and the things that we see now. So you kind of got to honor that. I think it's probably more, if we were just saying, I went, my old head coach, I was talking to him one time, went to a game, it was against CU, and he was coaching Oklahoma State. And we were talking afterwards. I said, well, what do you think about this coach that CU had at the time? Because they were starting to up and come a little bit and starting to make noise. I said, man, he's a great recruit. He's doing some great things here. He paused. I said, I'm not worried about being out coached the last 2 minutes of the game. And I went, oh, okay. Yeah. Which is something like that. So if you look at Vince Lombardi, what he helped start the Super Bowl era and innovative, Bill Walsh, the West Coast, Shanahan, all these guys have did all this innovation and stuff like that. If you were just basically said, okay, I want this coach in the last 2 minutes of the game, would that list change?
Ooh,
because see, and this is when eras and change. 2 minutes and I'm down 5 points. Do I want Vince Lombardi calling the plays? I don't know. I don't know.
Or do you want Shanny?
Or would you rather have?
Yeah, would you rather have Mike Shanahan or
Sean Payton?
Yeah, or Sean Payton. Right.
Eras evolve, football evolves,
right.
Offenses evolve. So it's not fair to say, do you want Lombardi today?
No, I know that, but if you were looking at his strength was a power running game, right?
Yeah.
The student body left, the student body right, all the Hall of Fame offensive linemen he's got. Yes, he would evolve. But just knowing for how he did coach was a running game.
Mm-hmm.
Could you, in the last 2 minutes, down 5?
No.
Is that the guy you want?
No, you're right. No.
So would that change the list if you moved like that?
Yeah.
I think Belichick could still be one.
But counter argument, we're all sitting here saying Shanahan should be even higher.
Yeah,
nobody's more committed to the running game than that man.
Yeah,
that's true.
At 16, but
that's
you're right.
True.
And then, but I'm thinking offense.
But he also goes Joe Montana and Steve Young and John Hill.
Yeah, that ain't that bad. That ain't bad at all. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, I've got some LeBron James news because I know how much you love LeBron, especially Tyler, favorite player of all time.
Yeah, buddy.
And we'll get to that next. Want to be part of the program? The Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. It's 303-504-0925. Text in. Say hi to Scotty and Tyler. Say what's up. They're okay. The Rockies had their draft.
You
this
go
weekend.
You go down one pass and all of a sudden switch quickly.
Yeah. It's the.
Do you walk like that on the street?
Sometimes, yeah. I say I have problems with straight lines. I'm always not. Yeah, I'm not one. That's why I'm a terrible driver. You don't want. Yeah, straight lines not my thing. I'm not. not what I do. But you're right. I started talking about something and I was like, oh, yeah.
There's one thing clicks another, doesn't it?
Yeah. Like something like Tyler said something randomly in the first hour and it made me think of the movie The Furious. And I was like, you guys got to see the movie The Furious. But you're looking at me like,
because you really didn't sell it well. It's a bunch of guys that are fighting.
Okay.
It's cool. They're fighting, man.
Okay, here, let me sell it to you. It's probably the greatest fight movie ever put on film.
Wow.
How about that?
Wow, better than John Wick, better than Matrix.
I love that gun fu John Wick stuff, but The Furious is better fight. Yeah, that is probably the greatest, like.
Better than Raging Bull?
Hey, what was that Kung Fu series we watched on Netflix?
Miracle Man?
You know what I'm talking about, that Kung Fu series that we watched on Netflix?
Yeah, that was good, too.
They were in San Francisco or something.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Well, at least I know the guy who stars in that series.
That was a good series.
The Storm Shadow guy, yeah.
Yes.
Were they going to make a third season?
Oh, I don't know. I kind of forgot about that show, to be honest, until just now.
It popped up just the other day, like on one of my threads, a little scene from it that I remembered.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll start off with,
so where were we?
Yeah, what the hell were we talking about? Okay. The Denver Nuggets. They've started Summer League. As a matter of fact, the Nuggets have won one and lost one, I think. They played 2 games. Brazil got hurt in the first game. They signed the youngster Alpha Diallo from Denver West, right? For $1 million contract. So they still have like 4 open roster spots. They got to find a way to sign Peyton Watson and bring back Spencer Jones. So that's 2 of them right there.
But we got the European Defender of the Year.
Yeah, you got the EuroLeague Defender of the Year. So we'll see how many minutes he gets.
Oh, like I hear people talk about him like he's going to be like playing.
I don't know. I don't know.
You're looking at me.
Yeah,
dude, I've been fishing.
Yeah, you.
Scott, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. I should. That's bad. But we signed the European Defender of the Year.
Yeah.
He can't shoot to save his life. I was looking at his numbers. It was pretty sad.
Well, everybody's crying they wanted a rim protector, so I'm assuming
we do need some defense. I mean, I'm not gonna.
They needed a warm body, and this was the cheapest warm body they could find. I think, but maybe you can help.
Did they get what's his name, Bagley Jr. too?
Oh yeah, they got Marvin Bagley. They do have Marvin Bagley.
Third.
Yeah, but they still have what I said. I think they still have 4 open roster spots. 2 of those are going to be taken up if they sign Spencer and if they sign P-Watt. But then you still have 2 to go. But I now bring to you a simple observation about LeBron James. Now, it looks like, or it sounds like, the Nuggets are out of the LeBron James sweepstakes, and it's either going to be Philly or Cleveland. But there are some curves being thrown in there, like some other team. But I only bring it up because of this. Because something I saw this morning. This just came out this morning. The Ringer put out an article of, basically it says, let's get weird. What's the best basketball landing spot for LeBron James? And their answer was the Denver Nuggets. And they said it's because of one simple thing, and I'm going to ask you to this, and if you agree with that statement. They said, so you put LeBron on a team with Joker, and here's what you get. They said with just 4 players, with LeBron James, Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and Aaron Gordon, what you have is the greatest offensive team in basketball history. At least that's according to the Ringer. They think that if you put Joker and LeBron together, along with Jamal and Aaron, just those 4 players would add up to the greatest offensive talent in NBA. The offense that those 4 players could put together would be better than any other offense in the history of the NBA. Now you got to find if it's Cam or if it's Peyton, if he joins the starting 5 or whatever. But that was their argument. They're like, LeBron keeps saying he wants to. It's about winning a title. You know what? The greatest place for him to go would be the Denver Nuggets, because that would make them the greatest offense ever.
But probably of all the teams that could offer the least.
Yes, they would. Yes.
I mean, Philly's putting down a team
Yeah,
too.
but he says
now
it's
you
not
got-
about money, Scott. He says he'll play for the cheap right now.
Yeah. And he will be he'd be the cheapest contract on the Nuggets probably. You know what I mean? Like he'd have to take that minimum deal.
Yeah.
Gosh, that'd be the greatest offensive lineup ever.
Million,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The vet exemption for his years, I think, is like $8 million.
But yeah, once again, they pointed out that LeBron's basketball brain and Joker's basketball brain are probably the two best basketball brains to
I
ever
don't know.
play the sport.
And this is something I didn't see if anybody agrees or disagrees. I don't know if LeBron can move well enough to play with Joker.
You mean, well, they did point out that the Nuggets have never really had somebody like LeBron who just get downhill and get in the paint like he used to do, but does he still? I mean, actually he does still sometimes. But yeah, he doesn't do it as often. You're right. So,
well, send him a voice memo and tell him what your pitch is over a voice memo.
If you're a billionaire, how do you sell your team on? Yeah, it is. That is weird. That is weird. It's Rich Paul's like, here's Steve Ballmer or whatever, and it's just like, hey, LeBron, come to LA. Yeah, it's just weird.
I'm not going to take Steve Ballmer's phone call, but if he sends me a voice memo, I'll listen to that.
Weird.
Look at me getting all spiteful now that I don't think we're getting him. Last week I was all about it, but now that we're not getting him, I'm back to my LeBron hating.
Ooh, so we got breaking news. Wemby just signed his extension. Wemby signed a max extension with the Spurs, and he's hooking the Spurs up, it sounds like, by signing it so early. 5 years, $252 million for Wemby, saving the Spurs $50 million over the next 5 years.
Whereas Joker said, no, I'm going to wait another year.
I'm going to take mine.
Like, listen, man.
He ain't saving him an extra $80 million, is he?
No, he ain't Jalen Brunson. He ain't Wemby. But see, don't ask me. Like, once again, this makes me so angry. If a team would come to a star player and ask him to take less, I'd be so pissed. Like, you want me to take less money because you're bad at your job? How are these other teams getting it done and you can't? You have to only get it done by making me less money? No. I'd be so upset if somebody pulled that nonsense. Like, yo, man, be good at your job like the rest of these people. Don't ask me to take less money to do it. But 5 years at $252 ain't bad. For Wemby, especially how young he is, because he's going to sign another Supermax here in 5 years.
Yeah, dude, he's 22, right?
Yeah.
21?
And matter of fact, he's probably got 2 or 3 Supermaxes still left in him.
I actually wonder what the math says on that, to be honest.
$1 billion career is what it says.
I'm saying like he's signing that deal early right now, but it gets him to the next Supermax. It's going to go up exponentially more, so it gets him there quicker. I don't know.
No, you're right.
I bet some agent has figured out the math on that. They're like, yeah, go ahead and sign that thing.
Yeah, and so that's exactly what
Well,
happened.
listen, it's an NWA. It's already an NWA extension. Never work again.
That's true. That's
right?
true.
So
and he's going to get 2 more of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not that bad. That's not that bad when it comes to the NBA.
Well, I hear when Joker turned it down initially, that there was panic in town.
I don't think anybody was like panicked, but it was a bit uncomfortable. Yeah.
Well,
like,
I think
I would still say it's a bit uncomfortable.
It was John Wallace at the Summer League this weekend. They had him on and they asked him about it, and he said something interesting. He said, "We trust Joker. Obviously, we trust Joker." But then he said, "But we have no we have no other option. We have to."
Exactly.
We have to
so
trust
first
him.
off, I have seen some people like being critical of Nuggets. Like, how could you let him get to this point without a deal? What the heck are they supposed to do? They've offered him the most money they possibly can.
They've offered him a contract for the last
there's
3
literally
off
nothing
seasons.
the Nuggets could do to force his pen to the paper, other than offer him what they have,
including
Scott,
next year. They can't force him.
Panic's not the right word, but I will say like it's a bit unsettling because I believe Nikola Jokic when he says he wants to be in Denver forever. Like I believe him that he says that right now, but we know how life goes, man. I mean, things can change. Things can absolutely change within a year's time frame. So it doesn't feel great that we don't have him locked up.
It was interesting. I heard it was Jake Fisher and who else is Mark Stein, I think, reporting on it, where it does feel like you have to trust Joker, but he's given you no reason not to trust him, right? There's no reason, like you have to take him in his word.
So it's not that I don't trust him. I do. But I know that I've said things in my life that I genuinely meant, and then all of a sudden life evolved and life changed, and all of a sudden I had to go in a different direction.
Well, do you think there's even just a little part of this? Because it was pointed out that even though he's not going to be this kind of vocal guy, it does, for the first time in a long time, put a little bit of pressure on the Nuggets not to mess it up too bad this year when Joker could just walk. If you're right, if it goes so sideways this season, the Joker's like, what the hell? No, I was wrong. I'm out of here. That's the only part that you're like, oh no.
So he just got one more year on this deal this coming year.
Yeah, he's going to be an unrestricted free agent once this year is done. That's a lot of, I mean, you got to have a lot of trust in a player to be like, all right, because once the season is done, he can sign with anybody. And what he's saying is, I'm only going to sign with you. I'll only sign with you. But yeah, there could be, like, hell, man, like, you're right. Anything could, somebody could pull a Kawhi on him. Like the Portland or that cheap Portland owner, El Cheapo could be like, I'll give you 10% of the team if you come and play here. That's
they tried to do that with John Elway, right? They caught him on that.
Yeah.
So yeah, just some it's anything. Yeah, I don't like how.
I don't think Joker would ever leave for anything other than just an outright unbelief in the organization. You know, like I've reached the point where I don't like the decisions you're making, and I do not see a future here.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing.
And I don't even think like he doesn't want to do that. That's not what I'm implying. Like I'm not even saying that that's in the future, but this does leave room for that. It certainly does.
Saying that in those Euro qualifying, he sure looked in shape, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, this has got to be like I think it's the best he's ever looked.
Yeah. Have you seen? Do you see him on the river?
Like when he was young, it was a different type of look, you know. But this is the best, like healthy.
I am one thing when you've seen those pictures of Joker river rafting with his buddies or whatever. The only thing that makes me nervous: how come my big fella's the only dude not wearing a life preserver? Well, this homie right there.
Would Chuck Norris need a life preserver?
No. The river is scared of Joker. Joker's not scared of the river. But yeah, look at him. The dude, homie's looking good. Joker, you looking good, bro. Like, I'm just saying. My man looks like he's in the best shape ever.
Yeah, he got on that paleo diet or something.
Yeah, but he also looks like he's having a great, like, this is what Joker's going to be doing here in 15 years instead of,
They don't require life jackets over there, huh?
Well, 3 of them do and 3 of them don't.
Living life, baby.
I want to be the guy right in the middle that's doing nothing.
Yeah,
just,
that guy,
just enjoying
he's got
the
his
ride.
Hands right.
That's his brother, I think.
One of Joker's brothers?
Yeah, with the tattoos.
No, I thought his brother's the one.
No, it's Strahinja's. Yeah,
isn't that Strahinja right there in
he'd
the
sink
top
that raft,
photo?
right? Strahinja'd sink that raft.
Yeah, but
isn't that him in the top photo?
No.
No, that's not him.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Strahinja's head's much bigger than
Not
that.
Strahinja, but the other brother. He's got 2 brothers, Dobby.
Yeah. The other brother's big too, right?
The other brother.
But what's his name?
Thin and 6'5".
Right. In that family, that's a midget. You're just in that family, you're like, they need his Wheaties. All right, we'll roll on with the program. We got some NFL notes coming at you next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, just call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Do it today, 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, they've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, simply fantastic at what they do. And guys, they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Welcome back to PhD. The Shot Monster text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. No dumb questions coming up. Get them in now. So Scotty can prep for him. So Scotty can be ready for your no dumb questions.
Yeah, it's good to have Scotty back. I was having to carry the load without Scott, and Scott's the no dumb question guy.
I ran into somebody the other day that looked like a 5'11" version of Hastings. It was freaky, and I think a lot of it had to do with he had your basic face, but he was rocking the full. He was rocking your like mustache and goatee, almost exactly like. For a second there, I thought it was you. Yeah. I thought it was just farther away. I thought you were just farther away, but then I realized. Yeah. You're like,
I need my readers, right?
Then I was like, that's not Scotty. So, all right, here we go. We got a couple of interesting things happening in the world of sports. There was.
Hey, can I bring one up? Early no dumb question.
Sure, Scott.
Is the Aaron Donald story real?
Meaning, was he practicing?
Back?
Yeah, that was real.
Well, they say he's practicing with him, but I mean, what has he been 2 years off?
I think so.
What would that contract even look like if he came back to LA? What do you even hand Aaron to play a year with you?
Whatever.
Just like on the other side of Miles? Yeah, but how much money they already paying that team, man?
Now he might not require it because he might be looking at it like this is my one and only spot I want to play, obviously. And I got to figure out contractually how they can bring me in. So I'm not saying he's going to take him to the bank, but whatever that man wants, he's still worth it.
No, you're probably right.
Yeah, but there was videos of him practicing on their field.
Yeah, I've seen that, but I'm like, so is that a legit chance that he would come back?
I keep. There's always these stories about these NFL guys who are like, I think I might like. Who was it? It was Derek Carr or somebody again who's like, I could play again. Maybe somebody give me an invite. I could play. But at the same time,
let me ask you. Okay, no dumb question. Would you take Derek Carr coming back to play as your backup quarterback over Stidham?
Oh, sure. Sure.
So can he still play?
Derek Carr, yeah, come on, buddy.
Right?
Derek Carr could start in the NFL probably.
Yeah, in this NFL, there's probably you're right.
There's only about 12 good quarterbacks in the league.
Mm-hmm. Well, you'll be happy to hear that an NFL study came out that said NFL players are 4 times more likely to get a mental disease, like
thanks.
Parkinson's
cool.
or CTE.
Yeah, appreciate that.
You're 4 times more likely than me and Scotty.
Happy Monday to you too, bud.
Although, listen, Scotty played some rough basketball. I think he was banging in the league, but I don't know how many concussions or anything.
Yeah, basically the storyline that Berto wants to bring up on this Monday is that I'm 4 times more likely than anybody else to develop Parkinson's, ALS, or dementia.
Yes, 4 times more likely. Yeah. And you're probably going to die about a decade before the rest of us.
Dude, have you ever looked up I'm going to look it up right now.
Oh, speaking of which, Sam Neill died.
I saw that Jurassic Park guy.
Yeah, I didn't think he was that old.
He's not. I think he's been fighting cancer for a few years.
Oh, maybe that. Okay, that's what it was. But yeah, so there you go. Sam Neill and CTE. That's what I got for you, right there on that one.
Well, that's a long squirrel route right there to go from. Unless you're thinking Jurassic Park, offensive linemen or dinosaurs. Oh, Sam Neill died. Was that how you got there with your mind?
No, I don't know how we got to Sam Neill.
No,
we
were
just
talking
about
to make sure that I
Tyler
felt
dying.
great about my future.
Right. I'm just saying. No, man. Like you're doing all right compared to a lot of former players. I'm assuming, right? Like you're not limping around this studio. And there's some guys who leave the league, and it's like their entire body is gone.
I don't know. I pulled weeds for a few hours this weekend. That felt like that broke my body.
Dude. I had 2 funny moments. Kind of funny. One was scary. One was just funny. So I cleared out a bunch of weeds and brush and stuff, and I had it piled up in front of this bank, whatever. Boom, 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 and you can burn. So I'm going to burn this pile of sticks and leaves and branches. Boom, 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 set on fire. Very ingenious how I did it. It was perfect. Came up there. So I'm watching, bring a bucket of water. Got a hose back there, but it's not too bad. I got a rake.
Love a burn pit, by the way. Nothing better than a burn pit.
Yeah. And I've done the, listen, I've fought wild grass fires out at the farm back in the day. So I got all the stuff ready, and I'm staying attentive, whatever. it starts spreading, trickle out over here a little bit. So I sit there, and what you do is you just brush the parts in, bring it in, put a little water on the edges, stop it there, boom, 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 bring it in, get a little closer. And so I want to contain it in a certain area. I don't want it necessarily spread down the bank or anything like that. So I'm brushing in. All of a sudden, my left foot is on fire.
Oh, no.
And all of a sudden, you can feel it going just a little bit. And all of a sudden, I mean, it got to the point where I jumped down.
Yeah.
And I'm not paying attention. I'm brushing the edges. I'm standing right in the middle of this ash pile that had recently burnt logs and trees,
Catching yourself on fire.
buried up to the top. I can see is the top of my left foot. That's all I could see. And it was like literally those cartoons we used to give guys hot foot.
Yeah.
Bam! I jumped out of that thing. I shook it off. And I'm looking. Didn't do any damage to my shoe. My shoe hadn't started melting yet. But it's these shoes. So it just kind of, this holy canvas. Man, I went over to the hose, put my hose, just ran the hose on my foot for a little bit. I said, dude, I just gave myself a hot foot.
Yeah.
But that just shows you got to pay attention.
Yeah. When's the last time you saw that in baseball? Remember they always used to break out the hot foot in
They used to
baseball?
always bring the hot foot out all the time.
Here's the problem. Nobody smoked cigarettes. They always had lighters and matches in the dugout
And
because
they
everybody was
catch
always smoking.
some dude
And-
sitting down there, and a guy would crawl up underneath the bench and wrap it with a whatever. So my second story, the same fire. I'm building, bam, keeping it close, watered the edges down here. Everything's good. Well, I noticed I missed a couple branches of brushes that were growing out. And you have to get these, they're trees, basically small baby ones, but you have to get them before they can't be over 3 inches or else you can't cut them down. And these are just little fingerlings, right? So I said, well, let me get those out. So I get my little hand chainsaw, cut that thing. And I'm looking, walking, walking. I hit a stump of a tree that had already been cut down or a bush. It's got like 5 or 6 fingers about this big around. Hit it. Also now, and I'm on an angle a little bit like this because I'm kind of by the shore. And it's all rocky. Big boom. All of a sudden now I'm doing a cartoon thing again. I'm already giving my hot foot. Right? And now all of a sudden I'm doing the thing, but I keep tripping towards the fire.
Oh, no.
And I'm
oh, boy.
Finally, I said, I got to go down.
Oh, you roll out of it.
Because I'm trying to stay up.
Oh man, I wish there was a video of this one.
I'm trying to stay up because older, and so you're worried about falling. But then I'm like thinking, tripped. How are you going to fall? So I'm fighting. You trip before you try to fight the trip, right?
Yeah.
So I'm fighting the trip. Also, I'm bent over.
You ever seen my 40 at the combine?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
and you fight the trip.
I fought that for about 15 yards.
And then all of a sudden, face me. Well, I am Tyler Polumbus this 40.
Yeah.
But I'm tripping towards the fire.
Right.
And I finally in my head go, I got to go down because
Yeah, you're coming real close.
3 more steps, and I'm going, and I went down hard. To actually hurt my wrist.
Ooh.
I went down and
that player for England.
Boom! I caught myself, and you see how close I am to this mic, right? I was here.
The fire was
to the ash pit, to the and I was like, ooh, and I'm like, okay, hadn't been to the gym the whole week I was there when I was burning.
Lucky that goatee didn't get caught.
I thought about it. I stood up and went like this. It was good, but I was 4 inches from face planting into an ash pit.
That's like if I would have saw like a 6'11" dude just on fire screaming. That's a horror movie right there. You're like, run for your life. He's coming for you,
dude. I was skating, man. I was, but seriously. So I wonder now. You brought that up. I forgot about that. Your 40 time. Was there ever a time that you just gave in, or just the trip got you? Did the trip just get you? Or did you finally go?
Like, how long did you think? I got it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it out. I'm gonna pull it out, and then
I'm gonna pull out.
No, I've done that skiing before, where like you're out of control. You know that you're gonna fall, but then like you see somebody and you're like, oh no, I just got to go down before I hit them.
Right.
So I've definitely done that skiing.
So yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, skiing. But yeah.
Yeah, just in your backyard.
But I haven't tripped and fallen like that in a while. Knock on wood. Hope I don't ever again. But dude, I said I gotta go down because if not, I'm belly flopping in the middle of the fire.
Yeah, you don't like that.
Don't want to do that.
No, I don't like that idea at all. You know what? All right. Here you go. I got a story just like that for you from this weekend. I got yelled at by this lady over snacks I live by the Platte River, and I run by the Platte River all the time. And
you ever go to the Platte River Grill? You're close enough to that?
Yeah. I live like just 2 blocks away from that bad boy.
Well, you don't live far from me then.
Yeah, I live right by you, man. Right by you. Come and hang out, man. Come and hang out, Scotty. So I'm running, and when I run, I got my headphones in. I'm not paying attention to anything. And there's this lady on the trail, and she starts screaming at me. And she's like screaming at me about snacks. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with this lady? And I just run right by her. I'm like, whatever, crazy lady. And then I take the corner, and I realize she wasn't screaming about snacks. She was saying snakes. She was saying snakes, Scotty.
Those 9,000 venomous snakes
she
that got
was
cut
saying
loose?
Snakes. I took the corner, came this close to stepping on like this 4-foot snake, man. And that's what she was yelling. It sounded like snacks. She was going, snacks, snacks.
You got some fruit snacks?
Snacks. And I was like,
what were you listening to?
What the hell? Oh, just some random dumb running music, with a beat to it or something. And I took that corner, and sure enough, right in the middle of the trail, big old snake, not a snack lady, a snake. Get her. I don't know if it was her accent or but snacks. No, that ain't a snack. It's a snake.
Dude,
and I came this close to stepping on that bad boy.
When I was cycling all the time, and I used to do Cherry Creek Trail, you'd see snakes on that thing almost every day you'd go out there.
Yeah, snacks. No, not snacks. Speaking of snacks, how much snacks could you buy for $10 billion? Because that's what it took to buy the Seahawks.
Dude, isn't that nuts?
$10 billion to buy this, $9.6 billion.
Just think about that for a second. So Walton Penner Group bought this for 4.6. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4.6. In 4 years.
It's gone up.
If they wanted to sell, they could literally double their money on a $4.6 billion investment in 4 years.
And it was just one of the partners who already owned a piece of the San Francisco 49ers is like, I want my own team. I want to run this show. And he's dropped almost $10 billion.
Did I see that Jody Allen is donating the entire thing to charity?
Oh, really? I did not see that.
I think I saw that.
Obviously, her husband passed.
Well, it was her brother.
Oh, it was her brother, and he's the one who started Microsoft with whatever his name is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're sitting on so much money. Yeah.
So you ever heard of Bill Gates? No?
That's it. I can't believe I forgot Bill Gates' name.
I'm proud of him.
Yeah.
But Tanner's used to build names out for the seats on this side of the table.
Yeah.
Particularly this.
Yeah, mostly you.
Yeah.
But listen, man.
So how much was he worth?
Well, I can look right now.
He didn't have family, so he donated to his sister?
So his sister took over both the Trailblazers and Seattle Seahawks.
Right. And she's already sold the Blazers.
Blazers sold,
right?
Which I don't remember what that sold for, but it was billions,
Yep.
And then this one, which I saw something about the new guy saying it's going to be cool to see where the money goes to work for charity. Yeah, but $9.6 billion, man.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Now, I guess it helps. I don't know. I hear people saying it was good timing to buy the Seahawks fresh off the Super Bowl. Do you really think that means anything?
No, I think it probably meant the price was. You know what's crazy? What happens if they didn't win the Super Bowl? Would that mean that he would have paid $1 billion less?
No,
would he
hell
would have
no.
paid 8.6 instead of 9.6?
Hell no.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, listen, the Seahawks are a great franchise to own, right? Like that city, and they like that team. They love that team, right? Like the Seahawks is Seattle's a good sports city, right? You played there, you know.
I did. Yeah, it was an incredible sports city. But what's interesting about it is the new owner won't own the stadium. So the city, the taxpayers own the stadium, right?
Yeah, that is weird.
So 9.6 without a stadium that you own.
That is crazy.
So when we build this new city with the new stadium that's coming here, good Lord, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Trailblazers, she sold them for 4.25.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's still pretty good. Right. But see, here's what's crazy is the guy who bought him he's worth half that. Like, how the hell we letting NBA owners buy teams on credit, man? Like, that dude's only worth $2 billion, and he's paying $4 billion for the team? Nah, man. Once again, stop letting the poors own NBA teams, man. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. Like, if an NFL franchise costs you $10 billion, you have to have $20 billion to own one. You know what I mean? That would be my rule. Like, listen, I'm not here for you cheap billionaires.
That's the way it used to be, Berto, but that's not even true in the NFL anymore. Now it's all going to the capital financing.
Yeah, where everybody gets a little piece. Everybody buys a little piece.
Yeah. Gone are the days of the family owners, man, because the money's just gotten so out of control.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, it's one of the best.
How does Jeff Bezos not buy the Seattle team?
I don't know. Well, when you
does he just not want to own an NFL team?
Probably not. Or the NFL just doesn't want to let him in. Might be the other. You know what I mean?
Why would they not want him in?
Because they're all billionaires, and some of them are like, I don't want to hang out with this nerdy ass billionaire dude. I don't want to hang out with this. I don't want to hang out with that like Bezos or Bill or what. No. Like they're like, this is the cool club, baby. We're NFL owners. This is the cool club.
How many cool billionaires do you think there really
are?
Oh,
there's probably one.
You know,
aren't
they all nerds?
Because you almost have to be a jackwagon to be a billionaire. You know what I mean? You have to have a little bit, just like to be Michael Jordan, you have to be kind of a jerk.
Like they all got to be off to some degree.
Right. You got to be driven.
We're not talking about like the movie billionaires here.
No, yeah, you got to be driven in a different kind of way to be like, give me all the money. I'm going to make all the money.
You know who might have been the coolest billionaire of all time in hindsight?
Burt Reynolds.
Jerry Jones. Like was he a cool billionaire? Ooh. Like I know he's a psycho. Don't get me wrong. But like in terms of like a Hollywood billionaire?
Well, maybe. But that's what I spend my billions on too anyways.
Think about that. That came before Jerry. Ted Turner.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah, Ted, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, because he's just a cool cowboy,
right,
you know?
Right. And then he dropped money on, like, he's like, I'm gonna win this sailing race. Let's just buy a boat and win a
wrestling.
Yeah.
How do you feel about wrestling?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, that's a good one. Ted's probably a good one. That's probably a good one. All right, we got no dumb questions, and they're coming up next.
Hey, when you picture your retirement, what do you see? Because everyone's picture is going to look a little bit different. Your finances, your family, your needs, they're different, and your plan should reflect that. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they're going to build around what matters most to you, not a generic template. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN1. The advisors at Trajan Wealth, they're going to work as one coordinated team. Investments, taxes, and estate planning all under one roof. Your plan built around your life, not the other way around, and all three phases should be working together, all under one roof, which you can find at TrajanWealth.com or by calling 1-855-TRAJAN1. There's more to retirement planning than crunching numbers, and the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they're going to coordinate your investments, taxes, and estate plans for you so that you can feel calm and confident in your future, knowing that your money is invested in good places with good people helping you manage it along the way. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Questions that aren't dumb. No, there are no dumb questions. It's the sensation sweeping the nation. Welcome back to PhD. I will start off, no dumb question. This is an update to my no dumb question from like 3 weeks ago when I was with you guys. Do you remember I got into an argument about how often you're supposed to wash your bed sheets?
I do, yeah.
I actually weekly.
I came across this information literally just a few days after we had that conversation, so I'm bringing it up again. How often? So I will tell you, I saw a poll of single women and single men. How often do you think a single woman washes her bed sheets?
Once a week.
Every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks. Guess how much a single man washes his bed sheets?
Every 2 months.
Every 6 months.
4 times a year.
4 times a year.
Every 3 months.
Every 3 months.
Every 3 months is the average.
Yeah, that adds up. I mean, that adds up.
So, and I mean, but seriously, man, every week is too much.
That's a lonely
I got a
man,
life
by the
to
way.
live. I can't be washing my sheets every week. That's way too. That's like, come on, man. I got stuff to do.
You guys remember when you were in college? Like seriously, did you ever wash your sheets? Ever?
You brought them home when you came home once every month or so.
Like when I went home for Christmas or something.
Yeah. So anyway, no dumb questions update. Every 3 months, a single guy in America, and a single woman every 2 weeks, allegedly.
I had something happen to me on my drive yesterday. But it made me think of a no dumb question. Like I enjoy driving by myself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a 10-hour drive, and you listen to music you want to listen to, and see what you want to see, and play games.
See, that's my life.
Pass a guy.
Take a break.
Then you stop, take a pee, get gas, get back on the road, see if you can find that same guy you passed, whatever. But I stopped in Hayes, Kansas, and got gas, and right across the street was a Wendy's. So I went, I haven't eaten today. Let me go get a little burger. And I haven't eaten Wendy's forever. So double Baconator.
Ooh.
So I said, all right. So I said, give me a double Baconator and medium fries. Pulled around, get my stuff, and I'm thinking, let me check. Open it up. And if you're at Wendy's
no Frosty?
Wendy's always dribbles. No, I didn't get Frosty. Wendy's always over like condiments their stuff. It always dribbles on you. I look in the bag. No napkins.
Oh.
And I hadn't pulled off. And I went, gotcha. You thought you got me. So now I'm in my game. I'm thinking about talking about it on the show. I'm gonna brag. I would say they almost got me. They didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Get my napkins, sit down, bam, pull up, put some in the car, get on the highway. I'm down the highway, mile or two. I said, let me start doing the fries. I'll some handful, kind of short, stubby, and still warm, but crispy, like they've been in the. All of a sudden, I look at it. They gave me like the last batch that was just sitting in the basket for like the last 20 minutes. And they filled up. I said, God, dang it. They got me.
Listen.
I said, well, hold on. They got me. I thought I got them with the nap. They got me.
They get you back. No.
Get the double bacon there. Well, let me have that. No bacon.
Really?
And I went.
See, that's a crime against humanity right there.
So I guess no dumb question.
I guess they won.
They won.
Yeah.
But the dumb question, should you, especially when you're driving, you're going to eat in a car, here's the question. Should you always check the bag before you drive? Because
you should. I
ain't
never
no
do.
way
You
I'm
should.
turning around
No, you should.
on the highway to go back to a Wendy's in Hayes, Kansas.
The one like solid dad move that I do, like maybe the only one, I don't know. I
just check the bag?
Nah, every time I go anywhere that gives me napkins, I just take all the extras and I stuff them in the glove box. In the glove box.
I do too.
Yeah.
No, I do too.
I mean, I got hundreds of napkins in that sucker.
But it's a principle. Send me with napkins.
Yeah.
But I mean,
but should you when you're on a road trip especially?
I mean, I'm not sure what you're asking. Like, are you asking should you back
always check your bag?
Yes.
Like I don't know.
I never check my bag.
I never do either, but you should.
I don't know if I can do anything with the fries because they're fries.
Right.
Although they've been over crisp and probably been in that like I said, the bottom shook it out, took the good ones out, and then but there's no bacon on that Baconator.
Yeah, that's a crime. That's a crime. You have touched on one of the few things that will piss me right the hell off. You know me, I don't get mad at anything. There is rarely any reason, like I can't remember the last time I threw hands.
Oh, you came in on a Thursday when we were doing the show together, and you were mad that day about something.
I was cranky as hell that day. Yeah, I was just.
You hadn't eaten either.
I was a bad. Yeah, I was hangry. But messing up my drive-through order is one of those things where I'm like I should have checked it. I should have, but I didn't. And you messed it up. And it's one of those things. I'm like, I'll be talking to myself in the car just like, these, I cannot believe they forgot. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of the few things that will.
Yeah, somebody got me 3 or 4 weeks ago, same thing. Got home, going to eat at home. This is when everybody was gone, so by myself, sat in the chair. I mean, this ain't what I ordered.
Man, this is the one thing I was looking forward to today.
It was at Chipotle, too. I mean, I had this. I knew exactly what I wanted. Man,
but see, I don't understand people like you at all. Like, when you go get a sandwich, when you go get a burrito, I don't understand the people that take that to their next location to eat it. Like, I'm going to eat that on my way to the next location. And you're one of those people that takes your meals to the next location just to eat it.
You mean like take it home? You mean as soon as Tyler gets food, you start eating it even though you're driving in the car?
Of course.
See, that's crazy.
Well, I do it.
What do you mean?
That's crazy, Tyler.
What do you mean that's crazy?
How you enjoy
That's what any normal
how
human being does.
How do you enjoy your burrito while you're trying, you're in traffic,
How you enjoying your chips and guac?
Yeah, I like to sit down.
No, I'm not waiting to get to my next location. I'm eating the food.
Yeah,
See, my dad is a psycho. He will not go through a drive-through. Like, he loves McDonald's and stuff. He will not go through he's one of those dudes who, like, one of the few people on the planet who still go into the McDonald's or the Wendy's or the Chick-fil-A and sits down to eat the meal there because he's like, it's, you eat it fresher. It's right there. Nah, and I can't. I'm not going to.
Hey, I do have a question for you. Now, I don't know if you guys are like, Scott, you got a young daughter. You guys been to amusement parks recently, like Elitch's Waterworld? When was the last time you went, Berto?
Ooh, I went to I went to Six Flags over Texas with my niece a couple of years back. Yeah, but
well, here's my no dumb question.
Arlington, right?
Maybe this is more appropriate for the people out there than you guys. Which has better people watching, Waterworld or Elitch's?
Well,
I got in a little discussion about this over the weekend.
It's got to be Waterworld because
nobody
got
Waterworld has
close.
got far exactly.
But
exactly.
Elitch's is it's a bunch of naked people basically. But Elitch's is there's some every once in a while you get one of those crazies.
Now, also, when you're at Waterworld, how long does it take to find a good-looking woman?
Not that long, right? You can just see one from the distance. You don't even have to really. You're just like, ooh,
takes longer than you think.
Oh, at Waterworld, you were struggling on this weekend. You're like, it's not a lot of top-class action happening.
I'm just saying, it's interesting people watching out at Waterworld.
Well, did you catch anybody doing something crazy?
No, I'm just like. I just thought it was an interesting topic. I asked, I got in a discussion. One party thought it was Elitch's. I thought it was Waterworld.
One of my first radio gigs, I was still playing with the Nuggets. And I got in with Lewis and Floorback somehow. And G-Man was going on vacation. So they let me sit in for a week, and I got to do sports, which was an experience, but I had a blast because those are my guys. One of the days was remote. Nudist colony.
Oh.
Did you join it?
No.
But I mean,
but we sat there and did it. And
hold on, you did a hold on.
It always sounds like a good idea, but it's not.
I really need the story behind the story. Like, how the hell did you end up doing a remote at a nudist colony?
For anybody out there who knows and listens, it was Lewis and Floorwax.
Okay.
They probably were talking about some sort of nudist colony and some story. And somebody said, well, we got one right here in Denver, right just on the other side of 470.
Seriously?
It used to be, yeah. So we went there and did it, and it made me think when you say how long it take to find in Waterworld, there's certain people shouldn't be going around nude.
No, right. Yes, exactly. And nudist colonies, it feels like that's everybody. Like,
yeah, there's no way there's anybody good looking
in
in
the movies. In the movies, you'd see them doing that in James Bond, and they're all like,
no. Those nudist colonies don't exist, right? There is no like, hey, we just want a bunch of naked tens. Not a bunch of naked foes and threes in here.
Listen, you might not have been able to add up to a 10.
We take all of you and add it up. You might be 7.5.
You should have gone to the one that takes applications to be a member of it.
Yeah, no, this was, and I was probably 31 too.
Huh?
Young.
Yeah.
And I would say I was the youngest by 20 years at the least.
Oh, so you're like this? Get me out of here. Get me out of here now. Get me out of here.
I sat there the whole time. They sit down and eat right there in front of me.
Well, you're a way bigger freak right now than you were at 30, aren't you?
Yeah.
No, I'm a lot less. I was like, okay, here we go. Let's see.
You're like,
And
I'm
then,
looking forward
I
to
got
this.
out there and seriously, I ran holy water on my eyes after seeing that right there.
having them nightmares. All right, we'll roll on with the program as we continue with PhD right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, performance matters in intimate moments, so don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men don't have to live with that anymore. You might be surprised how the right treatment can improve your love life. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have advanced medical treatment options for every stage VD that can help you get back to performing like your true self. Maybe even better than you have in years. So go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. Hey, if it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. But like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call today, 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You know what I was surprised that nobody brought up in No Dumb Questions? No Dumb Question. Why you messing with a buffalo in Yellowstone? Did you see that bison steady truck that dude?
Because you got idiots. You got probably from some city somewhere.
Can we,
Hey,
I know we
Mitchell.
should be talking about the health of the dude and everything, but can we just talk about the athleticism of that buffalo?
Yeah,
Like, that was actually insane.
The dude
Turning
was
on a
trying
dime.
was doing it around the trees, like he was
Yeah.
trying to make the trees be his defense against and that buffalo was having none of it. He's like, I'm coming.
It's like a quarter horse cutting a barrel. wasn't
That
it?
poor guy, he was actually like doing it the right way. He wasn't even like antagonizing the buffalo. or
Right, he
anything.
wasn't running up on the buffalo.
No,
he
he
just
was-
took a picture of it from far away, and that buffalo was like,
Don't you take a photo of me.
Yeah. yeah, and just
He's doing it the right way. Stay in the car.
yeah, good call,
I,
good call.
I mean, he was like 200 yards away. He wasn't like, he definitely was not messing with that thing.
And I'm telling you, there is a human being, a man listening to the station right now who thinks that dude should have just turned around and punched that buffalo. He's like, I would have just punched the buffalo. This guy is soft. There's somebody right now who thinks he could win a fight against a buffalo.
I felt like it was like when I played like tag with my kids running around the kitchen island, you know?
Yeah, but but it finally got caught, man. And he went up and over. Yeah.
You look like Johnny Knoxville in Jackass.
That's exactly with the bull. With the bull, that's exactly how it looked.
Dude, I saw the new one. You seen the new one?
No, I haven't. Is it good? Is it good?
Great.
Is it?
Oh, I went to the theaters and watched it. I laughed my butt off, man.
And them guys not just crippled up like crazy.
Well, they have a new
That's
crew,
that's
right?
what I said when I got out of it.
They
It's
have the
actually-
old crew and the new crew.
It's actually a miracle that none of them have like become paralyzed.
Yeah, that Johnny Knoxville can walk.
Well, didn't that one guy get paralyzed? But he was on a motorcycle, I guess. That Chris Dunn, something done.
Well, one of them died a few years ago, but
Oh,
I don't think
That was
for many.
Ryan Dunn.
Yeah, Ryan Dunn.
Ryan Dunn. Yeah, he got crippled for a while, then he died. Yeah.
But the new one, so it's a lot of old videos that never got released, which was I was a little bit disappointed by because I thought it was going to be all new stuff. But it was good. It was really good.
Good stuff.
Heck
All
yeah.
right. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to watch it.
All right, I got no dumb question. I forgot. So again, something happened to me. You know, when you ever come back and all of a sudden everything in the world hits you at one time.
Yeah.
So you ever get a package damaged, like either by UPS, FedEx, anybody give it to you, and they'll sometimes put it around plastic and leave you a note that said this was damaged in transit. So I got an envelope, or not an envelope, a baggie
Of what?
Of this flat brown thing with the sticker on it, the information sticker, and a note in there that says your package was damaged. There might have been some damage that happened to your package in transit. Inside the envelope, the baggie, was a squared cut out piece of cardboard that had the sticker of the mailing address to me, blah, 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 and nothing left of the box. Like it was a box.
They sold you air?
No, someone basically cut out that thing, threw it down, stole the rest of the box.
Oh, okay.
And they found the thing with my sticker. And so FedEx or whoever just delivered the little flat piece of cardboard with the sticker. And the thing is, your package may have got damaged in transit.
It's like, no, man.
And you can see the edges have been cut. So someone basically cut that off, probably looked in there. So, I think it was a bag, like a backpack or a shoulder bag, something like that. Took it and just left it on the floor after they cut the little thing off. And they sent that to me?
So weird.
Why would you send that to me?
So weird.
They probably got to deliver it no matter what. I don't know.
What am I supposed to do with that? So do they
File
put
a
it in
claim? the
baggie, take a picture of it, and say this was delivered?
Yeah,
probably.
probably.
It literally, imagine taking, where they set those the sticker on the cardboard box that you get, right? That says, to Scott Hastings, address, blah, blah, blah. There's some barcodes on it, whatever. And it's taped to a box that's underneath it.
And all you got is the
They cut that thing off and put that in a bag and said your box may have been damaged in transit. There's no box.
It's more than damaged. It's destroyed, man. It's gone. It ain't here.
It's a 6x6
box is gone.
Piece of cardboard.
Listen, man.
Has anything like that ever happened to you guys ever?
No, I mean, I've had people steal. Like, I don't know. People steal my packages off the porch sometimes. That's happened a couple of times in a Littleton. I'm like, come on, man. Seriously? Shampoo. What you going to do with my shampoo? What you do?
Well, they've probably seen your hair.
Oh, and they're like, you know what? He's got great hair. Let me steal that shampoo. Man.
Luxurious.
Would either one of you, like, in honor of DMac, would either one of you like to address the Colorado Rockies draft from this weekend?
I'm sorry?
Oh, no.
No joke. I didn't know there was. I'm not even kidding. I literally
got a
did not know.
notification. The Major League Baseball draft has started with a bit of a quizzical nature.
Oh,
I guess something happened early on.
In the first couple of picks or whatever.
Yeah,
because the Rockies had the 10th pick because of that weird rule where you can't be as bad as the Rockies are and keep getting the first overall pick.
Multiple years or something.
And they took a shortstop, a switch-hitting shortstop, did the Rockies from Kentucky? Kansas? Somewhere. I can't remember. But then they go nothing but pitching after that. They had 11 selections, 8 of which were pitchers. So everybody was interested to see what the new Rockies, front office was going to look like or whatever. And it was basically they just drafted a bunch of college pitchers is what happened. They got the shortstop at number 10 and then just nothing but pitchers after that. So, but once again, I mean, I can't even really get the Rockies still make me a tad bit upset with, like ESPN ranked the Major League Baseball teams at the All-Star break. And guess what? The Rockies weren't dead last. They were second to last. The Angels are last. And and they want me to I can't get excited for the 31st best team in baseball. Why do you think DMac does?
I don't know, but every day he comes in here and he tries to sell us on how exciting they are to watch right now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how do you make something exciting that is in last place? Second to last. Okay, I got you.
Didn't they lose 3 or 4 to San Francisco?
And San Francisco's almost as bad as them.
They were nearly tied record-wise coming in.
And then they caught a bunch of L's right before the break. Let me see if they finished on a losing streak. They lost 4 of their last 5 and 3 of 4 against San Francisco before they hit the break.
Because they won, I think, the first one. Then did they lose 3 straight to them or something?
They lost the first one, then won one, and then go LL. So your Rockies had 39 wins at the break. So can't believe we're halfway through the Major League Baseball season. But once again, I'm not sure
here's the time I always say. I always wait till right after All-Star break because I saw this stat from a guy a million years ago, and I think it's true in baseball. He says, beginning of the season, opening day, everybody gets juiced. Opening day, 5. He said, but at the All-Star break, pay attention because it statistically and historically speaking, teams that are in it at the All-Star break are in it at the end. So if you want to watch, is your team around that wild card or in the wild card?
You make a decision then.
You got a chance. You're in it right then. But if the Rockies, you're hoping to win 21 games, right? You're 22 games. You're hoping to get out of the century for the 4th year in a row, right? So you want to win 22 games. That's your only goal. That's what you're living for if you're a Rockies fan, is to win 22 of the last, what do they got, 50 games left?
Hey, at least Goodman was actually like a real all-star this year. At least we actually had one instead of Make-A-Wish kid,
Right, somebody who actually is, you're like, that's an all-star player.
Yeah,
he deserves to be on the all-star
we actually had one.
Yeah. Instead of just being like the best guy on a really bad team who probably shouldn't be in the all-star, like, yeah, I get it. This has
no doubt. Does baseball do it right by making sure that each team is represented?
No.
That's not an all-star game.
Yeah, that's not an all-star game. Kiss my butt when it comes. No, you're right. That's exhibition nonsense.
Yeah,
it's fine, but it's exhibition nonsense.
Next time you do a contract, you go 5-time All-Star.
Yeah, and they're like, not real, but yeah, not really.
Bo, is it? No, it was. Well, did Tebow get named to a Pro Bowl because of everybody?
Trevor Simeon made
Trevor
Simeon made an all-star.
Yeah, he was like a third alternate or something, and they got all the way down
I think
to him.
Bo Nix made one of them, didn't he?
Yeah.
But it was like the third alternate, and you made. So, are you a Pro Bowl or a Pro Bowl?
Well, you're putting it on your resume,
right? You played in the Pro Bowl, so you are a Pro Bowl
all-star, then, right?
Yeah. You're right. What do you guys think about this baseball story about the gambling, where Bryce Harper? Was it FanDuel, Chris? It was FanDuel, right?
Yeah, it was
FanDuel had a whale, one of their whales, that was just losing money hand over fist on the app. And he was like losing so much money that he stopped betting as much money. And then they sent him a video of his favorite baseball player, Bryce Harper, saying like, yo, you need to throw down some more bets, bro. And that's all. And now Bryce Harper's come out and said, nobody told me what they were going to use the video for. I just recorded. They didn't tell me they were going to send him the video. And I was like, you addressed him in the video. What do you mean you didn't think they were going to send him the video? But at the same time,
wait, Bryce Harper made it. So I've seen this storyline, but
yes,
he made a video telling
a
somebody to
personal
bet
video
more.
for just this guy. Him making a video just for this guy.
Like, hey, you need to bet more?
FanDuel was like, hey man, hey Bryce, will you hook it? Will you do this video for us?
Wow.
And Bryce is like, yeah, sure. And then now the guy lost all his money, right? And he's kind of blaming FanDuel and Bryce. But at the same time, FanDuel's like, man, you knew what you signed up for, chucklehead. And now Bryce was like, listen, I just did it as a favor. I didn't realize it was going to blow up and be a big deal. Is it a big deal?
It's not a good look, that's for sure.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
I don't know why any player would ever participate in that.
Monday.
Well, so he's getting paid by FanDuel, even though he can't really bet on FanDuel.
Right, but I think he's a
I mean,
FanDuel.
that's the thing that just drives me crazy. Pete Rose still not in the Hall of Fame gambling. And you can justify why he's not. You can justify why he should be. But then you turn around and you're taking all this money. You're taking all this money from all these companies. Mm-hmm. You're allowing a guy to do advertising for FanDuel that wears your jerseys and has your little MLB sticker on the side of your hat.
No, and famously there's an ESPN story where ESPN was criticizing the gambling in sports, but the guy who was doing the criticizing underneath him on the bottom line
the bar running.
was ESPN Bet. It was like they were promoting ESPN Bet, and the whole time he's talking about gambling's a pox on the sports. It's like, listen, man, listen, it's everybody's making money.
You've got NBA players that are like have ownership in. I don't know if it's Kalshi or one of the.
I think.
Doesn't Giannis own? Or
Giannis,
who is it?
Yes, but it's not considered
Giannis?
gambling. It's prediction
Giannis.
markets, right? It's not gambling.
Okay,
it's prediction markets.
Tell me the difference.
Nothing.
Yeah,
no difference. I mean, just a couple of words to circumvent the law. I think is what it's all about.
So now, can players get on a prediction market app?
I think,
and you're not going to be in trouble if you.
If you're predicting stuff about like the Strait of Hormuz, or if you're predicting, if it's not sports related, I bet you're fine, right?
Right, but I don't think that's what Scott's saying. Is that what you're saying?
Well, what's the guy in with the Broncos got caught?
Wazirike?
Making a bet on like a college game?
Yeah, something. What it had nothing to do with football.
Like ping pong in Russia or something. I don't know.
And got basically a year suspension.
Yeah, so the reason why he got suspended, the things he was betting on, he was technically allowed to bet on. But you're not allowed to do it from the team premise.
Yeah, and he was
all right, so now since this isn't a betting app and it's a prediction app, is that going to be somehow grandfathered in there?
I bet you they throw it in there.
Yeah, they're going to have to mention it in the clause, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine they already have. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, just kind of like some overarching thing that says you can't be involved in any of that stuff if you're playing for us. I bet it's something like that.
I think this is still so relatively new. I think they're adding new stuff, which is against the collective bargaining agreement to add new stuff, just willy-nilly. It has to be negotiated in. That if you said, hey, no betting apps, no blah, 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 and that's hard written into the bylaws, which would be interesting to look at. And then all of a sudden now we got, we're not a betting app, we're a prediction.
Yeah, prediction app.
Does that,
futures app.
Would you win a court case? Some guy gets suspended, a guy fights and goes, no, I wasn't betting.
Well, Brendan Swordsby should have been using the prediction markets, I guess.
But these are fairly new, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're not that
last
new,
couple
though.
last couple of years, though, but
I'd
not
say
10
4 or
years
5
old, right?
years.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It's been around that long?
I think so. Maybe I'm wrong.
I've been paying attention then. Yeah, not good. But what we do have.
There is a stock market.
Next.
I guess they've been around for hundreds of years.
Right?
Yeah.
Coming up is Let's Football Go.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's Phil Long Ford. Guys, I've been a customer for a very long time over at Phil Long Ford. Been buying cars there since my rookie year because relationships matter to me. And if relationships matter to you, you'll probably become a customer for life after you buy your first vehicle from Phil Long Ford. You're going to get to know them, love them, trust them, and they're going to treat you different. Guys, they're going to respect your time, get you in, get you out, give you the best price on the vehicle of your dreams, and it's really as simple as that. It's one-stop shopping over at Phil Long Ford. No reason to drive all over the state looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle. There's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Weeks away from the start of training camp. It is July 24th. Are we just like 10 days away? 10 days away from Broncos training camp? NFL training camp.
We are 8 more Sundays until real NFL football.
Wow, that's crazy. It's going to be here
soon. Pastor told me that this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That was part of his...
Yeah.
They know.
Learned that one at church.
Yeah, they know.
Right, they're counting down the days. All right, Chris, it's time for Let's Football Go. Do your thing.
Sean Payton thinks that the NFL is going to be getting UFL-style officiating transparency sooner rather than later. The head coach of the Broncos linked up with Sports Boom's Jason La Canfora and predicted that the NFL will be making 2 big changes in the next few years, making grass fields the league standard instead of turf fields, and taking a page out of the UFL's book by walking fans through the officiating process during and after ref calls and reviews. It's something that the UFL already does with Dean Blandino, talking people through the officiating process. You can hear refs discuss calls during reviews, all in an effort to be more transparent with the audience. Payton thinks we'll start seeing some of those practices get adopted within the next 2 or 3 years.
You know, the argument on the grass fields, that seems to have gone out the window with the World Cup.
Right.
I mean, I don't see how the NFL recovers from that.
Right, because they did it. They did it. The World FIFA was like, we're going to have
all
grass.
These years that NFL players have been begging for grass fields, and the NFL has not done it, and then you do it in one weekend. Yeah, I think that one's – so Sean's probably right about the grass. I don't know on the referees deal, man. First off, I do like that. Not that I watch a lot of UFL, but I do like the transparency on the refs. That is cool when they take you behind the scenes, when you can hear the conversations that the refs are having. You think the NFL will actually adopt that kind of transparency?
They're too scared to do that. They're too chicken to
Right?
do that. They don't want to do it, right? They're not good, right? Or do you think they would?
They had a big VAR discussion, and I don't know if it was in Champions League but it was a big, big match. And you could listen in to what the VAR, there's 3 dudes in a box going over that game film. And it's funny, where all the leagues now here have a central command, and they have all the games up. In soccer, I don't know if you noticed, they have the VAR set up in the field, right there with the officials. And it's 3 officials dedicated to just that game, right? But you could hear back and forth. So we'll look right here, and you can hear the guys talking to the head official, who I guess it's his final call. But I thought that was kind of cool to be able to listen in.
Well, the NBA is starting to do that thing, or they're going to. I think in the playoffs they started to, and next year they're going to have where they have an earpiece in all the NBA refs' ears,
they
and somebody will
year.
be talking to them, right? And Secaucus or whatever, they'll be like so they don't even. They'd be like that was out on Diver, and so they don't even. They'll know immediately, and they'd be like, it's Washington ball or whatever. So, I mean, you know what they should do? Like, the help with the officiating is great because, obviously, you can communicate instantaneously. Why not? Get it all done. Have some people look and make sure everything's all right. You know what they should do? You know how in the World Cup now they have those ref cameras? And some of the, they show the replay from the ref's point where they're like those, and some of those dudes, some of those dudes are booking. Like I was like, that ref was hauling butt, man.
You know, that's a cool idea. Put a little GoPros
throw
or whatever
some
on
GoPros on some NFL refs is what I want. That's what I want.
I
want that.
Like, hey, you want to know why we got this call wrong?
Yes.
You know,
yeah, you can watch the official. You can see what the official saw from his point of view.
What we saw.
Yeah. Yes. That's what I'd be down for if they could do that.
That would be cool.
Yeah, might as well, man. And all that, you can give access to the TV people. They can use that as a replay.
The NFL would never do it.
Because they're chicken, right?
Yeah. Well, and the funny thing is, and Tyler knows this, the referees, what he's looking at is different than what the umpire is looking at, what the line judge is looking at, what the back judge is looking at. They're all looking at, so you'd almost now.
Well, they've all got different jobs.
If you could all put cameras on all of them, that you could cut to. Now you see a pass interference.
Oh, we've got that technology
already.
Yeah,
they could if they wanted to.
Yeah.
They should. They should.
Then that'd be cool. Because now if all of a sudden you look at a back judge who calls a pass interference or doesn't, you can go right to what his view is.
Right.
He's looking over there.
Yeah, you can get those camera angles on the play as well. You
God,
can get the
officials. You know what would be funny about that? You know how you get like the flags that come in like 10 seconds late because they saw somebody else throw a flag? That would be hilarious to see all the people that just throw the late flags just because they're getting involved in the situation.
You know they didn't see the play, but they see the flag, and all of a sudden they're like,
you're 40 yards away. What are you doing throwing a flag?
Yeah, you're right. That'd be great. But let's do either way. All right, Chris, what's next?
So ESPN's doing their annual top 10 survey for different players at every position. Up next are interior offensive linemen and quarterbacks. As for the top 10 interior offensive linemen, Broncos guard Quinn Miners made it onto the list at number 4, sandwiched in between Chiefs center Creed Humphrey at 3 and Bears guard Joe Thuney at 5. A quote from an NFL personnel executive, quote, "I know he was known for the gut and for the run blocking, but he's become more of a complete player." End quote. As for the quarterbacks, Broncos quarterback Bo Nix did not make the top 10 or the honorable mentions
Yeah, he didn't
list.
even get an honorable. Didn't even get an honorable mention, Chris. What's that about, bro?
But he did receive at least one top 10 vote.
Baker Mayfield got an honorable mention, and Bo Nix doesn't. Baker does, man. Come on.
Bo's not. Come on. Wait, hold on.
Top 10?
Bo's not top 10 quarterback.
No,
What are we
I
talking
don't think
about?
he's a top 10 quarterback. I think he's a better quarterback than Baker Mayfield, though.
Do you? Do you really?
Yes, I do, but I understand the argument why people don't. But okay, once again, I bring up. I had this conversation with Sanford last week, where Athlon did their preview of what the Denver Broncos' upcoming season is going to look like, and they said, "Stop arguing about whether Bo Nix is a top 5, top 10 quarterback." Guess what? For the Denver Broncos, he is a franchise quarterback. He's your franchise quarterback.
That's true.
You're going to have to pay him $350 million. Accept it and just deal with it. And
That
play
is
with,
true.
You know what I mean? Like, they
Yeah.
were just like, listen, he is this important. He's that important to you.
Because to get your second contract in the NFL, it's a pass-fail line. It's really not about whether
Style
you're
points?
It's not whether you're a $50 or $60 million man. It's a pass-fail test. And if you pass that threshold, NFL teams are terrified to move on from quarterbacks because there's not enough good quarterbacks in the world to make the league go round.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, listen, I'm a sucker
And
for these
Bo,
lists.
for the record, he's beyond the pass-fail line.
Right, he's passed.
Like, he's
he's
beyond
passed.
it.
He's
Yeah.
passed. He's passed. So, Scotty, I mean, listen, we're in Sports Talk Radio. We're going to have these kind of conversations, and especially in the summer. But, I mean, when we start talking about numbers and lists with Bo, how much do you care about that?
Well, I don't care much about it. That's a great point. And I said when they draft him, I think that was the perfect quarterback for what Sean Payton wants to get done. I'm hesitant to pay him. And the foot just adds something. I got to see stability with the foot. I don't need every other year a foot surgery, and I wouldn't want to pay $50 million to a guy that's every other year getting a foot surgery and missing a game or two.
But assuming he does make it through the season healthy, he's already passed the pass-fail line.
I say he gets through healthy and his numbers are just okay.
Yep.
You paying him?
They will.
You have to.
They
right?
will.
You have
I
to.
didn't
Now,
say they, or would you?
Well, okay. Would I be nervous about it if I was running the Denver Broncos? Yeah, because there's a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL
It could
that
be a
get
$400
paid that
million
you end up
contract.
regretting.
It could be $400 million, brother.
And I would be very nervous. And I also admit that if I'm running the show with the Denver Broncos, I would be looking at it like, this is pretty decent. You know, like do we really want to roll the dice on another rookie?
Scotty, do you remember by the time year 3 came around, was John Elway already a legend in it? Was he beloved already? Or was he still like, by the time he was in his 3rd NFL season, was Elway already, crowned?
Sometime in the 3rd year, he was beloved by the fans and still hated by Dan Reeves.
Okay, yeah.
He was too much of a wild, wild horse for Dan Reeves. Dan Reeves wanted to ride the merry-go-round pony and not the stallion.
Right.
And John Elway was the stallion. But no, he got better. He progressively got better all the time. He got benched his rookie year, right in the middle of the year, I think. Came back, played a little better. Steve DeBerg started a bunch of games, either that first or second year. So,
but yeah, I think
Reeves was trying to trade him like in year 3 or 4 or 5, somewhere in there.
Yeah, that's crazy. Can you
So
imagine?
John got rid of Reeves.
Right, but could you imagine if it was the other way? If you were the coach that what? We talk about John Elway and he shows up on TV. What is going on here?
They're listening.
I was about to say,
They're all
what is going
listening.
on, man? They're replaying the
ESPN's
very first
listening.
Super Bowl win. Why did they just name John Elway the best passing quarterback in what? Because right now they're talking about the best rushing quarterback.
They're showing the best rush touchdowns or something by
Oh, okay. They're showing the best running plays in a Super Bowl. Okay,
So
and they showed Elway's
show
helicopter.
Show McMahon making a nice cut in. They show Elway doing a helicopter, and their third nomination is a tush push for Jalen Hurts.
That's exactly what it is.
Are you kidding me?
That's exactly what it is.
That's the best rush.
It's like 8 yards. I mean, 8 inches.
That
is
had
what
to
they
have
got
been
in their
jest.
Yeah,
That had to have been in jest. Come on.
Staring at it
They
right
put
now.
a tush push on as one of the greatest of all time.
Right.
Yeah.
That's one of the greatest.
They showed John Elway's helicopter, a McMahon run with the Bears.
Yeah, Jim McMahon.
I'm not even anti-tush push, but you can't put a tush push up there.
And then Jalen Hurts and the Eagles and the tush push. No.
Again, it's slow for them too, so you're actually going to put that in there?
No.
Oh, man.
Right. Yeah, you're right. It's a slow day for ESPN. All right, Chris, what's next?
From ESPN's Adam Schefter and Seth Wickersham, a group led by 49ers limited partner Vinod Klosa, I think I got that right, has agreed to purchase the Seattle Seahawks. Sources told ESPN that the selling price for the Seahawks would be $9.6 billion, an NFL franchise record, win a Super Bowl and your value spikes. How about that? Now, I know what you're thinking. The answer is obviously that the Khosla family has to give up their ownership stakes in the 49ers because, duh, of course you do.
Do you just cut a check? How does that even work? Do you give your Discover card to the NFL? When you drop $9.6 billion, I would just like to know how it works, just like the physical nature of getting that money. Like, seriously,
get a group of people
does he
together,
write
'cause
a
it's an
check?
ownership
Does
group
does
again.
he like? I mean, does he give him his bank? I don't understand. I'd like to know the minutia of that kind of stuff.
Bear bonds, stocks.
Yeah, I don't know what is it. Does he just show up like a bunch of gold bars
Yeah,
and just
gold
like
bars.
pow? That's how I'd do it. You know those guys who get like a speeding ticket and they get pissed off about the speeding ticket, so they pay it in pennies. They come to court with like 10,000 pennies or whatever. That's how I'd love one of these dudes to buy one of these NFL teams. Just the weirdest way possible.
That'd be great. Yeah, $9.6 billion of it.
Yeah. Still though, you know how much money you have to think of 9 points. Although it's a great investment, right? Give it 5 years, you can double your money. Matter of fact, the Broncos doubled their money in 4 years, right? It was just 4 years ago they spent 4 point whatever for them.
I know money is not an object to them, but as a businessman, how do you not just sell it?
Yeah.
How are you like, hey, that was a good 4 years?
Well, because you wait another 4 years and all of a sudden you don't double it, you triple it.
I heard Vic and the boys talking about it this morning. I mean, this has got to be the only industry in the entire world with this kind of return. That in 4 years
you buy a new car, as soon as you drive it off the lot, it's
depreciates 30%.
Yeah, you buy an NFL team and it's just printing money. Printing you money, man. Printing you money. So
how is it even possible?
It's good business.
You know what I think when I hear that? And I know players make a lot of money. They're not making enough money.
No. There's a difference between rich
Like-
and wealthy. Players can be rich. There's a difference between rich and wealthy. And wealthy can change the world. All right, Chris, what else?
Former Lions quarterback Terrion Arnold will not need to wear a GPS tracker as a condition of his release from jail, allowing him to work out with other NFL teams after getting cut. Arnold turned himself in last month in connection to a February kidnapping and robbery incident in Tampa, was released on a $1 million bond, and is confined to his home when he's not working out for other teams or at legal appointments. His agent said at Arnold's hearing that she received inquiries from the Jets, the Seahawks, the Texans, and the Colts less than a day after the Lions cut Arnold. So if he does get signed, it's probably not going to be like a Kentavious Caldwell-Pope situation where he's playing with an ankle monitor.
Is he going to get a raise? Is he going to get a raise? Is he going to pull off this stuff, get a couple of felony charges, and make more money than what he was making previous?
No.
Are we sure about that?
I don't think so. Is that possible?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty insane that there's any teams out there. And by the way, allegedly.
Right.
Right. Allegedly.
Yeah. If you're listening to agents and you're quoting agents, allegedly.
Yeah. So I don't mean it, but he's a great player. But if you're just talking football, is it smart to invite? He might never play again because he might spend the rest of his life in prison. That's tough. It's a tough ask, but either way, that is all right. Chris, do your thing. You got to do a thing. This is when you do your little song, sing your little theme. No singing. Okay, well, I guess we'll just move on. That was Let's Football Go on this Monday. We will roll on with PhD. Nate and Andy showing up here in just a little bit. Tune in for the afternoon.
They're on vacation too.
Oh, are they?
You ain't doing that show?
No, I mean, who's going to be here in 20 minutes then? Who's rolling in here? Is we just going to be surprised? Man, Andy's taking like a whole month off. Good for him. Good for him, man. Get some you time. That man needs some you time.
A good friend of ours put in PTO at the beginning of the summer after getting a little pressure up top, and so he put every Friday for the whole summer.
That made a little Andy.
Friday and Mondays, I think.
We'll roll on with PhD next.
You got this, dude. I know you got this. I got so much faith in you right now.
Lean with it.
I could see the panic on your eyes.
Well, I didn't know. I was
You're running between microphones.
Yeah, I was like, I'm confused where I'm supposed to be.
What do I do right now?
All right, welcome back to the last segment of PhD on this Monday. We got Nate and Andy coming up in just a little bit. I think both of those guys are on vacation. I'm not sure who will be filling in for them, but we will find out here in excuse me, in just a little bit. Okay, so we got the home run derby tonight. We got the All-Star game tomorrow. But you know what happens this weekend? Well, the World Cup final this weekend, which is going to be a lot of fun. The British Open is starting this weekend. And like I like golf, but I'm not it's not my top 5. But I will be watching the Open. The craziest story from this, though, is that did you see this random 34-year-old dude, grabbed his girlfriend, had his girlfriend carry his clubs, and qualified for the final spot in the British Open last weekend.
Dang.
Just like some scrub golfer.
I did not see this, but I want to look it up now.
Yeah, just some scrub golfer guy. Like he's played on. He hasn't
not
played,
too much of a scrub.
He hasn't
clearly.
played on the tour, but he's played he played pretty well. But he's not a guy. He's not a tour player. And then he's just like, hey baby, will you carry my clubs? I got to go win this tournament so I can qualify for the British Open. And it worked, and it did, and it happened.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
So, yeah.
Now, he probably will not actually qualify, but, he had a fun day or two.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, the sporting story from this weekend is going to be the World Cup, but the British Open is pretty, Wimbledon.
I haven't watched the second.
The women's Sinner lost. Wait, no, actually, you're right. I don't even know who won Wimbledon, and it happened this weekend. And I watched a little bit of it. It was Sinner versus Verez, whatever his name was. I can't, but yeah. So
I used to love Wimbledon. Like I used to watch a lot of tennis. My sisters were tennis players growing up, so we watched a lot of it in the house. But even as I got older, I used to watch a lot of it. I don't know when I lost interest in tennis.
Yeah, I used to watch. I played a lot, and so I used to watch it all the time. I mean, kind of like golf. I didn't even watch weekend tournaments or just tournaments, right?
Dude, would your body hold up to go play a little tennis?
We
should go do that. I would love to do that.
I went and played last summer.
Yeah.
With my family.
We could play old man style,
well, that's what they have.
Pickleball.
Bro, I got a pickleball. You know what? So I hosted that watch party at Choppers last week for the France game, and it was a lot of fun. But
a lot of Frenchies there.
No, it was a lot of Moroccan. It was crazy. There was one big group of 10 Moroccan fans who showed up. It was like, yeah. So it wasn't the best time for them, but
good game though.
So it was at a sports bar. So they have all the different sports channels. And do you know what channel there is? There is a
pickleball.
Yes, a pickleball. It's called PBC or something, like Pickleball Channel or Pickleball. It's like PBL or whatever. The pickleball. Yeah, and all they do is it's 24/7 pickleball. And I mean, that sport was invented 3 years ago. How they started a TV network?
Is that sport dying? Yeah.
No.
I mean, is it still on the rise?
I think. Well, listen, around my neighborhood, there's 2 facilities that have opened up that are indoor pickleball.
Just pickleball,
facilities.
right? Just yeah.
Yeah, and Clement Park has added pickleball courts to their thing. Here's what's interesting. It started out as an old people sport. In fact, if you guys probably remember it came out and people were making fun of it because it's old people sport.
By the
way,
now
you go to the pickleball championship, it's these guys in their 20s that are all playing and dominating.
I'm not like Vic. I'm not I enjoy pickleball. I've played pickleball a few times, and it's fun. It is fun.
Yeah, I've never played it.
Yeah, I've never played pickleball either. I don't know what it's about. But yeah, Pickleball Channel. The Pickleball Channel is there. Gentlemen, the highest paid. So how old is hey, Chris, find this information out right now, real quick off the top of your head. How old is the highest paid player in the NFL? How old is the highest paid player in the NBA? Because, hey, guess how old the highest
Aaron Rodgers the oldest?
Guess how old the oldest player in the NHL is? The highest paid player is how old in the NHL?
Well, how old's Ovechkin?
The highest paid player in the NHL is 21 years old.
Okay.
It said Leo Carlson. It's because of the
new deal you signed.
$18 million a year. The highest paid player in the NHL is 21 years old. because of the sign and they had to man, then Anaheim had to match and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, the highest paid player in the NHL is just 21 years old now at $18 million per year, which seems not the way isn't that why the NFL can't stop doing the whole pay first round quarterbacks all that money? Because they're like, we're paying these guys, right? They're like,
Sam Bradford was really the one that everybody's like, oh my God, Sam Bradford just got $60 million the day that he walks into the NFL.
Yes, he never played a game.
Yeah.
And so they changed that a little bit and they structured the salaries and stuff like that. So yeah, do we, Chris, did you find out what's?
I got the biggest paid athlete.
Who is it?
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh yeah, because that dude's 40 plus, right?
41, $260 million.
I guess I'm trying to say,
yeah, that's Saudi money, but yeah.
I think it's unhealthy.
Yeah, he's still getting paid.
I think it's unhealthy that the NHL's highest paid player is 21
they
years
stopped.
old.
Remember, they were getting around 10 or 11, $12 million a year like 15, 18 years ago. And all of a sudden they went, whoa.
Well, it's going to skyrocket now.
And then they cut everything. And then a high salary was like 6 or 7 million.
Yeah. And now it's
then it started creeping up to 8, 9, 10. Now it's stupid.
Yeah, now it's big time.
So if he's making that, what's McCarr going to make?
Well, see, Carlson's probably not worth $18 million. You had to pay him because you were going to lose him if you didn't. But I mean, if he's getting $18 million, I think Cale's probably worth $10 million more. Now you're not going to pay somebody $28 million, but he's probably worth $25 million a year. You're hoping he'll take a hometown discount at $20 million a year. But man, I mean,
you're hoping that the thing evens out a little bit. And what's he making now? 11?
Yeah, he's not making much at all now, though, right? Compared to what being the best, blue liner in the league, he's played. Just like McKinnon is on a pretty sweetheart deal because the salaries were compressed when he signed his deal, right?
Yeah.
I think like Nathan McKinnon, who might be is definitely in the top 5 players in hockey, is making like $6.5 million a season, something like that, maybe 7. So it's like, yeah. It's a bargain for Nathan McKinnon. And Cale's going to end up making 13, 14 million more than that a year. Like he's going to end up at 20 million.
You think he'll make 20?
So I think so. I think
bet
so.
he doesn't.
If Carlson's getting 8, you think he'll take a discount? You think he'll make less than that?
Who's going to pay it? You got to go where you're going to pay. And is someone going to say, okay, who offered Carlson that they had to match?
Philadelphia, right?
So is Philadelphia going to go to McCarr and say, we'll give you 20?
Man, if he was restricted, I wonder if somebody would throw a stupid number out there that the number that the
even if
Avs
he's not
would have to
restricted, if
match.
he's unrestricted, you know, most teams, if you get an offer for some other team, they're gonna, if they like their own team, they're gonna say, hey, I just got offered 20.
Yeah,
and they're gonna say, well, we'll give you 20.5, or we'll match that.
That's like the rumor that the Nuggets were like, yeah, if you want to sign and trade Peyton Watson, that's fine, but you're going to have to give us a package.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they're saying, like, hey, we will match anything right now because, okay, if you want to throw something insane out there, well, then you sign and trade him.
Yeah. So it's still, how come P. Watt is still out there? How come that deal hasn't been done? What are we waiting on?
It's pretty much down to the Clippers, right? I mean, is there anybody else that we're worried about?
But if you're the Clippers, you shut it all down. You don't do anything until... Because I'm assuming you find out, well, first off, either the NBA punks out and you find out nothing, or the NBA does its job, and before the next season starts, in the next month and a half, before we start the next season, we find out what their investigation into.
Here's the problem, Peyton. One, there's not enough teams because of that dual cap thing. There's not enough teams available out there because you need multiple teams bidding for you. So there's not enough teams to do it. 2, teams are reluctant to go after people's restricted free agents in the NBA.
Yeah, because it comes back around.
They can tie, because it's automatically you're tying that money to your cap for 11 days. So if there's anything else you want to do, it ain't getting done for 11 days. And 3, I don't think he's as valuable as a lot of people think.
Ooh, interesting. Well, see, I'm on Team Scotty on that one.
That it's an interesting conversation though, because when you say he's not as valuable as people think, well, is he $20 million valuable? Is 25 the threshold that he's not valuable? I mean, and then if you put literal dollar figures on it, well, what's the net difference that you're like, it doesn't really matter anyways? You know what I mean? Like if it's a $2 million difference, like It doesn't really matter.
23, 25, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on. Well, let me ask you this.
Name a comparable player to him.
To P. Watt?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good. Who's a? Well, do we call P. Watt dynamic athletically? I mean, how are you gonna rely on P. Watt? Is he an all-around player? Is he gonna defend and score for you? Is he gonna can he handle the ball? Can he make plays? I don't know if he can do any of those things other than he's getting this money for what, a month and a half of
6
some
weeks, yeah.
ball during the summer. So you're paying for a promise. You're paying a promise, basically. You're saying if you can be that guy,
which is a lot of guys contracts when they're young is you're paying for potential, and sometimes that bites you, and sometimes it doesn't. And I don't even know what he makes. What's Jaden McDaniels? Didn't he just sign? Is that a good comparison?
Yes. Well, I don't know. Does P. Watt got that much of a dog in him? Because you're paying part of that to Jaden for the dog.
How much more valuable does Peyton Watson simply become on this basketball team because you're aging, and becoming less athletic?
A lot of it has to do with that.
So there's one guy that is not those things.
So McDaniel signed 5-year, 131, which is about 24.
See, that's
24.3 a year.
That's what I'm talking. That's about right.
Is Peyton Watson more athletic than Jaden McDaniels?
Ooh. That's
Does he have better handles than Jaden McDaniels?
Oh, see, no.
Is he a better on-ball defender than Jaden McDaniels?
No on that one for sure. So you're thinking he's worse? Maybe 95.
Well, no, I'm just saying. Listen, I think the salary cap has messed with him because everybody's looking for long. He's got a great wingspan. He's got great timing defensively on the ball, off ball. But he's got kind of stiff hips. He doesn't turn clean. He's not super athletic. It was 24/7, 24/3 a year for McDaniel. I don't think he's a better player than McDaniels.
But I would pay Peyton that money. If he would take that contract, I'd give it to him right now. Because I think that he might be looking for 30.
How do you replace it?
Well, see, that's the dilemma you find yourself in.
Exactly.
It goes back to what we said about Bo Nix. Yeah, he's not a top 10 or 15 quarterback, but he's the best for what you have right now and what you need.
Guy. Yeah.
Which is why Peyton Watson is important to the Nuggets.
But when you get stuck in the paying guys because he's important to us for what we need, you've already done that with Christian. You did that with Aaron Gordon. I mean, how many guys can you keep affording? Well, he fits exactly what we. Well, we talk about max deals. You can't get 3 max deals, so you got 2. But can you get 2 max deals and 325 plus a year? I don't think you can do that in the new system.
No, not unless you want to be in the apron.
So somebody got to go.
Why do you think?
If you want P-Watt, somebody got to go.
Why do you think the NBA made this decision at the end of the day? Because it does, like Bill Simmons was trying to make the argument that the NBA has now made it where every single team only can make business decisions. They can no longer make basketball decisions. It always has to be about that line, that second.
You hope you have a great business guy that knows basketball. And Sam Presti seems to be one of those guys in Oklahoma City, a good business guy that also knows talent and basketball. Because if you got a guy that's, your basketball guy, and then you got the guy that's a business guy, they may not see eye to eye. It's kind of like if you've ever done your house.
But now the business guy wins.
I want to have waterfall counters. Well, we're not going to spend an extra $9,000 for those right here. We're going to have plywood and whatever. So,
but now when it comes to the owner has to sign with a business guy now, because any other decision might put you out of business. You know what I mean? Like you have to be like, okay, we can't get it, we can't do that. Got to go where the money is. Think I'm crazy?
Yeah, Nuggets. I mean, this is why we've talked about this over and over and over in the same exact direction. Like, this is the plan. Peyton was the plan, and it never felt great that's a great plan.
Right. It's kind of the plan was like, this is what we got, so it's got to be the plan. This is the only thing we can do, so it's got to be the plan.
Right.
Hey, Matt Smith's here.
Hey, what's up, guys? How we doing this afternoon?
Filling in for Nate now?
Yeah. Just chameleon over here.
All right, and Andy ain't here either, huh?
No, it's Springer and I. This week.
You and Springer gonna do it. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Springer this week. So I haven't had a chance to tune in. I was busy today. Where are we at with Alpha Diallo? Are we expecting an instant lineup impact here?
Man, I don't think so.
Well, I've been on vacation, so I had no idea. I don't know.
Okay, good.
I don't know
Good.
nothing about it.
Former EuroLeague Defensive Player of the
Denver
Year.
West, right? Well, for a year. Wait, didn't he go to Denver West for a year or so?
No, you're talking about the other dude.
Who am I thinking about? Who went
you
to
guys
Denver
talking
West?
about different people, right?
You're talking about Bamba, TJ Bamba?
Yeah.
Is that who I'm
I think
thinking?
you're talking about TJ Bamba.
He's talking about the European defender.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. The
Defender of the year.
Eurobasket guy.
Yeah,
Alpha.
Yeah.
But he did not go to high school here
Not
in
the
Denver
not
for
the
a year.
European guy. No.
Who the hell am I? You're right.
TJ Bamba. I'm pretty sure that's who that is.
Okay.
He's on their
Diallo
summer
went to
league
Denver
team.
West.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, TJ
He's
Bamba's
29
Denver
years
old,
old.
too. You're
29,
right.
6'7", Denver
kidding.
West.
No, yeah.
So that's where they know him from. Because he went to Providence, right, Scotty? I'm pretty sure.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't know that.
if you're paying a guy $1 million in this NBA, he's like the 13th guy on your bench, right? Like,
Right.
and you're just hoping for any kind of minutes from somebody like that.
Well, I was thinking that clearly we don't have an answer for Bruce Brown yet. Or we don't know what's
Right,
going on
right.
there yet.
But they're going to sell
Unless you
Bruce,
hope
or they're
Diallo can be a guy that can just run at 6'7", a little taller than Bruce.
Right.
Can be your on-ball defender, run up and down the floor and finish at the rims because he's not a shooter.
100%. And isn't that where we are with the Nuggets right now? Is kind of like, well, you might have to take a few gambles on some minimum guys, unless, as you said, you want to offload Cam or you want to try and take an L in some sort of deal to create space. What else are you going to do, Scotty?
Yeah, I don't know. They're in a tough bind. My biggest thing going to draft free agents is they're not quick enough or athletic enough.
Right.
So if you wanted to change anything, well, Diallo might add some of that athleticism that you're missing. Like I said, I think Peyton Watson is a guy you could really use and need, and he's been great here. But I don't think he's a great athlete.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's just, I always go back every time I think about this. I always think about Herb Brown, and Herb Brown's big thing was, he's got stiff hips. He's got stiff hips.
Right.
And to me, Peyton Watson is a stiff hip guy.
Yeah, I could see that. He's lanky. He's not he's not quick
great
twitchy.
timing at the rim with the block shots and stuff like that. Has added a three ball. He's got great length. He's not super quick on the ball, but he can recover. I don't think he's a great handle. I don't think he's a quick downhill guy.
Are you surprised there wasn't a bigger market for him, or there wasn't more noise about P. Watt? No. He is what he is.
And didn't you guys think that they were trying to strong arm the Clippers a little bit with their asking price?
Yeah, but it sounds like
what did they want for him?
They wanted a deal similar to what the Jazz got from the Lakers for Kessler,
which is like
it was like
3
2 first
firsts?
round. I think it was 2
firsts.
Yeah, and maybe a pick swap or something.
Oh yeah, a pick swap's in there for sure.
That's the new Vogue thing in the NBA is pick swap.
Yeah, they need to. I wish they would get rid of the pick protection. If you trade a pick, it's not. You can't protect nothing.
If you're going to gamble for a guy,
yeah,
you lose the pick. Period. Whatever.
Yeah, you get it. That's nothing.
But I think there's a protection. I think the NBA has stepped in because somebody did this and lost all their first round picks or whatever.
Is that when Brooklyn traded all their picks for like KG for the old Celtics crew, and they were like, you just traded 6 first round picks.
You just traded
do that anymore.
your future if this doesn't work.
Yeah, just totally. But yeah.
Hey, while we're on the topic, Lakers this offseason. Any thoughts there? What they're doing? Trying to move on from LeBron and build around Luka. This does not seem like a great plan.
They've had some interesting pieces, though.
Sure.
They've had some interesting pieces. I think they've got better at center.
Kessler and maybe Valanciunas.
Yeah. I think they signed another guy, too, that they got in there.
They might get Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga.
Now, see, there's another guy who thought his market was Kuminga thought he was going to get massive money, and then everyone's like, no.
Hey, are the Lakers, I know they just gave up a bunch of assets for Walker Kessler, but keeping their options open, remaining flexible for a certain Eastern European to join their current Eastern European. It's possible.
That's how we're going to start the week. That's it.
Nikola Jokic.
Oh.
Yeah.
And Luka Doncic, because that roster does kind of suck right now.
Yeah.
But maybe they punt on this year with eyes set on next year, what next year could be.
Right, and convince
I thought they
Joker
got better
just
than they were last year.
They're about the same.
Listen, I love it when the Lakers are bad, and I don't think they're going to be very good next season. But then again, I'm a Luka believer. Like, I believe that Luka's a baller. I think that dude, I think Luka is one of those dudes who can do it by his damn self.
You need some help.
Well,
You can't do it entirely by yourself.
Yeah,
I like
but it's
Austin
not
Reeves. I like big
you don't think players
country
aren't going to
redneck Kobe?
roll into Austin Reeves?
Well, they lost Hazinga too, right? Didn't he go to the Clippers or something?
Yeah, they lost. Rio went to the Clippers. Yeah. He just signed across the street, basically.
Hachimura.
He's like, I'm out.
Okay. Who's Hazinga? That was an owner of Miami for a while.
Sure.
Yeah, Hazinga. Yeah, the guy. Isn't that the guy
Wayne
who owned
started with an H.
Best
Took me a
Buy
sec.
or something?
Started
No,
with
not
an
Best
H.
Buy. What was the VHS? Blockbuster. That's the Blockbuster guy, right? The Miami guy is
He's
the
still
Blockbuster
making money?
guy. Like, that's how he got his billions.
Oh, that's how he got his money.
Blockbuster,
Okay.
right?
What's the Hollywood video guy up to?
For the record, the Lakers cannot trade a traditional outright first-round pick until 2032.
See, that's crazy. That's crazy.
So this is it. Like, this is their group. They better hope it works. They added Quentin Grimes, Kevon Looney, trying to do what maybe they did in Dallas a little bit.
Looney's a good backup. Kessler's a good, but they're both defensive guys.
Sure.
So you're solid defensively there. You're not going to get much offense. Grimes is a
shooter.
That dude can play. I mean, he can play, but what he's shown is he can't fit in with others. He doesn't play well with others. I mean, he was killing it in Brooklyn. Got sideways with the coach. I mean, he was averaging 30 for a while. Got sideways with the coach. Didn't play. They just outright cut him, I think.
Sure.
Milwaukee picks him up. He couldn't even work out in Milwaukee, and they needed stuff. And I think it was Milwaukee you went to for a while.
Philly.
Was it Philly?
Yeah, it was Philly.
But he's a guy. You know what he is? And you guys talk about this. He's a lost soul that we see too much in sports. That you sit there and look at a guy and go, man, that guy's baller. And then they're no longer around. And you're like, what happened? Didn't play well with others. And Grimes is a guy that on pure talent, he's probably better than he'd probably be your second best player is pure talent. I mean, that's a pure talent. But I guess he's got a little a-hole in him. No one likes him.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, he played for
So maybe
Kelvin
they are
Sampson.
better. Yeah.
He's got a little bit of an edge from down there in Houston. All right, before we let you get out of here, final thoughts, overall thoughts, where the Nuggets are. How are we feeling? Optimistic?
No.
A little pessimistic here?
They're hoping for health.
Is hope a strategy?
And the old line, right? Hope is not a strategy. But I think they're stuck. I mean, they're stuck if you're not willing to get rid of people. And listen, you don't get rid of people just to get rid of them. If the value back is not the value back, then you can't do it. Listen, Cam Johnson, I thought was fine last year. I thought he played well. You added strength to the bench, but now you're going to lose that bench. So what are you going to do for there? Here's another hope for health that we're always talking hope for AG. And if AG's healthy, that makes your team, you got better. But we haven't seen it for 2 years. But you're hoping Christian Brown. I talked to a guy before I went on vacation who is a coach, talked with the medical people that Christian went to see and said, I don't know how they let him play last year. Said, he's still not right. He said, this could last forever. So I'm hearing this secondhand.
Right.
But from a buddy of mine who's a coach.
And what was it again?
His ankle, right? He did something to the
that was
ankle.
the
He
ankle.
hurt the big ligament that runs through the ankle, did
Sure.
something to it, and it's still messed up. And we saw in the playoffs, he couldn't move.
He wasn't
really couldn't
himself.
move all year.
He wasn't himself. He certainly didn't shoot like himself, and they needed more out of him. They needed more out of somebody, or maybe a couple somebodies. So, I mean, whether it's Cam, whether it's Christian, whether it's AG.
But let me guys ask you this question. If AG's back to full health and Christian Brown's back to health, are they viable?
Yeah, is Peyton Watson on the team? I like that too.
I don't know how much of a bench they're going to have.
I'm gonna pay an Etsy witch doctor.
Are we worried about the non-Jokic minutes again? Like, is that going to be a concern again this year? If we're going to sign minimum guys and expect some rookies, Brazil or maybe Hopkins to contribute?
Well, I think you got to live through. There's 2 seasons. There's a regular season that you try to survive, and then there's a postseason you try to win. And too many times it seems like over the last few years, the Nuggets have been trying to win the regular season. And it's got them in trouble. And they've run out of gas. They've run out of gas 2 years in a row, really. Now, part of it's due to injuries, but they kind of ran out of gas 2 years in a row in the playoffs. So you got to survive the regular season. That means winning 48 instead of 54, being fifth instead of third. Okay, so what?
I need Aaron Gordon in the playoffs.
You won 24 games on the road during the regular season. You can win road games.
Or the Knicks. Knicks were a 4 seed, 3 seed, 4 seed.
Yeah.
You know, I know that's the East and it's a different animal, but
it's still
yeah, be healthy. They weren't healthy.
Yeah, you gotta survive the regular season and win the postseason. And they've to me it feels like they've tried to win the regular season, and they just have had that zero gas come down the stretch.
And what are we thinking about LeBron?
What are your inside sources telling you, Scott?
Listen, I have been on a lake for 2 weeks.
They think they can get him. That's the vibe I'm getting. I don't think he comes here, but the Nuggets think they have a chance.
Well, Berto read an article that some guy said if he's really going and the teams that are in it, Philly and Cleveland, if you're really being truthful and it's about basketball, a chance to win, his best chance would go to Denver.
It was the article in the Ringer today by Michael Pena. Yeah. I mean, it's a no-brainer. I mean, him and Jokic together, that is a beautiful thing.
But here is this question. Can LeBron still move like Joker would need him to move?
I think you're managing LeBron.
You don't want LeBron just be a spot-up shooter.
No. God, that is the weakness.
He can still move. I mean, he looked good in that Rockets series.
Yeah, but you keep cutting, moving.
Yeah.
Again, and at 42, is he going to be something like 41, 42?
42.
Yeah.
Survive the regular season.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And make sure he's right for the postseason.
Right. Where does he scare you the most? Does he?
Ooh, LeBron?
Yeah.
Scares me as far as like
where? What
are the negatives?
Who does he make the most formidable?
I think a healthy LeBron probably makes Denver. I think it helps Philly.
Yeah. Miami with Giannis?
No. Too similar.
No, the team. Maybe Minnesota would be the other one of the teams that are reportedly in on him. Maybe Minnesota, and Denver would be the two best. I don't think Cleveland's the best.
I think Minnesota hurt themselves this year.
No Naz Reid, had
far.
LaMelo Ball. It's a weird one.
I think that's a.
Yeah, I don't quite get that.
I think what they did is they set that team up to beat Denver.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They've done it.
Yep.
And now, but they can't beat anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So now I said, okay, let's get to where, because we got Denver figured out.
Exactly.
Well, not only are you losing players who would have been key to beating Denver, you also lost your top assistant that was key with Chris Finch to figure out Denver too.
Sure.
So, Finch is now going to have to go with somebody else besides his top guy for strategy stuff. How's that affected? I think it'll affect it a little bit.
I agree with you. And the guy who built the Timberwolves to beat the Nuggets, who he also built, is more or less telling you with his actions that he doesn't see Denver as that threat.
No, Denver's not a threat anymore to him.
No.
And I think he changed the team for that. And I think he's going to find out that's a struggle.
It'll be interesting.
I don't think Minnesota's better.
No, I don't think so. Who watched that series and thought Naz Reid was a problem? I never thought that.
Well, I tell you what. Here's what was a problem with Denver. Constant bodies on Joker. Boom.
Oh, and on the perimeter defense on Murray.
Gobert, Randall, Nasri, Gobert, Randall.
Yep.
Just constant bodies on him. And he played well. Okay, played fine. And you're absolutely right. There's no quickness in Jamal Murray to beat Nasri, or not Nasri, but McDaniel.
No, LeBron could play a little point guard, spell Murray. I think it's perfect. It's perfect, except it's probably not going to happen. But I think they're waiting on it. I think they're giving it a chance. I think that's why we haven't seen movement with Peyton Watson. I think if they are able to get LeBron, they'll go into the second apron and they'll bring back Peyton Watson. But if they don't get LeBron, I don't know if they want to go in the second apron.
No.
Why would you? I mean, you only go in the second apron if you have a surefire contender, right?
Yeah, you're only going there if you're going to win it.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's quite literally pushing all your chips into the middle because it affects you down the line, too. Draft picks, can't get guys on buyouts, all those stipulations and regulations. It's very complicated. Coming up a little bit later.
Get out of here, Scotty.
Get out of here. We appreciate
Enjoy your
it,
Monday
buddy.
afternoon.
Gym time.
2 weeks on the lake sounds nice. Where were you?
Oklahoma.
Oh, Oklahoma. I heard it's about like 120 this week there. Is that right? Is that why you got out of there? Cut the vacation
He got
short?
his tan on.
Yeah, that's right.
Look at that.
Well, it's
Ron Scott Hastings.
It's Matt Smith and Mark Springer in this week for Kreckman and Lindahl. I guess they forgot they had a show. I mean, you deal with these guys every day. What's
they're
the story?
just both out.
They're just both out. Okay,
coinciding vacations. They need a breather. Look, they work their tails off.
They're grinders.
Yeah.
Grinders.
And this is the week. You know, it's MLB All-Star Week. This is the week.
There's high time for sports, is what you're saying.
Yeah, as much as they want to break down Hunter Goodman's performance tomorrow night, the 1 or 2 at-bats he's going to get. I don't know. Elias Diaz won MVP a few years ago. Maybe Hunter Goodman can do it. He's a catcher just like Elias. Not enough to keep him in, though. Not enough to keep Nate and Andy here.
So the home run derbies tonight, and you brought up the All-Star game, and I feel like collectively as a society, we're just kind of done with All-Star games. Like the NHL All-Star game, and I'm a guy who's a sicko for these types of events, that's lost so much luster. The Four Nations has come in, and best on best international competition just dwarfs it. The NFL, I mean, what are they? It's a Powerpuff football game at this point. But the home run derby, do you care, Spring?
Yeah, I mean, I'll watch. I'm not like going to be on the edge of my seat. I think the MLB All-Star Game is the best of the All-Star games. I guess I'd go NBA 2. I mean, because at least with those two, like they do kind of make a show out of it. They kind of, the stars are out. They hype it up. I mean, in the NBA, they're not trying at all. You got flamethrowers out there in Major League Baseball. They still will pump 95 to 100, and they're actual at-bats. It doesn't matter, but it's of the All-Star games. I think it's the best.
The home run derby, though, that was a sacred event for us, for America as a whole. Sammy Sosa, Mark McGwire, watching these guys eliminate baseballs. Josh Donaldson, right? Bring me back to the days of just letting these guys hit until they exhaust themselves. We'll never see a 27 home run in a round performance like we saw from, is it 27 or 28? It might have been, it was one of the two, from Donaldson at Yankee Stadium.
Or is it Josh Hamilton?
All right, so who do you got tonight? That's the bigger question. And the rules are different again this year.
Well,
by the way.
I didn't like the time clock. I felt like guys were gassing themselves out. Like by the time they got to the semis or the finals, their forearms were on fire. And they were just completely gassed. So I like that it's closer to the old format, a little more casual. You can take pitches. You can wait for your pitch from your bench coach. I mean, it's something. It's better than anything else on television tonight. It'll be on Netflix. First time on streaming.
Don't you love sports in 2026? What a time to be alive. We've got tons to get into throughout the course of the day. We've got dueling quarterback rankings. Where does Bo actually sit? We'll discuss next. Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl. You lie, sir. Neither one of them are here today. It's Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week. Thanks for being with us this afternoon. That's some oppressive heat we've got out there today, Spring. Oppressive. That's how I would describe it. And you know what? I took a 5-mile walk today. I woke up. I'm so used to doing morning radio that it was like, what do I do with my hands? And I was like, I'll just keep walking. And I walked for 5 miles.
Put sunscreen on?
No.
Put that sunscreen on.
No.
All right.
No. Got to build up the tan. You know?
Okay.
Got to eliminate the tan lines. It's
All right.
it's awkward. I will tell you, I was at a friend's house the other weekend, and there's this guy walking around a neighborhood. It's a nice neighborhood, you know, just families, what I would say. Guy walking around in a Speedo with the kiddos and the wife, just walking around the neighborhood. And you did a double take. Is that too revealing for a neighborhood stroll? Because I thought it was totally uncalled for.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm not. I'm anti-Speedo.
Not a
In
banana
every
hammock
respect.
guy?
Now, if you want to tan the upper legs, you go to a pool.
Okay.
And when you're sitting on your beach chair, your reclining chair, you just kind of
pull the
shorts up a little
Pull
bit.
the shorts and get the thigh
yeah,
tan.
but no
going.
Speedo.
Okay. Well,
No,
I feel tan today. I feel good today, and
Good.
I'm glad to be here, especially with you. Huge week, and we've got tons to get into. I want to start with the Broncos because there were dueling quarterback rankings. Oh, don't we love the offseason? Released today. ESPN and PFF both released their quarterback rankings, and coincidentally or not so coincidentally, Bo Nix came in just about the same spot. And I'm gonna just spoiler alert here. He's 18 on ESPN. He's 19 on PFF. All right, so about a consensus.
No,
I know. I ruined it for you.
That's
I'm sorry.
it. Season's over.
Season's over. Do you feel that that's just about appropriate for Mr. Nix?
I mean, sure. Let's see who's ahead of him. Your honorable mentions out of the top 10 are Sam Darnold, Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts, and then Bo Nix on ESPN is in the also receiving votes section with Daniel Jones and CJ Stroud. Look, it's a lot of mid to upper mid in the NFL, even though there's only like 25 guys who can do this, if that, who can, actually play quarterback in the NFL. So it's kind of just like a pick your flavor that you like. A lot of one-score wins, low-scoring games is going to hurt Bo Nix, from last year, even though he played well in the semifinals in the divisional round. But if you want to take Jalen Hurts over him, who's won a Super Bowl, Trevor Lawrence, who beat him head-to-head. I don't know about Mayfield or Purdy. I could take Nix over those two. Jordan Love's bigger with a little more, those tangibles you like, size, arm strength. Jaden Daniels was hurt and is electric, was electric when healthy. Sam Darnold just won a Super Bowl. So, I mean, it's tough to justify putting Bo higher in these, especially, and these rankings are going to be pretty cookie cutter. They're not going to take a bunch of risks. They're not going to make a bold prediction saying, no, I think Bo Nix takes a big step in year 3. So, yeah, I understand that he's ranked where he is.
I don't.
Okay.
And let me provide the argument for that. You've got two guys, as I understand it, if my math is correct, and Drake May and Caleb Williams that were in his draft class, right?
I don't see
Jaden Daniels.
I don't see Drake May on this
on ESPN.
list.
He's number. He was just on here. Where was it? He's number 8. He's number 8.
Oh, okay. I just
Caleb is
right
number
over.
10.
Wow, Drake was so bad in that Super Bowl that holy crap. Okay.
And Daniels is the same draft class year, right? So that's 3 of the 6 rather, with Nix there. So that's interesting. So 4 of that draft, 4 of the top 12 picks that year, 6 of them were quarterbacks. They made the top, 20, you could say, per ESPN. Now they've got Caleb at 10 and they've got Drake at 8. And here's where I'm going to throw a flag in this. Again, Tyler and I went back and forth on this. It was a blizzard in the second half against the Patriots, but I'm going to have to be convinced otherwise that the Broncos don't win that AFC championship if Bo Nix is healthy. And that's what Sean Payton felt too, as we learned in the Wickersham piece when he got back to the office after they lost the game. He's like, man, we missed Bo Nix in that game. And they did. And they did. I think there's a lot that he brings to the table. Now, the one thing I felt like Tyler brought up last week that I'm going to keep copying because I think it's really well said. He needs to not be he needs to be a 4 quarters quarterback, not a fourth quarter quarterback, which is his jump that he needs to take. And I don't know, Spring. I mean, look, he missed a big chunk of this offseason with rehabbing that ankle. So I don't know how much better I expect him to be this year other than just maturity. But he's already an older guy, so it's not like he's some 22-year-old going to take a jump to 23 and start looking like a man. No, he's a man. So, like, I don't know how much better necessarily I expect him to get. It's the consistency and the sustainability.
Well, I think I was talking with Berto about this, and, I think Bo has been on the trajectory that you would expect him to be on. He was QB6 in that draft. He had the least of a ceiling, the lowest ceiling. At least he was an older quarterback, like 5 years in college. Was QB6, but Sean Payton liked his backpack. He liked his ability to maybe process his offense. Well, Sean Payton's offense is a complicated offense. There's a lot of verbiage. There's a lot of different play designs, and you really got to study that thing. But Sean also thought, hey, I can take a guy who maybe doesn't have this tool or that tool. No, he's got speed. He's got a good processor. That's what Sean liked, was his processor. And he can develop that. And I think he has been on that trajectory of development. Got better as year one went along. Maybe, didn't take many steps or a bigger step in year two until the back half of year two. And then certainly that divisional game against the Bills. Like, that was the game to me. And then you can look at the win over the Packers. He was very good in that game late in the season. That's, back end of year two, for a guy who is, learning a complex offense. And it's not put an Anthony Richardson, a guy with any. I know Anthony Richardson didn't work out, but just a guy with tools, into a simplified game plan, and just let his skill take over. No, they wanted to go the hard way, which is the right way, long term, with Bo Nix, where you really learn and you absorb a ton of information. So back half of year two is where it kind of starts to click. Like, that lines up for me. That timeline of development lines up for a second-year quarterback. So I could see going into year three, where he takes where it kind of all starts to click, where that beautiful mind processing. Now, oh, I see the number. Now he's Neo in the Matrix. Now he's the one, right? Like, this could be. It could. Keyword is could be the year where Bo Nix takes a little bit of a jump that a lot of people nationally didn't see coming.
It is fascinating how good that draft class was for quarterbacks. I mean, you're talking
about
about
a lot of natural talent. I mean, Caleb Williams is a natural talent. Jaden Daniels is a natural talent.
Same with Drake.
Sure.
I mean, throw him in that category. Statistically, he blew everybody away last year, Drake May.
He was great until, the last two. The snow was a big factor in the AFC Championship game, but he didn't do much. He ran for a first down at the end. Awesome. Great. That was his play of the game. He was cheeks in that Super Bowl. He really was.
All right, so let me tell you, on Pro Football Focus's list, they've got Bo Nix at 19, and they say it can be easy to forget about Bo Nix in the 24 quarterback class, especially when Williams, Daniels, and May were all selected with the first 3 picks. But Nix has developed into a quality starting quarterback. He led the Broncos to the championship game, but missed it after suffering a fractured ankle the previous week. Nix's 89.3 PFF passing grade from a clean pocket ranks 7th among qualifying quarterbacks, while his 77.6 career passing grade ranks 14th among qualifiers. He also displayed a veteran-like ability to work through his progressions, ranking 3rd in PFF's passing grade on throws to his next read, 78.1. Okay, whatever. Those grades, PFF just got sold again.
Numbers.
Don't you love
Give
it?
them
I mean,
to
they
me.
translate so well. Okay, so here's where I'm at, and here's where I'm reading into the NFL. Or let's just see specifically who put these lists together. I mean, it's not everybody, but this is all of ESPN's execs, coaches, scouts, ranks. So it is the NFL. It's not just ESPN's. They're telling you that Bo Nix has not shown enough, and he wasn't the reason that the Broncos were winning games. Even though, ironically, when it came down to it, he was the reason. But when you look at the bigger picture, 30,000-foot view, everybody goes, oh, no, it's a defense. When, in fact, at the back half of the year, you may make a really good point here as we kind of just organically come to it, because the Broncos' defense really regressed at the end of the year. And it was Nix who kind of kept him in some of those games. Like when Jacksonville came in here, defense let him off the hook. is what it felt like. They weren't good enough.
Yeah.
And Bo in the first couple of quarters, also not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're looking at their schedule this year, you open up in Kansas City Monday night, by the way, first game, Monday night football game of the year. I can't wait for that one. Then you're home to Jacksonville. You're home to the Rams. You're at the Niners and at the Chargers. That's a tough 5-game start with 3 of the 5 on the road. And all 5 of those quarterbacks, oh, by the way, end up on this list.
Oh, yeah. No, and it's not going to be easy to start the year. Bo didn't have Jalen Waddle last year. He's got that. And then, look, his weapons weren't great. He didn't have J.K. Dobbins down the stretch. You couldn't trust R.J. Harvey. You couldn't trust whoever else was getting the ball. They weren't getting yards. Now you got Jalen Waddle. You got a healthy J.K. Dobbins. You had Jonah Coleman to the backfield with R.J. Harvey. So you got some depth there. They still need a tight end. But you also have a developing Troy Franklin. Troy Franklin catches a lot of heat last year, but he's still developing. Marvin Mims seems out of favor right now, but he had a couple good games down the stretch. Just adding Jalen Waddle takes a load off of the rest of the receiving core, and it also gives them more of an ability to spread the field. That's going to help Bo Nix. Now, look, I understand why he's being ranked where he is, and I'd probably rank him right now somewhere in that area because the season hasn't started yet, and you can only go off of what you have seen from these quarterbacks really last year. Okay, that's why Daniel Jones is in a similar area to Bo Nix. But Daniel Jones popped out of nowhere. Baker Mayfield is ranked above him.
Yeah, I was just looking at his name, actually.
He jumped. Sam Darnold jumped. There's no reason that Bo Nix can't be one of these quarterbacks. Now, he didn't switch teams like these other players these other quarterbacks who had to go to other situations that were, they're leaving teams like the Jets and stuff like that. Certainly Sam Darnold leaving the Jets, and then he has to bounce around, and Mayfield's on the Browns. Bo is in a good scheming situation with Sean Payton and Davis Webb. He could be one who takes a jump while still being developed on the team that originally drafted him, much like a Baker Mayfield and a Daniel Jones and a Sam Darnold.
So aside from the ankle injury that he had to rehab, obviously causing him to miss a good chunk of the offseason, he will be, and he looked pretty good in that most recent video we saw last week. I mean, he's slinging the ball. I expect him to be Bo Nix when camp starts. That's just who he is. He's a competitor. He's a coach's kid. He burns with fire for some of that stuff. Now, with that being said, the one argument against that I can think of is that Sean Payton's offense is very complicated. And one thing that we have seen is the two of them haven't had the best on-field relationship when it comes to agreeing on what to do in certain situations. There's been plenty of, heated conversations back and forth.
I think the play calls are too long.
I think that's part of it.
And I think that, you can sometimes see Bo, covering his ears of his helmet.
Sure.
And he's kind of like, you can almost see his head nod, like, speed it up, buddy, speed it up.
Well, they're too long or they're taking too long.
Sure.
And that's part of
that's where Davis Webb comes into play.
Absolutely. And that's kind of what we learned in the Wickersham piece. That whole conversation between Nix and Payton, the rookie year on a road at the Raiders, was about a discussion they had a few days prior where Bo said, how much longer do you think you could be calling plays, Sean? And Sean was like, I don't know, 8 or 9 years, Bo. And then in the game, there's that moment, there's the blow up, and Sean tells Bo, that conversation we had the other day? If it keeps going like this, only maybe a year or two. That was it. And so I think that everybody in that building has recognized that maybe it's time to turn the page in that department. And so maybe there will be a little bit more cohesiveness with Bo and Davis Webb. Because it's not like Sean Payton won't have his hands in the pie here.
Oh,
I mean, he's going to be plenty involved.
Of course he's going to. But I think that Davis is going to, help shorten the messaging, make the messaging more concise to Bo in the headset, in game. I think they'll have a better tete-a-tete on game day. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, one of my concerns, or maybe concern isn't the right word, but a possibility is that Sean is still going to get his voice in there. Like, he won't be able to help himself, and he might just outright take the headset from Davis Webb at a certain point. I don't think he will, but it's certainly something to consider
because this does have to be a little bit of a hit to Sean's ego. Because, I mean, another thing from that piece, the Seth Wickersham piece, just everything right now. Sean loves being a play caller. Like, it's like and you could have surmised that even before the piece. Like, having his stamp on an offense, him drawing up the plays, it being his concoction at the end of the day really gets him going. But I do think that there needs to be a younger voice. I mean, Sean's got the readers on, He's writing Run It on his play sheet. He's getting older. Papa Sean's getting a little bit older. I think there needs to be, I think Davis fills that role that kind of helps streamline this thing to Bo. But here's another thing to consider about Bo. He's clutch. Bo Nix is clutch. I look at Justin Herbert, ranked 7th. Is he clutch? Justin Herbert clutch? When it's winning time, when it's time to make the winning plays. Say what you want about one-score games. They win them. Bo Nix makes the plays to win those games.
There was a comment on the text line here from Mitch. And by the way, chime in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Mitch says, great quarterbacks raise the players around them, raise the level of their players around them. I think that is something Bo still needs to work on. And when we're talking about a guy, again, as Tyler said, who's a fourth quarter quarterback trying to become an all 4 quarters quarterback, that's a big part of it. Your progression, your progress, it'll be on display. You can't hide that one way or another.
Let's not forget, that was year 2.
Of course.
For Bo Nix.
Yeah. He's 25 now.
It's going to be, he's older. He's an older second-year quarterback, but it was still year 2. This coming up here really is we're going to see if he's worth that big old Tua Tagovailoa level contract. And
wonderful.
I mention a name like that because that's the downside of, when you pay a player like that.
Yeah.
It didn't quite work out for the Dolphins, but that big time quarterback money. I mean, again, he's on the trajectory. They made the AFC Championship game in his second season last year, but this is the season where if he is going to take that step to being a guy who can more put the team on his back as a quarterback, you would expect it to show this season.
The World Cup, we still following it? We'll find out on the other side. Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Remember now, whether you are at home or on the go, we are always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm Injury Lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week. Thanks for being with us. I don't know if you caught this story over the weekend, but it was viral everywhere about the guy who got rammed by the bison in Yellowstone. Did you see this?
I saw the video.
He got flung like 8 feet in the air, apparently laughed it off.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm laughing that off.
That bison bucked him way in the air. That's an older gentleman, too.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know that me, sitting here at 33 years old, gets up from that, but Grandpa gets up and laughs. How? The guy got set 8 feet in the air. That's the one thing. You don't mess around with wildlife and Mother Nature, man. If anybody knows that, we here in Colorado.
That's why I don't hike.
But the guy was fine. I couldn't believe that. I saw it today. I was
There's
like,
actually
oh
many
my
reasons
God.
I don't hike.
What, there's many reasons?
Yeah. Like, if I want to go on a walk like Matt Smith, I just walk.
You just walk.
I don't need to drive 2 hours to walk.
But it's beautiful.
Uphill, too.
That's the whole point of Colorado.
You've seen it once. You've seen it a million times.
Okay. Well, the World Cup semifinals are set. Did you watch some soccer this weekend? How we doing?
I did. Yeah, I'm still watching.
Where's our interest level still?
Because I look, did I start to convince myself that USA could win this thing, which was, of course, especially in retrospect, very naive? Yeah. I did start to convince myself, like, hey,
it could happen.
France only beat Paraguay 1-0, and USA beat Paraguay 4-1. Maybe France, they got Mbappe, but are they really do they really have a lot around them? They got Dembele too, but do they really have a lot? And maybe defensively they can get exposed. And then you realize, oh, no. USA is absolutely who they've been, and that shouldn't have surprised anyone. And Spain, who drew with Cape Verde. Turns out maybe Cape Verde would probably wipe the floor with Team USA now, because they gave Argentina a scare, gave Spain a scare early on. But it's, we're down to the 4 best teams, and that's really good, elite, high-level soccer. Like 1 through 4 in the FIFA rankings is who's in the semifinals. I saw that for the next World Cup, FIFA is considering expanding the field to 64. No, I'm good. I think that this expansion was fine, but again,
was it expanded?
It's down. Yeah, it was. There was an extra round.
Oh,
the round of 32, the round that USA beat Bosnia and Herzegovina. That didn't exist before. It was straight to the round of 16.
Soccer guy was all over that.
Previously, after the group stages.
Yeah.
That's why there was we're going to get to Group Z. We don't need Group X, okay? However many we got.
What country didn't? Madagascar? What are we adding? What are we adding left?
Yeah,
I mean, who's left here? So we've got France and Spain tomorrow afternoon. We've got Mbappe and, I don't know. Are they going to bench him? That's what I heard. Lamine Yamal. Are they going to bench him? Soccer guy here. I got the ins and outs.
No, you can't do that. I don't think he's scored a ton of goals in this tournament.
He's been awful in the tournament.
He looked good against Portugal, and he's not scoring. Whoever they just beat as well. Was it Belgium? I think it was Belgium.
That was Belgium.
Yeah.
Could have been our game.
Yeah, thank God it was. Well, I guess it would have been fun to be there, but Spain would have won 6-0.
Sad to see Erling Haaland go home already. Even though England won and they might be the better team, I feel like he was probably the breakout star as far as
internationally and in the States.
To the casual fan.
Yeah.
He had to be, even though he's the best goal scorer in all of FIFA, but what have you. And then of course on Wednesday, we've got a match for the ages with England and Argentina. And the question begs to be asked, is it finally going to catch up to Argentina?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, they've had to pull out some incredible heroics to get this far.
Lots of VAR help, referee help.
Gotta
for
love
Argentina.
the VAR. Now let me ask you,
tomorrow, let's see, we'll be on right after that game ends, and you better believe I'll be watching France Spain tomorrow. We'll talk about it for a second.
Now let me ask you this, because I'm a soccer newbie and I'm not a soccer guy, but I am. Okay, for our purposes.
Mid. I'm in the very mid level.
So I'm watching the game the other day, and they're introducing, they're going through the starting lineups for that Argentina-Switzerland game. And then they get to the referees. There are 3 guys who are the VAR. There's 3 standing there looking at the screen. 3 guys. Not just one, not just some guy up in a room with a headset. There's 3 of them. There's the VAR guy, the assistant, and somebody watching over his shoulder. You're telling me that all three of those guys screwed up the Balogun call? All three?
I mean, it seems like they want Argentina through. I've questioned some of the calls
Just
there because
saying.
I'm sure they wanted the USA to get through. The ratings in America have been great. Grow the market in America. But we got the 4 best teams remaining, and it's going to be elite soccer. It's going to be fun to watch. Okay. Will there be you just got to come to expect shenanigans. That's what FIFA is.
That is soccer, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's corrupt, but it's always skewed, and the best teams normally come out on top. I mean, it's not like you're seeing too many underdog stories this far in a tournament, in a World Cup.
It's similar to March Madness, where like you get like an upset here and an upset there, but then when you get to the Final Four, you're like, oh damn, it's like 3 1 seeds and a 3, or all 4 1 seeds. Like the upsets happen in and around the early rounds, and it feels chaotic until it's not.
I think Argentina's going to get clipped. I think England's
I would go England there.
I do. I do. Would. I don't know if you paid attention at all, but big tennis guy, legitimately over here. Yannick Sinner took Wimbledon yesterday over Sasha Zverev. Mm-hmm. Incredible match. I will say one thing about Yannick Sinner. We are witnessing in real time a tennis legend on his ascension to true greatness. This guy's a machine. Now, no Carlos Alcaraz in the tournament. He's been hurt for a while, but really impressive stuff. Sinner is... Now, this is what I was thinking as I'm watching the final yesterday morning. Is he the most dominant ginger athlete of all time? And how long is that list?
No, I will say, like, I watched Sinner play, and he's really, really good. Like, right now, it's him and Alcaraz. They're the best. But I compare it to Federer and Nadal and Djokovic at their peak. I don't think it's quite there. It's more like, I wish you could clone these dudes, like, in their prime and see them all go head-to-head in their primes. And you can do that sport to sport. But yeah, as far as red-headed, freckled athletes,
that's what I'm saying. How long is that list?
He might be number 1.
Come up with another one right now.
I mean, Andy Dalton is at the top of my head, but he's obviously not in that class. Like, just when I think those types of guys, Andy Dalton pops into my mind.
Canelo? Isn't he
sure,
a bit of a ginger?
I'm not a huge boxing guy.
That would have to be the only other one.
Uh-huh.
But think about that. I was thinking about it. I was like, wow, we've really...
Alexi Lawless?
Well,
he's got some of that in him.
He's got some of that?
He's obviously... Now I'm just thinking of redheads.
Well, that's basically what you have to do.
I need to create a pool. I don't even have my pool yet, you know? Who are the names in the hat? I'm even trying to...
There's not many. That's what I was thinking of watching this. Like, this is rare air here.
Uh-huh.
This is for gingers everywhere. For people like Conan O'Brien, you know? I mean, this is your champion, okay?
It is.
He's a ginger guy.
Representation is important.
That's what Thank you. Thank you, Mark. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, hey, Quinn on the text line. Shaun White.
Shaun White.
That's a good one.
Shaun White is a good one.
Uh-huh.
Not necessarily... not a ball sport, if you will, but
yeah, but he was at his peak. He was
right up there.
He's one of the GOATs.
So maybe Shaun White is. How many gold medals does Shaun White have?
Well, and he was good. He was a good snowboarder and skateboarder. He was like a Shohei Ohtani.
He's won 3 Olympic golds.
Okay.
Sinner's got 5 Grand Slams now.
Yeah, they're both way up there.
Shaun White might have them still. We might need a little bit more longevity from Yannick Sinner.
I think they showed Sinner's. I think it was his girlfriend in his box. Woo! If that was his girlfriend.
He could have been an Olympic skier, too. I mean, this guy's got it made,
He
man.
grew up in the Alps area, in the Swiss Alps
what
area.
What a tough life. Just sipping wine, eating spaghetti, playing tennis, and skiing in the winter.
We got Bill Walton on the text line. Chris Mullen. Dante DiVincenzo just came in.
Bill Walton's up there.
Yeah, Walton. Mullen was pretty good. Was he
He was on the dream team, right?
Was he a redhead, freckle guy?
I don't remember Mullen being
Walton
like a
absolutely
redhead.
was. Bill Walton absolutely was.
So it's Walton, it's Shaun White, it's Yannick Sinner, it's Canelo.
Who's your Mount Rushmore? Is that the Mount Rushmore right there?
The Mount Rushmore of athletic gingers. Tons more to get to throughout the course of the day. Something really cool that the New York Islanders are doing, and I'm looking forward to talking hockey with you here coming up in just a little bit. On the other side, back to the Broncos. NFL.com released their top training camp storylines. We'll see if ours line up with theirs. That's next. All right, we get it. We get it, text line. Maybe Spring and I were showing our age there just a little bit. What do you think? We were having a conversation with Jannik Sinner winning Wimbledon yesterday for the second consecutive year about the best ginger athletes in sports. We'll get to the Broncos here in just a minute. We just got to read a few of these submissions because there were some real glaring omissions on our behalf, and we apologize to the listener. Sinner is not even as good as Boris Becker. I didn't watch Boris Becker play tennis.
I was a child.
Were you a child?
Wee lad.
Dave Cohen, Celtics, 70s redhead. That was 70s, like, I don't know, 20 years before we were born.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Yeah, but a lot of good ones coming in.
Mark McGuire.
That's a great one.
That's one that goes on the Mount Rushmore with an asterisk.
I'm glad he did the steroids.
We should let him all juice now. I'm with you,
See,
actually.
There's like the health concerns.
Maybe
is there really?
product.
I don't know. I mean, look, dude, Sosa and McGuire was awesome in the 90s, and then Bonds after that.
I will tell you I have a problem with one submission here.
See, Barry Bonds' nephew got drafted?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
by the Giants.
Doesn't have the pop that Barry had. But he's the nephew. I mean, if he was his son,
well,
then
we all
maybe.
know why he doesn't have that pop.
Well,
let's get on that, huh?
There's one submission before we move along to the Broncos here I have to bring up and I have an issue with. Somebody says Mickey Mantle was a ginger, and I vehemently disagree with that. Every photo I've ever seen of Mickey Mantle's black and white, so how the hell were we supposed to know that?
Yeah, I did not know that.
I don't see. Did they even have red hair back then? I'm not so sure. Queen Elizabeth I, though. So maybe it goes back further than that. All right, let's move along.
Blake Griffin, another good one.
Yeah, Blake Griffin. Yeah, Blake
Good
Griffin.
His mother.
His mother.
Yeah.
All right, so NFL.com released their key training camp storylines. And before we get to theirs, I'm curious to hear yours. If I just brought up the topic of biggest training camp storylines for the Broncos this year, you would say?
How does Bo's ankle look? But so I saw the video late last week, and I was expecting a video like that. I had a hunch at some point we'd get, because we're in the social media era, we're in the thick of it, and that at some point we would get a video of Bo throwing and moving around a little bit as a reassurance that the ankle is good. But that was an edited video. So at training camp, it's going to be, how's he moving around? That's going to be the biggest Broncos storyline at training camp.
Well, and when we're talking about a team that's basically running it back, which is what the Broncos are doing, okay? We've talked about the Nuggets, the Avs run it back. Broncos are doing the same. It's the summer and run it back here. So Bo's ankle is a good one. That's the number one training camp storyline as far as national media is concerned. Bo Nix broke his ankle for the championship game, didn't get to play. Could the Broncos have gotten to the playoffs? They were the Super Bowl, rather. They were at home. We all know that. Here's mine. Can I add one to you?
Go for it.
Jonathan Cooper.
That's a big one. Does he show up? Will he be there
at all?
Yeah.
Is he on the team at that point? I don't know. I imagine that they're going to let this process play out. But look, they just gave him a brand new deal too. He is a vital piece to that defense and to what they want to do. I know Q Robinson showed a little something. DeAndre Tillman with 4 sacks last year. Maybe they'll move Jonah Ellis outside. But Jonathan Cooper's availability and status, I think, is a huge one.
I think they need him. And so here's the thing: if you can play, then they'll let you play. Unless you did something that was just unforgivable, inexcusable, and what Jonathan Cooper did wasn't good. Okay, but look, domestic disputes happen. I know that this one, I don't know the specifics, It sounds like there was some...
How about we let the legal process play out on that one before you talk yourself into the corner?
Again, it really comes down to if he helps you win, then you're going to play.
Yeah.
And look, I like Q Robinson. I like what he looks like. Jonah Ellis on the edge is good. And they were going to move him inside because they were so deep. And you got a few other guys who can get out there like DeAndre Tillman, but... Look, man, I think that it's Bonito and Cooper. I think you need them both. And so he hasn't been cut yet, and I know that they're letting things. I mean, because here's the inexcusable stuff. Like the Lions cut Terry and Arnold immediately. Because what he did was damn. Like you hear that story, and it's well, that's not something you hear every day.
Sure.
That's kind of outside the bubble. Now, where Cooper he was living on the edge of the bubble, right?
Do we still know exactly what happened there, or is it more of a he said, she said thing?
Sure. Are you talking about Cooper?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
That's That's why let's not rush to judgment on the on what happened.
Sure. And again, like domestic disputes happen, and they're typically ugly. They're usually never like, oh, it was just, it's usually they were yelling and screaming and, somebody touched someone.
Really?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm talking about, maybe just hand-on person contact.
Understood. Why don't we move on? I got an idea for you. So NFL.com agreed with us that Bo Nix's health and the new addition of Jalen Waddle is the biggest camp storyline. Now, I'd also like to throw in the fact that I thought Pat Bryant really emerged last year, had a really strong rookie year. Whenever called upon, he delivered. Troy Franklin looked a lot better. And you brought up a little bit earlier in the show, Marvin Mims. Like, the Broncos may not have the sexiest receiving core, but you add in Jalen Waddle, they've got all the boxes checked. You've got your big end zone goal line threat in Cortland. You got your third down guy in Cortland. You got your, first and second little swing dude out in Jalen Waddle. It was interesting, actually, on a brief side note. I was listening to Tom Brady this weekend on a podcast, and he was saying that one of the things the Patriots did over their run was they brought in slot receivers, guys like Edelman and guys like Welker, because they were actually cheaper than outside receivers. And I thought that was fascinating because if you look back on Sean's run with New Orleans, he was like the polar opposite. He was bringing in big guys. Now they brought in some gadget guys too, but I like the fact that you have some balance here. You've got some bigger bodies with Bryant, Franklin, and Sutton, and you got two little speedsters with Waddle and Mims.
So Cortland Sutton, after this season, has 3 years left on his deal, but you go to the old spot track, and there is a potential out after this season. And I'm sure that, in a perfect world for the Broncos, Pat Bryant takes a big old jump. Like, he's showing the signs. Like, I like Pat Bryant because he's one of those reliable hands guys. He's not a burner, but when you put the ball in his direction, he catches it.
Yeah.
And that's, he's a younger Cortland Sutton, like similar body type, similar skill set. So if Pat Bryant does take that step this season, now I don't want to, flash forward to a year from now, but that's something you could be looking at. But I think the Broncos are counting on that. I think that's something the Broncos would like to see is for Pat Bryant to assume that role this season.
I'll be watching him closely because remember, they bailed on Devon Vele after Vele showed some good stuff too, because they were so high on Pat Bryant. So I'm actually very encouraged by their skill positions on the outside, at least. Now, tight end, running back, I'm not sure that they did enough. I think you could definitively say that the weakness of this team is the tight end position. Now, Sean Payton uses guys like Troutman and Ingram, as he sees fit. You need a bigger year from those guys. If you want Bo to take a bigger step with some of the speed you now have on the outside, you need guys over the middle that are possession guys. And with Davis Webb, I'll be curious to see, which, again, that's their second training camp storyline for the Broncos. Davis Webb, they've got a new play caller. What does the offense look like?
I don't know how much we'll learn about that in camp.
I'm with you. And how much different is it really going to be? I don't know. Like, what do you expect? Like, is it a situation where, well, hopefully there's not 50 screens a game? Because that's Sean's MO. Where swing passes and screens, even when they know it's coming. And I think part of that was the reason why the change was made.
Remember last preseason, I would say the play of the preseason, you'll probably remember this play, was a little underneath drag route to Evan Engram.
Yeah.
And then Engram had some yak to it.
Yeah.
And I can't remember if he scored on the play, but he took it at least 50 yards. And it was like, whoa. Like, there's that there's a quick, safe, good, protective throw for Bo Nix. But you can, get an athlete in space, and you'd love to get that from the tight end position. You'd love to get that anywhere. I'm not so sure about Evan Engram right now, but what I am more confident in, and he's not a tight end, but I like Jalen Waddle's ability. Because a lot of people are just viewing him as a deep threat or like a downfield guy, but he's more than that. He's an underneath guy, too, who you can run that same route that they did with Engram in that preseason game. Waddle catches it. You can catch it 3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. But guess what? Waddle can go for 50 after that. So, like, Waddle helps. Yes, he's not a tight end, but he helps with those safer, easier read throws for Bo, where then you can get the explosive on a 3-yard completion. Now, for tight end itself, hey, man,
I'm curious to see in training camp the one guy. I guess I'll be looking at Caleb Lohner and Justin Joly because I'm pretty much out on Evan Engram. I don't think he's what he was a few years ago, like when he was with the Giants and Jaguars. I don't think he's that player anymore. Troutman's fine. Your Atkins of the world, whomever is freaking Lucas Kroll still on this team, they're fine.
Not the best player on the team, by the way. We learned that last year.
But your upside guys are Lohner and Joly, so I think I'm looking at those two in training camp.
Mm-hmm. The one argument that NFL.com makes that I think is important to bring up. At the beginning of the year, you've got a lot of teams that have moved a lot of pieces around. There's a lot of new moving parts. The Broncos really don't have that many. Outside of Jalen Waddle, as mentioned, a couple of rookies here or there, but there's a lot of continuity. Do they hit the ground running? And is that an advantage considering the first 5 games of their season at the Chiefs, home to the Jags, home to the Rams, at San Fran, at the Chargers?
Yeah, that's absolutely an advantage. That's why they got to take day 3 of OTAs off. I mean, they've already installed. It's camp is always it's about the rookies. It's about the second-year guys, more so the rookies to me, and the new guys, which is really just Jalen Waddle. Blocking schemes. They're set. They know what their blocking schemes are. Bo knows what they are. It's absolutely, and those first 6 games that's a gauntlet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to come out with that, but as long as Bo's ankle is good. And here's the thing on Bo's ankle. Like, I expect it to be good. I think Bo's going to be able to run. I think he's going to be able to move. Maybe Bo says he's going to move better than he ever has. Coming off that surgery, he's afraid that he's going to move too well. I'm not concerned about how his ankle is going to look. What I am concerned about is that it could break again.
Well,
at any point.
Look, I mean, I could trip over walking out of the studio today. I mean, anything can happen. You can get hurt, walking down the street. When the Broncos do get back for training camp, though, they're going to be at the new Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit. The brand new practice facility, the addition to it there, the reason the Hill's no more, all that stuff. They're open. They're moving into it, which it looks stunning. And again, just yet another example of why Broncos country hit the lottery. Hit the absolute jackpot with the Walden Penner family ownership group. They did. I mean, look at the investment they made. I'm looking through these pictures they released. It looks absolutely stunning.
Have you driven by? Have you been out there?
I have not since I saw it when they first broke ground, but I haven't since they completed it. It looks awesome.
It's like a spaceship.
And what a big difference it's going to make. I mean, this is an ownership group who listens to what their players were saying. Look, the locker room was way too small for years. That's all we kept hearing in the NFLPA survey. Too small, not enough room. Family room's not great. I can guarantee all that stuff's taken care of here. Like, I think it's a beautiful new facility, and I can't wait to see it. And it should add another little layer of excitement to training camp.
It's all symbolic of everything just kind of coming together.
Opening the new practice facility. Might as well go to the window and Brett Bronco Super Bowl. That's what you're saying.
Last year was year 2 of Bo Nix. Year 2. Like, they were ahead of schedule last year. This is the schedule that they were really supposed to be on, year 3.
Broncos country, we want it now. We want to win now. You know what else I want now? I want Dev Johnson of DNVR Nuggets. We'll talk to him on the other side to get the latest and greatest from Summer League and find out what's happening with those Denver Nuggets. That's next. You know where I love spring? Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week. You know I'm a huge fan of? Las Vegas, baby. Anytime I get to go out to Vegas, it's a real treat. And that's where our next guest joins us from on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. We bring in Dev Johnson of DNVR Nuggets. What is up, my dude? Where are you? Oh, there you are. I got you. What's up?
Hey, how's it going? How's it going, fellas?
I'm good. How's Vegas?
Vegas is still as hot as you imagine.
What is it
hot
out there today?
I think it's about 110 right now, and that's me staying out of the sun, and I'm still hot.
Yeah, I believe it. Well, the Nuggets are 1-1 in Summer League, and the news of the day, they just signed Trayvon Brazil to a 4-year, $9.3 million deal, Dev. I know he missed the last game. What are we thinking? How do the Young Bucks look for the Nuggets?
Yeah, so in the first game, this was not one that would be encouraging for guys. Like, everybody's not going to be excited about this signing right now, but that's also a one-game sample size. If you just look at, what he brings, his athleticism, the way that he could be in there as that Aaron Gordon dunker spot, his athletic abilities, being able to have, a 42-inch vertical, it makes sense. He has the size to be a backup power forward, and the Nuggets have size. That's something that they wanted to attack, and in the offseason wanted to get bigger, and they look like they get bigger, they get athletic. So he's one of those signings that does make sense. Talking to JJ Barea after the last game, he did say that, Trayvon Brazil is going to play, in the next game. So I do think there's going to be time for him to make up, get that bad taste out of their mouth from that first game.
Dev, do you see any of these rookies making a legitimate impact this season? I mean, consider, Julian Strother's still developing. They still don't trust him. Jalen Pickett, was waived. Hunter Tyson, I don't even know where he is. Like, that was their last class, and it never came to fruition. Is it possible for anything to come to fruition for these guys this season?
Yeah, that's a tough answer, just because historically you've not seen those young guys be able to get that experience or that opportunity. I do think that with how the Nuggets are set up right now, especially with the injury luck that they've had in the past, there are going to be opportunities to be able to play these young guys. Aaron Gordon did not play a ton of minutes coming back from injuries. They're going to need that backup big man option because they got rid of a backup big. So there are going to be, some minutes that a young guy can spell. And the look is to go younger. And that's what Denver did. They drafted, they got young guys despite, beliefs that they were not going to get young. So it does make sense for Bryce Hopkins to get some minutes. A Trayvon Brazil to actually get minutes this year. So I do think that this is a signing of a guy that is going to have to play this upcoming season.
Now, let me push back on you a little bit there, Dev. Does it make sense, or is it a necessity?
I think a bit of both.
Okay.
I do think that it makes sense just because you do need that athleticism, especially with what you're getting rid of. Signing a Trayvon Brazil, maybe that is a replacement for a Spencer Jones who actually did play minutes, this past season and got converted to a real contract. There's also just having young guys that you want to try to get, more athletic and get some more options. You could play a Trayvon Brazil next to Nikola Jokic and you'll be fine. There are going to be some defensive lapses or, questions that you have there, but you are going to answer a calling. So I do think that it's a bit of both. But as long as the guys are playing and getting better, I mean, that makes sense. And I think that it works in Denver's favor.
Well, and you mentioned Spencer Jones. I was going to ask you about him and also by bringing up the signing of Alpha Diallo out of the French League and the Euro League. He played for AS Monaco. He went to high school his early high school days were at Denver West until he had to go finish his high school career in New York. But I'm not 100% familiar with him, but looking at his stats here, it looks like he shot 44% from three 2 seasons ago, so he can stretch and shoot the three a little bit. I was going to ask you, Dev, is he the Spencer Jones replacement? That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah, I mean, with Diallo, there are the defensive, like he was the defensive player of the year. European basketball is a bit different as far as like that help side defense, being able to defend as a team. So now I feel like they're going to put him in a spot where he has to get a lot more of isolation defensive work. So I do question if he's going to be able to make that jump. But you are going to have guys. You need to have a stopper. Defense has been the biggest key for Denver trying to get over that hump and being able to have a guy that you could go out, throw out there for a couple of minutes or be able to be a stopper. He's not going to just be a primary stopper, but you could throw looks at guys. So having, Diallo on a minimum contract that you could throw out there for a few minutes, that's going to be key. I do love the Colorado connection for him. He played on that Colorado Hawks team. He's a New York guy. That has been around. He knows the organization. He knows how to play. He has showcased that he can, do a bit more offensively, even though that is going to be a struggle. But if you want to get athletic, if you want to get defensive, those are the two holes that Denver needed. I feel like they got that in a Trayvon Brazile, a Bryce Hopkins, and a Diallo.
Dev Johnson of DNVR Nuggets is our guest. Dev, Bryce Hopkins with a very nice debut for the Nuggets Summer League. Puts up 24 points, responds again, another productive game in game 2. What are we seeing out of him, right? Like another 6'7" guy. He can shoot the ball a little bit. That seems like more of the profile of a guy that you really need in those non-Jokic minutes if he can find a way to produce.
I've been very encouraged by, Bryce Hopkins, especially that first game. Of course, he was able to score, be able to showcase that he can, do a bit more offensively. He has, better size than I imagined going into it. I do question if he's going to be a forward or that, backup big option that could defend those bigs just with how he defends. And then also in that second game, this was a game that he did not score as easily, but he still found ways to produce. He still found ways to put the ball, in the cylinder, and that's what it comes down to. But you see that being able to shift in a drop of a dime. And I think that that's important for a young guy to not just have things going for them and still have to be able to do it. So I was encouraged by Bryce Hopkins in both games. And I do want to see if he does a bit more defensively in this next game to just showcase I can defend, because that's where it's going to be the calling. Right now, he's the guy. He's the main guy. He's putting the ball in his hands. He's getting downhill. He's scoring. I do question that 3-point shot because we did not see, him be able to just light it up. But is he going to be able to defend and look the part? And right now, he looks the part, and guys are very encouraged by how he's playing.
I know it's summer league, but any potential for KJ Simpson to be a backup ball handler? I mean, Tyus Jones is that guy right now, but 19 points, 4 assists, 4 rebounds in the win over the Wolves on Saturday night. I've always liked KJ Simpson. Do you see that as anything that could happen?
I do love how KJ Simpson has played in this. He's taken this personally. He is the vet out there right now. They have a lot of young guys, a lot of guys that are, not in the league right now. And he's taken on the role of like, I have to do better every single time. He looks like the guy that has been in the league. He got to come in and, get a couple of minutes this last season. But now when you look at the Nuggets roster and how they're put together, it's a lot of forwards. It's a lot of bigs that they have on the roster. Not many, point guards or guards that could put the ball on the floor. And that was a struggle with Jamal Murray, especially in the playoffs when it truly matters. And when you have a Tyus Jones, who I think is a good signing, especially if you look around the landscape of the NBA, there's not many ball handling guards that are still available. Maybe, Aaron Holiday. But like Tyus Jones answered that call. They're going to need someone else. It can't just be on Tyus Jones. You're going to need someone else. And KJ Simpson has shown that he can do that. So, I mean, this is a bright spot for KJ Simpson. He does have to continue to prove himself, especially with the decision making and being able to handle that pressure that guys are going to give it to you. But I do think that he's going to be able to give you some minutes here and there.
He's on a 2-way, right? Right, Dev?
Yeah, but I can see that easily getting converted. Like, I don't see that being a stick. And also, if you only have Tyus Jones as your backup point guard, you're going to have another guy that you could play in the playoffs. You can't do that with the 2-way options. So right now, I think there's 2 spots still available. You don't know what's going to happen with, a Peyton Watson or a Spencer Jones. They have 3 spots. You don't know if they are going to just keep that open as they've done in the past. But just having that option, because they are going to need a secondary ball handler.
All right. In Las Vegas right now, Dev, what is the chatter about LeBron James? How many humans mention the Denver Nuggets when those conversations are had?
Yeah, so they keep going back and forth with it all. Like it is a lot of speculation. A lot of people are saying that it's, the Cavaliers that are going to get it, but no one just says that that's the definitive answer. And if you're not LeBron James or Rich Paul, it's just kind of a lot of guessing. A lot of smoke everywhere. I do think that it's a bit of a pipe dream for the Nuggets, just because if you look at everyone, I mean, going back to Cleveland and being able to finish it out at home, that just seems storybook. And LeBron is one of those storybook type guys. You could play with your group, your friends in the Golden State Warriors, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, right into the sunset as a group and just have fun. Sixers right now, it doesn't make as much sense to me, but for everyone else, it makes sense because of just how much star power that they have there. But I mean, the best fit, of course, it's biased, but it's the Nuggets. You get to go alongside Nikola Jokic. You get to be with Jamal Murray and other guys. You have the Kroenke connection. You're going to be a contender. You really do have a chance if you're LeBron James, going into the mix. So their name is still there, which is a great spot to be in, but they're not one of the leaders right now. No one's talking about like, hey, there's something truly there.
Who else has caught your eye, Dev? It looks like A.J. Dybonsa, the first overall pick, has played great. Darren Peterson looks like he's putting on a show. Who else is popping out at Summer League?
Yeah, well, that big four, there was already hype and hope for this being a really good draft class. Yeah. But that top four, every single one of those guys have had a moment right now. It just appeared that Peterson was going to take off in his first game, that he was the guy. Dybonsa looked just as good. Carlos Boozer had his moment. He looks just as good, and he looks complete. Caleb Wilson, he looks incredible. Wagler had a very good game in a blowout yesterday. This class is a lot better and deeper than what people truly believe. I just think that is a good spot to be in, if you love basketball, and that's what it's about.
Where does DNVR have you up? The El Cortez?
We've kind of bounced around. It's not a DNVR thing. We like D-line, Eric, Chu. So we kind of did a lot of bouncing.
Oh, okay.
Bouncing right.
So you're not willing to give out your room number over the air right now?
No,
I can send something your way a little later tonight.
Arrive and want to talk to me.
Well, we appreciate your time this afternoon, buddy. Great to see you, and thanks for coming on.
All right, you guys have a good one.
That is Dev Johnson of DNVR Nuggets, brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. A lot of good stuff going out there in Vegas. And look, I think to further the conversation for just a second, Spring, that there's a point to be made here where you have Hopkins and Brazil, and you're going to have a lot of other guys on minimum deals. So assumedly, you have a lot more experience, hopefully, with some of these others. But we know with Michael Malone, it was like twisting his arm to get any rookies on the floor. Mm-hmm. It feels like you might have to take a gamble and live with some of these growing pains.
I think David Adelman has a little bit more of a propensity to do that. Remember when he took over, he gave Jalen Pickett more minutes than Malone was giving Jalen Pickett, but then until Adelman wasn't, even eventually Adelman, he understood, this is why Malone wasn't doing it, because we're trying to win right now. These guys are young, they're developing, they're not ready. And if they are trying to win this season, then, especially when it counts, you're not going to trust Brazil or Hopkins. You're just not. But, again, I where we're at right now for the Nuggets, it all starts with, and this is ridiculous. This might sound ridiculous, but it starts with LeBron James.
Are we still there?
It starts with the idea. They're not going to get him, okay? But the Nuggets, I'm telling you, they think they can. They think they're in on it, okay? So when they don't, then they're probably maybe going to move on from Peyton Watson because they don't want to be in that second apron, okay? So now all of a sudden, you are going to have to play these rookies a little bit in the regular season.
Right. You're not going to do it if they can't handle it completely, but there's got to be a little bit more breathing room.
You need bodies. They just don't have bodies, right? And those guys are bodies.
Yeah.
But that does not mean that they won't be included in some sort of trade package ahead of the trade deadline, but that would also include
All right, Woj.
Someone a little bigger.
All right, Woj. We're going to hear. That was our NBA insider, Mark Springer. And on the other side.
There's no inside information. That's just like, hey, you're going to be.
Well, you just told me the Nuggets thought they were in on him.
Of course they do.
Okay.
Of course they do.
Well, Shams has other words for you, and we'll hear the latest update on LeBron James and more next. Your comments on the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925, Twitch, YouTube, wherever you watch. We're looking. Stay tuned. Why'd you have to hit us with that, Alberto? Man, Sam Neill, R.I.P. You saw that yesterday, Springer?
I did not.
Yeah, Sam Neill, Jurassic Park star. You didn't see this?
No, I didn't see this at all.
Unfortunately, passed away yesterday.
Oh, that's
it was really sad.
unfortunate.
I think it was 78, age of 78. Apparently in good health. But Jurassic Park. What, are you a dino guy?
I love dinosaurs. I've seen Jurassic Park. It's fine. What about the new ones with Chris Pratt? I saw
Terrible.
the first one. It was just okay, and I haven't seen the rest of them.
Matt Smith and Mark Springer in from Kreckman and Lindahl. I will tell you, the newest one with ScarJo,
Okay.
that's a no for me, dog.
Yeah.
No. But it is a huge week for movies. I don't know if you're dialed in. Are you a big movie guy?
Yeah, somewhat.
Alberto's saying yes. You're a big movie guy, Alberto. Is that right?
I'm not a big movie guy, but I am excited for the Odyssey.
Okay, well, the Odyssey's coming out this week, Thursday.
Okay, yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
I'll see that. I will see that.
Yeah, but you can't
And I'm
go
gonna see
like the
news-
first 2 weeks because they're already all like sold out, all these showings. I
Really?
got my ticket like 3 weeks ago. Opening night.
I saw Toy Story 5 on opening night. It was
Good
me
movie.
and 8 other people in the theater. It was
just,
great.
I just saw they're tracking towards 900 million worldwide as far as their
Yeah.
budget, and they spent like 250 on it. So good for Pixar, right?
So,
I mean, another win.
Yeah, I saw Moana didn't do so good. That's a shame.
Not the
That's a
live
shame.
action version, and not a surprise, by the way. We're Moana'd out here as a society.
I've
and
never seen Moana.
And I think as a society, it's a good thing that the live action remake that happened a couple of years after
You gotta let that
the
thing
sequel.
breathe
Like, can we
a little
breathe a
bit.
little bit? I don't think The Rock could squeeze any more juice out of Moana if he tried, unless they make a live action Moana too. But I will say, a quick Odyssey note here, Alberto. And again, and to you, Spring, I am not sold on Matt Damon as Odysseus. I am not. We're going to see here. Everybody, look, Christopher Nolan, genius, legend, one of the best directors we got. But let's not forget his last movie was Tenet, right? Wasn't that the last one? It feels like that was the last one.
Yes.
Tenet was terrible.
Okay, I didn't see it.
Yeah, but not a good film. So he's got some work to do. But I will be seeing that later. And the last movie note for you, the trailer for Digger came out today.
Dinger? Dinger's getting a movie?
No, not Dinger. What would the Dinger movie be? No, I'm talking about Digger, Tom Cruise.
Is it, wait, D-I-G-
Cannot wait.
D-I-G-G-E-R?
Yep,
Digger.
Alejandro
With Tom Cruise?
Iñárritu, his latest film. Can't wait. John Goodman, Jesse Plemons. It's going to be a hell of a cast. Anyway, go check out the trailer. That came out today. A couple of things we got to get to here. And on the text line, people were still chiming in with their most gifted redheads, athletic redheads of all time. But, I think we've crossed that bridge. I really do.
Brian
folks,
Scalabrine came in.
yeah, I appreciate that, folks. But no. You know what else debuts tomorrow, which I think we should watch? Maybe not together, but individually in our separate homes and then discuss on the radio show. Unless Alberto, I mean, you just told me you were up at like 3:00 in the morning. How much more time do you want to spend with us watching stuff? Season 3 of Quarterback on Netflix drops tomorrow.
Oh, I don't watch Quarterback.
Oh no, you're
No.
protesting Quarterback.
Is it a good show? Do you like it?
The first season was interesting.
Who's on this
It was
season?
wide receivers last year, wasn't it?
Okay.
It felt like it was a little.
I
meh.
watched Hard Knocks. There was a stretch where I was into Hard Knocks. Now I don't really care for that anymore. I don't know. I'm kind of over the behind the scenes NFL stuff.
Why is that? You live it every day.
Yeah, it's I don't really care about these guys that much.
Baker Mayfield.
Like I like them. I like watching them play football. Don't get me wrong.
Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels, do they tell the real story of the dynamic of his relationship with his mother? Because that's a fascinating one. I'd be all in if I got to see what's really going on there. Like, show me the behind the scenes of that.
If Brandon Ayuk shows up and cusses them all out, maybe I'd watch.
Cam Ward, Baker Mayfield, Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco?
That could be interesting. Because Flacco lives a weird life nowadays. Still in Cincinnati, away from his family. He goes to bars by himself, and he kind of loves it. Because he was.
We'll see. I'll check it out for sure.
Okay.
I'll be
Let me
watching.
know. You report back.
Speaking of Baker Mayfield, he winds up on these lists, on these quarterback ranking lists ahead of Bo Nix. Is that right? Because
it's just because he's more proven. Like the lists are about what we've seen to this point. No one.
Because me thinks moving forward, most GMs and owners are taking Bo Nix over Baker Mayfield.
Yes, but it's not about projecting forward. It's about what we've seen to this point. That's what these list makers for these major outlets do. A different list would be, breakout candidates.
Who's your breakout candidate, Springer?
Well, I think Bo's up there. Let's see, who are
Has
other
he not
candidates?
broken out already? He's a top 20
Well, in
quarterback
terms
in the
of
league.
getting to, maybe he can get to that top 10.
Okay.
Maybe he could.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's going to. He might not. Let's see, your candidates would be...
It's a short list.
Shadur Sanders.
Oh, you mean across the whole league?
Yeah,
I meant
across
Broncos.
the whole league. Oh, you're just talking Broncos.
No, if it's Shadur Sanders.
I'm just saying. I'm just going. Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza.
No. Breakout in year one with the Raiders, please.
Hey, it's probably unlikely. Just the candidates. Kyler Murray / JJ McCarthy.
I mean, you can't really count Kyler Murray as a breakout candidate.
But could he do the Baker, Sam, Daniel Jones thing? Could
second time's a charm?
Could Kyler Murray do that?
But for Sam Darnold, it's more like the fourth time's a charm. Like there are no. I feel like we should not be comparing things to what Sam Darnold has done. Like going, what was he with the Jets, the Panthers, and then San Francisco for some quarterback rehab and off to Seattle or Vikings? Excuse me.
Sure,
I missed a 14-win Viking season in there.
Sure, but post Jets tenure,
is he one of the more successful journeyman quarterbacks of all time? Do you want to call him a journeyman?
Well, I mean, I think Sam Darnold showed last year that, you can win a Super Bowl without being Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow.
Well, Josh Allen's never made one, so you can be you don't have to be Josh
But
Allen.
we know Sam Darnold's not Josh Allen. But he's a solid quarterback who has a really good weapon in Jackson Smith and Jigba. Kenneth Walker, was the best version of himself late in the games that mattered. And they had a really good defense. Bo Nix could do what Sam Darnold did.
Question. Bo Nix is ranked 18th on ESPN.com's list of scouts, execs, GMs, coaches who rank their quarterbacks this offseason. He's ranked about 18th in an honorable mention category. Josh Allen's number one. Bo outplayed him, didn't he, in that playoff game?
Yeah, I'd say so. He didn't make the crucial mistake that Josh Allen made. The fumble at the end of the first half was
about as brain dead
one
of
of
a play you can
make.
make.
Stupidest plays you can make.
Yep.
He went full stiddy, and you don't go full stiddy.
Never go full stiddy.
I think that game, and you couple it with the Packers game and a couple other down the stretch in a big time game against a big time opponent, and what they are a big time opponent, even though they've never been to a Super Bowl. Yeah, you could argue Bo Nix outplayed Josh Allen. That should give you hope.
Jordan Love better than Bo Nix?
On paper, yes.
Is he?
With tools, he's bigger. He's, got a little bit better of an arm. But you're right. Is he? He might not be.
I just don't know. Because I'm looking at this list. Okay, Sam Darnold. You're telling me the Seahawks wouldn't take Bo Nix over Sam Darnold? I understand he just won him a Super Bowl. Moving forward, I guess we'll see what new ownership wants to do. By the way, the Seahawks getting sold. That's a minor little story.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in the high five here.
Yeah, for a cheap price, by the way, too. Yeah, Broncos look like a screaming deal now. Screaming deal. But how about Jaden Daniels? Another one of those draft classmates. Looked unbelievable the year before, obviously injured last year. I mean, is he head and shoulders better than Bo Nix right now?
He's more, Bo's athletic, but Jaden Daniels is like really athletic. I mean, when he's healthy, and he was. I think rookie Jaden Daniels was the best of that class. That I would take that over Drake May last year. I thought Drake May was overhyped last year. I really do. I think the Patriots had a lot of good team success. I thought Drake May played very well. Don't get me wrong. And Caleb Williams got his hype back last year, but I still think that rookie season Jaden Daniels is the best we've seen. But again, that does not mean that Bo, in this offensive scheme, under this coaching staff, sometimes it's just situation, right? Like if Bo was in a different situation, he'd probably be left for dead by this point. But under this situation, he's developing and progressing.
Justin Herbert all the way up at 7.
Yeah, because the talent's there. The natural talent is there. And that's so much of what this grading is. It's size, it's frame, it's arm strength. But, in clutch situations, Justin Herbert fades. Now, he didn't have 2 tackles last year, which really hurts. And if those 2 tackles, Alt and Slater, stay healthy, it's more promising for Justin Herbert and the Chargers this year.
We'll see. I do think another year in a complicated Sean Payton offense, even if he's not the one necessarily calling the plays, just for their chemistry and for their comfortability level with Bo Nix, I think that matters. Now, how much does Bo recovering from that ankle and going through rehab all summer matter? I think it does. I do, especially in the development of a young player. But the hope would be you've got continuity, you've got a lot of comfortability with the majority of the team returning. Okay, now let's see what it looks like the first 5 weeks of the year against some really good competition, primetime games. Now let's see. And I think the point that was brought up earlier, I think it was Texter that, hey, look, or is NFL.com, excuse me. Texter, you're not that smart. The fact that the Broncos might have an early advantage with continuity as opposed to some of these other teams in the league, like trying to hit the ground running, i.e. the Chiefs, getting Mahomes back. Is that going to be his first game back? Probably, right? I mean, I think we all expect that, but we'll see. Because that could be the deciding factor between, a top seed in the AFC this year or a wild card game. You never know.
Do you think the defense will be as good as it was last year? Will Bo Nix and the offense have to pick up more of the slack? I still expect the defense to be very good, but for the better part, until down the stretch, for the better part of the season, that was an elite defense, but it did start to fade a little bit. I don't think on paper it's, Andy was having the conversation of the 2026 defense versus the 2015 defense. I don't think this is the 2015 defense.
No.
It's not on that level. It's very good. I do think that this season, I don't think the defense, for what it was the entirety of last season, is going to, hold teams to lower totals like it did last season. I think the offense is going to have to raise its game a little bit, and I think it's primed to do that. I think Jalen Waddle's the biggest reason why, and I also think Bo entering year 3 is the second reason why.
Well, we're going to find out.
Oh,
We're
we
fixing
sure
to.
are.
We are certainly
sure
fixing
are.
to. On the other side, it's the high 5 at 5 with Alberto, because Spring's on this side of the glass today. Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week. Stay with us on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week. Thanks for being with us. Chime in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. It's time for the high five. And since Springer's on this side of the glass today, we'll go behind the glass to Alberto. What do you got for us, buddy?
High five.
All right, guys, let's get right to it. Wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Let's get to it, guys. Sean Payton predicts UFL-style officiating transparency within, quote, 2 or 3 years. We've argued in the past that the NFL should embrace the transparency the UFL brings to officiating, and Broncos head coach Sean Payton recently told Jason LaCanfora of sportsboom.com, quote, every once in a while you see something you like, and I think Dean Bandino and his crew, when we kick live right to the booth review, I think that's healthy, and I think you will see that in the next 2 or 3 years in our league.
All right, Spring, talk to me. So Sean Payton's predicting a UFL-style officiating transparency. What happens in the UFL? Because I'll just be honest, I'm not dialing into UFL games.
Yeah, I didn't watch any UFL this spring, but I watched a little a year or two ago, a little XFL before that. And so when there's a penalty, and I think specifically like a coach's challenge, and they're deciding, do we uphold the call? Do we overturn the call? Like in the UFL, I think it is Dean Blandino, and the games are on Fox.
Were they mic'd up or something? What's going on?
Yeah, like they go to the review room, the ref room, and Blandino's in there.
You can't do that for NFL games.
And they wouldn't be Blandino or
no, not Blandino. Blandino was not my issue.
Or Gene Steratore, whoever they go to the war room.
Okay.
New York, if it's the NFL, and they go live and they show you what they're looking at. And then they explain why they are either upholding the call or why they are overturning the call. They break down the replay. They tell you what exactly they're looking at, why they think it's this or that. It's one of the better parts of the UFL broadcast.
Yeah, so pretty much what happens as a football sicko, what happens is they just cut their mics on in the broadcast. While they're debating these calls, their mics are on, and you can hear exactly what they're telling each other and what they're pointing out to, and what call and what angles they like to get, and so it just makes it a little more interesting. But you would have to develop infrastructure in order to have this happen in the NFL.
Well, the NFL can do that with a snap of their fingers.
It already exists. It's just, do they want to take you into the room
That's the key.
and mic up those who are in charge of assessing the call?
There are some roughing the passer calls Patrick Mahomes has drawn where I'd love to see what the deliberation was in the back room regarding that. I'm just saying, like, there's a couple of those calls. Is that the type of thing that's getting reviewed, or is it just like any coach's challenge?
Another thing in those leagues is they will pot up the mics of like the offensive coordinators. Like, you can hear their play calls.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
That will not happen. That is not going to happen in the NFL. But more transparency with the officiating, I could see that happening. Because I think
the NFL taking accountability for officiating.
But I think it would make for interesting television, and it's a television product.
Okay, I am gonna guess that this will never happen. I think Sean Payton would love to see it happen, because I think there's a bunch of calls. He'd love to know how you arrived at that decision and what was the discussion exactly. But the NFL to let you inside, I mean, they don't punish officials who make bad calls anyway.
The head official does talk after the game, right, to the pool reporters. And so you can get explanations after the game. This would be explanations as they're happening.
I'm in favor of it. I still don't think they do it. What do you got, Alberto?
High five.
All right, guys. Stephon Diggs says that there is no wide receiver 2 in the NFL, quote, better than me. Stephon Diggs is still a free agent. Just over 2 weeks before the start of NFL training camps, although he admits he's probably no longer a top-tier wide receiver, Diggs also apparently is confident that he is better than any team's current number 2 target. Take a listen.
In my opinion, I can compete with anybody. But take those as your ones, right?
Right.
You can't name a number 2 better than me.
T. Higgins. Done. Who else you got?
Sutton / Jalen Waddle, probably Sutton.
Yeah,
we would
either
view
one.
as the two here.
What year does
There's a
Stephon
lot.
Diggs think it is?
Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. Look, I appreciate that he's downgraded his expectations to best wide receiver 2.
George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb.
You know, you say even last year, if you asked him, he'd probably say, "Oh yeah, I'm still wide receiver 1." At least he's realized he's now a wide receiver 2. Yeah, of course he wouldn't be the best in the league. I appreciate his confidence. He's got some stuff going on.
I was gonna say, been a busy
right
offseason
now.
for one Mr. Diggs.
Saw some. There's like
we don't need to
someone
go
getting
there.
beat up.
Yeah.
For some
Had some interesting.
I can't even. It's odd.
Had the chef with the BBL in the kitchen cooking it up. Yeah, no, Stephon has had a very strange offseason. I would also wager to say that Stephon's NFL career is winding down. So no, Stephon, you are not the best wide receiver 2 in the league, but it will be interesting to see where he lands because last year he was a valuable little waiver wire pickup at fantasy.
I thought that in the Patriots playoff run and down the stretch, he was their most reliable target. You know, he can still play. You know, he's not going to be anyone's, you know, if he's on a legitimate contender, and the Patriots needed to upgrade their skill position. They did. They traded for A.J. Brown and brought in Romeo Dobbs. They still have Kayshon Boutte. So there was no need for Diggs anymore. But
Douglas.
But in a situation where they do need some wide receiver help, look, he can still play. He's not elite like he once was, but he's still a reliable target. Denver's obviously not an option, so we don't need to go there. They don't need wide receiver help. But
wait a minute, you're telling me Denver's got a better wide receiver 2 than Stephon Diggs?
Of course they
but
do.
But he just told me he's the best in the league. What else you got, Alberto?
High five.
All right. Aaron Rodgers gathers 6 teammates for, quote, bonding week before last rodeo. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers has posted on Instagram a photo of gathering with 6 of his teammates. Amongst them, Michael Pittman Jr., Roman Wilson, Mason Rudolph, DK Metcalf, Freiermuth. The caption is, quote, last rodeo. The activities included stuff like riding horses, having time by the campfire and such. So,
all right, so it's a little dude ranch action is what you're telling me.
Yeah, you know, Aaron Rodgers is a cowboy now. First he was hippie.
Do you do the ayahuasca before you get on the horse or after? Because I'd imagine a bumpy ride with a horse on ayahuasca, that's going to be a bad situation, not only for you, but for the horse as well.
Yeah.
You ever thrown up on a horse?
No, I've never ridden a horse.
Whoa, ever?
I would assume most people haven't. I'd assume I'm in the majority.
Whoa, time out. You'd assume most people haven't ridden a horse?
Yes.
Ooh, maybe. Maybe if we're talking percent. I don't know.
Oh, I'd say well above 50% of people in America have
Shop
not
Mazda text line.
horse.
We're gonna do a consensus gauge. Just text yes or no if you've ridden a horse.
Like I like to golf and play tennis. I don't like to ride horses.
Aaron Rodgers getting back together with Mike McCarthy for one last go around in Pittsburgh, and instead of locking himself in a dark room, he's taking everybody out to the dude ranch. A dude ranch can be a good time now. Get a little skeet shooting in there. A little trap shooting in there.
Well, you talk about continuity with the Broncos offense. There's now continuity with the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers is back.
Do you buy that it's the last rodeo?
Yeah, this is probably it. It's
got to be it. I don't know if it is. That's right. And you saw him on that picture of that horse. He did not look like a natural-born cowboy to me. Kid from Northern California.
Well, this is his new thing.
Oh, now he's gotten into horses.
Dollar store cowboy?
Him and Nikola Jokic. Big horse guys. Is that what you're telling me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
A lot of texters are saying, yes, they have ridden a horse, but there are some no's coming in.
It's going to be a sparse group of no's. I think I might have been right on this.
Yeah, but if you haven't ridden a horse, you're not
I will
jumping
horse
to
shame
text
you.
in. Now I need my no's. I need a bunch of no's to flood the text line now. Don't brag that you've ridden a horse. Tell me that you.
That's not a brag. I don't know that it's a brag.
That you haven't, like most people, because I know you haven't.
You ridden a donkey?
No. Goats?
Donkeys. They ride donkeys up the cliffside in Santorini. You haven't been to Greece lately?
I ride a bike. That's what I ride.
All right. So does DMac too, by the way.
All right.
And he'll never stop telling you about it. What else you got, Alberto?
High five.
All right. Coleslaw-led group agrees to buy Seahawks. Sources say $9.6 billion. A group led by San Francisco 49ers limited partner Vinod Coleslaw has agreed to purchase the Seattle Seahawks. It was announced Saturday. Terms of the deal were not disclosed, but multiple league sources with knowledge of the matter said the selling price would be $9.612 billion, a record for an NFL franchise.
Did you say the nude coleslaw? Because that's what I thought you said.
Vinod coleslaw.
I did not say coleslaw.
I didn't hear anything after thought I heard you say the nude coleslaw. And that's on me, Alberto. That's not on you. But what I will tell you is that for $9.6 billion, the Broncos at 4.65 is their asking price for their sale to the Walton Penner Family Ownership Group. That looks like a steal. That looks like an absolute steal.
It just goes up and up and up. The next NFL franchise, unless it's like even the Panthers went for a decent chunk. You know, it's like when it's your turn, when it's up, the market has been set. It's so valuable to own an NFL franchise that I assume the next time a team is sold, and no matter who it is, it'll go for $10 billion.
Net worth of 13.8. Hide the money, y'all. There's some poor people around if you're talking about Broncos ownership. Richest ownership group in the league. And what can you do when you have the richest ownership group in the league? You can drop $175 million on a brand new practice facility that just happened to open today, and the Broncos are moving it into. I mean, good for them. You got that kind of capital, you could do it.
It's a group, led by this guy, kind of like what Josh Harris and the Commanders, like, they don't themselves have. They got a lot of money. They don't have $9.6 billion, so they get a few other investors in there. See, the Walton Penners are different. Like they can do it all by themselves. Even though there is a group, like Condi's in that group, Lewis Hamilton's in that group,
Louis H.
But they can do it by themselves. Nowadays, you need like a team. You need a super team of billionaires. It's like the Justice League of billionaires, and then you can afford an NFL team.
Yeah, if you've got that kind of money, a professional sports team might be one of the safest investments you can make if you can actually make that investment.
Well,
if you've got the money.
Especially the NFL and the NBA, where it just gets more popular and they make more money year over year. The Arizona Cardinals could go up for sale. Michael Bidwell could sell that team. They'd go for, maybe they wouldn't beat the Seahawks, but they'd go for $8 billion. They'd go for something like that because these things are like gold.
All right. Alberto, quickly, what's the last one here?
High five.
All right, Aaron Donald wanted to see how he reacted to working out in pads. The reported reason for Aaron Donald's workout at the Rams facility last week won't do anything to quiet speculation that he will come out of retirement to play for the team again in 2026. Donald was spotted doing a variety of drills and conditioning work while wearing pads last week, and Adam Schefter shared on ESPN how the workout came to happen during Monday's appearance on the Pat McAfee show. He pretty much just says that Aaron Donald wanted to see exactly how his body would react during live drills and much more intensive workouts.
Oh, did Schefter share it? Yeah. Rams were like, Keycart still works. Any chance you want to come back? But for Aaron Donald, the chance to play next to Myles Garrett, Aaron Donald could come off the couch and give you 35 snaps in a game, okay? Without working out at all. They just want to get the guy in the facility, smell the locker room again. Did you see Myles Garrett brought out the number 99 old school Aaron Donald jersey too? He said, just unpacking. So that would be a scary tandem.
I saw on ESPN today that according to Jeremy Fowler, apparently Aaron Donald, like over the past couple of years, has been working out at the Rams facility.
The guy stepped away before the game was done with him. He left on his own accord.
35 years old.
And built like an Adonis. He should be starring as Odysseus in the Odyssey.
I mean, there's been some smoke around it that he could return. It would. Yeah, that would be a Voltron of a defense right there.
The Rams are the favorites right now, right?
Oh, they are. They are.
Okay. Well, they should be. And if Aaron Donald goes there, they even bigger favorites. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, that I shudder to think at the thought of Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald playing next to each other. That's legitimately frightening. Good luck with that, opposing offensive lines. All right, coming up, more of your reaction on the Shop Mazda text line, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you watch the show. We are live from the back of Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Training camp storylines, dueling quarterback rankings, and another reason why I think they might have gotten it wrong on Bo Nix. That's next. Oh, I like this one. No, Spring, I've not ridden a horse, but I've ridden plenty of cowboys. Look, that's what you get when you ask the text line if they've ridden horse. By the way, the overwhelming response was yes. Most people have been on top of a horse. This was coming after the last segment in which Mark Springer let us know that he's never actually ridden a horse, which, again, I don't know how that's possible.
Well, I don't trust the text line poll because if you've never ridden a horse, you're not going to be incentivized to pull out your phone, put our phone number in and say, no, I haven't ridden a horse. If you have ridden a horse, you're probably super happy that you have, and you're more incentivized to pull out your phone and say, yes, I have ridden a horse.
Is that how you're justifying it?
Yes.
To try and find more people to relate, even though it's overwhelmingly yes?
Well, this is Colorado.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man. Like, get on a... Somebody says nobody put you on a pony at the county fair?
Nope.
No pony rides?
Nope.
Somebody says, Colorado, come on, man. Denver Broncos. We ride here, homies. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah, they're never interested in me.
Don't make me go down this
doubt-
rabbit hole further. That's all I have to say.
I like, barring some fluke childhood event, I would venture to guess. I know these dudes pretty well. I doubt Nate's ever ridden a horse. I doubt Andy's ever ridden a horse. Maybe Andy has.
Andy's ridden a horse.
You think? He's never brought it up.
Well, I mean, it's not something you talk about a lot because it is a common experience.
Well, then it wasn't super awesome. If it was super awesome, Andy would not stop talking about it.
All right, the latest update on LeBron James. Is this thing over yet?
To a decision. It's decision time for LeBron James because all the information for the most part is in. GMs, presidents, owners, they've all been heard from. They're continuing to have conversations with agent Rich Paul here this week as well. Players have also reached out to LeBron James to recruit him, and yes, all the voice notes have also been listened to. And rosters have been set around the league, the decks have been set, and the leading suitors have been Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, and Minnesota. And what
Yeah, again, Denver gets left out, but I mean, I have heard him brought up in recent days. There's a top 6. Now the Nuggets are clearly 6 out of 6, but they are in the 6. And I'm just saying, I've got to think that the Nuggets think it's possible. I'm not saying that they think it's likely, but I think the Nuggets are trying and they're sending the voice note to Rich Paul. Josh Kroenke probably has LeBron's phone number. I think they can do it. I'm sure if they were realistic about it, they would say it is unlikely, but I do think that they have their name in the hat and they're giving it a go.
Can I tell you why I think they've fallen out of this thing a little bit? Other than the fact that the Nuggets have always had trouble landing big name free agents.
Sure.
I think it's because financially LeBron and team are smart enough to look at the Nuggets and go, uh-oh. Like there's some cracks in the foundation here. Again, we talked about it with Scotty to open the show. Hope is not a strategy. And right now, whether they're handcuffed, whether they're restricted, whatever justification / excuse you want to give them, right now it appears that the Nuggets will not be a better team than they were last year. LeBron or no LeBron. LeBron or no LeBron.
But I also do and I think that many of us have agreed that of the 6 teams, and that doesn't mean that it will be one of these 6 teams, even though it's probably going to be Cleveland, Golden State, or Miami. But it could be a surprise team. Nobody really had the Sixers in on the Jaylen Brown trade until they were. Because I said this to Nate when I was hosting with him when this all kind of started coming down, is if LeBron wanted to win, if winning was the thing that mattered most to him, then in no particular order, I think the top 3 would be Denver, San Antonio, and Oklahoma City. Now, the Spurs and Thunder haven't been connected to him.
No.
But, hey, for what it's worth, the Spurs are at plus 7,000 with there's a ton of teams at plus 7,000, including the Oklahoma City Thunder, because it could just be a random team that pops out of nowhere that's on nobody's radar. But again, if it was about winning, I would want to join the best team, and that's Denver, San Antonio, or Oklahoma City. There's questions with Aaron Gordon's health. But I think if they got LeBron James, they would have – because LeBron, he would be like, well, I'm only coming here if, you guys are going to win. And, Jokic is a great starting point, but that would also mean – Peyton Watson has to be back then. He has to be back. So you're absolutely a second apron team, but you're more comfortable in that scenario if you have
Peyton Watson and LeBron James and everybody else, and everybody's healthy.
So it sounds like you want the Nuggets to go into that second apron.
If they get LeBron, yes.
If they get LeBron.
Yes,
Only
yes. See, if they don't, it's a tough one because bringing Peyton Watson back puts you in that second apron.
Yeah.
And I want Peyton Watson back.
More than Cam Johnson?
Well, I think everyone's back in that scenario.
I don't know.
And you're in the second apron now.
I'm just saying. Would you? Because I think the point Scotty made when we first came in here was valid.
Yeah, I want Peyton Watson back more than Cam Johnson, if that question in and of itself, yes.
The only reason you enter the second apron is if you are sure that you have a top 2-3 team in the league. Otherwise, it restricts you way too much down the line.
Yeah, you can't really make any trades at the deadline.
And you know what? Coming up in the next CBA, do not be surprised if this is done away with, because I think players and teams are just a little sick. Here's Bill Simmons on his most recent edition of his podcast talking about this issue.
Some of the things that are happening with the league, the second apron thing they did, the CBA that they negotiated with the players to put in basically a hard cap, is having so many bad ramifications already for team building, for players staying in the same place. And they did this to basically protect the owners and so everybody could make more money. Now they're going to do expansion, which I think is, I personally think that hurts the league, and I would much rather see them relocate. They're also doing this NBA Europe thing. And all these things are really smart financial moves, but I don't think any of them have made the NBA better. I think the NBA is in a worse place than it was 4 or 5 years ago because they're making business decisions and not league decisions. And when I say that, everyone in the league gets mad at me. And then it's like, well, why are you so hard on Adam? It's, to me, that's not the question. The question is his job to elevate the league or just make money? And they would argue, well, both. But have you elevated the league this decade?
All right, so clearly the Nuggets are suffering those effects with how they've tried to construct a team, build a team, and we've seen it all around the league. A lot of people are pointing to the Jaylen Brown situation in Boston, even though I think there was a lot more than that. When one of your stars comes out like the day after you lose in the playoffs and talk about how it was his favorite year of his career, even though Tatum was down most of the year, like, there are some bad looks. I think there was more to it in Boston than just money, but I do agree with him. I can't say that I think this has been a net positive. What it was designed to do was to prevent the formation of highly concentrated super teams, and we have had parity in the NBA.
Well, and I think Bill Simmons either alluded to it or outright said it there that I do think the owners do want this because it's a built-in reason to not have to pay more money, more tax money. The owners can save more money by having this second apron in place.
Awesome.
Which
who doesn't root for their owners to save more money? Like,
I
love
know.
the Cronkies. Thanks for the paycheck. But also, like, hey, build a contender. Nobody's really interested in how much money you're saving on the margins. I'm just being real.
Sure. No, and if it was the old system, look, the Warriors paid a boatload of money in luxury tax.
Yeah.
Like, you can pay the tax. Like, owners probably don't want to pay that enormous luxury tax, but if they know they can win, yeah, they'll eat it. They might be more incentivized to eat it. But now you're tacking on, trade restrictions and, losing or your draft pick gets moved to the end of the first round if you're a repeater in the second apron, more penalties. So it's not just taxes. It's not just financial. There are roster implications as well. But I don't think the owners hate it because they can all just tell everyone, hey, look, our hands are tied here. And we can't spend, or we really shouldn't spend this extra money. And from a fan perspective, like, yeah, the timing of it for the Nuggets wasn't great because they very well might have done that Golden State Warriors thing with the window they were in and, spent a lot of into the luxury tax. But then it just begs the question, what is it good or bad for the league that we've had 8 different champions in the 8 last years? You could argue, some markets would argue that's a bad thing. Other markets would argue that's a good thing. You get more variety. I think it's less likely the Knicks win that really fun championship. It's a really fun championship. They might not have done that
if OKC could have brought somebody else in.
Yeah, if these new rules weren't in place. So you get more variety. You get, you're probably gonna have a new champion next year. Is that good or bad for the league? I think it depends on your perspective.
And to Bill Simmons' point, if you're looking at everything from a financial lens, then I think some of these are good decisions because, again, you bring parity, new fan bases, different stars, all that type of thing. But if you're the Nuggets, you're sitting here with a homegrown, diamond in the rough to the most literal definition in Nikola Jokic. And you can't really build a contender around him because you constructed your roster before these rules were in place. Now, all of a sudden, you've got a rash of injuries that just keep popping up. So let me ask you this. No second apron. Is Kawhi Leonard a Denver Nugget this offseason? Maybe not Kawhi. Maybe bad example.
No, but I know what you're saying. Yeah, could they have,
Jaylen Brown.
Well, then you're definitely bringing back Peyton Watson. And if you're not, you're looking at ownership and saying you're not willing to pay that luxury because it's just a tax at that point. There's no roster restrictions. Like, you won't pay that tax. You should pay that tax because you have Nikola Jokic. The Warriors did it. Why wouldn't you do it? But now, you're going to see OKC's going to deal with these restrictions.
Oh, yeah.
Having just paid. Now the Jalen Williams contract kicks in. And, I can't believe they were able to, bring Hartenstein and Dort back. But they will face, tough decisions. The Spurs just had to give Wemby his big rookie max deal. Now, Wemby did take a little bit of a haircut, but not much. Not much. He went with the rookie minimum or the rookie max instead of the, I'm first team All NBA max, which was, I think, $290 million overall versus a little over $300 million.
Stupidest thing ever. Austin Reeves took a haircut from 185 to 180 to provide the Lakers financial flexibility. Yeah. I'm just saying, another $5 million. We're talking about $200 million. It's hard for me to appreciate what they've done because they've made the financial system so complex and so complicated. You almost need a degree to be able to figure it out. And to me, that's a huge turnoff as a basketball fan, as a huge NBA fan. If I can't figure out what the hell they can do this summer based upon, this percentage and the 25% rule and the bird rights and all, it's a mess. And to Bill's point, they need to start making decisions with the fans in mind.
Well, as I was saying, it affected the Nuggets. It's going to affect OKC. It's going to affect San Antonio. OKC was sitting there thinking, this is our window now, just like the Nuggets were thinking a couple years ago. And then Wemby and the Spurs come along. And now Wemby and the Spurs are thinking, this is our window until somebody else comes along. And now your ceiling is hard hit at this first, maybe second apron for all these teams. So, it's a new era. Where
net positive or a net negative for the league?
Well, we're not going to. We're very unlikely to see that a Warriors type run.
Mm-hmm.
Would you want to see that with OKC? Would you want to see that with San Antonio?
Would you want to see that with Denver?
I mean, of course we would. But with the nation, maybe not.
Jimmy Crack Hornet, I don't care what they want. We want another NBA championship here in Denver.
And Bill Simmons is talking about it because, his Boston Celtics are trying to stay under that second apron. That was part of the Jaylen Brown. The Jaylen Brown trade was, Jaylen Brown had several years left on that deal, whereas Paul George only has 2 max left on it. So, yeah, Paul George is about a $50 million cap hit, just like Jaylen Brown, but it's less years, and they can get out of that quicker because the Celtics don't want to pay that tax. That's the freaking Boston Celtics.
The only second apron I care about is the one I use on the grill. That's it. The one with the big, I won't say that.
No,
probably shouldn't say that.
I think, the question right now with the Nuggets is if LeBron isn't coming here, is everybody sans LeBron? And keep in mind, Tim Hardaway's gone. Spencer Jones is probably gone. You have your replacements, for Jonas and Marvin Bagley, and Spencer Jones appears to be Alpha Giallo. I don't know who the Tim Hardaway replacement is.
There isn't one.
How can you find a shooter who does what Tim did for that low of
Alberto, can you shoot? Alberto, can you shoot? Can you be the replacement for Tim Hardaway Jr.? Because the Nuggets might need you on the minimum.
I cannot shoot.
You can't shoot?
But if Peyton Watson's back and, he doesn't have the injury issues that he had in next year's playoffs, and if Aaron Gordon is healthy, if everybody's healthy, Peyton Watson included in next year's playoffs, is that worth going into the second apron? That's a tough question.
The Avs are being tied to one of the NHL's biggest stars Is this for real? I have my doubts, but I'll ask Mark Springer next. It's Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week on Altitude Sports Radio 925. Wrapping things up here on a Monday. Thanks for being with us. Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week. Spring, you want to know the funniest thing I saw this weekend?
I sure do.
Oops, this is not good.
Oh my god, I'm so bad at golf.
I'll swap you anytime.
A highly relatable sport that changes every day.
Rory just taking a big A-hack and just saying, I am so bad at golf. That is, every one of us who has been out there on the golf course can know that. But I do love, by the way, what a voice on this guy calling the tournament for the DP World Tour, huh?
Oops, this is not good.
Oh my god, I'm so bad at golf.
I'll swap you anytime.
That's
a
like
highly
butter.
relatable sport
Smooth
that changes
butter right
every
there.
day.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That real deep. It's something about that accent, Spring.
I like British dudes calling my soccer. I like that. It just sounds better.
Irish guys calling my golf.
Yeah.
Scottish guys calling my golf. Not exactly sure. Or British guys.
Yeah, shout out
Either
to
way.
Tom Kim winning the Genesis Scottish Open this weekend and the British Open, the Open Championship this weekend.
Did you see some guy won like $4 million on that Tom Kim win?
I did not.
DraftKings put out there, it was like 50 grand outright. Somebody bet on Tom Kim to win,
Wow.
won $4 million. There can't be a better feeling in all of wagering than smacking a golf outright for like 50G and taking home $4 million. That's got to be.
They don't tell you about their losses either.
Who cares? Eventually
if you're
$4 million.
50 G's and you got to have a lot of money.
You're taking Tom Kim at the Rocket Mortgage, Lunesta Classic.
Yeah, you know who could have used that wager is the guy who was sent the Bryce Harper cameo.
Yeah, that was brutal.
He could have used that.
That was brutal.
It's like, I should have taken Tom Kim. Damn it.
We'll get to the home run derby here in just a second. But the other jarring thing I saw before the end of the weekend, 32 Thoughts podcast, Elliot Friedman talking about all things NHL. He brought up that there was some speculation that the Avs could be in on Winnipeg goaltender Connor Hellebuck. Everybody remembers he was the gold medal winning goaltender for Team USA over the summer in Milan. And apparently the Avs had a little bit of interest, or is this one of those situations where, no, Sakic's doing his due diligence here?
I mean, yeah, you always do your due diligence. I mean, I would be very surprised if they traded for Connor Hellebuck, who's probably the best goaltender in the world, but is that their area of need? Like, goaltending was a strength for them last year.
In the regular season, it was, for sure.
I thought it was fine in the play. I don't point at goaltending as the reason they lost the Golden Knights series.
I agree.
Don't.
But if you had Connor Hellebuck.
Hey, it looks great. It sounds great. $8.5 million cap hit, which, the way the cap's going up or the contracts are going up under the cap is not the worst. It's through